Chapter 1. The godless progeny of the supreme clan faces trials in the mortal realm. In the sacred emperor's domain, enveloped in swirling mists, stood a grand and solemn palace within its opulent walls. A beautiful woman adorned in regal attire wore an expression of deep concern as she softly addressed the man before her. "It's time to consider," she murmured. "Isn't it about time we bring Shower back from the mortal realm? Of late, I have been plagued by an unsettling anxiety." She continued, "Do you think Shower might encounter any peril down there?" The man beside her, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders and dressed in a flowing black robe accented with gold, possessed a strikingly handsome and rugged visage. His tall stature radiating vitality akin to the surging tides of an ocean, an aura of innate authority surrounded him, exuding a commanding presence. "My dear," he replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice, "you are once again indulging in unfounded worries." He set aside his tasks and rose, placing his hands reassuringly upon her shoulders. "Rest assured, my love, the trials of the mortal realm are a long-standing tradition of the Su clan. His siblings have all endured this path. Moreover, Shower is equipped with a life-preserving artifact, and his soul tablet remains secured at the clan's pavilion should any misfortune arise. The elders will detect it promptly. There is no one in the mortal realm who can inflict harm upon Shower. You must place your trust in this." Upon hearing Su Wudao's repeated assurances, Chan Wanyue gradually eased her troubled heart, though her thoughts were still filled with longing. She could comprehend her husband's well-intentioned concerns. "Very well," she conceded, seeing his wife find clarity. Su Wudao chuckled warmly, his gaze softening with a hint of nostalgia. "Shower has been somewhat spoiled by your affection since his childhood. A bit of hardship will do him good after all. The enduring nature of his clan tradition speaks to its validity. I wonder how that rascal is faring now." In the Su family, upon reaching the age of 12, children are subjected to memory sealing, followed by trials in the mortal realm. The thought of his precious son returning soon elicited an involuntary smile from Su Wudao. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a voice filled with urgency pierced the air outside. "Clan leader. Clan leader, a grave matter has arisen." The door swung open abruptly, revealing an elderly man with flowing white hair, clearly in his twilight years. His expression marked by alarm upon entering, he cried out about the dire situation. Upon recognizing the visitor, Su Wudao, in a good mood, chuckled. "Ah, Elder Wu, what brings you here in such haste? Did I not inform you that no matter how significant the matter, it pales in comparison to the affairs of our Su family? Calm yourself, sit down, and let us discuss it over a cup of tea." Elder Wu's countenance was oddly strained as he shook his head vigorously. "No, clan leader, the elder has just sent word. Xiao Chen's soul tablet has developed cracks. Its essence is fading, on the verge of shattering." Boom! The moment these words were spoken, it was akin to a thunderclap, freezing Su Wudao's smile in place in the next instant. An overwhelming intent to kill surged forth, accompanied by the oppressive aura of a quasi-emperor, sweeping across the space like a ferocious beast. The imperial aura soared to the heavens, making it seem as if the very sky of the sacred emperor's domain was about to collapse. At that moment, Su Wudao resembled a furious lion, his voice booming with rage. "Nonsense. This cursed clan rule. I have long found this trial in the mortal realm intolerable. Did our ancestors toil so hard merely to condemn their descendants to suffering? Once I retrieve my son, I shall abolish this ridiculous decree. My dear, we must leave at once for the Chenxiao realm." In the Chenxiao realm, at the Yi family's martial arena, the three prominent families of Chenxiao had gathered, all awaiting the final judgment of Su Chenxiao. The atmosphere was tense, suffused with a palpable air of impending doom. At the head of the assembly, Yi Hongtan, the patriarch of the Yi family, fixed his gaze upon the youth below. The boy, with his head bowed, was drenched in blood, his garments tattered, bound by iron chains to a wooden frame, his life force barely clinging on. He bore no resemblance to the once charming and carefree young noble he had been. Yi Hongshan's eyes glinted with an icy coldness as he bellowed, "Su Chenxiao, you stand accused of killing a disciple of the Tianqi Dao sect and falsely accusing a member of the Lin family. The evidence against you is irrefutable. Do you acknowledge your crimes?" His voice resonated like thunder, causing the ears of all present to ring. Even the numerous elders in attendance couldn't help but marvel at the ruthless methods of the Yi family. Once a prodigy of Chenxiao, he was now stripped of his physique and his foundations of cultivation obliterated, all for having slain a disciple of the Tianqi Dao sect, one of the four most powerful sects in the Chenxiao realm. Meanwhile, Su Chenxiao was merely a gifted individual without any backing. As many lamented the situation, Su Chenxiao, the target of their judgment, remained silent, his head bowed. It hurt immensely. Had I traversed to another world? A torrent of memories surged forth like a tidal wave, and Su Chenxiao swiftly grasped the current predicament. This was a fantastical realm, where cultivation levels were categorized as follows: Bone Blood Realm, Qi Condensation Realm, Dan Formation Realm, Sky Ascendancy Realm, Spirit Law Realm, Soul Sea Realm, Fragmentation Realm, Enlightenment Realm, Ascension Realm, Immortal Realm, King Sealing Realm, Divine Source Realm, Supreme Realm, Sage Realm, and Quasi-Emperor Realm. Beyond that lay the realm of the Emperor. The original owner of this body was exceptionally talented, possessing a demonic body and a rare divine bone, and was hailed as the youngest prodigy of the Soul Sea realm in Chenxiao. However, this remarkable individual had fallen for Lin Qingran, a member of the Lin family, who was eager to enter one of the four great sects to fulfill her aspirations. Su Chenxiao, without hesitation, exposed his greatest secret, using his own divine blood to help her ascend to the Bone Blood realm. In the end, he had exhausted all resources to procure various precious materials, enabling her, an otherwise mediocre talent, to reach the Dan Formation realm at the tender age of 16 feet, ample enough to gain entry into one of the four sects. He had believed that such devotion would win her heart, yet the result was betrayal, as she conspired with Feng Yuansheng of the Tianqi Dao sect, leading to his current predicament. As he pieced together the reality of his situation, Su Chenxiao felt a chill crawl down his spine. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. This is an outrageous challenge from the very beginning. Suppressing the agony coursing through him, Su Chenxiao turned his gaze towards the Lin family members, particularly the two conspirators with a voice cold as ice. He enunciated, "Lin Qingran, how could you betray my sincerity toward you? If it weren't for me, how could you have ascended to the Dan Formation realm? Can you truly find peace of mind while basking in the accolades of others?" Nearby stood a woman clad in white, her ethereal beauty reminiscent of an otherworldly fairy, gazing coldly upon the unfolding drama. With skin as smooth as jade and a figure as delicate as a willow, she possessed a captivating presence that was both striking and chilling. She was Lin Qingran of the Lin family in Chenxiao. Chapter 2. If you must blame someone, blame your lack of a proper background. In response to Su Chenxiao's inquiry, Lin Qingran appeared utterly indifferent. With an air of aloofness, she remarked, "Everything I have achieved is the result of my own efforts." "What does it have to do with you, Su Chenxiao?" "Huh?" Su Chenxiao's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he erupted into laughter. "What a splendid claim of self-earned success. You act like a virtuous lady while being a shameless harlot. Lin Qingran, you truly are a despicable wretch." Lin Qingran furrowed her brows, a flicker of displeasure stirring within her heart. The last vestige of guilt she harbored vanished without a trace. When did this insufferable fool gain the audacity to speak so boldly? At that moment, a cheerful voice chimed in beside her. "Su Chenxiao, at this juncture, are you still unwilling to acknowledge the truth?" Standing next to Lin Qingran was a dashing young gentleman from a prestigious family. Gently fanning himself, it was Feng Yuankai, who wore a slight smile, his eyes brimming with disdain and mockery. "You were once a prodigy of Chenxiao, yet what use is a divine physique without a proper background? You will forever be confined to this insignificant place, hiding away. Let it be known, in the Chenxiao realm, those who dare to harm disciples of the Tianqi Dao sect always meet a dreadful fate." As the instigator of this entire affair, he was well aware that Su Chenxiao had been wronged, that he and his senior brother had ventured to this barren land to seek out exceptionally talented disciples. To their surprise, they stumbled upon an individual endowed with formidable physique and divine bones within Chenxiao. Both were consumed by greed, eager to monopolize this astonishing opportunity. After eliminating his fellow disciple, he simply concocted a pretext to frame Su Chenxiao. He never anticipated that this group of foolish Chenxiao families would actually believe him. Now that he had obtained the divine bones, he could only wait for his master to arrive to resolve the matter concerning the powerful physique. Reflecting on this, Feng Yuankai triumphantly produced the divine bone, examining it with delight. Qingran, would it not be a sheer waste to bestow such a treasure upon someone like him? Lin Qingran remained noncommittal, her expression calm as she nodded. What you say is indeed true, Brother Feng. However, I kindly request that you do not forget the promise you made to me earlier. Feng Yuankai grinned widely, of course. Once today is over, you shall become a disciple of the Tianqi Dao sect, and I will ensure my master takes you under his wing. To that point, you will be my junior sister. As he spoke, Feng Yuankai cast a fleeting glance at Lin Qingran's ample bosom, a hint of lewdness flashing in his eyes. Lin Qingran sensed his brazen gaze, but chose to feign ignorance. She subtly inclined her head, her focus fixed on Chenxiao, who was pitifully bound to a pillar not far away. Chenxiao, do not blame me, that if there is blame to be laid, it can only be directed at your lack of a proper background. With your innate talent, you cannot even join the 4 great Dao sects at the core formation stage. Since you are so fond of me, you should facilitate my ascent. Lin Qingran felt that everything was simply as it should be. After all, before the Tianqi Dao sect, even the most monstrous talent was but an ant that if forced to choose between the two, she would not hesitate to select the Tianqi Dao sect. After all, the Tianqi Dao sect harbored mighty beings capable of ascending to the heavens, one of the most formidable sects in existence. Meanwhile, Chenxiao smiled, a smile laced with mockery that a harlot paired with a dog. Indeed a match made for eternity. Feng Yuansai's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone turning unfriendly. Who are you calling a dog? Are you taking this personally? Enough! The cold voice of Yi Hongtian resonated from the main seat. Chenxiao, even now you still seek to boast with your tongue. You, a mere rogue cultivator, do you know what the Tianqi Dao sect represents? Even 1,000 of you could not compare to the life of a dog of the Tianqi Dao sect. The 4 great Dao sects held a preeminent status in the Zhangshi realm. There was once a disciple of the Dao sect who was slain by a member of a noble family. That very day, the entire clan was annihilated, and their city was razed, leaving no survivors among the old, young, or women. Whether intentional or not, Feng Yuankai frowned, casting an irritable glance at Yi Hongtian at this moment. The atmosphere grew tumultuous as members of the 3 prominent families of Qingqiang cursed and raged that a disciple of the Tianqi Dao sect has died in Qingqiang. This little wretch seeks to bring doom upon us all. Yes, he must be skinned alive and dismembered, subjected to 1,000 cuts. Otherwise, if the Tianqi Dao sect becomes enraged, we shall all perish alongside this little wretch. Coughing violently, Chenxiao spat a mouthful of dark blood, his eyes shimmering with a haunting light as he fixed his gaze on Yi Hongtian. You speak so grandly, yet you only see me as a scapegoat, given my helplessness. Fooled, he had previously attempted to explain himself, but ultimately understood that as long as the name Tianqi Dao sect loomed, no amount of explanation would suffice. If one wishes to fabricate a crime, there is no shortage of excuses. Chenxiao's gaze flickered as he took a deep breath. Beside the youth stood a woman of exquisite beauty. Tall and slender, she donned a flowing red gown that accentuated her graceful and statuesque figure, her jade-like legs long and straight. With elegantly arched brows and phoenix-like eyes, a fiery mark graced her forehead, while her long hair, a vibrant crimson reminiscent of divine flames, billowed in the air. She exuded an aura of imperious majesty, akin to an untouchable empress. Yet in this moment, her enchanting gaze was chilling, exuding an aura that was somewhat terrifying. Step aside. The elders of the monitoring heaven pavilion, who governed the myriad realms below, felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Faced with these 2 harbingers of death, any claim of fear would be disingenuous. Point 1 was the illustrious second daughter of the Su family. Su Yao Wang, renowned for her possession of the phoenix divine body, pursued by countless suitors across the realms. The other was even more fearsome, the formidable Su Jingheng, who had single-handedly annihilated 1,000,000 extraterrestrial foes. Reigning as a domain god, despite overseeing 30 million lower realms, they dared not utter a word in the presence of these 2.1 elder. Gathering his courage, approached with utmost humility, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings you both to the lower realms?" "The realm is incapable of withstanding the might of the Supreme. We wish to be informed, so we can relay it to the pavilion master." Su Jingheng's expression was as frigid as the depths of winter as he coldly replied, "If you wish to live, then be gone." The long crimson spear in his hand hummed ominously, the pressure of his supreme presence cascading like a landslide and tsunami. In an instant, the assembled elders were nearly paralyzed with fear. Instinctively summoning their treasures, terrified that this harbinger of death might unleash his wrath. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Jingheng furrowed his brow, gazing in a particular direction. His profound eyes seemed to pierce through layers of realms. Murmuring softly, "The aura of my brother. I have no time for idle chatter. If anything were to befall my brother in your lower realm, none of you in the monitoring heaven pavilion will escape unscathed." The murderous intent in Su Jingheng's words was palpable, and with a cold parting remark, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing in an instant. Su Yaohuang's brows knitted slightly as she turned to the elders of the monitoring heaven pavilion, declaring, "My younger brother is in peril in the Chenxiao realm. Should you dare to obstruct us again, do not blame the Su family for being ruthless." With a cold huff, she too departed, leaving behind a group of petrified elders, their spines chilled with fear. After what felt like an eternity, one elder finally broke the silence, murmuring, "Shall we not stop them? Stop them. Are you mad? They are from the Su family, and that slayer among them. Do you think 10 of your lives would suffice against him? When did we, the monitoring heaven pavilion, ever offend such a being?" Panic suddenly gripped one elder as realization dawned upon him. "Did you not hear the divine Phoenix Lady mention her brother is training in our jurisdiction? If the Su family's young master encounters any misfortune here, we are doomed. Quick, send someone to notify the Taoist sect of the Chenxiao realm, instructing everyone to search for that young master of the Su family. God forbid, if a member of the Su family perishes in our realm, the monitoring heaven pavilion will face utter ruin." As the elders were engulfed in anxiety, news erupted within the pavilion. Not good. "The emperor of the Chun family, Chenxiao, along with members of the Su family, have arrived at our pavilion." What is happening? The Su family is one thing, but why has the old emperor of the Chun family come as well? Have we offended the heavens today? Chapter 4. The arrival of the supreme imperial families. "Let anyone dare to harm my brother." Meanwhile, within the Chenxiao realm, the golden divine radiance gradually receded. The celestial phenomena triggered by the innate chaotic divine body stained the heavens. Lingering for an extended period, the innate chaotic divine body had reached a fusion progress of 1/6. As Yu Chenxiao felt a warm current continuously washing over his body, providing a considerable sense of comfort. His previously damaged roots and cultivation were gradually being restored. Foundation establishment realm. As Yu Chenxiao observed the astonished faces of those around him. System, check the panel. Ding, checking panel. Name, Lin Hongtian Identity, patriarch of the Yi family in Chenxiao. Chenxiao realm. Soul C realm, 3rd layer name. Feng Yuan Kai Identity, disciple of the Tianshi Dao sect in Chenxiao realm. Soul C realm, 5th layer Soul C realm. Su Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he exhaled deeply. The highest realm present was merely the Soul C realm. Previously, he had been constrained by Lin Qingran's schemes, but now, with the innate chaotic divine body fusing, he would soon recover to the 9th layer of the Soul C realm. At that point, no one present would be able to stop him. This hellish difficulty was akin to the cyclical fortunes of 30 years. Now that he had awakened the villain system, once he escaped this peril, he would ensure that all would pay the price. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Chenxiao's eyes as he contemplated. Meanwhile, on another end, the celestial phenomena were undeniable. How astonishing that, even after having his cultivation roots destroyed, he could achieve such feats. Gazing at the nearly blinding golden divine radiance above, Feng Yitsai's breathing quickened, his face alight with obsession and fervor. The natives of Chenxiao had no idea how formidable the so-called divine body truly was. The innate chaotic divine body. This phenomenon was undoubtedly caused by the innate chaotic divine body. Such a powerful constitution could only belong to me. Feng Yuan Kai. It is mine. Fong Yuankai roared within, while Lin Qingran beside him wore a face of shock. She suddenly recalled Su Chenxiao's earlier claim that his extraordinary cultivation at such a young age was due to his unparalleled constitution, one of the very best even among the myriad realms. Yet, such a constitution was most vulnerable to envy during its weak and unprotected phase. Even if one could not strip him of his constitution, countless would seek to refine pills from his blood and flesh. The reason he remained in this remote Sangshe realm was not only due to his constitution, but also because of her. Lin Qingran looked at the astonished crowd, and then at the crazed Fong Yuankai. A thought blossoming in her mind. Perhaps she could wait for Su Chenxiao's growth? But as soon as this thought emerged, she swiftly dismissed it. No. Only those with extraordinary backgrounds and top-tier talents are worthy of me. Lin Qingran, what use is a powerful constitution without a formidable background? In the end, he would merely become someone else's pawn. Moreover, she had never been one to rely on others. Only by joining the Tianshi Dao sect and strengthening herself could she hope to dominate everything. Just as everyone was captivated by this magnificent spectacle, a hearty, resounding laugh erupted from within the venue. A celestial phenomenon. My dear disciple, I never expected that what you spoke of in the talisman would indeed lead to the emergence of a prodigious divine body in this humble Chenxiao. A venerable elder with an ethereal presence descended from the skies. Upon seeing him, the patriarchs of Chenxiang's various clans were taken aback, quickly rising in unison to receive him. Patriarch Yi Hongtian of the Yi family welcomes Elder Ning from the Tianshi Dao sect. We all pay our respects to Elder Ning. From the moment he arrived, Elder Ning's gaze was firmly fixed on Su Chenxiao, who was bound to a pillar, not bothering to scan a crowd. His eyes were filled solely with pride and disdain. This insignificant place of Chenxiang, had it not been for his disciples' words about the existence of extraordinary opportunities, he would never have traveled such a distance. Elder Ning disregarded the assembly of clan leaders and approached Fong Yuankai directly. Despite being from prominent families, the clan leaders felt their expression sour as Ning ignored them entirely. Lin Qingran observed this scene. Feeling increasingly reassured of her choice, by sacrificing a background-less Su Chenxiao, she could pave the way for her own brilliant future. Master, Fong Yuankai tucked away his folding fan and bowed respectfully to him. Elder Ning nodded slightly. Speaking with indifference, disciple, the innate chaotic divine body is exceedingly rare. You have done well this time. I shall reward you handsomely upon your return. I could see this. Elder Ning paused, surveying his surroundings. Noticing only Fong Yuankai among his disciples, he inquired with some confusion, "Where is your senior brother?" Fong Yuankai quickly adopted a sorrowful expression, lamenting, "Master, I am but a useless disciple. I intended to seek out gifted disciples for our sect in Chenxiang. But that fiend with the divine body was exceedingly malicious. After a mere quarrel with my senior brother, he struck him down. Were it not for this Miss Lin's assistance, that fiend would have fled without a trace." As he spoke, Fong Yuankai pushed Lin Qingran forward. I see. Upon hearing of his disciple's demise, Elder Ning's expression remained unperturbed. Just one disciple among many. He was not particularly concerned. Elder Ning cast a fleeting glance at Lin Qingran, asking, "You are the Lin family girl, Lin Qingran, that my disciple spoke of? The master of Brother Fong is indeed a formidable being of the shattered realm." Lin Qingran felt as though her very soul was being laid bare, and she hastily bowed, saying, "I have the honor of meeting Elder Ning." Ning Feng nodded slightly. It was precisely because the master did not delve deeply into the circumstances surrounding Brother's demise that Fong Yuan was able to witness this scene. He quickly interjected, "Master, Qingran is merely 16 and already possesses the cultivation of the Dan refinement realm. Her skills are commendable." Ning Feng cast a sidelong glance at him. Fong Yuan's thinly veiled intentions were transparent to him. This girl indeed possessed a pleasing countenance, yet her talents were mediocre and hardly remarkable. Although one could not fathom how she had reached the Dan refinement realm at such a tender age, it could be considered a stroke of fortune. Nevertheless, recognizing Fong Yuan's contribution in uncovering an extraordinary opportunity, Ning Feng did not ponder further and stated casually, "Indeed, her contributions to the Tianshi Dao lineage in capturing the thief are noteworthy." Henceforth, she shall be my disciple. Ningfeng, what? That single statement sent shockwaves through all present. The Lin family had truly received a tremendous blessing. If she were to join the Chenxiao lineage, it would indeed be a case of one person attaining the Tao, causing all to rise. Once, Chenxiao revered the Yi family, but even 1,000 Yi families combined would be no more than ants before the Chenxiao lineage. It seemed that the tides were about to turn in Qingqing. In an instant, many cast envious glances. Lin Xingran's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, overwhelmed with joy. Her father, Lin Tai, blushed with excitement as he turned to his precious daughter, saying, Qingran, to join the Chenxiao lineage and become Elder Ning's disciple is truly a stroke of 3 lifetimes of fortune for our Lin family. Hurry, bow to your master. Suppressing her exhilaration, Lin Qingran approached with a calm demeanor, slightly bowed, and humbly declared, Disciple Lin Qingran pays respects to master. In that moment, she could feel the envious and jealous gazes of those around her. Filling her heart with an even greater sense of pride, she had entered the coveted Chenxiao lineage. From this day forth, she would have no further ties with the mundane folk of Chenxiao. Very well. Ningfeng displayed little emotion, instead turning his gaze to Su Chenxiao, bound to a pillar. His eyes flickered as he spoke, Disciple, one who possesses an innate divine body is no ordinary person. This youth, capable of killing your brother at such a young age, could he not be a disciple of one of the other 3 great lineages? Such a prodigy often has terrifying backing. If he were a disciple of a supreme elder from the other 3 great lineages, even I would not dare to offend. Seemingly sensing his master's concerns, Feng Yuan stepped forward with a smile, explaining, Please rest assured, Master, I have already investigated this youth's background. He is merely an orphan from Qingqiang, with no one behind him. Oh, is that so? Ningfeng's eyes squinted slightly, a trace of barely perceptible greed passing through them. Though he would not strip the divine body from him, the blood of a divine body was indeed a valuable commodity. But why do I still sense a trace of Tao essence emanating from you? Feng Yuan's countenance changed drastically upon hearing this. That old fellow, he truly could not be deceived. It was as if he suddenly remembered something, and he promptly offered up the divine bone he had acquired. Ah, Master, you possess insight unparalleled. I happen to have obtained a remarkable treasure, and I am prepared to present it to you as well. This divine object was exquisitely perfect, adorned with ancient, mysterious runes, with Tao essence flowing around it. Unmistakably not an ordinary item. Sensing the overwhelming aura of Tao essence, Ningfeng's eyes gleamed with greater desire. He discreetly accepted the divine bone, nodding appreciatively, and for the first time displayed a hint of a smile, saying, very good, good disciple, you are indeed thoughtful. I have lingered at the 9th level of the Shattered Realm for quite some time. With this divine object, I believe I shall soon break through to the enlightenment stage. As for that individual with the divine body, we can extract his divine blood to refine pills like tea that time. You shall naturally have your share. Feng Yuan was instantly overjoyed, hastily replying, I dare not. To enable Master to break through to the enlightenment stage is my greatest wish. Ningfeng laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. Their conversation, devoid of any concealment, was overheard by Su Chenxiao, who was filled with dread. This old wretch plans to capture me and drain my blood for pill refinement. From Ningfeng's demeanor, it was clear that the opponent was a powerful being of the Shattered Realm. The Shattered Realm was 2 great realms above the Soul Sea. This meant that even if he were to regain his cultivation, he would still be unable to escape this person's grasp. Damn system. If you want me dead, just say so. Su Chenxiao spoke coldly. What kind of villain starts off like this? A powerful being of the Shattered Realm has arrived. How can I possibly escape? Ding! The Master is the fated great villain as a villain. One must possess the elegance befitting the role. For now, please await the fusion of the Chaos Divine Body, and do not worry. The current fusion progress of the innate Chaos Divine Body is at 45. Just as Su Chenxiao was about to speak, Ningfeng directly stepped before him. He raised his withered, aged right hand and placed it upon Su Chenxiao's forehead. Immediately, a strange force surged forth. Ningfeng laughed uproariously. Disciple, you must pay close attention. I shall impart this unique skill to you upon my return. From now on, you shall be responsible for extracting the blood of the blood slaves daily. This technique is called blood extraction technique. Ning Feng bellowed, his white beard billowing wildly, as a terrifying, overwhelming suction force emanated from his palm. Like a whale swallowing the sea, the tide surged back, causing Su Chenxiao's blood to boil and surge, uncontrollably attempting to be drawn out. Ah! Su Chenxiao gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Ning Feng. That damned old fool. The sensation of his blood being forcefully extracted was akin to having his bones pulled and marrow drained. Meanwhile, the onlookers in Chenxiao were wide-eyed, utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. What was Elder Ning doing? It appeared he intended to extract that creature's blood. Extract it. Only by eliminating him can we quell the wrath of the Chenxiao lineage. In the distance, Lin Qingran's beautiful eyes flickered with frustration. Was Su Chenxiao's blood truly so potent? She had not anticipated that even an elder of the Chenxiao lineage would yearn for his divine blood so desperately. She herself was the greatest contributor to this matter. In the future, once her master refines pills with the blood, she would undoubtedly seek to claim her share from Fang Yuan. What Lin Qingran did not know was that her seemingly mediocre talent had reached the Dan refinement realm precisely because Su Chenxiao had been nourishing her with divine and demonic blood mixed within pills daily, transforming her physique to achieve her current cultivation. Sensing the overwhelming power of the blood, Ning Feng's eyes glimmered with brilliance. Good! A fine treasure! Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded. The once bright and sunny day was now engulfed in dark clouds. Lightning flashing and the earth trembling. It was as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. From the firmament came a furious roar, echoing like thunder. Let me see who dares to harm my brother. You ants of the Zhangshi realm, do you wish to be annihilated? Chapter 5. The aura of my younger brother's divine bone. All of you shall perish. With that single roar, countless beings within the Zhangshi realm could not help but kneel, trembling in fear. Far away, in the four great lineages of the Zhangshi realm, ancestral figures felt an overwhelming force capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. They were abruptly awakened from their meditation. Disbelief etched across their aged faces. What terrifying power! Has a great being from the upper realm descended upon our Zhangshi realm? How could this be possible? The upper realm is guarded by the monitoring pavilion, and there exists an insurmountable chasm of heavenly Tao. Is there someone forcing their way here? It felt as though a great terror was about to descend. Even before the being arrived, the vast and overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire Chenxiao. All present felt their blood surge and tremble, unable to resist the urge to kneel. Ning Feng, who was in the midst of performing the blood extraction technique, was abruptly interrupted, despite his cultivation in the shattered realm. He felt as small as an ant before this overwhelming aura. He trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed skyward. Rumble! In the boundless sky, it appeared as if a terrifying being were engaged in battle. With astonishing radiance erupting continuously, this mere lower realm's heavenly Tao dares to obstruct me. Su Jingheng! Begone boom! A blood-red, blindingly brilliant light erupted. In an instant, a thunderous sound resonated, shaking the very heavens. The vast sky seemed to be forcibly torn open, creating an immense chasm that spanned thousands of kilometers. Through that fissure, one could clearly see the chaotic currents of void that obstructed countless cultivators from ascending. At this moment, numerous beings gazed up in sheer terror. The people of Chenxiao were enveloped in a maelstrom of chaotic energy, as the sky, which had once shielded them from the tumultuous void, was now being violently torn apart. This scene was utterly despairing, akin to the heavens collapsing and wailing, causing Ning Feng's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. An ominous premonition surged within him. The heavens are splitting? How can this be possible? Wait, those are people. Within that chasm, there were indeed two figures. Someone in the crowd, gripped by fear, shouted, prompting everyone to instinctively look up. A rumbling sound echoed as two overwhelming and terrifying divine lights descended from the abyss of the heavens, clutching a crimson spear. The formidable and godlike Su Jingheng stood majestically in the air. Beside him, the ethereal Su Yaowang manifested, akin to a celestial goddess. Both figures were enveloped in divine radiance, their powerful aura rendering all present breathless. Everyone gazed upward at the two resplendent figures in awe. Were they indeed beings from the heavens? Lin Xingran's beautiful eyes shimmered, trembling incessantly. Upon laying eyes on Su Yaowang, even her usual self-assuredness regarding her beauty was eclipsed by an overwhelming wave of jealousy. With hair as radiant as divine flames and a visage of unparalleled perfection, every inch of her being seemed like the most exquisite masterpiece crafted by the heavens. Merely standing there, she resembled a proud phoenix, a goddess beyond reproach, making others feel utterly inadequate. Could such a flawless woman truly exist in this world? What brought them here? It was beyond comprehension. More terrifying than any ancestor, they appeared as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean, rendering Ning Feng unable to discern their levels of cultivation. A chill ran down his spine, and his heart raced. He could only vaguely speculate that these two were likely significant figures from the upper realms. Why would such beings capable of reshaping the heavens appear in this place? Struggling to suppress his fear, Ning Feng bowed with utmost humility and spoke. "I am Ning Feng, honored to meet you both." Yet the two mighty beings seemed oblivious to his presence, scanning their surroundings as if searching for something. Suddenly, the woman in the sky appeared to have made a discovery. Her pupils narrowed in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Little brother? Little brother? Who?" Just as confusion swept over the crowd, Su Yaowang had inexplicably appeared before Su Chenxiao. Upon seeing her blood-soaked little brother bound by chains to a pillar, her exquisite features contorted with anguish and fury. With a crack, the chains shattered as Su Yaohuang rushed forward, enveloping Su Chenxiao in her embrace. Covering her mouth, tears welled in her beautiful eyes as she murmured, "How could this be? Little brother, quickly, take this Qingdi pill. Tell your sister, who did this to you?" Boom! Su Chenxiao's sister. This revelation stunned all present from the three great families into silence, their minds blank. Impossible. Wasn't he an orphan? Where did this sister come from? A little brother. The family head of the Yi clan, Yi Hongtian, turned pale as disbelief washed over him. How could this be possible? Lin Xingran stared intently at Su Yaowang. When she noticed the slight resemblance between Su Chenxiao and the woman, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, trembling as she staggered back a few steps. No, this cannot be. Memories of a past conversation with Su Chenxiao flooded her mind. Su Chenxiao. With your cultivation at such a young age, are you really just a rogue cultivator? A lonely soul with no parents. Qingren, why would I lie to you? I don't remember much from my childhood. But could it be that my parents had some unspoken reason for abandoning me? Perhaps they will return to find me. I often feel as if I am not from this place. At that time, Lin Xingran had said little in response. However, upon discovering Su Chenxiao's background, the last remnants of her feelings for him had dissipated. How could a mere rogue cultivator aid her in escaping this prison-like lower realm? Little did she know that her words would now ring true. In stark contrast to the disbelief of the Qingqing crowd, even Su Chenxiao himself was bewildered. "Not my bro. What's happening? What do you call being constantly beaten?" As the destined antagonist, wouldn't it be reasonable to have a supreme background? The true identity of the master was that of the youngest son of the Su family from the Celestial Imperial clan. With both parents alive, a grandfather and maternal grandfather who were current emperors, an elder brother as a domain god, and an elder sister, a divine phoenix, undergoing trials in the lower realm. Su Chenxiao thought, "Damn. I love you, T-Ingzi. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was ready to blow him up." As an antagonist, one must always maintain an air of elegance. If one could act, there was no need for idle chatter. And if one could summon aid, there was no need to hesitate. The system reiterated. In mid-air, Su Jingheng also recognized the condition of his younger brother. The divine bone he had gifted had been extracted. His vitality waned, and his roots and cultivation were utterly ruined, his body battered and bruised, like a candle flickering in the wind. Boom! A terrifying force surged once more to T that moment. Every heart in Chenxiao felt as though it were gripped by an iron fist. Unable to suppress the urge to spit blood, he appeared before Ning Feng in an instant, his gaze icy and terrifying. Why do I sense the aura of my little brother's divine bone emanating from you? Ning Feng's pupils widened. He had never encountered such terror, capable of tearing the very fabric of the lower realm. In an instant, he was filled with dread, an overwhelming sense of impending doom flooding his mind. The esteemed elder of the Tianqi Dao sect fell to his knees, pleading loudly, "Predecessor, spare me." Bang! Without granting him a moment to speak, Su Jingheng's hand pressed down upon Ning Feng's head, his furious gaze flashing with a strange light. He forcefully initiated a soul search. The soul-searching technique was ruthlessly domineering, disregarding the other's life as he forcibly tore open the sea of consciousness to extract memories. Ah! The piercing scream echoed throughout the venue, awakening all present. They could only watch helplessly as Elder Ning from the Tianqi Dao sect writhed in agony. "Oh, not spare me." The haunting scream persisted for an indeterminate time. Su Jingheng's eyes gradually opened. Ning Feng appeared to have lost his soul, collapsing like a puddle of mud. The divine bone he had recently acquired flew from his garments. Indeed, upon witnessing this scene, the wrath in Su Jingheng's eyes threatened to erupt. Bang! Ning Feng, who lay like a dead dog, had his head crushed as if it were a watermelon, exploding into a mist of blood. You all deserve to die. Chapter 6. Prefer backgrounds? Today his kin have arrived. Not a trace remained, even their souls reduced to ash beneath this overwhelming power. Master. Witnessing this, Feng Yuan felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. His vision darkened, legs turning to jelly as he nearly fainted. In the presence of such might, his master was crushed as easily as an it was over. Who were they? Why had Lin Qingran, that wretched woman, never mentioned them to him? Lin Qingran, who were they? Feng Yuan roared. Are you trying to kill me, you wretched woman? He dared not contemplate what would have become of him had that divine bone still been in his possession. Lin Qingran's face was a mask of terror, utterly lost. This was the elder of the Tianqi Dao sect's broken realm. The very master she had just pledged allegiance to. Was he truly dead? I don't know. He never spoke of it, having gleaned everything through the soul search. Su Jingheng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. His breath became erratic, his chest filled with boundless hatred. He recalled how everyone had cherished his younger brother during his childhood in the clan, treating him like a treasure, fearing for his safety. They had even gone to the Demon Emperor's domain to capture the offspring of the golden-winged Great Peng for a feast. How could he have endured such humiliation? The crimson blood divine spear seemed to sense its master's turmoil. Emitting a low hum, Su Jingheng's gaze swept over the assembled crowd of Qingqing, his voice deep and resonant. Why younger brother merely underwent trials in the lower realm. You covet his divine blood and believe him to lack a background, seeking to extract his bones and blood. You lowly insects of the lower realm truly possess audacity. The heads of the three great families turned ashen, devoid of color. And no, it wasn't us, predecessor, please spare us. One by one, the members of the three great families fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Isn't it backgrounds you desire? Then today, his kin have arrived, under Su Jingheng's cold and wrathful gaze. A horrific scene unfolded. Bang, bang, bang. Members of the Yi clan, Lin clan, and Wang clan exploded one after another into bloody mist. Blood and remnants scattered across the ground, turning the martial arena into a torrential downpour of blood. Like an invisible scythe of death, it mercilessly reaped lives. The stench of blood pervaded the air. A deluge of blood splattered across Lin Qingran's face. She trembled uncontrollably, fearing she would be next. Even now, she could not comprehend why Su Jingheng possessed such an overwhelmingly powerful brother. And before this absolute power, Feng Yuan trembled in terror, utterly frightened out of his wits. And no trace of the proud Tianqi Dao sect genius remained. I don't want to die. I don't want to die here. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he felt a terrifying force lock onto him. His internal energy surged chaotically, reversing flow, and blood poured from his mouth and nose. His pupils dilated in horror as he desperately sought escape, screaming, "No, I can't die. I, I can't." Bang! In the next instant, without even his soul escaping, Fang Yuan met a tragic end within Chenxiao, his remains obliterated, one after another. The inhabitants of Chenxiao met their tragic demise in this oppressive atmosphere. It was only a matter of time before someone succumbed to the psychological strain, desperately yearning to escape this hellish place. "Run! Don't kill me! I don't wish to die!" Bang! Bang! Yet the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. This was a one-sided massacre, a veritable purgatory on Earth. At that moment, several streaks of light appeared swiftly in the distance. "Please, Senior, quell your wrath. The realm of the Chenxiao is fracturing. If you strike again, it could spell doom for countless souls within." Not far away, several eminent figures from the Chenxiao sect rushed forward in haste. They understood that the newcomers must be powerful beings from the upper realm. Thus, they boldly invoked the name of their backing, the Heavenly Xian sect, in hopes of dissuasion. Upon seeing the arrivals, the previously despondent crowd erupted with joy. "The Supreme Elder, the mighty of the Chenxiao sect, have come to our aid." But the next words from the other party shattered their last glimmer of hope. "Our Chenxiao sect is but a branch of the Heavenly Xian sect. We beseech you, for the sake of our sect, to spare the Chenxiao and only cleanse Chenxiao of its inhabitants. If further satisfaction is required, the cities of the southern wilderness may be yours to take. We implore you to restrain your divine might and cease the destruction of this realm." None could believe what they were hearing. The venerable Supreme Elder of the Chenxiao sect was, at this moment, begging for mercy. Was this truly the rhetoric of one of the four great Dao sects of the Chenxiao? A chilling dread enveloped everyone, plunging their hearts in a deeper despair. The Heavenly Xian sect? Su Jingheng's gaze turned icy, his voice laced with murderous intent as he proclaimed, "Today, do not speak of this so-called Heavenly Xian sect. Even if you stand behind emperors, it will not save your wretched lives. As for you of the Chenxiao sect, I had no intention of seeking you out, yet here you come, presenting yourselves willingly. Die." With that, Su Jingheng wielded the crimson blood divine spear, unleashing a sweeping strike. It transformed into a blood-red divine light, cleaving through the air toward the newcomers. An unfathomable force surged forth like an avalanche. In an instant, the ground shattered, and the space itself collapsed. Such divine might was blinding, akin to the fall of the sun, rendering it impossible to gaze upon or resist. Consumed by rage, he cared not for the lives of these insignificant creatures. His only desire was to bury them all in vengeance for his brother. "No, no. Senior, we hold no intention of opposing you." The cries echoed. "Senior!" Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated. Beneath the murderous bloodlight, the several supreme elders of the Chenxiao sect were obliterated in an instant, their remains utterly erased without a trace. Even the distant void was torn apart, leaving behind a conspicuous and terrifying fissure. This unparalleled force, merely its residual wave, claimed the lives of countless beings within and beyond Chenxiao. Even the practitioners below bled from their orifices, their internal organs shattered. Lin Qingran instinctively raised her hand to shield herself. An astonishing scene unfolded. The jade bracelet adorning her wrist suddenly erupted with a resplendent light. Buzz! A pure white radiance dispelled all, even countering the might of the supreme realm. "Am I still alive?" Lin Qingran gazed incredulously at the jade bracelet in her hand. This caught Su Jingheng's attention, and he furrowed his brow, keenly aware of the unfolding event. How could the undying jade given to my brother be in the possession of a mortal woman? In a heartbeat, he appeared before Lin Qingran. Lin Qingran's heart raced, and she instinctively took a few steps back in fear of the imposing figure before her, reminiscent of a demonic god. Without hesitation, Su Jingheng seized her right hand, his gaze piercing as he inquired, "Who are you? Why does my brother's life-preserving treasure reside with you?" The overwhelming aura of killing intent and bloodlust. Lin Qingran felt as if she were gazing upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, rendering her breathless. P.S. During the new book's release, your continued reading is of utmost importance. I kindly ask the readers to click to urge updates. Thank you. Do not hoard books. Do not hoard books. Do not hoard books. Chapter 7. The complex Lin Qingran. Wretched maid, my father is dead. Yet I, Lin Qingran, shall not perish here. Her indomitable will to survive compelled her to suppress her terror and speak. This jade bracelet was given to me by Chenxiao. Su Jingheng's brow furrowed deeply, scrutinizing Lin Qingran's face for a prolonged moment. The undying jade given by his mother was bound to his brother. Unless it was bestowed by his brother himself, even a mighty being of the supreme realm could not sever the bond. Could this woman truly have a connection to his brother? Before he could ponder further, a sudden exclamation from Su Yaowang pierced through the air. Elder brother, something is strange with little brother. Look at him. What has happened? Su Jingheng's expression shifted, and he hurriedly turned to check. Little brother? What do you mean something is wrong with him? Lin Qingran exhaled a sigh of relief, akin to a person rescued from drowning, collapsing to the ground as she greedily inhaled the air thick with the stench of blood and decay. Meanwhile, Su Yaowang cradled Su Chenxiao, whose face contorted in agony, sweat pouring from his brow. Su Yaowang, anxious, addressed Su Jingheng urgently. I just administered the Qing Emperor pill to little brother. It can heal all wounds. Yet why does he still appear to be in such torment? Ding! Innate chaos deity, progress of fusion with the innate divine demon body. 90. Fusion complete. Boom! As Su Chenxiao fused the two divine bodies, an astonishing aura erupted from within him. Ancient and mysterious chaotic energy intertwined with divine demonic power, gradually permeating the AI. As Su Jingheng's expression grew grave, the demonic energy was familiar, yet there was another, unfamiliar special aura emanating from his brother. Even he had never witnessed such a phenomenon of bodily fusion. He could only speak in a low tone. Father and mother will arrive shortly. You stay here and take care of little brother. That girl seems to have some connection to him. He is in a precarious state now. We shall discuss it once he awakens. Su Yaowang nodded, glancing at Lin Qingran, who was still in shock. She too had noticed the undying jade in the girl's possession. Sensing the peculiar undertones in his words, Su Yaowang turned to Su Jingheng, saying, Elder brother, what are you planning to do? Su Jingheng's gaze darkened, a palpable killing intent flashing within. His voice was cold as he replied, to kill. With that, Su Jingheng transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing from the scene. Su Yaowang understood without further elaboration. She knew that only blood could quell her brother's wrath. She looked down at Su Chenxiao, who was in pain, her beautiful eyes filled with compassion and sorrow. The fire phoenix imprint upon her brow flickered, releasing strands of blazing divine flames that enveloped Su Chenxiao, shielding him from harm. Little brother, do not fear. Father and mother will arrive shortly. We shall take you home. After Su Jingheng departed, the overwhelming pressure dissipated. The remaining onlookers finally found a moment to breathe. Lin Qingran felt as though her soul had been extracted, collapsing weakly to the ground. One moment, she was reveling in the joy of becoming a disciple of the Tianqi Dao sect. The next, beings claiming to be kin of Su Chenxiao descended from the heavens. Even the esteemed supreme elders of the Tianqi Dao sect, whom she had revered, were annihilated in a single blow. Everything felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. She gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful and regal Su Yaowang, surrounded by blood and remnants, all serving as reminders of the grim reality that lay before her. Lin Qingran's disheveled hair framed her face, and she felt utterly lost, powerless on the ground, staring at the jade bracelet on her right hand. Lin Qingran whispered to herself, what have I truly missed? Just as she felt a wave of despondency wash over her, Su Yaowang appeared before her, her ethereal beauty radiating coldness, devoid of emotion, gazing down upon Lin Qingran as though she were a divine being. That penetrating gaze seemed to see through her very soul. You claim that the undying jade in your possession was gifted to you by my younger brother. Lin Qingran slowly raised her head, her heart racing. The proximity intensified her awareness of Su Yaowang's flawless beauty. In contrast, the latter's noble and aloof aura seemed innate, while Lin Qingran felt like a mere counterfeit, desperately trying to portray something she was not. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of inferiority gripped her. She dared not meet Su Yaowang's gaze, lowering her head in humility and murmuring, I am not deceiving you. it is indeed true. Su Yaohuang lightly raised her delicate finger, and the storage ring in Lin Qingran's hand uncontrollably floated away, buzzed in an instant. The restrictions within the storage ring were effortlessly dispelled one after another. Treasures began to drift out. Yes, she gazed upon the items that belonged to her younger brother. Su Yaohuang's brows furrowed ever deeper. Among them were several life-preserving treasures gifted to him by herself and her elder brother. Had he possessed even one of these items, he would not have found himself in such dire straits today. Suddenly, her attention was captured by a jade vial. She sensed the aura of her younger brother's innate divine demon body emanating from it. Pop, the vial's mouth opened, and pure white pills floated out one by one. Su Yaohuang's beautiful eyes narrowed, filled with unrestrained fury as she directed her gaze at the bowed Lin Qingran. These are pills crafted from my brother's divine demon blood. Upon discovering this, even the usually mild-mannered Su Yaohuang felt a surge of anger. How could her younger brother have gone to such lengths for you? The overwhelming aura caused Lin Qingran to tremble uncontrollably. I truly do not know. Unable to endure any longer, Su Yaohuang raised her jade hand and struck Lin Qingran's cheek with a heavy slap. Crack, without employing any force. It was merely a simple slap, yet it rang out sharply. Wretched servant. Lin Qingran was stunned. The distinct handprint quickly appeared on her snow-white cheek, and a wave of profound humiliation surged within her. Yet, standing before this noble and transcendent woman, she could not muster a shred of resistance. Su Yaohuang seized her chin, her brilliant phoenix eyes locked onto Lin Qingran's with a gaze filled with murderous intent. Do you understand? These treasures are coveted even by the quasi-emperors. Without my brother's permission, they could never have come into your possession. I am unaware of the nature of your relationship with my brother. But while he treats you with such kindness, you merely stood by as he faced peril. She felt it was unjust for her brother. How could a plain-looking girl of such meager talent from the lower realms captivate the younger brother of the Su family's patriarch? Both herself and her elder brother, to such an extent, feeling the unabashed, murderous intent radiating from Su Yaohuang, Lin Qingran felt a bone-chilling coldness, her heart brimming with fear, rendering her speechless. Su Yaohuang yanked Lin Qingran's hair, forcefully throwing her to the ground. With a gaze colder than ice, she spoke. Now you realize you are pretending to be the innocent little rabbit? Wretched servant. Let me tell you, if anything happens to my brother, every living being in the Chenxiao realm shall accompany him to the grave. The name of the imperial Su family, a title previously unheard of, now echoed for the first time in Lin Qingran's world. She had never imagined that Su Chenxiao hailed from the realm she coveted, possessing such a terrifying background. She dared not utter another word, terrified that the one who knew the truth would take her life. At the same time, a flicker of remaining hope lingered in her heart, perhaps even a hint of secret delight. Chapter 8. The frustrated people of Chenxiao, the arrival of imperial parents, given Su Chenxiao's affection for her. If she were to admit her faults upon his awakening, he would surely forgive her, right? Su Yaohuang was oblivious to Lin Qingran's current thoughts. With one final cold glance, she stood and directed her attention to the terrified crowd remaining in Chenxiao. Without a hint of doubt, she declared, "Before my brother awakens, none of you shall leave this place." With a gentle wave of her right hand, a terrifying temperature erupted, capable of incinerating the void itself, completely enveloping the vicinity of the martial arena. Merely being within this flame would subject one to a fearsome heat. After executing these measures, Su Yaohuang carried the unconscious Su Chenxiao and made her way to a nearby building. Patiently awaiting her parents' arrival, amidst the searing sea of flames, the people of Chenxiao were left in a state of shock. The events of the day had unfolded too suddenly, as if they were caught in a dream. No one had anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Su Chenxiao stood backed by formidable powers from the upper realms. Lin Qingran, glancing at the elder from the Lin family who still clung to hope, saw him trembling as he crawled over. His heart felt as if it would leap from his chest, and he inquired with palpable fear, "Did Su Chenxiao ever mention he comes from the upper realms?" Many shared the same question in their hearts. Judging by the demeanor of the person before them, it seemed they intended to wait for Su Chenxiao to awaken and make the final decision regarding their fates. The other two clans of Chenxiao were not as panicked, But the members of the Yi family were ashen-faced, collapsing to the ground in despair. They had inflicted the most torment upon Su Chenxiao in their efforts to curry favor with the Chenxiao sect. Lin Qingran glanced at the elder beside her and shook her head. Qingran, the elder grasped her arm, pleading with tears, I know you have a good relationship with Su Chenxiao. When he awakens, you must speak on behalf of the Lin family. We have never wronged Su Chenxiao. We were also helpless, forced into this by the Chenxiao sect. Had we known, we would never have acted as we did, if we had known of Su Chenxiao's astonishing origins. Who would have sought to appease the Chenxiao sect? The three great families of Chenxiao were filled with profound regret. Even Lin Qingran herself wore a complex expression, biting her crimson lip as she said, I will try my best. Strangely, she felt little sorrow over her father's death. Instead, Su Chenxiao's identity quickened her pulse, flooding her mind with thoughts. Ultimately, she could simply admit her mistakes to Su Chenxiao, saying she had been coerced by senior brother Fang Yuan. Upon hearing Lin Qingran's agreement, the numerous elders of the Lin family were filled with joy, nodding fervently. Excellent, excellent. This is the best outcome. At this point, they still clung to a sliver of hope, with Su Chenxiao's family arriving. His status and position had risen dramatically. If the Lin family could forge a connection with him, they might even disregard the four great Dao sects. A day later, Su Chenxiao seemed to hear someone continuously calling for him. Amidst the endless darkness of his slumber, countless childhood memories began to surface. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his vision somewhat blurred. Where is this? Shower! You are awake. A voice filled with joy echoed. At the bedside stood a beautiful woman, her face streaked with tears, her joy overwhelming as she rushed to support Su Chenxiao. Meanwhile, Su Wudao, who was pacing the room in agitation, also trembled and approached with a look of deep remorse. Shower! Su Chenxiao gazed at the two figures before him, their appearances gradually merging with the memories that had just resurfaced in his mind. Instinctively, he called out, Father, Mother. The memory sealed before the age of 12 had been unlocked, revealing him to be the son of the patriarch of the Su family from the upper realms. And there were his biological parents. Chen Wanyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she covered her mouth. Softly weeping, My dear Shower, you are finally awake. You scared your mother to death. Although Su Wudao's face revealed no emotional fluctuations, his gaze softened significantly. He slowly sat down, extending his large hand to gently stroke Su Chenxiao's hair. Speaking in a deep voice, Good boy, do you still remember your father? Shower, you have suffered in this lower realm. Su Chenxiao looked at the two before him, his head still somewhat dazed, and nodded. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanyue's expression turned cold. She shot a frosty glance at Su Wudao and said, Su Wudao, how can you still have the audacity to speak? If it weren't for your family's detestable clan rules, would my Shower have faced such calamities? Ever since arriving in the Sangshe realm and witnessing Su Chenxiao's plight, Chen Wanyue had never shown Su Wudao a kind face. Su Wudao felt immense guilt and nodded in acknowledgement without denial. You are right. These rigid and cruel rules must be amended. My dear, Shower should be fine now. I specifically brought the creation immortal pill. Not to mention Shower has benefited from his fortune, awakening the innate chaotic divine body. With the creation pill in hand, even a powerful being on the brink of death can be pulled back from the gates of hell. Chen Wanyue remained silent, instead turning to Su Chenxiao and gently inquiring. Shower, how do you feel now? Are you feeling better? Su Chenxiao assessed his body, his eyes lighting up. His blood-soaked garments had been changed, and he felt his vitality surging, his soul sea brimming with energy. All wounds fully healed. Not only that, even the roots and cultivation that had been crippled had completely recovered. He had even crossed an entire realm, the 9th level of the broken realm. He felt an unprecedented vigor coursing through him. Looking at his parents, who were filled with concern and care, Su Chenxiao felt a warm swell within him. I am much better now. Just, my head aches a b. Su Chenxiao cradled his forehead, murmuring softly. Upon hearing this, Su Wudao, who had maintained a stern expression, finally revealed a smile and spoke gently. Shower, you have just regained the memories from before you turned 12. You will need some time to process them. My dear, now that Shower has awakened, his health is stable. Let us step outside for a moment, allowing him some solitude. Chan Wanyue, understanding that her precious child had not seen her for many years and might feel a bit estranged, reluctantly cupped Su Chenxiao's cheeks. With an expression filled with love and concern, she bestowed a gentle kiss on his forehead, saying, Shower, you have endured much suffering in the lower realms over the years. Now that your memories have been restored, I know it may be difficult for you to accept. Your father and I will step outside for a while. Call for us if you need anything. All right. The warmth radiating from his mother's touch caused Su Chenxiao to nod involuntarily, responding softly, I understand. Once his parents exited the room, the voice of his elder sister, Su Huangyao, soon echoed from outside. Mother, has my younger brother awakened? I want to go in and see. Huangyao, listen to your mother. We should leave for now. Your younger brother has just regained his memories and needs a moment alone. All right, listening to the commotion from outside. Su Chenxiao lowered his head and murmured to himself, Is this what familial affection feels like? It's quite pleasant. In his past life, his parents had abandoned him at an early age, and he had never even seen what they looked like. A fortune teller had also proclaimed that he was destined to be a solitary star. He had assumed that this world would be the same, never expecting to discover so many family members who cared for him. A smile crept upon Su Chenxiao's lips as he recalled his thoughts. System, are you still operational? Master, I am here. Initiate the playback. I wish to see what transpired during my awakening of the innate chaotic divine body. Su Chenxiao stated calmly to a SU command, Master. The playback function requires the consumption of 100 villain points at Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Ding. Consumption successful. Current villain points. 9,900 up playback commencing. After a brief moment, the scene unfolded before him. This jade bracelet was given to me by Su Chenxiao. Su Chenxiao observed the playback interface, his expression innocent, while Lin Qingran, resembling a pure white lotus, wore a cold smile devoid of emotion. So it's you. Lin Qingran, I never expected you to survive. Through the system's playback, Su Chenxiao grasped the events that had transpired. Feng Yuan had indeed been lenient with him. However, there remained one instigator, the wretched Lin Qingran, who had ensnared him in despair. Su Chenxiao had not forgotten her. Lin Qingran was astute, knowing how to obscure their ambiguous relationship. Gradually rising, a glint of coldness flashed in Su Chenxiao's eyes. Let us go. Since I am a villain who seeks revenge, it is time to settle accounts with those scoundrels. Embracing his role as a villain, he resolved to embody the essence of 1. Chapter 9. The Stone Realm awaiting judgment. The revenge begins. Outside, Su Jingheng stood motionless like a statue, clutching the blood-fire divine spear, his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Su Yaohuang wore a worried expression, torn over whether to enter the room to check on her younger brother. With a creak, the door swung open, and Su Chenxiao emerged. Younger brother? A flicker of joy crossed Su Yaohuang's stunning visage as she rushed over, grasping his hand to assess his condition. The vital energy flows smoothly, and the meridians are stable. Brother, you truly are fine. Su Jingheng nodded solemnly, his expression inscrutable. Keep up the act. Su Yaohuang scoffed, rolling her eyes. Despite her elder brother's stoic demeanor, it was clear that he was more anxious than anyone when it came to his younger brother's well-being. Younger brother, do you remember who I am? As Su Chenxiao inhaled the faint fragrance wafting from her, he chuckled helplessly and replied, All right, sister, I remember everything now. Where are our parents? Su Yaohuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she enveloped Su Chenxiao in a warm embrace. The heavenly monitoring pavilion from the upper realm has sent people. Mother and father have gone to seek justice. The astonishing softness and fullness of her presence left Su Chenxiao momentarily breathless. Younger brother, welcome back. You must have endured so much. Su Yaohuang sniffled. Though she was an aloof and exquisite goddess in public, her affection for her younger brother was genuine and profound. After struggling for a while, Su Chenxiao finally extricated himself from her fragrant embrace, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose and said, Sister, we should be so familiar. Su Yaohuang paused, then couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes curving into crescent moons, dissipating much of her earlier concern. This smile was akin to an ancient glacier melting, an indescribable beauty. Younger brother, what is this? Now that you've grown up, you refuse to let your sister hold you. You used to insist on sleeping beside me every night. Chenxiao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Acknowledging that her younger brother was now safe, Su Yaowang resumed her earlier icy demeanor, gazing intently at Su Chenxiao's face as she spoke. All right, younger brother, those who oppressed you before are now in the martial arena. Their fates are in your hands that I won't pry into your personal matters. But remember, you are my Su Yaowang's biological brother, the son of the Su family patriarch. Your experiences in the lower realm were merely a fleeting dream. Do not let a woman deceive your heart. Understand? Though she refrained from mentioning it directly, Su Yaowang's intent was unmistakable. As Su Chenxiao paused briefly before replying, I understand, sister, I will handle these matters myself. Su Yaowang nodded, casting a glance at Su Jingheng before saying, Look, your elder brother is also there. This fellow, having just returned from beyond the realms, exudes such a heavy killing intent. In his quest for vengeance on your behalf, he has annihilated the 4 great sects of the Stone Realm, and their patriarchs and elders are currently pleading for mercy in the martial arena. Su Chenxiao turned to his elder brother and approached him, saying, Elder brother. Su Jingheng maintained his cold demeanor, responding tersely. Suddenly, a white divine light flickered. What is this? Su Chenxiao was taken aback. Before Su Jingheng, a piece of divine bone floated serenely. As Su Jingheng's voice resonated slowly, you have now awakened as an innate chaotic divine body. This supreme bone is of no use to you, but since it was a gift from me, it is time for it to return to its rightful owner. After their arrival, their parents had learned that their younger brother's previous plight was due to the awakening of a formidable physique. The innate chaotic divine body ranks among the top 3 divine bodies across the realms. However, compared to their younger brother's awakening of such a defiant divine body, they were more concerned about his safety. Su Chenxiao accepted the supreme bone and, after a moment of silence, said, Elder brother, thank you. As Su Jingheng nodded, choosing not to say more, that it was only after Su Chenxiao departed for the martial arena that a subtle smile finally graced Su Jingheng's lips. In the martial arena, the terrifying crimson divine flames engulfed the area, reducing the surrounding space to ashes under the searing heat. Anxiety and fear permeated the air, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging overhead, waiting to deliver judgment. Everyone was restless, their hearts filled with trepidation, and not a single word was uttered. The elders of the 3 prominent families of Chenxiao appeared as though their souls had been stripped away, moving like mere husks. Within the span of a day, they had witnessed figures of extraordinary stature, the astonishingly powerful elders and ancestors of the 4 great sects, all imprisoned here. Each one could shake the stone realm with a mere stamp of their foot. Yet even such beings knelt on the ground, their faces ashen. The people of Chenxiao transitioned from initial shock and disbelief to sheer despair. Cursed be you, Heavenly Chi sect. What heinous crime have you committed to invoke the wrath of the upper realm's mighty beings? My Yinhai sect was entirely unaware of this matter and has been dragged into this unwarranted disaster. Because of you, the elders of the other 3 great sects of the Stone Realm glared at the Heavenly Chi sect, their faces filled with fury, yearning to execute them on the spot. The ancestral figure of the Heavenly Chi sect knelt, his pupils trembling incessantly. He could only recall the appearance of a youth wielding a blood-red spear, akin to a demonic deity who had appeared before the sect. With a single strike, he had obliterated the sect that had stood for a millennium. Before that youth, even he, who had lived for over 1,000 years, felt like an insignificant insect. He could not muster an ounce of resistance. That I truly do not know what my Heavenly Chi sect has done to offend the mighty beings of the upper realm. But fear not, my Heavenly Chi sect is under the protection of the Heavenly Xian sect. I have already contacted their powerful beings, and they shall arrive shortly upon the utterance of these words. The expressions of the other venerable ancestors present softened somewhat. A gentle sigh escaped someone's lips as they murmured, We can only hope that the esteemed one will spare our life for the sake of the Heavenly Xian sect. At that moment, a breach unexpectedly appeared in the endless divine flames encircling the area, drawing everyone's gaze. Little brother, they are right here. From amidst the divine flames emerged a youth clad in a blue robe. His countenance strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility. The young man seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, a faint white radiance emanating from the innate chaotic energy surrounding him, his eyes reflecting a depth beyond his years. Lin Qingran's face turned pale, her eyes filled with a complex mix of regret and despair. The newcomer was none other than Su Chenxiao, who had recently regained his cultivation. In that fleeting moment, the people of Chenxiao were momentarily transported back to the time when they beheld the once irreverent, extraordinarily gifted prodigy of Qingxin. However, this time, there was a stark contrast. Standing alongside the youth was an extraordinarily powerful celestial woman from the myriad realms. Gazing at the majestic and unparalleled young man, Lin Qingran found herself momentarily entranced. Su Chenxiao, who could have anticipated that within a mere day, the identity of this once solitary cultivator would undergo such a monumental transformation. At this instant, the expression of the venerable Tianqi ancestor turned furious as he bellowed, "Demonic woman, I advise you to release us at once. Our Tianqi Dao sect is a branch of the Heavenly Xian sect. The Heavenly Xian sect possesses mighty beings of the King Ascension realm. Someone will descend to this realm soon." King Ascension realm? Su Yaohuang laughed upon hearing this. Among the countless Dao sects in the heavens, those belonging to the King Ascension realm are hardly noteworthy. With a disdainful tone, she declared, "The King Ascension realm doesn't even qualify to serve my imperial family. The Su clan, as a mere DOGMY brother, has spared your lives merely so that my little brother may exact his retribution upon you. Otherwise, you insignificant ants of the ascending heaven realm have no right to converse with members of my imperial family." Boom! As her words fell, a mere hint of the terrifying aura of the supreme realm was revealed, causing the venerable Tianqi ancestor to feel his bones shatter, leaving him breathless. "Ah!" Tianqi ancestor cried out in agony, crashing heavily to the ground. His body lay in tatters, gasping for air as he struggled to breathe. Upon witnessing this scene, the other three Dao sect from the Zhangshi realm, as well as the people of Qingxiang, wore expressions of horror and disbelief. For them, the King Ascension realm represented an unparalleled power capable of ruling everything in the lower realms. Yet, in the eyes of the other party, they were deemed less than mere watchdogs. Their limited perspective would forever prevent them from comprehending the might of the imperial Su clan. Su Yaohuang's domineering demeanor stirred tumultuous emotions within Lin Qingran's heart. Could Su Chenxiao's background truly be so formidable? With the dreadful fate of the Tianqi ancestor as a stark warning, none dared utter another word. Su Yaohuang's icy gaze swept across the gathered crowd devoid of any trace of compassion. Turning to her younger brother, she softly instructed, "Little brother, I entrust this group to you. Their fate lies solely in your hands, that I shall take my leave." What transpired in the Zhangshi realm was entirely a matter for her brother. Had it not been for his tribulations, the insignificant beings of the Zhangshi realm would never have encountered the existence of the imperial Su clan. She wished not to linger here and affect her brother's judgment. Feeling the protective nature of his sister, Su Chenxiao gazed at Su Yaohuang with gratitude and nodded in agreement. Understood. With that, Su Yaohuang departed. Only then did Su Chenxiao turn, his expression remarkably calm. He did not even cast a glance at Lin Qingran, who stood amidst the crowd, but instead focused on a middle-aged man trembling in fear. Unable to meet his gaze, Su Chenxiao spoke with a tone of indifference. "It seems it is time to settle accounts. Ye family head." His words were not loud, yet they bore the weight of a colossal stone, pressing down upon Yi Hongtian and rendering him breathless. Why? Yi Hongtian's heart raced as he trembled uncontrollably. "Young Master Su, this is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding," Su Chenxiao replied with a radiant smile, leisurely approaching Yi Hongtian. Aside from Lin Qingran and Fan Yuankai, the two individuals he loathed above all others, Yi Hongtian was the one he despised the most. This man had gone to great lengths to please the Tianqi Dao sect, subjecting him to immense torment. Bending down, Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with mirth as he said, "What a grand misunderstanding indeed. To strip fingers, to pierce bones, to explode the sea. Ah, that sensation I truly wish to never experience it again. The more Su Chenxiao spoke, the more intense Yi Hongtian's fear became, his pupils quivering uncontrollably. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, filled with anguish and remorse, exclaiming, "It is all my fault. Young Master Su, I was blind to your greatness. Do with me as you please. I, Yi Hongtian, am willing to die in atonement. I only beseech you to spare the last remnants of my Yi family." Family head. The Yi family members present were visibly pained and incredulous. Yet, Su Chenxiao's brows furrowed slightly as he expressed his displeasure. "I have yet to begin, and already you cannot bear it and wish for death. It will not be so easy for you to As he spoke, he cast a glance at the trembling elders beside Yi Hongtian. Among the crowd, a young man with a face reminiscent of Yi Hongtian's, who had long since succumbed to fear, knelt on the ground, his expression frantic. Name: Yi Ling identity. Son of the Yi clan patriarch from Chenxiao. Songshi realm. Seventh layer of Dan creation, no wonder. Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as an intriguing thought emerged. If encountering an old friend after a long separation, he casually patted Yi Hongtian's shoulder, smiling as he said, "I shall grant you a chance. Inflict upon your son, Yi Ling, all the tortures you have subjected me to, and I shall spare you, or rather, your entire Yi family. What do you say?" These insidious words struck like a bolt from the blue. Yi Hongtian trembled violently, incredulity washing over him as he looked at the young man, whose face was radiant with smiles and noble features, then glanced at his son, who was paralyzed with terror. "Father, please don't," Yi Ling cried out in utter fear, retreating desperately. "Have you made your decision? All will perish, or shall you face punishment?" Su Chenxiao's voice, akin to a nightmare, resonated once more. "You have 3 seconds to decide." A grim toll of judgment echoed in the in the midst of overwhelming fear. Yi Hongtian suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, as he hoarsely shouted, "I will do it! I will do it!" "Oh!" Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Yi Hongtian's prompt acquiescence that he had not even counted to 3, and no matter, it matters not. With a slight smile, he mockingly remarked, "One must be ruthless to stand firm. Truly, the head of the Chenxiao Yi clan, capable of laying hands on his own son. What audacity! Then let us begin with the simple pleasures of exploding the sea and stripping fingers." Under the terrified gazes of all present, Yi Hongtian shakily rose, his steps heavy and slow as he approached Yi Ling. "I am sorry for what I must do." Yi Ling's breaths grew increasingly frantic, his eyes wide with horror as he pleaded, "No, father, please." Yi Hongtian's heart bled, his eyes filled with tears as he continuously murmured, "Ling, do not blame your father." However, despite his words, his actions did not waver for even a moment. The true energy within Yi Ling swelled further. Ultimately, with a resounding crash bang, the sound echoed like a balloon bursting as torrents of true energy erupted from his sea of qi, crashing violently within him. Yi Ling's eyes widened in shock. He felt a sudden, unbearable pain in his abdomen, screaming in agony, "Ah, father, no!" In the ensuing chapter, all the transgressions committed by his father would be borne by his son. Tears streamed down Yi Hongtian's face as he muttered softly, "Linger, do not blame your father." Yet his actions remained relentless. The true energy within Yi Ling continued to expand until, with a final, thunderous explosion, boom, the energy erupted from his sea of qi. Colliding violently within him, Yi Ling's eyes bulged, darkness engulfing him as he spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing unconscious against Yi Hongtian's face. Useless, Su Chenxiao observed the scene with indifference. He cannot even withstand this first trial. What a worthless being. One must understand, he had endured such torment for days and nights. Like a tea that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding! Counter the heavenly principles. The villain shall not suffer humiliation." In this fantastical world, one must be ruthless to stand firm. A new beginner's mission is now issued. Torment and slay the oppressors. Task reward: pure heart of Tao gold. The heart of Tao is the foundation of cultivation. If it wavers, the realm becomes unstable. The slightest disturbance may lead to the deepening of inner demons, while the gravest consequences could result in a fall from grace. The pure heart of Tao, born with clarity, remains untroubled by inner demons, impervious to external influences. The system shop is now open. Yi Hongtian personally rendered his son incapacitated, causing his heart of Tao to tremble. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 500 villain points. Oh. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he broke into a smile that I never expected, that even without the fated protagonist, there would still be rewards for villain points. However, there is no need for you to elaborate. Today, none who stand here shall escape. In a certain sense, these individuals have already caused their own demise. Once to speak of reason and mercy to them now would be a disservice to my concerned parents and brothers, as well as to this villainous system. Chenxiao cast a sidelong glance at Yi Hongtian and, mimicking his tone, said calmly, "Few are those who can endure punishment under my hand while remaining conscious. If he is to experience it again, how could I allow him to slip into a comfortable slumber? Wake him up for me." This phrase was once uttered by Yi Hongtian. Now, he returned it verbatim. Yi Hongtian's physique trembled. Gritting his teeth in indignation, he nodded begrudgingly to, "I understand." Next comes the stripping of fingers and piercing of bones. As the newly unconscious Yi Ling felt the nails tearing through flesh and bone, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, drenched in sweat, and screamed, "Da-da!" This ruthless method left the onlookers of Chenxiao utterly speechless. In no wonder they had previously seen Chenxiao drenched in blood, appearing utterly tragic. It turns out that this head of the Yi family employed such extreme tortures. Observing Chenxiao, clad in elegant green, exuding an air of nonchalance akin to that of a nobleman, Lin Qingran felt a familiar, yet foreign sensation surge within her. Just then, Chenxiao turned his head and revealed a playful smile directed at her. Their gazes locked. "Next, it is your turn." Lin Qingran, like a startled rabbit, hurriedly lowered her head. Chenxiao slowly rose, ignoring the terrified expressions of those around him, and walked straight up to Lin Qingran. He spoke, "Truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable. Would you not agree, Qingran?" Lin Qingran's heart raced, her hands gripping her dress tightly as she whispered, "Chenxiao, I am sorry. I did not intend to harm you. Was that Feng Yuan who forced my hand, that I never wished for this." She still harbored a glimmer of hope, yearning for Chenxiao's forgiveness. "If I admit my fault, surely he will forgive me, right? After all, Chenxiao is unharmed now." Chenxiao's voice rang out, "Of course, my dear Qingran. How could I possibly blame you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingran's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, a spark of excitement igniting within her. She could hardly believe it. Her heart swelled with joy, for she knew Chenxiao still loved her just as before. At this moment, even the elders of the Lin family, upon hearing these words, wore expressions of uncontainable joy. Tears welled in Lin Qingran's eyes, her voice trembling as she gazed at Chenxiao, pleading softly, "Really, Chenxiao, it was I who wronged you before. I promise it won't happen again. Chenxiao, can we return to how we once were? What a quintessential white lotus!" At this juncture, she could still calmly utter such repulsive words that Chenxiao narrowed his eyes and leaned closer, nodding as he spoke. "Of course," his tone paused. Then he leaned down and whispered in her ear, "That of course. That is utterly impossible. You foolish girl. How could I ever forgive you for such deeds? You wretched harlot." Lin Qingran's once enthusiastic heart felt as though it had been doused with cold water, her expression frozen. Suddenly, Chenxiao raised his hand and slapped her hard across the right cheek. Bang! Lin Qingran was sent flying. This unexpected strike left everyone present utterly stunned. The entire Chenxiao was aware of Chenxiao's affection for Lin Qingran, and none could have anticipated that he would resort to violence. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Qingran rolled on the ground several times, struggling to rise in a state of utter disarray. She covered her face, still in disbelief, her expression one of shock and confusion as she muttered, "Chenxiao, how dare you hit me?" In the past, he had never even raised his voice at her. "I do not enjoy striking women. Yet, alas, this is the only way I can find some comfort." The next moment, Su Chenxiao appeared before her once more and delivered a punch to her abdomen. Bang! A jolt coursed through her delicate frame, and searing pain erupted in her belly. Lin Qingran stumbled backward, a mouthful of blood spilling forth, her insides quaking. A woman who could disregard even her father's death, Su Chenxiao understood that only by stripping her of everything she had gained could he inflict the most profound suffering upon her. Lin Qingran's aura was now drastically weakened. Her painstakingly cultivated foundation of the initial stage of the pill formation realm crumbled. My cultivation? No. My cultivation, Su Chenxiao, you have rendered my cultivation void. She recalled the countless days and nights spent striving to reach the pill formation realm. Now all for naught. Su Chenxiao nodded, his expression calm as he smiled. This is far from over. Since all of this was earned through your efforts, return to me everything I have given you. Lin Qingran's eyes were filled with dread, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her voice hoarse as she asked, What more do you want? Chapter 12. You are mistaken. No, you simply realize you are about to die. An invisible force permeated the air. Lin Qingran's storage ring and the indestructible jade she had gifted herself were both drawn out. Ding! Lin Qingran's cultivation was eradicated, and she gained 1,000 villain points. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qingran's expression froze, and with a hint of pleading, she softly begged, Chenxiao, do you remember? These were all gifts you once bestowed upon me. I can relinquish them all. I only ask that you forgive me. Gazing at the abjectly humbled Lin Qingran, there was no trace left of the proud Lin family girl she once was. As Su Chenxiao smiled faintly, stepping forward to place his hand on Lin Qingran's neck. He caressed her skin as smooth as jade, then slowly tightened his grip. Not fear. I shall forgive you soon enough. You see over there? I'm also forgiving them. As Su Chenxiao pointed to Yi Tianhong in the distance. Cries of agony echoed incessantly. Yi Ling, undergoing torture, emitted cries of torment repeatedly. Kill me. Father, please, kill me. His cultivation stripped, fingers bloodied and mangled, even his bones shattered. Yi Ling repeatedly lost consciousness, enduring the inhuman torment inflicted by his own father. Lin Qingran merely cast a glance and felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, shaking her head vigorously. She had never seen Su Chenxiao display such a cold demeanor. The fearful faces of those around her, the distant cries of suffering, and the overwhelming sense of suffocation snapped her back to reality. He truly intends to kill me. Cough, cough, Su Chenxiao. I was wrong. Tears streamed down Lin Qingran's face, her beauty marred by fear as she desperately pleaded. I truly was wrong. I beg you, for the sake of our past affection, spare me. I am willing to do anything. I cannot die. She no longer sought forgiveness. All she desired now was to survive. Su Chenxiao shook his head with a smile. His gaze was frigid, yet his tone was the most tender, as if addressing a beloved. Lin Qingran, you are not regretting your actions. You merely understand that your death is imminent. Good night. Tightening his grip around her neck, with the incredulous and horrified gazes of the surrounding crowd upon him, he snapped. Su Chenxiao brutally broke her neck. The cold smile of the youth before her seemed to freeze in time. Lin Qingran's eyes widened, her gaze filled with regret and confusion, as she departed this world without closure. Ding! Lin Qingran has been slain. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 1,000 villain points. The elders of the Lin family and all the people of Chenxiao felt as though the sky had fallen. Their last hope, the desire to leverage Lin Qingran's past affections to spare themselves, shattered in that moment. If even Lin Qingran has perished, would Su Chenxiao still spare them? Bang! As if discarding refuse. Su Chenxiao carelessly tossed Lin Qingran's lifeless body to the ground. Her pupils widened, her expression filled with regret and disbelief. Even in her final moments, she could not fathom that Su Chenxiao could truly harden his heart to kill her. With a detached demeanor, Su Chenxiao coldly gazed at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. His thoughts were clearer than ever, and the last remnants of gloom within his heart dissipated. At that moment, a breathtaking figure gradually materialized beside him. As Yao Huang had appeared, her expression devoid of emotion as she surveyed the corpse of Lin Qingran before glancing at the young subordinate nearby. She parted her scarlet lips and spoke softly. "Young brother, you have done well. If it were someone you cherished, even if they were of ordinary talent, my imperial clan, the Su family, possesses the means to refine their essence and transform their constitution. It is a pity that this woman, with a remarkable opportunity right before her, is blind to it. What do you intend to do with the remaining people?" Su Chenxiao's countenance remained calm as he replied slowly. "I am somewhat weary. Just eliminate them all." To his words, the faces of everyone present turned ashen, devoid of color. Their hands and faces stained with the blood of his own son. Yihong Tian, resembling a vengeful spirit, was struck by disbelief as he turned to look on the ground. Yi Ling had already lost all vitality. He had succumbed to the brutal punishment of shattered bones at the hands of his father. Yihong Tian, an elder from the Yi family, rushed forward, his pallid face and frail, aged hands clutching at Su Chenxiao's garment as he knelt, weeping and pleading, "Young Master Su, young Master Su, you promised us you would not harm our Yi family." Su Yaowang furrowed her brows tightly. With a wave of her hand, she unleashed a force that sent the Yi elder flying, leaving his life uncertain. "You dare to negotiate with my little brother?" Su Chenxiao regarded the Yi family with a mocking gaze and said, "When did I ever promise such a thing?" Upon hearing this, Yi Hongtian's expression turned frenzied, filled with venomous hatred as he recklessly charged at Su Chenxiao, shouting, "You scoundrel! I will kill you! I must kill you!" He had brutally slain his own son to preserve the Yi family bloodline. Yet now his opponent had gone back on his word. Ding! Yi Hongtian's heart shattered, his spirit in turmoil, plunging into madness, earning him 500 villain points. Confronted with the wrathful and bloodthirsty Yi Hongtian, Su Chenxiao merely unleashed the oppressive aura of the broken realm, causing Yi Hongtian to collapse uncontrollably to the ground. Drenched in blood, boom! Patriarch! Yi Hongtian felt as if the weight of the world bore down upon him, his bones threatening to shatter, utterly immobilized, as Su Chenxiao did not spare him a glance, but turned to his sister, Su Yaowang, and said, "Sister, I leave this to you." Su Yaowang's beautiful eyes shimmered with a captivating light as she smiled gently. She understood that her brother had come to a realization he had grown up. With a hint of affection, Su Yaowang ruffled Su Chenxiao's hair and said, "Do not worry, I shall handle this. Little brother, you have only just awakened. Hurry back to rest. If our mother and father return to find you here, they will blame me and elder brother." Su Chenxiao nodded and turned to leave. Once he had departed, Su Yaowang's gentle expression vanished in an instant, her face turning icy. Her vibrant hair, akin to flames, danced lightly as she surveyed the despairing crowd with the aura of a merciless empress. "You may resist, but the outcome will be the same." Thunder rumbled. Endless flames surged forth like tidal waves. The terrifying fire consumed all, engulfing hundreds of people in an instant. The 4 great sects and the 3 clans of Chenxiao were left aghast. Fear drove them to flee in all directions. "No, I do not wish to die. Su Chenxiao, I will haunt you as a ghost." The air was filled with screams and curses in the face of death. Some regretted their choices, accepting their fate, while others raged and resisted. But the result was the same. On this day, countless beings in the Chenxiao realm witnessed this profoundly shocking and unforgettable scene. Beneath the chaotic and darkened night, ashes filled the sky, the cries of phoenixes echoed, and flames transformed into a magnificent phoenix soaring into the heavens. No one knew what they had done wrong. They only knew that on August 9th of the year 963 of the heavenly mystery calendar, in the borderlands of Chenxiao, the heavens howled and the earth wept. Divine flames descended upon the world. The 4 great sects and the 3 clans of Chenxiao were utterly annihilated in the inferno, doomed to eternal damnation. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on completing the task. The system shop is now open. Reward: Pure Heart of Dust. Reward: 3,000 villain points. Hidden reward triggered. Obtain the Divine Fire Pearl of Li Hua. Chapter 13. The Eerie Soul Beast and the Heavenly Prize Pool. How beautiful it is! Under the night sky, Su Chenxiao sat by the window, gazing at the blazing flames that tore through the darkness, transforming into a fire phoenix, its sparks scattering into the air. For a moment, he found himself entranced. The sound of rewards from the system echoed in his ears. Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I did not expect to trigger a hidden reward. Lihua Divine Pearl. Lihua Divine Pearl gold contains the power of the 19th rank celestial fire, Nan Yin Lihua, renowned for its formidable might, capable of incinerating all things." Buzzed out a white light flickered. An illustrious, red-hued fire pearl floated before him. Yes, soon as the Lihua Divine Pearl appeared, a terrifying heat enveloped the room. Chenxiao, intrigued, examined the introduction of this item, playing with the Lihua Divine Pearl in his hand. Feeling a warm energy radiating from it, he nodded approvingly. Not a bad item at all. The 5 elements divine objects are among the rarest existences in the realms. Acquiring one could allow a person to defy fate, let alone the 19th ranked Nan Yin Lihua among the celestial fires. His sister, Su Yaowang, possessed the innate phoenix divine body and required vast amounts of celestial fire to enhance her cultivation further. However, regarding this hidden reward, as if recalling something, Su Chenxiao inquired, "System, is the Lihua Divine Pearl related to my sister, Su Yaohuang?" The system's response came swiftly. "Indeed, Master, the special effect of the villain title, when obtaining rewards. There is a possibility of triggering hidden rewards. Hidden rewards are related to key individuals." Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, realization dawning upon him, and oh wonder. This means that in the future, when I deal with those destined protagonists, I may also obtain items related to them. Looking at the system's reward space, aside from the chaotic scriptures and various elixirs, Su Chenxiao was now particularly interested in the embryo of the soul beast. The soul beast, an enigmatic creature of unknown origins, a product of the long-extinct dark era, is a time that many prefer not to mention, a period of extreme terror and strangeness. During that era, the heavenly Tao was obscured by an unfathomable force. The cultivation methods of beings across the realms were forcibly altered, giving rise to inner demons. Almost 1 in every 5 cultivators would become a madman. Many creatures never before seen by mortals also emerged frequently, with the soul beast being one of the most fearsome. It is said that it can forcibly consume the souls of living beings and permanently enslave them. The most terrifying aspect is that the soul beast can attach itself to a person's consciousness without them noticing. Even those of immense power find it challenging to detect. Over time, even the victims of the soul beast consumption remain oblivious to their fate. Until the end of the Dark Era, countless strange beings, including the soul beast, suddenly vanished from the realms, as if they had never existed. It was unexpected that within the rewards of the system's gift package, there would be an embryo of the soul beast. Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he summoned the soul beast embryo. It was approximately the size of a palm, encased in a layer of grayish membrane. Within it lay a faceless, formless being, seemingly in slumber, quietly awaiting awakening. This the legendary soul beast. Su Chenxiao murmured softly while observing the item in his hand. That it seemed nothing extraordinary. He did not perceive any aura emanating from the embryo, as if it were simply a pebble by the roadside, devoid of any fluctuations. According to the system's introduction, the soul beast possesses the ability to devour souls and replenish its host. How does one hatch it? Su Chenxiao inquired. The master must share a strand of their soul to attach, using their blood essence to nourish it, in order to awaken and recognize the host. Upon hearing the words, Su Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback. However, without the slightest hesitation, he severed a strand of his soul and extracted it from his sea of consciousness. For a cultivator, the soul is of paramount importance. Even the slightest injury is a torment that ordinary individuals cannot endure. Yet, Su Chenxiao displayed an expression of indifference, as if he felt no pain whatsoever, that he directly infused that strand of soul into the embryo of the death soul beast. Following this, he made a small incision with his fingertip, allowing drops of blood to fall upon the embryo. The blood dripped through the thin membrane and into the interior. Strangely, the lifeless embryo of the death soul beast began to stir after being nourished by the essence of his blood. Eventually, after the embryo absorbed all the nourishing essence, a fluffy, ethereal creature appeared in Su Chenxiao's hand. It was misty in form, lacking a nose and eyes, yet possessed a maw brimming with sharp fangs. The little creature moved with remarkable speed, seemingly very affectionate towards Su Chenxiao, floating in the air and dancing around his cheek, occasionally emitting squeaking sounds. Observing the dancing white mist beside him, Su Chenxiao felt as though he had established a connection with this little creature, allowing him to control the life and death of the Death Soul Beast through the bond of that strand of soul. It was hard to fathom that this fluffy white entity would become the Death Soul Beast, a being that instilled fear in all during the era of change. I s at you. Su Chenxiao tentatively reached out to touch the furball. The Death Soul Beast transformed into strands of white mist, playfully swirling around Su Chenxiao's fingertips. Seeing this, Su Chenxiao couldn't help but smile. That it was indeed fascinating to witness the newborn Death Soul Beast in such a form. From this day forth, I shall be your master. As he spoke, Su Chenxiao shook his head with a hint of regret. It is a pity that the people of Chenxiao, along with their souls, perished beneath my sister's divine flames. Otherwise, I could have ensured her sustenance. The Death Soul Beast, just born, required the nourishment of a soul. Su Chenxiao pondered whether to venture out and find some food for the little creature. The mist swirling around his fingertip transformed back into its fluffy form. It opened its maw filled with sharp fangs and began to devour the air, emitting crunching sounds. Su Chenxiao glanced over, his pupils narrowing slightly. What is this? He beheld the space before him being torn open. A slender rift created by the little creature as it began to consume the very fabric of the Chenxiao realm. It even devoured the chaotic void beyond the realm. The creature's body expanded visibly, growing larger in mere moments. Finally, as if satiated, it flew back into Su Chenxiao's hand and drifted into slumber. Chenxiao's eyes gleamed with astonishment. He never imagined the Death Soul Beast could devour the space of the Chenxiao realm. Such a phenomenon had never been recorded before. As a being specially marked by the system, capable of standing on par with the supreme ancient texts, it was clear that this was no ordinary creature. Su Chenxiao had a vague feeling that he had struck a grand prize this time. The records in ancient texts were but fragments. Perhaps he could inquire with his parents upon returning about more regarding the Death Soul Beasts. As he returned the Death Soul Beast to the system space, Su Chenxiao felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Now, it was time to indulge in some consumption. System, open the marketplace. In the next instant. A dazzling array of items appeared before Su Chenxiao. From imperial scriptures and divine abilities to legendary beings, everything was available for purchase. The 9 Dragons' divine coffin, the primordial emperor scripture, the Tai sword, the Azure Sky Dragon egg, the Xianwang stone. The system's marketplace refreshed daily, with the highest tier being the Crimson Universe, followed by the Golden Imperial level and the Purple Sacred level. The required villain points varied greatly, depending on the tier. Su Chenxiao glanced at his current villain points. 16,000. This amount was but a drop in the ocean compared to the divine artifacts in the system's marketplace. A cursory scan revealed that he could hardly afford anything he desired. However, on the far right side of the system marketplace, a prize pool filled with luminous orbs caught Su Chenxiao's attention. Heavenly Random Prize Pool .1, 000 villain points for 1 attempt. The items obtained are random, with a guaranteed purple item for a 10-fold draw. Red, 0.1. Gold, 1.52. Purple, 6.4. Blue, 13.2. Green, 43.6. Chapter 14. Tai Sword Technique. Gold. Single draws are eternally divine. This familiar interface sparked excitement in Su Chenxiao's eyes. Drawing cards. I'm quite familiar with this. Moreover, the highest quality red probability was astonishingly high at 0.1. It was simply too generous. After a brief contemplation, Su Chenxiao decided that since 16,000 villain points wouldn't buy much, he would start with a 10-fold draw for the prize pool before him. 10-fold draw. Ding. Consuming 10,000 villain points. Commencing 10-fold draw. Guaranteed purple item. In the prize pool before him, 10 white orbs floated into view. One by one, the orbs burst open, releasing glimmers of light corresponding to their quality. Su Chenxiao held his breath, fixated on the unfolding scene. his eyes unblinking. Ding! The orbs exploded! Congratulations, you have obtained White 6 Flavor Rumania Pills 1. Congratulations, you have obtained White Somnolent Powder 1. Congratulations, you have obtained Blue Frog Technique. What on earth? Chenxiao's face darkened. After opening 9 orbs in one breath, he received 8 white and 1 blue items. Nevertheless, he consoled himself internally. It's all right. It's all right. There's still the last guaranteed purple item. He opened the final orb. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained purple dress worn by a fairy. What? Upon seeing the final reward, Chenxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Buzz! The fairy dress appeared in his hands, as light as gossamer, yet as heavy as the wings of a cicada. It was a supreme-level fairy dress, but he couldn't fathom where the dog-like system had procured it from, for it emanated a warm sensation. Chenxiao's expression turned dark. After returning the fairy dress to storage, he glanced at his remaining 6,000 villain points. Chenxiao. Without hesitation, he chose to draw single items. All in. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Gray Cloth Bag. Congratulations, you have obtained Blue 5 Animal Play. Refund. By the time he had only 1,000 villain points left, Chenxiao was utterly numbed. He decided to keep drawing until he exhausted all his points. Finally, he opened one last orb, consuming 1,000 villain points. Crack! The white, misty orb gradually shattered. This time, the tides would turn. A golden divine radiance shot forth from within. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Golden Taie Sword Technique. Emperor Taie Sword Technique, Gold, consists of 13 forms. Capable of condensing sword fruits, the sword can cleave heaven and rend earth. Unmatched in offense. No way. I've struck gold. Chenxiao's pupils constricted. He gazed at the resplendent orb, radiating with golden divine light, his heart brimming with exhilaration. It was noteworthy that the Taie sword technique was valued at a staggering 100,000 villain points in the system's marketplace. As night deepened, Su Jingheng, who was meditating outside, gradually opened his eyes, sensing the chaotic aura emanating from the room. Along with a faint trace of sword intent, a flicker of surprise crossed his profoundly deep gaze. What is my younger brother up to? Since just a while ago, the room had been filled with considerable noise. He wondered what his younger brother was doing inside. It seemed he was cultivating. Not bad, a subtle smile graced Su Jingheng's lips. That moment, Su Yaowang, who had just resolved matters with the people of Chenxiao, returned as well. Upon seeing Su Jingheng's smiling face, she asked with a hint of curiosity, Elder brother, what are you up to? Is the little brother resting? Hearing his sister's voice, Su Jingheng immediately composed himself, clearing his throat and adopting a stern, serious demeanor befitting an elder brother. The little brother is cultivating not disturb him. That won't do. The little brother is only just recovered. How can he? Su Yaohuang grew anxious. Just as she was about to speak, she sensed the profound, ever-changing chaotic aura. She paused, her face lighting up with joy. Chaotic energy. How long has it been? Has the little brother begun to master the innate chaotic divine body? Su Jingheng nodded slightly, speaking in a deep voice. The innate chaotic body has not appeared in the myriad realms for over 100,000 years. Its power is beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. Once our father used the Tongxian pill to awaken the little brother, yet only the innate divine demon body manifested. Even the Tongxian pill couldn't awaken his chaotic divine body. Had it not been for this tribulation, he might not have awakened for quite some time. It seems this misfortune has turned into a blessing. Su Yaowang expressed her dissatisfaction. So, you're saying that the little brother suffered, and we should thank those people. Su Jingheng scoffed coldly, a fierce glint in his eyes. Thank them. The Su family of the imperial clan will not perish in this realm. That alone is the greatest mercy. On the following morning, Chen Wanyue and Su Wudao returned from the observation pavilion, where they had sought to confront the heavens. Upon learning that her precious son was still engrossed in his cultivation, Chen Wanyue felt an even deeper pang of sorrow. She pondered the barren realm of the mortal world, realizing how much hardship Xiao'er had likely endured to reach this fragmented state of cultivation. Beside her, Su Yaowang nodded in agreement with her mother's sentiments. Indeed, mother, While disciples from other imperial clans have already attained enlightenment at this age, my younger brother's talent surpasses both mine and that of our elder brother. Had he remained within the clan, he would surely have reached the king's realm by now. Their words carried an undertone of shared concern, as Su Wudao could not help but feel a headache coming on. It was one thing for his wife to voice her grievances. Now his daughter was joining in as well. How can this be fair? Setting aside the king's realm, one merely needs sufficient talent, resolve, and resources to reach it. Moreover, is our Su family's dragon molting pool merely a fa odd? Yao Wang, you and Jinger have both experienced this journey. Why is it that when it comes to your younger brother, you echo your mother's biases? He turned to Jinger. Speak reason to me. The king's realm, amidst the myriad worlds, still signified a formidable power, one that ordinary cultivators would struggle to attain throughout their lifetimes. Yet for the Su family, with its profound heritage, it was hardly a significant matter. Su Wudao hoped his eldest son might come to his defense, but even the typically obedient Su Jingheng slowly opened his mouth. Father, I believe my younger sister and mother are right. Given our brother's talent, he need not endure the trials of the mortal realm. He is destined to dominate. Upon hearing this, Su Wudao's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Are we jesting? Did we not all agree prior to Xiao's trials? Am I the only one to bear the blame? He stared incredulously at the trio aligned against him, rendered speechless for a moment. Finally, he could only respond with resignation. Very well, very well. It is my fault. At this moment, Su Wudao paused, sensing the fluctuations of energy in the air, a glimmer of relief dawning in his eyes. However, I never anticipated that Xiao would awaken the innate chaos divine body. With our ancestors' blessings, our Su family may very well rise anew in this era, stepping onto the pinnacle of the myriad realms. As the cycles of day and night continued, and the rise and fall of various races unfolded, the fate of the realms depended on the prodigies of the time. The imperial clans maintained their longevity due to their formidable cohesion and illustrious history. In the bygone dark era, Su Wudao's ancestor, Su Yusheng, led the myriad emperors to rend the chaotic and bizarre epoch, restoring order. Consequently, the Su family, like many imperial clans, fell into a long period of decline. Yet since the last epoch, emperors had emerged in succession, allowing the imperial clans to reclaim their zenith and become the supreme rulers of the myriad realms. As Su Wudao pondered, the chaotic energy in the vicinity began to recede like the tide. Su Yaowang glanced at the tightly shut door and softly remarked, "It seems my younger brother's cultivation has concluded. He is about to emerge." Su Wudao nodded, bursting into hearty laughter. Haha, Xiao has only recently awakened. The innate chaos divine body is one of the most powerful divine bodies in the myriad realms. Such a divine body is not something that can be mastered in a day or two. Once we returned to the Su family, before he could finish, a tremendous force erupted from within the room. Bang! Chapter 15. The three transformations of the nine profound heavenly tribulation, the black prison divine thunder. The door was violently thrown open. This ferocious power surged forth like a howling tidal wave, violent and tumultuous, harboring astonishing divine and chaotic energies. What has happened? The sudden occurrence startled both Su Yaowang and Su Jingheng. Xiao Chun Wanyue gazed at the trembling house and the figure of Su Chenxiao, who was deep in meditation. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, as if sensing something. Disbelief etched across her face. Has the divine body reached full maturity? How could this be? Wasn't Xiao's awakening just recent? Even Su Wudao's smile froze, his powerful frame shaking. For a divine body to reach full maturity, even the most extraordinary individuals required a period of consolidation. He had initially intended to bring Xiao back to the clan for gradual exploration. Yet to his astonishment, Xiao had achieved this in the span of a single day. Has my younger brother truly attained the full maturity of his divine body? Su Yaowang was equally astonished. Does this mean? Su Yaowang's heart raced, and she looked up at the sky. The once clear azure sky was now shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously. The ethereal figure of an ancient god and demon, wielding divine weaponry, loomed above, glaring fiercely at the heavens. Before it, a chaotic azure lotus floated ominously, a howling wind stirred, as if brewing an exceedingly terrifying and world-destroying thunderous wrath about to descend. This is bad. My brother's divine body manifestation. This is the body tribulation. Anyone favored by the heavens, possessing a divine body that has reached maturity, must endure the baptism of the body tribulation. The body tribulation is exceedingly terrifying. If one is unprepared, it could lead to death. I have personally experienced the suffocating terror of the body tribulation of the Xianfeng divine body. And now, my brother possesses the innate chaos divine body and the divine demon body, which is even more formidable than my Xianfeng divine body. To attempt to transcend this tribulation in such haste, the chances of success are exceedingly slim, perhaps 1 in 10. Su Wudao had not anticipated such an event. He gazed at the flickering black thunder in the sky, his expression darkening. Damn it, the 3 transformations of the 9 profound, the black prison thunder tribulation. Is this seeking my Xiao's life? The 3 transformations of the 9 profound was the most formidable of body tribulations. Had they been in the Su family, with sufficient preparations, he would have been unafraid. But now, they were in the mortal realm. Xiao only had a meager 20 or so life-preserving treasures bestowed by him. How could he withstand such a formidable tribulation? Su Wudao's eyes flickered as he focused intently on the power of the thunder tribulation above, frowning. Fortunately, Xiao's cultivation is currently low. It is likely that this 3 transformations of the 9 profound tribulation will not be excessively overwhelming. Wait, Jingheng, what are you planning to do? Su Jingheng, holding the scarlet blood divine spear, was brewing an exceedingly terrifying force, causing the surrounding space to begin to shatter inch by inch, that he intended to directly assist his brother in transcending the tribulation. To shatter it? No. Su Wudao quickly intervened, raising his voice. The one facing the tribulation is Xiao. If we intervene, it will only amplify the terror of the thunder tribulation. Su Jingheng's expression was icy as he coldly replied. Then let it become so. I will not allow it to descend. Elder brother, Su Yao Huang, realizing the gravity of the situation, seized Su Jingheng's arm and shook her head. Faced with the objections of his kin, Su Jingheng fell silent for a moment. Ultimately, he slowly sheathed the scarlet blood divine spear, and the terrifying force dissipated into nothingness. Tiske. Just then, a warm voice unexpectedly resonated from within the room. Leave this thunder tribulation to me. I can handle it. This voice prompted the 4 to turn their gaze toward the room. Younger brother? Xiao, Su Chenxiao, who had been meditating within, appeared to have awakened at some point, bathed in a swirling aura of black and white chaotic divine demon energy. He emanated an extraordinary presence. He had discarded the useless items he had drawn yesterday to the system for recycling, and used the obtained villain points to cultivate the Chaos Sutra and the Tai sword technique. A smile graced Su Chenxiao's face as he slowly approached, gazing up at the ominous thunderclouds, his eyes flashing with the brilliance of lightning. It seems this thunder tribulation has been waiting quite a while. From the very moment he fused the innate chaos body with the divine demon body, he had sensed it. His intuition informed him that only by transcending this thunder tribulation could his divine body achieve perfection. Su Chenxiao looked at his mother, who was filled with worry, and spoke reassuringly. Mother, do not fret. This is my own body tribulation, and it is only right that I face it. Chen Wanyue was momentarily taken aback, about to speak when Su Wudao suddenly burst into laughter. Excellent. My dear wife, Xiao's extraordinary talent manifests in this thunder tribulation, proving the might of his divine body. If that is the case, Xiao, go forth. Su Chenxiao nodded, striding directly toward his elder brother, Su Jingheng. Elder brother, I will borrow your divine weapon for a moment. As Su Jingheng looked at his younger brother with some surprise, in that instant, Su Chenxiao's visage overlapped with the memory of the once unruly and reckless young boy. He felt his younger brother had matured. No longer the little devil of your... Su Jingheng gracefully handed over the scarlet blood divine spear. Then he patted Su Chenxiao's shoulder earnestly, saying, Go forth. You are my brother. Su Jingheng. Su Chenxiao could feel the strength of his elder brother's hand, and he nodded solemnly to by the way. There's one more thing. Suddenly, Su Chenxiao seemed to recall something. He retrieved the fire of separation divine pearl from the system space. His expression relaxed, and handed it to Su Yaowang with a smile in his eyes. Sister, this is a gift I obtained by chance in the mortal realm, just for you. Take it. After saying this, Su Chenxiao leaped forward, heading straight toward the terrifying thunderclouds above. Watching the fire of separation divine pearl, which contained the extraordinary flame of the heavens and earth, Su Yaowang was momentarily stunned, and after a while, she finally broke into a smile. You little rascal. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Wudao and Chen Wanyue felt a tumult of emotions stirring within their hearts. Su Wudao gently embraced Chen Wanyue, gazing at the striking figure of the young man facing the thunderous tribulation in the sky. A profound sense of pride flickered in his eyes as he spoke. It seems that during his years in this lower realm, Xiao'er has encountered numerous experiences that he has matured and become more understanding. We need only to have faith in him. In the skies above Chenxiao, the winds surged and clouds roiled, the sound of thunder echoing relentlessly as they beheld the terrifying San Bian Jiu thunder tribulation. Su Chenxiao wielded the crimson blood divine spear, surrounded by the ethereal energies of gods and demons entwined with chaotic forces. His countenance remained calm, yet a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. What a perfect opportunity to test the Taya sword art I have newly cultivated. Though I wield a spear and not a sword, my brother's crimson blood divine spear will suffice, the black abyssal thunder. Capable of annihilating body and soul, would obliterate anything it touched, and even a mere brush with it could lead to utter destruction. Below, Su Wudao and the others fixated on the unfolding spectacle. Their faces etched with concern. It was impossible to claim they were untroubled. With a sudden shout, the chaotic energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Su Chenxiao raised the crimson blood divine spear high, his gaze like a shimmering galaxy, pointing directly at the heavens, proclaiming, "Come, I shall shatter you." As if sensing the provocation from the tribulation bearer below, the San Bian Jiu tribulation unleashed a thunderous roar. Boom! The black divine thunder cleaved through the sky, resembling a massive dragon descending, imbued with unimaginable destructive power, intent on obliterating all in its path. Su Chenxiao's gaze was fierce. Instead of retreating from the cataclysmic black abyssal thunder, he boldly swung the crimson blood divine spear to meet it head-on. Taya sword art, falling heaven style, chapter 16. Crossing the body quality tribulation, ascending to the heavenly realm. The Taya sword art was unparalleled in offense. With a sweeping motion of the crimson blood divine spear, he astonishingly split the colossal black abyssal thunder in two. Boom! Terrifying ripples surged through the air. The sky transformed into a vast ocean of black thunder. As the black abyssal thunder was cleaved into countless strands that exploded forth in that moment, the earth trembled, and even the surrounding mountains of Chenxiao were shattered by the residual force. Ancient trees and structures reduced to dust. Such a terrifying strike caused Su Yaowang below to involuntarily flinch, murmuring, "How has my little brother mastered such a fearsome divine power?" The fine strands of lightning coiled around the spear tip, darting towards Su Chenxiao like agile black serpents. As Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, his wrist flicking, instantly shattering the myriad strands of lightning. He grinned. "Is that all you've got?" Boom! The thunder in the air roared, erupting with a deafening crash as another wave of furious lightning descended. This time, 3 even more formidable bolts of thunder plummeted like mountains, their annihilating aura enveloping the entire Chenxiao realm, causing countless beings to prostrate themselves in terror, trembling uncontrollably. As the 3 bolts of thunder converged, swirling together like a thunderous dragon, they became even more robust and overwhelming, exuding an unstoppable aura of destruction. The San Bian Jiu tribulation comprised 3 transformations, each exponentially more powerful. Even Su Wudao below felt a shiver run down his spine, sweat trickling as he worried for his beloved son. At that moment, a rift tore open in the fabric of the Chenxiao realm. The members of the monitoring Heavenly Pavilion and the Tianxian sect, having come to personally apologize, were met with the terrifying heavenly tribulation upon their arrival. They stood in shock, staring at the site where divine thunder rained down. Bewildered, what's happening? Is someone undergoing a tribulation? Just then, Su Wudao caught sight of this scene, his eyes ablaze with fury. Members of the monitoring heavenly pavilion? Why must they arrive now, of all times? Do they wish to intensify my son's tribulation? Get lost. Enraged, he reached out, conjuring a surge of terrifying power that manifested as a colossal golden hand, which grasped the members of the monitoring heavenly pavilion and the Tianxin sect, hurling them to the ground. Boom! Do you think my son's San Bianjiu Xian tribulation isn't formidable enough? The members of the monitoring heavenly pavilion and the Tianxin sect, now sprawled on the ground, turned pale. They understood all too well that this was the legendary tribulation that had erased countless prodigies. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Be silent. We will settle accounts later. Su Wudao shot them a cold glance, before anxiously turning his attention back to Su Chenxiao, who was undergoing the tribulation. The thunder tribulation had reached its zenith. The black divine radiance blazed forth like a roaring dragon, descending upon Su Chenxiao. The crimson blood divine spear in Su Chenxiao's hands emitted a resonant hum. Its intent formidable that a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he declared, "This mere body-quality tribulation is nothing to worry about." As the chaos scripture flowed through him, the surging chaotic power and divine demonic energy poured forth like a vast ocean. For an ordinary divine body, facing the black abyssal thunder would spell disaster. However, Su Chenxiao, possessing dual divine bodies, was now enveloped in the storm of destruction wrought by the black abyssal thunder, bathed in the ethereal chaos energy. His divine body shone brilliantly, untouched by the slightest impurity. Teia's sword art, heavenly slash, boom! The overwhelming divine radiance pierced through the black abyssal thunder, bursting forth with unparalleled brilliance amidst the tempestuous thunder sea. The sword light surged mightily, roaring forth, cleaving its way straight up into the thunderclouds, even tearing a massive gash in the heavens of the Chenxiao realm. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, the ground shook. The members of the monitoring heavenly pavilion and the Tianxin sect stood with wide eyes, utterly mesmerized. They felt as if their vision had been consumed by the divine radiance. In the next moment, the horrifying San Bianjiu Xian divine tribulation vanished, leaving behind an eerie silence. Amidst the star-like thunderlight that cascaded down from the torn thunderclouds, there stood Su Chenxiao, exuding an air of nobility. Holding the crimson blood divine spear, dressed in azure garments, he stood proudly in the air, his divine body flawless and radiant, the essence of the Tao flowing around him. Having endured the baptism of the black abyssal thunder, his innate chaotic divine body was now perfected. The innate chaotic body transformed the overwhelming thunder, combined with the various imperial pills bestowed upon him by his sister and father, like tea that moment. Su Chenxiao felt a surge of extraordinary sensation. His cultivation, previously at the 9th layer of the fragmentation realm, was breaking through, first layer of the enlightenment realm. A torrent of profound qi surged upward, ascending as if reaching the heavens, continuously breaking through, second layer of the enlightenment realm. Third layer, he ascended all the way to the 9th layer of the enlightenment realm without pause, beyond the enlightenment realm. One must possess a clear mind and an untainted heart. Yet for Su Chenxiao, who had just returned from the tribulation, with his pristine Tao heart, there were no barriers to speak of, and this was not his limit. Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with divine radiance, filled with disdain and pride as he lightly uttered, "Break!" In an instant, his cultivation at the 9th layer of the enlightenment realm shattered its confines. Ascending to the heavenly realm, first layer, he stepped into the heavens, from fragmentation to the heavenly realm, a leap of 2 major realms. In the annals of history, even the most gifted prodigies could not achieve such a feat. This breathtaking scene caused Chen Wanyue, his mother, to cover her mouth in disbelief, tears brimming in her eyes. Xiao'er. Beside her, Su Yaohuang supported her, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Has my little brother not only survived the thunder tribulation, but now ascended to the heavenly realm? A hearty, exuberant laugh resonated through the air. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Excellent, excellent, truly worthy of being my Su Wudao's son. This trivial body quality tribulation is no match. Su Wudao, exhilarated, clenches fists tightly. Honestly, he had never felt such tension even when breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. Shattering the Sanbian Jiuxian divine tribulation, ascending from fragmentation to the heavenly realm. Xiao is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Su family. He is also my son, Su Wudao. In that moment, Su Wudao's face radiated pride and joy for his beloved son. Barely concealing his elation, even the members of the monitoring Heavenly Pavilion and the Tianxian sect, who were still reeling from shock, suddenly snapped back to reality, seizing the opportunity of Su Wudao's good spirits. They hurriedly climbed to their feet to offer their congratulations. Congratulations to the Su family of the imperial lineage. Congratulations on the emergence of another unparalleled prodigy from the Su family. The noble son has ascended to the heavenly realm. An unprecedented feat throughout history. We are truly fortunate to witness this. Su Wudao shot them a cold glance, retorting, "What business is it of yours? You lot nearly disrupted my son's body quality tribulation. Get lost. We'll settle accounts later." Chapter 17. Surrendered 90% of sect resources, related individuals. The expressions of the members of these two sects stiffened. The esteemed ancestors of the monitoring Heavenly Pavilion and the Tianxian sect stood rigidly to the side. Resembling misbehaving children, none daring to utter a word. Chenxiao, who had just broken through in mid-air, smiled slightly. Having reached the heavenly realm, he approached his father and elder brother. With a gentle demeanor, Su Chenxiao returned the crimson blood divine spear. "Brother, this is yours that speak candidly. Dear brother, this crimson blood spear is indeed quite remarkable. In the future, I too shall acquire a weapon that suits me well," gazing upon a youthful figure before him. Strikingly handsome and seemingly transcendent, Su Jingheng smiled and remarked, "Since your childhood, you have enjoyed playing with such implements, and now you have truly matured. As your elder brother, I possess little to offer you. So I bestow upon you this crimson blood spear." Upon hearing these words, Su Chenxiao's expression changed, and he hastily replied, "Elder brother, this is too much. This spear is your life-bound imperial weapon, as you have seen from my recent display of martial prowess. I find myself more inclined towards the sword than the spear. Take it." With that, Su Chenxiao firmly placed the crimson blood spear into Su Jingheng's hands. Su Jingheng accepted the spear, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a light-hearted chuckle and shaking his head. That moment, their sister Su Yaowang and their parents approached as well. "Younger brother, congratulations on breaking through to the Ascendant Realm." Everyone's faces were filled with joy and pride as they lovingly regarded the youngest son of the family. Su Chenxiao turned to the tender-eyed Chen Wanyue, whose eyes were slightly reddened with affection, and spoke, "Mother." Chen Wanyue stepped forward and gently embraced Su Chenxiao. Caressing his hair, she softly said, "Shower, congratulations. You have endured much hardship in the lower realms these past years." After a long moment of familial warmth, Su Wudao finally spoke with a smile. "All right, Shower, your trials in the lower realms have concluded. It is time for us to return to the imperial clan. The Su family." As he said this, Su Wudao's gaze suddenly turned cold as he glanced at the figures from the monitoring pavilion and the heavenly profound sect, who had been standing in punishment for quite some time. "But what brings you here?" The elders of the monitoring pavilion and the heavenly profound sect felt a wave of despair wash over them, as if they had just remembered their existence. It was utterly mortifying for them to be disregarded by the entire family in such a manner, leaving them in a state of discomfort and embarrassment. Su Chenxiao also turned to look. Ding! Detected the aura of a destined protagonist. Related individuals of the destined protagonist have appeared. Oh, the destined protagonist. Finally, they have arrived. Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with interest as he regarded the elder figures. System, display the panel. Name, Ji Alfing. Identity, elder of the monitoring pavilion realm. First layer of the saint realm. Name, Baiyu. Identity, elder of the heavenly profound sect realm. First layer of the supreme realm. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes slightly. It appears that those with whom the destined protagonist has connections are all members of the heavenly profound sect. It seems they are indeed affiliated with the heavenly profound sect. This moment, The individuals from the monitoring pavilion and the heavenly profound sect were undergoing interrogation by Su Wadeo. Su Chenxiao stepped forward and inquired, "Father, who are they?" Upon seeing Su Chenxiao, the crowd rushed forward as if they had found a glimmer of hope. "Young Master Su, we were unaware of your trials under the jurisdiction of the monitoring pavilion. In light of recent events, my monitoring pavilion cannot escape responsibility, and we have come to offer our apologies." An elder from a heavenly profound sect hurriedly added, "Young Master Su, while the Taoist sect of Tianqi is indeed a branch of our heavenly profound sect, it has had no ties with us for over 3,000 years. Even if we were given 1,000 chances, we would not dare to incite the Tianqi Taoist sect against you. We are willing to offer compensation. Please forgive us, esteemed Su family." "Humph," a cold voice interjected. Su Wudao's demeanor was filled with indifference and disdain. "Do you believe that my imperial Su family would covet your paltry resources?" The members of both sects exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Wudao's expression remained impassive. As he spoke with a commanding authority, "I have made myself abundantly clear. After this incident, there is no longer any need for the monitoring pavilion and the heavenly profound sect to exist in this realm. The heavenly profound sect is the backing of the Tianqi Taoist sect, which sought to harm my son. Furthermore, the monitoring pavilion has repeatedly obstructed Yao Wang and Jingheng from descending to the lower realms. Although my beloved son has emerged unscathed, it does not mean that my anger has dissipated." "What?" The crowd gasped, their hearts sinking as if struck by lightning. The elder from the heavenly profound sect turned pale. Devoid of color, the monitoring pavilion is a formidable force among the realms. In contrast, the heavenly profound sect is barely a third-rate sect, with only this one supreme realm elder in the entire sect. He never anticipated that even a colossal entity like the monitoring pavilion could be so easily destroyed by the imperial Su family. Would this not mean the end for the heavenly profound sect? "Please spare us, Patriarch Su. We are willing to take responsibility for this matter. The monitoring pavilion has struggled to maintain its standing in the upper realms and has never intended to offend the imperial Su family." Even the typically gentle and mild-mannered Chen Wanyue refrained from speaking further regarding Su Wudao's decision. As the daughter of the imperial Chen family, she was not one to be merciful. Reflecting on Su Chenxiao's childhood, she realized that his audacious behavior had been partly due to her indulgence. Seeing Su Chenxiao remain silent, she assumed her son was reluctant to take action, and thus, she softly advised, "Shower, this is their just fate. Do not dwell on it." Su Chenxiao smiled and shook his head, replying, "Mother, I am not contemplating that I merely think that there are still a few months until the trials conclude, that it would be difficult for father if we were to return immediately." Chen Wenhua paused for a moment, then chuckled softly, "Silly child, let alone the fact that you are now a perfected divine body and possess the cultivation of the ascendant realm. Your father is the current patriarch of the imperial Su family. And both your grandfather and maternal grandfather are great emperors. Should anyone dare to speak ill of you, I shall have their tongues severed." Su Chenxiao was taken aback, staring blankly at his gentle and beautiful mother, who appeared almost ethereal. For a moment, words escaped him. He had not realized that his mother was also quite formidable. "Mother, I just wish to explore the surrounding Dao domains before returning." Upon realizing her precious son was not jesting, Chen Wenhua gazed into Su Chenxiao's eyes for a long while before finally responding with a tone of affectionate exasperation. "Oh, you child, still so playful as you were in your youth. Very well. Since this is your decision, I shall not force you." After discussing with Su Wudao, she intended for him to persuade their son. However, Su Wudao burst into laughter upon hearing her intentions. My son Shower is quite thoughtful. After all, there is still some time left until the trials conclude. Since Shower wishes to wait, that is acceptable. I will summon Elder Qing later. With his presence, Shower will be quite safe." Chen Wenhua pondered for a moment and nodded. Elder Qing was the leader of the imperial Su family's current shadow guards and possessed the strength of a quasi-emperor. He had been by Su Chenxiao's side during the incidents in the Demon Emperor's domain, ensuring his safety without a single mishap. Su Wudao thought for a moment, but still felt something was amiss. He turned to the kneeling elders of the monitoring pavilion and the heavenly profound sect, and spoke in a voice that carried an imposing authority. I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. Surrender 90% of your sect's resources and a fragment of your divine soul to my son. During his time in the lower realms, you shall serve as his subordinates and ensure his well-being. Should my son suffer even the slightest grievance, you shall know the consequences. Chapter 18. Millions of premium spirit stones, imperial weapon, white emperor's sword. Upon hearing these words, the elders of the heavenly profound sect and the monitoring pavilion could hardly contain their excitement, although they were required to surrender 90% of their sect's resources. The prospect of preserving their sect was an overwhelming blessing. The members of both sects nodded vigorously, as if they had received a reprieve, and without hesitation, they presented a fragment of their divine souls. Su Wudao's cold demeanor finally softened, and he nodded in satisfaction before turning to Su Chenxiao, saying, "Shower, since this is your decision, I shall not interfere. Once we return to the clan, I will have Elder Qing come. Should anything arise, you may seek his assistance." Before parting, Chan Wanyue expressed a reluctance and shared many heartfelt sentiments. Their sister and brother also spoke earnestly. "Younger brother, we shall await your return at the Imperial Su family in 3 months. Mother has prepared 100 marriage proposals for you. You may choose at your leisure." "What? 100 marriage proposals? What is this nonsense?" "Fear not. Rest assured, they are all daughters of esteemed families from the realms. There will be a grand martial competition for suitors, and every major sect will send their daughters to participate. It will be quite the spectacle. They are eager to send their daughters to our Su family. Mother has stated that only the most beautiful and talented among them may become the daughter-in-law of the Imperial Su family." As they bid farewell to their kin, Su Chenxiao's expression was one of utter bewilderment. A martial competition for a fiancé? Forget it. Not dwelling on the matter further, Su Chenxiao turned his attention back to the gathered elders of the monitoring pavilion and the heavenly profound sect. His gaze lingering on an elderly figure stooped with age, he smiled slightly and said, "Those from the heavenly profound sect may remain. The rest may depart." "What?" Several elders from the monitoring heaven pavilion wore expressions of bewilderment. Hastily speaking, "Young Master Su, this is inappropriate. Your father, the Su clan leader, has just personally instructed us to watch over you to this moment. By you, the elder of the heavenly Xian sect, appeared utterly perplexed, unsure why young Master Su insisted on having them remain." Su Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of displeasure as he spoke. "Your presence here is at my father's behest. Will not forget the promise regarding the Su family. The monitoring heaven pavilion shall return with 90% of the resources. As for the heavenly Xian sect share, I shall retrieve it personally." The elders of the monitoring heaven pavilion hesitated for a moment before exchanging glances and nodding in agreement. "Understood, young Master Su. We shall depart at once." With that, the elders transformed into streaks of light and swiftly exited this realm. The members of the heavenly Xian sect wore expressions of confusion. Baiyu cautiously inquired, "Young Master Su, our heavenly Xian sect can also—" Su Chenxiao interjected playfully, "That will not do. Your heavenly Xian sect is different, that I plan to visit your sect personally." The elders of Baiyu were taken aback, unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind young Master Su's words, yet they could only nod helplessly. "Understood, young Master Su." In the boundless void, a grand spiritual vessel sailed through the cosmos. This moment. Su Chenxiao reclined languidly in a chair, resembling a young noble on a leisurely outing, gazing at the desolate and expansive void around him. Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled as he commanded, "System, display the panel." Ding, Master, Su Chenxiao title. The fated Great Villain Identity, son of the Su clan leader realm. First level of ascending heaven physique. Innate chaotic divine body. Innate divine demon body cultivation method. Chaotic scripture. Taya sword technique storage space. Death soul beast. Immortal jade. Kong Tong realm. 50 restoration pills. 50 breakthrough pills villain points. 0 hunting destiny protagonists. 0 the somewhat meager storage space require the nourishment of destiny protagonists to flourish. Apart from the life-saving treasures bestowed by his parents, which appeared somewhat modest, Su Chenxiao remained unfazed. Instead, he casually retrieved a breakthrough pill, a highly precious holy grade elixir. Chenxiao tossed it into his mouth, as if it were a sugar-coated treat. Although his current cultivation level could not immediately absorb the immense and terrifying energy, his innate chaotic divine body would naturally store it away. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Chenxiao squinted slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "They've arrived." The nearby elders of the heavenly Xian sect were momentarily taken aback. "Young Master Su, are you calling for us?" Su Chenxiao said nothing to IT that moment. The space ahead began to ripple ominously. An elderly figure clad in a black robe, hunched and obscured in appearance, appeared unbeknownst to them. The elder exuded a profound aura, as unfathomable as the vast ocean. His sudden presence caused the expressions of the Supreme Realm elders from the heavenly Xian sect to change drastically. Bai Yu's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately shielded Su Chenxiao and shouted, "Protect young Master Su." "Who are you?" Internally, he was overwhelmed with shock. He realized that within this domain, the highest cultivation level was merely that of the Supreme Realm. Yet he had not sensed the arrival of this elder at all. The elder advanced slowly. Boom! A terrifying force erupted around him, akin to a raging tide, sending the monitoring heaven pavilion members reeling. A quasi-emperor. This fellow is actually a quasi-emperor. How can this be? In the face of the terror-stricken gazes of Bai Yu and others, the black-robed elder unexpectedly knelt before Su Chenxiao. His voice was hoarse yet respectful. "Old servant Qinghe greets the young master." Su Chenxiao grinned widely, gesturing for him to rise. "Long time no see, old Qing." Turning to the frightened members of the heavenly Xian sect, Su Chenxiao remarked nonchalantly, "Old Qing is one of ours from the Su family." Only then did the crowd grasp the gravity of the situation, their astonishment deepening. It was clear to all that this individual was undoubtedly a protector sent by the clan leader of the imperial Su family. A protector of quasi-emperor status. The depth of the imperial Su family truly was unfathomable. Old Qing slowly rose, extending his frail, aged right hand, revealing a storage ring within his palm. "Young master, this is a message from the lady. Instructing this old servant to deliver it to you. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, snapping his fingers to draw the storage ring to him. As his consciousness probed inside, he was taken aback by the sight. Inside the vast storage ring were mountains of top-grade spirit stones, enough to amount to several 100,000. Not only that, but beneath this mountain of spirit stones lay numerous treasures of terrifying aura and diverse forms. Noticing something within, Su Chenxiao's pupils constricted. "This is an imperial weapon?" At the center of the storage space, a magnificent, radiant imperial sword stood resplendently. The sword was extraordinarily sharp, with clean, flowing curves, and crimson blood seemed to flow continuously along its blade. The hilt was embedded with divine materials from heaven and earth, the Gungjin divine pearl. Just the presence of this imperial sword radiated an overwhelming pressure that caused countless treasures nearby to tremble in fear. It was well known that the current realms were no longer what they once were. While there were many emperors, after enduring the Dark Era, countless divine weapons had lost their luster, with only a fraction remaining. The value of a single imperial weapon in the present age was simply beyond words. Buzz, Su Chenxiao summoned the imperial sword along with its sheath. He gently caressed the blade, feeling an undeniable connection. The chill of the sword sending a rush of killing intent through him. At that moment, a consciousness attached to the imperial weapon surged into his mind. The voice of Chun Wanyue suddenly echoed. "Shower, the storage ring contains 1,000,000 spirit stones and dozens of magical artifacts. I observe that your cultivation method seems to harbor powerful sword intent. This item was retrieved by your maternal grandfather from the imperial Chun family's treasury. It is a creation forged by the emperor of the heavenly sword divine sect, known as the White Emperor's Sword." Chapter 19. The noble young master of the imperial clan visits the heavenly Xian sect. The White Emperor's Sword. Su Chenxiao gazed at the imperial weapon before him, entranced, as warm currents flowed through his heart. At this moment, Qinghe stood beside him like a statue, remaining silent. The members of the heavenly Xian sect felt the sudden surge of sharp Gungjin energy. Bai Yu, merely stealing a glance, was struck with terror, his hair standing on end. "This is an imperial sword?" He felt as if his supreme realm body would crumble under its might. Realizing this, Baiyu quickly closed his eyes. Tactfully averting his gaze, Chenxiao tenderly caressed the sword's body, unable to part with it, and slowly said without lifting his head, "Elder Baiyu." Responding promptly, Baiyu replied, "Young Master Su, I am here." Su Chenxiao smiled gently. "I ask you, within the heavenly Xian sect, are there any particularly special individuals?" "Special individuals?" Baiyu inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Young Master, please forgive this old one's ignorance. What do you mean by special individuals?" "The Cloud Realm." The heavenly Xian sect was not particularly powerful, hence it resided in the relatively remote Cloud Realm among the myriad heavens. Despite this, the entrance to the heavenly Xian sect was exceptionally grand and imposing. With a landscape rich in natural beauty, majestic palaces towered atop the soaring peaks, verdant ancient trees stood tall, and rare birds and beasts were abundant, all surrounded by an overwhelming abundance of spiritual energy. At this moment, outside the main hall of the heavenly Xian sect master Yuan Fengxiao and a host of elders awaited anxiously. Their expressions were tense, with one elder unable to restrain himself from speaking. "Sect Master, do you think that young Master Su is truly a reasonable person? We have surrendered 90% of our resources, yet we fear that he may not spare our heavenly Xian sect." Yuan Fengxiao's face was equally filled with concern. The events of recent days had aged him by decades in spirit. It was unimaginable that the heavenly Xian sect would suffer an unforeseen calamity due to a nameless sect from the lower realm. He shook his head and said, "Such matters are unpredictable. The elder has already brought the imperial young master here. Grand Elder, have you informed the disciples to gather? We, the heavenly Xian sect, must receive this young master with the utmost courtesy." The Grand Elder responded, "Sect Master, everything is prepared. The disciples are currently awaiting in the dojo." Yuan Fengxiao nodded slightly. Suddenly, as if recalling something, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. "Have we clarified which elder of our heavenly Xian sect is so foolish as to collude with that lower realm's Tianqi sect? I've already warned several times that our heavenly Xian sect must not entangle itself in unclear relations with those lower realm sects. Initially, I turned a blind eye, but now that we have stirred this great disaster, if we do not expose those behind Tianqi sect, it may be difficult to provide an explanation to young Master Su. Countless celestial paths exist, and those that are relatively weaker often suffer due to resource constraints. The elders within these paths frequently maintain connections with the lower realms, under the guise of protection from the upper realm as paths. They annually extract numerous resources from the lower realms. Over time, this has become a normalized practice. The same holds true within the Tianqian sect. Were it not for the catastrophic disaster provoked by this matter, one could assert that the esteemed sect master of Tianqian had never even heard the name of the lower realm's Tianqi sect. The Grand Elder nodded and replied, "Respected sect master, the investigation has been thoroughly conducted. The one reaping benefits from the lower realm's Tianqi sect is none other than our Tianqian sect's Elder Wu." In the crowd, Wu Linmu felt a jolt in his heart. He hastily knelt and pleaded, "Spare me, sect master, spare me, I beseech you." This was all the idea of my disciple. Yi Xiao. He was once a disciple of the Tianqi sect and ascended to the upper realm to join my humble sect. It is my fault for being momentarily deceived by his beguiling words. Yi Xiao? Yuan Fengxiao's brow furrowed upon hearing this. He was well aware of this individual, who possessed an archaic divine body and an indomitable spirit. He had nearly caused an upheaval in the Tianqian sect. However, given his exceptional talent, a rarity of a millennium, he was seen as the hope for the future of the Tianqian sect. Thus Yuan Fengxiao had shown him considerable leniency. Yuan Fengxiao sneered repeatedly. "Ah, Wu Linmu, for the sake of trifling gains, you nearly brought about a catastrophe for my Tianqian sect. Should young Master Su take offense, you must take it upon yourself to atone. But do not implicate my Tianqian sect. Do you understand?" Wu Linmu trembled, taking several steps back, and finally nodded, hoarsely saying yes, just as Yuan Fengxiao was silently contemplating how to appease young Master Su's ire. A colossal spiritual vessel approached from the distance. Upon recognizing the figure atop the vessel as the ancestor Baiyu of the Tianqian sect, Yuan Fengxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly led the other elders to greet him. I am Yuan Fengxiao, sect master of the Tianxian sect, accompanied by 18 elders and 100 deacons, here to welcome the esteemed arrival of young Master Su. Yuan Fengxiao led the way, kneeling with his head to the ground. Displaying utmost reverence, the 100 others knelt in unison, creating a scene reminiscent of seeking forgiveness from a higher authority. The massive spiritual vessel descended with a thundering sound that a voice, warm and gentle like jade, resonated. So this is the Tianxian sect? Quite so. But why you all kneel here? Upon hearing the youthful voice, Yuan Fengxiao was taken aback and quickly explained, "We have met young Master Su. The lower realms Tianqi sect has inadvertently offended you. A crime deserving of death. However, my Tianxian sect is completely unconnected to the lower realms Tianqi sect. The IT was merely due to the ignorance of one of our elders who privately accepted their benefits, leading to this grand misunderstanding. I implore young Master Su to spare my Tianxian sect." Su Chenxiao's expression remained calm as his gaze swept across the gathered crowd, noting that many bore titles of fated protagonists. It appeared he had indeed come to the right place, for the fated protagonist resided within the Tianxian sect. With a faint smile, Su Chenxiao spoke, "All right, everyone, rise if I truly wish to pursue this matter. Your Tianxian sect would not be standing here now." To his side, Qing Lao raised his right hand, and an invisible force instantly lifted the hundreds present. This aura Yuan Fengxiao's pupils constricted, and he trembled as he stood. Slowly, he raised his head to gaze upon the legendary young master of the imperial clan. He stood tall and noble, clad in pristine white, his countenance resembling jade, with an air of elegance akin to serene pine and bamboo. He exuded an innate aura of superiority. Even having witnessed countless prodigies, Yuan Fengxiao found himself repeatedly astonished by the strikingly handsome young man before him, who resembled a celestial being. What a graceful and refined noble. The elders behind him were equally captivated, sensing an innate leadership quality in him, a blend of disparate yet harmonious traits this is indeed the young master of the imperial clan Su. Truly extraordinary. Chapter 20. The fated protagonist Yi Xiao, archaic divine body. After a moment of astonishment, Yuan Fengxiao quickly gathered himself, raising both hands to present a storage ring, speaking with utmost reverence. I am Yuan Fengxiao, sect master of the Tianxian sect, and I greet young Master Su. Inside this ring lies 90% of the resources of our sect. I kindly ask you to accept it. Su Chenxiao regarded him with mild surprise. This fellow is quite sensible, but he unobtrusively accepted the storage ring and gave it a cursory glance that it contained approximately 10 million mid-grade spirit stones, along with an array of spiritual pills, medicines, and techniques, translating to merely several 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. However, this was understandable, as the Tianxian sect was relatively obscure among the myriad celestial paths, and possessing such resources was indeed commendable. Su Chenxiao did not dwell on it, merely nodding slightly. Upon witnessing young Master Su accept the storage ring, Yuan Fengxiao finally sighed in relief and hastily added, I invite you to follow us. I have arranged for our disciples to await your esteemed presence at the dojo. This way, he could swiftly locate the fated protagonist. Su Chenxiao smiled gently and replied, In that case, let us proceed this moment. Within the expansive dojo of the Tianxian sect, a throng of over 3,000 disciples had gathered. Approaching the grand hall of the sect, beneath the sect master and the assembled elders, Su Chenxiao advanced like a moon surrounded by stars. Countless pairs of eyes turned to gaze upon him. Is that the sect master and the elders? Is it the ancestor by you? Even he has come. Wait, could that young man truly be the legendary figure of the imperial clan? He is indeed a noble. Remarkably handsome, many female disciples of the Tianxian sect felt their hearts flutter upon seeing Su Chenxiao's unparalleled visage, creating ripples of admiration within them. Like the sun against the fireflies, even other male disciples felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. At that moment, a discontented voice rang out that a young man dressed in sect robes, with delicate features, crossed his arms and scoffed. Humph! What a handsome face and a noble lineage. What is so impressive about that? As these words fell, several disapproving glances were cast around, notably from female disciples. Xiao, have you lost your mind? Sneered a youth with a hawk-like nose and a sinister appearance. That individual is of the Supreme Imperial Clan. With a mere word, his family could obliterate our Tianxian sect. How dare you speak ill of the Imperial young master behind his back? Suddenly recalling something, Yang Jie laughed in realization. Oh, right, I remember now. You are merely a loose cultivator from the lower realm. Standing before that young master, you must feel utterly ashamed and diminished. Ever since Yi Xiao joined the Tianxian sect, he had been at odds with him. Not only had this fellow taken his beloved junior disciple, but he had also usurped his title as the foremost disciple of the inner sect. Struck at a sensitive spot, Yi Xiao's eyes flashed with resentment as he coldly declared, Yang Jie, utter another word, and we shall meet at the arena. Yang Jie's expression grew icy, and he fell silent. Why, Yi Xiao chuckled coldly. What if he is a prodigy of the upper realm? Before me, Yi Xiao, he wouldn't dare utter a word. Yet, Yi Xiao scanned the gathering of elders, searching in vain for the figure of his master, a trace of confusion crossing his face as he pondered. Where's my master? Meanwhile, under the leadership of sect master Yuan Fengxiao, Chenxiao swiftly arrived at a pavilion above the dojo. Young master, please, Yuan Fengxiao respectfully offered the seat of honor, standing aside to serve tea and water. Even the ancestors and the sect master remained standing, while the elders dared not sit, each of them standing by in silence. That it was not until Chenxiao smiled and waved his hand. Glancing at the disciples' panels below, that he spoke in a gentle tone, Sect Master Yuan need not be so formal. Please, take a seat. And the rest of you as well. Yuan Fengxiao felt a wave of surprise wash over him, repeatedly cupping his hands in gratitude. His emotions were akin to a roller coaster. Upon learning about Chenxiao's illustrious accomplishments in his youth, he had feared for the fate of the Tianxian sect. Yet upon witnessing this noble young master in person, he found him to be far from the rumored tyrant. Instead, he appeared remarkably refined and gracious, with excellent demeanor and conversation. This allowed Yuan Fengxiao to exhale in relief. Feeling a sense of gratitude and respect for this young master of the imperial clan, as he respectfully stated, Young Master Su, all of our disciples are present here. Grand Elder, why not allow them to pay their respects to young Master Su? Beside him, an elder nodded in understanding, then turned to address the congregation of disciples from the Tianxian sect below. Today, the young master of the imperial Su family graces our Tianxian sect with his presence, elevating our humble abode to new heights that we are truly fortunate. Disciples of Tianxian sect, do not hesitate to kneel and pay your respects to young Master Su. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on the distinguished figure of Chenxiao, who stood prominently at the back. Some gazed in reverence, while others looked upon him with admiration. Such a significant personage commanded respect even from the ancestors, who would stand aside in deference. With such a remarkable lineage and striking appearance, it was inconceivable for anyone not to feel a sense of awe. Upon hearing the elder's proclamation, the disciples of Tianxian sect promptly knelt, their expressions a mix of reverence and admiration as they looked up toward the esteemed figure. In unison, they called out, "We, the disciples of Tianxian sect, pay our respects to young Master Su. We, the disciples of Tianxian sect, pay our respects to young Master Su." Their voices reverberated like thunder, echoing through the sacred grounds. Yet amidst this solemnity, one individual stood out conspicuously among the thousands of kneeling disciples. Standing tall and proud, like a crane amidst a flock of chickens, he defied the collective submission. This scene did not escape the notice of the attending elders. The elder's eyelids twitched. He was not unfamiliar with this unusually spirited disciple, who was none other than Yi Xiao, the most outstanding talent from the inner sect, personally mentored by the 17th elder. But what was this moment? Behind him sat the illustrious young master of the imperial Su family, whose depths of influence were unfathomable. His father held the esteemed position of clan leader, and his siblings were unparalleled geniuses. Standing behind him were several emperors from the Su and Chun imperial families. Was this truly the time for one to flaunt their individuality? The elder felt a surge of frustration and bellowed, "Yi Xiao, what are you doing? Kneel before me." This outburst drew the attention of Chenxiao and the sect leader, Yuan Fengxiao, who was serving tea. Chenxiao glanced over, and upon noticing the defiant youth with an unwavering gaze, His eyes gleamed with intrigue. Name: Yi Xiao. Title: The Unyielding Martial Emperor, protagonist of Destiny Identity, direct disciple of the Elder, intersex senior brother. Age: 27. Personality: exceptionally proud, aloof, cold, unyielding. Realm: first level of ascending heaven. Physique: ancient divine body, minor completion. Techniques: Tianqian formula. Barbaric blood refining technique, unification art treasures. Mount Tai seal, celestial binding, net destiny value. 100,000. Chapter 21. Pride that refuses to kneel. Then let us shatter his bones. The ancient divine body, 100 consecutive draws. This immense destiny value stirred Su Chenxiao's excitement. The ancient divine body was among the top 10 formidable physiques in existence. Upon reaching full mastery, it could rival the ancient great fiends, tear through the void. And in its perfected state, it would possess a vitality akin to an ocean, capable of withstanding the true dragons and phoenixes of antiquity. Known as the canon of the mortal realm, this divine body was unparalleled. To think that the first protagonist of Destiny came equipped with 100 consecutive draws and such a terrifying physique, I have truly stumbled upon a treasure, with a grin that radiated delight. Su Chenxiao toyed with his teacup and regarded the proud Yi Xiao below with keen interest. Such an unyielding and proud character. Indeed, he is a protagonist of Destiny brimming with personality. Why Yi Xiao's audacious actions sent chills down the spines of Ancestor by Yu and sect leader Yuan Fengxiao. Their hearts racing, Yuan Fengxiao felt a wave of dread wash over him and immediately stepped forward, shouting, "You insolent wretch! Yi Xiao, who gave you the audacity to be disrespectful in the presence of a young master from the imperial family?" Even beside Yi Xiao, a young maiden tugged at his sleeve and urged him to relent. "Brother Yi, quickly kneel. You cannot afford to offend that esteemed individual." Yi Xiao remained unmoved, his eyes sparkling with determination as he met sect leader Yuan Fengxiao's gaze without a hint of fear. With each word resonating with conviction, he proclaimed, "Sect leader, I beseech your forgiveness. A man's knees are made of gold. As a proud son of 7 feet, I shall not kneel easily, save before my parents and master. As cultivators, we contend with heaven and humanity, relying solely on ourselves, not on our backgrounds." Su Chenxiao, sipping his tea, nearly choked on his drink. Truly a martial emperor defying the heavens. What a display of masculinity. Yi Xiao had anticipated that his impassioned speech would elicit a response from his fellow disciples. But to his surprise, the expressions of those kneeling turned incredulous, their faces a canvas of disbelief. Many of his peers turned pale, urgently urging him, "Brother Yi, stop this madness and kneel. Do you wish to bring ruin upon us?" The colossal presence of the imperial Su family was something they could only glean from ancient texts. Yet Yi Xiao, who had recently ascended from the lower realm, had grown accustomed to pride within the sect, utterly oblivious to the terror of the imperial Su family. Yuan Fengxiao trembled with rage. His body quaking, he dared not glance back at Su Chenxiao, his heart heavy with despair. What had he and the other elders bowed and scraped for, to preserve the hard-won foundation of the Tianqian sect? Yet here stood this young man, relying on his status as a sect prodigy, not only mocking them, but remaining unyieldingly proud. "Yi Xiao, you will cease this insolence at once." Even Yi Xiao's master, Wu Linmu, could no longer contain himself. After painstakingly securing young Master Su's leniency, this rebellious disciple had chosen this moment to act out. Rebellious disciple. "Do you know who young Master Su is? I command you to kneel this instant." Boom! The terrifying pressure from the King realm surged forth, locking onto Yi Xiao, who stood defiantly among the crowd. "Master!" Yi Xiao felt as though a mountain had suddenly descended upon him. His body trembled, and against his will, he fell to one knee. Hands on the ground, a faint golden radiance enveloped him. The formidable ancient divine body straining to resist the overwhelming pressure that threatened to force his knees to the ground. Gritting his teeth, drenched in sweat, he shouted defiantly, "If my master commands me to kneel, I shall naturally obey. But to submit merely due to a favorable lineage is truly disgraceful. You insolent wretch, do not speak further." The elders of Tianqian's sect were incensed, wishing they could tear his mouth apart. Yet at that moment, Chenxiao spoke with a calm smile. You are Yi Xiao, correct, an ancient divine body, full of pride. Unyielding to others, this young master admires you. Yuan Fengxiao and Elder Wu Linmu exchanged startled glances, quickly turning to look at Chenxiao. Young Master Su? Chenxiao ignored their alarm, leisurely swirling his teacup. His tone unhurried and composed, that if you do not wish to kneel, then do not. Qing Lao, let him prostrate. What? At this declaration, the elders of Tianxian sect felt their pupils constrict. The stoic Qing Lao respectfully responded. Yes, young master. The pressure from the quasi-emperor realm released a mere fraction. It swept through the assembly like a catastrophic avalanche, demolishing everything in its path. This overwhelming might left even the highest-ranking elder by you trembling in fear. The disciples below prostrated themselves, lacking even the courage to raise their heads. Why Yi Xiao felt a sudden constriction in his breath upon the utterance of those words. Wu Linmu stood frozen in place. As if struck by lightning, his gaze incredulously fixed upon the kneeling figure of the sect leader, Yuan Fengxiao. This young man, has he truly uncovered everything? In contrast, Yuan Fengxiao trembled violently, as if plunged into an icy abyss. He had initially intended to spare Wu Linmu for the sake of the person behind Yi Xiao. Little did he know that before the system panel, no one harbored any secrets. Buzzed out a flash of white light flickered. The white emperor sword suddenly manifested in his hand. Chenxiao lowered his head, obscuring his expression, yet gently caressed the blade of the white emperor's sword, murmuring softly, Perhaps I have been too merciful towards you all. Resulting in this predicament, Wu Linmu incessantly bowed before him, pleading, Young master, spare me. Please have mercy. Ignoring the trembling Wu Linmu, whose pupils quaked in fear, Chenxiao grasped the white emperor's sword, its tip poised against Wu Linmu's throat, and revealed a gentle smile. Since your disciple has just arrived from the lower realm and is ignorant of the affairs of the heavens, I shall graciously impart a lesson to him. What say you, sect leader Yuan? At this moment, Yuan Fengxiao, kneeling on the ground, was drenched in cold sweat, loudly proclaiming, I shall follow your commands, young master. He felt as though this refined young man had suddenly transformed into an utterly terrifying figure. Shrouded in inscrutable intentions, it appeared that nothing could escape his notice, but a smile crept upon Chenxiao's lips as he turned his gaze towards Yi Xiao, who lay incapacitated on the ground. His eyes filled with an unsettling intensity. Why, Yi Xiao, you accuse me of using my power to oppress others. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true meaning of such oppression. As he spoke, the white emperor's sword pierced Wu Linmu's neck with ease. Before the razor-sharp imperial weapon, even Wu Linmu's kingly body seemed as fragile as paper. The trickle of blood flowed forth. Wu Linmu lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the imperial sword at his throat. He dared not flinch, fully aware that any act of defiance would not only spell his doom, but also bring calamity upon the Tianxian sect. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the imperial sword advanced, paralyzed by fear. Below, the thousands of disciples dared not raise their heads. Master! Yi Xiao's eyes burned crimson, his expression a mask of rage as he bellowed at Chenxiao in the distance. If there is anything to be settled, let it be with me. Release my master. He yearned to charge forward, but his bones fell shattered, leaving him no choice but to lie on the ground like a beaten dog. Once a prodigy of the Tianqi Dao lineage, Yi Xiao had possessed the ancient divine body, effortlessly dominating his peers from the moment he embarked on his journey. Even after ascending to this realm and joining the Tianxian sect, he had shone brightly, a sun that could not be overlooked. He had always scorned the great sects and powers, believing that with his talent and pride, he could forge his path to becoming an emperor, the focus of all attention. Yet, Chenxiao's emergence had ruthlessly shattered that dream. He could only watch in despair as the imperial sword slowly pierced his master's neck. Meanwhile, the elders of the Tianxian sect, including the sect leader and the ancient ancestors, knelt trembling by the side, too fearful to resist. Is this what the imperial clans of the heavens have become? Yi Xiao roared in outrage that I, Yi Xiao, shall bear the consequences of my actions alone. If you dare harm my master, I shall repay you in blood." At these words, Qing Lao, who had been resting beside Su Chenxiao, suddenly opened his eyes wide. An ant dares to threaten a scion of the imperial clan, believing itself to possess the will of a saint. Boom! Just a single glance from him shattered Yi Zhao's internal organs, causing him to spit forth a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments. His face contorted in agony. Such a grievous injury. Even the ancient divine body could not heal. Ding! The protagonist Yi Zhao has suffered grave injuries. Destiny value decreased by 5,000. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 5,000 destiny value. Saint's Will. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the extraordinary background of this protagonist. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him, but he gazed at the immobile Wu Linmu, chuckling softly. "Your good disciple has committed a grave mistake. Will you come willingly, or shall I assist you?" Wu Linmu trembled uncontrollably, fully comprehending the implications of Su Chenxiao's words, his breath quickening. Qing Lao coldly interjected, "Shouldn't you express your gratitude to my master?" Wu Linmu forced a smile, his voice hoarse. "Young master, as a figure of great worth, how could you sully your hands with the blood of a mere king? I have cultivated for a millennium. To die beneath the imperial sword is no waste of my life. I only ask that you spare the Taishan sect, and I shall gladly thank young Master Su for granting me death." In the distance, Yi Zhao witnessed this scene, his eyes brimming with tears, shouting, "No, no, Master, please don't." Wu Linmu's aged eyes suddenly radiated determination, as if he had resolved to make a choice, charging straight towards the imperial sword. Puffed! The white emperor sword effortlessly pierced his throat. In the final moments of his life, he concentrated his vitality, refusing to let a drop of blood splatter upon the esteemed figure before him. Su Chenxiao narrowed his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Just as he was about to shatter Wu Linmu's soul, he summoned the soul-devouring beast from within. The beast surged into Wu Linmu's consciousness, transforming into a horrific, faceless monstrosity, voraciously devouring his soul until naught remained. Bang! Wu Linmu's lifeless body slumped to the ground. Ding! The protagonist Yi Zhao's master has perished. Destiny value decreased by 500. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 500 villain points. Upon hearing the system's announcement of villain points, Su Chenxiao raised his brow in mild surprise, murmuring, 500? Such a meager harvest. System, what is the meaning of this? Su Chenxiao inquired. Ding! In response to the Master, the more significant the figure to the protagonist, the greater the destiny value they possess. Yi Zhao. Hidden traits. Insecurity, extreme concern for reputation, and others' opinions that I see. This implies that Yi Zhao does not truly value his master as much as he claims. His rage stems less from the loss of his master and more from the humiliation he suffered before his peers. As Yu Chenxiao's eyes narrowed, a faint smile playing on his lips as he lightly tapped the table with his fingers, playfully observing Yi Zhao, whose face twisted with hatred and contempt as he hurled insults at him. "Oh, you understand. If I desire to kill him, he can only kneel and express his gratitude." Yi Zhao, seething with rage, retorted, "You scoundrel! Is this how an imperial clan behaves? If I, Yi Zhao, survive this calamity, I shall surely avenge my master." Su Chenxiao chuckled lightly, his heart unperturbed, yet feigning a fa-ade of deep grievance as Wu Linmu's direct disciple and the Tianxian sect's elder brother. At this moment, he pretended to embody the very essence of suffering, valuing reputation above life itself. Is this what they call pride? How amusing! Indeed! Buzzed out a glimmer of white light appeared, revealing a vibrant green pill brimming with vitality in Su Chenxiao's hand. With a flick of his finger, it soared straight towards Yi Zhao. This was none other than the Qingdi pill, a treasure bestowed upon him by his mother. What is this? The elders of the Tianxian sect gaped in astonishment at the sight. The overwhelming vitality radiating from the Qingdi pill left many of them in shock, as if rejuvenated from their old, withered forms. What abundant life force! This must be a sacred healing pill. No, I sense that consuming this will at least extend my lifespan by several hundred years. What is young Master Su intending to do? As confusion spread among the Tianxian sect members, the The precious Qingdi pill was unceremoniously swallowed by Yi Xiao. Cough, cough. Yi Xiao's body shuddered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he glared at Su Chenxiao. Growling, What have you made me consume? Su Chenxiao sat in the esteemed seat, gazing down upon Yi Xiao from his elevated position. Shaking his head, he spoke nonchalantly. Yi Xiao, did you not just proclaim your intent to avenge your master? Here I am, offering you an opportunity for retribution. However, at this point, Su Chenxiao spread his hands with a smile, his eyes gleaming with mockery and derision. You possess the audacity to take action? Yi Xiao trembled all over. He had never anticipated that his adversary could, with merely a single medicinal pill, pull him back from the brink of death. Upon hearing Su Chenxiao's words, he was further astonished by the audacity of this young master of the imperial Su family, who seemed to regard him with utter disdain. What did you say? Yi Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. You truly believe that I, Yi Xiao, would hesitate? An elder from the Tianxian sect, unable to contain himself, shouted in anger. Yi Xiao, you must think this through. This individual before you is the son of the clan leader of an imperial family. Even your master, Wu Linmu, has taken his own life. Should you dare harm the son of Su even slightly today, it would not only spell doom for you, but for our entire Tianxian sect. Even the young junior sister, kneeling beside him, dared to speak. Senior brother Yi, please don't. At this moment, among the gathered disciples, Feng Jie admonished fiercely, Yi Xiao, to offend that great personage merely for your pitiful pride. Elder Wu has treated you well, and you have already caused your master's demise. Do you wish to bring calamity upon us all? I do not wish to die. You cannot afford to offend that great personage. Senior brother Yi, please, I beg you to regain your senses. Yi Xiao's pupils filiculated incessantemente. His teeth clenched tightly, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Since awakening the ancestral divine body, he had borne an unparalleled arrogance, sweeping through the lower realms with unstoppable momentum. Not even before the terrifying protector beside Su Chenxiao had he ever bowed his head. Yet today, upon witnessing the elder's wrathful glares and the disappointment of his fellow disciples, his once unbreakable resolve began to waver for the first time. A mouthful of essence blood erupted from him, Yi Xiao's complexion turned ashen as he staggered back a few paces. Ding! The destined protagonist, Yi Xiao, is met with hostility from fellow sect members. His spirit is crushed, losing 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 1,000 villain points. Su Chenxiao chuckled mockingly. Indeed, compared to the notion of slaying his master, this prideful protagonist was far more concerned about how others perceived him. In that case, this will be quite simple. Su Chenxiao rose, stretching lazily, and then leapt forward to stand before Yi Xiao. The surrounding disciples hurriedly stepped aside. Only at close range could Yi Xiao truly sense the innate noble aura emanating from Su Chenxiao. Handsome as jade, with features that exuded superiority, every movement carried the air of one born to command. Unfazed by the weight of the heavens, such a dazzling presence rendered all present dim in comparison. Even he, who was typically so self-assured, felt an unfamiliar emotion swell within him. Jealousy. Yi Xiao fixated on the ethereal imperial scion before him, his tone laced with hostility. You truly dare to come? Why should I not? Su Chenxiao shrugged, speaking as if conversing with an old friend, a faint smile gracing his lips. I am a man of my word. I stand before you now, Yi Xiao. You may see. Su Chenxiao maintained a demeanor of calm indifference. This fellow seemed to have already concluded that Yi Xiao would not dare to strike. Yi Xiao's fists were clenched tightly. His entire body trembling, he panted heavily. Do not force my hand. The elders of the Tianxian sect were already terrified to the core. The sect leader, Yuan Fengxiao, gasped, his face devoid of color as he implored. Yi Xiao, remain calm. If you strike, it will spell utter ruin for everyone in the Tianxian sect. Seeming to sense Yi Xiao's hesitation, Su Chenxiao remarked coolly, my patience is limited. If you do not act soon, do not blame me for withdrawing this opportunity. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Su Chenxiao grinned and approached Yi Xiao, unabashedly patting him on the shoulder. Leaning in closely, he whispered, or is it that your prideful spirit has faltered? Yi Xiao, struggling to suppress his fury, felt his chest heave violently with indignation. He swiftly raised his right hand, summoning a formidable force to this distance. Should he strike, even the protector would likely not react in time. Oh, Chenxiao's eyes narrowed with amusement. Last, you can no longer contain yourself. At this moment, Yi Xiao was engaged in an internal struggle. He raised his fist high, the atmosphere thick with tension, as all held their breath in apprehension. Senior Brother Yi, please remain calm. I do not wish to die. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Eventually, reason triumphed over emotion. Yi Xiao's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed, his right hand losing strength, slowly lowering that he closed his eyes, striving to steady his tumultuous heart. Not a word escaped his lips. Witnessing this scene, the nearly petrified sect leader Yuan Fengxiao finally exhaled, slumping back into his seat, utterly drained. The other elders also sighed in relief. Just moments ago, it felt as though the entire Tianxian sect had danced at death's door. At a flicker of disdain and scorn flashed in Chenxiao's eyes. With his smile fading, he assumed the demeanor of an imperious sovereign. Devoid of emotion as he declared, "Since you lack the courage, then kneel before me." Yi Xiao's eyes shot open, locking gazes with Chenxiao, who exuded palpable contempt. A tidal wave of rage surged forth once more. Yi Xiao's teeth nearly ground to dust, his blood boiling with indignation. His body trembled violently, yet at this juncture he could only kneel slowly, his countenance steeped in humiliation. Thud. As he knelt, Yi Xiao's face turned a ghastly white. A great spout of blood erupted from his mouth, his aura in disarray, teetering on the brink of collapse. His resolve faltered. Ding! The destined protagonist, Yi Xiao, has wavered in his resolve, losing 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 5,000 villain points. Is this satisfactory? Yi Xiao managed to force out through gritted teeth. Chenxiao, perched high above, scoffed coldly. If you had struck, perhaps I would have regarded you with a measure of respect. If you do not fear authority, why kneel? Are you genuinely unafraid, or merely pretending? Coward. Chapter 24. Hidden Backgrounds. The destined female protagonist Ming Su Yuan, the terrifying background of the other party, ultimately compelled his submission. Yi Xiao closed his eyes in anguish. Endure for now. Tranquility shall follow. However, Chenxiao's sharp words cut deep, ruthlessly tearing at the insecurities hidden within Yi Xiao's heart, leaving a fissure in his resolve. Crack! Ding! The destined protagonist, Yi Xiao, plunged into self-doubt. His resolve fracturing, losing 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 5,000 villain points. At that moment, from afar, Qing Lao seemed to sense something, transmitting a thought. Young Master, outsiders are approaching this realm. Two individuals, one at the ascended stage and the other at the saint stage. The saint's aura emanates from this person. They arrive with remarkable speed. As Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, glancing at the kneeling Yi Xiao, a hint of playful intrigue in his voice. Yi Xiao, there is something you may not yet realize. You believe your current achievements are solely due to your own efforts, yet they are merely built upon the very background you so disdain. Yi Xiao paused, taken aback, lifting his gaze filled with confusion. What do you mean? Suddenly, a terrifying saint's pressure surged forth from the cloud realm. A saint's presence has descended upon our cloud realm. Leader, what is happening? As the aura enveloped them, Tianxian sect leader Yuan Fengxiao's pupils constricted. As if realizing something, he murmured, "That elder has arrived. The one behind Yi Xiao." What? Yi Xiao has a saint standing behind him? The attending elders were incredulous. Yuan Fengxiao nodded, his expression grave. Not long after Yi Xiao joined our Tianxian sect, a powerful saint visited. Aware of his impulsive nature, that elder gifted him medicinal pills to aid his advancement and instructed me to take good care of him. My protection of this child stems from that very reason. The saint behind Yi Xiao likely hails from a formidable lineage among the myriad realms. However, this posed a significant dilemma. Presently within the Tianxian sect stood none other than the illustrious son of the imperial Su family. From a distance, a golden divine light swiftly approached. I shall see who dares to lay a finger on my brother. An astonishingly powerful old woman, whose cultivation had reached the sacred realm, appeared here accompanied by a young maiden. The girl possessed exquisite and charming features, her skin as delicate as fine jade, with bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her slender and graceful figure resembled a flower poised to bloom, and her light blue dress fluttered with the wind. Although she was still quite young, the traces of her enchanting beauty were already evident. Given time, she would undoubtedly become a woman capable of captivating the world. Upon arriving at this place, Ming Su Yuan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she swiftly searched for Yi Zhao's figure. "Qian Papa, is Brother Yi here?" Su Chenxiao looked up, narrowing his eyes slightly. Name: Ming Su Yuan. Title: the fated female protagonist of the rebellious martial emperor identity, daughter of a reclusive ancient clan's leader. Half-demon age, 17 realm. 6th level of ascending heaven physique. 9-tailed demon body. Ancient fierce bloodline of the nine-tailed. Name: Qian Wu. Identity: protector of the Ming clan, a reclusive ancient clan realm. 7th level of sacred realm. Su Chenxiao gazed at the panels of the two above. His interest piqued. How intriguing. Is Yi Zhao the fated male protagonist? Upon seeing the young maiden above, Yi Zhao appeared somewhat incredulous, muttering, "Yuan Yuan?" Meanwhile, Ming Su Yuan also spotted Yi Zhao among the crowd. Upon seeing his pale face, kneeling on the ground, her expression instantly turned icy as she rushed towards him. "Let go of Brother Yi. Don't come any closer. Yuan." Yi Zhao's face changed dramatically. In the pavilion, Qing Lao moved, instantly appearing beside Su Chenxiao. "A mere reclusive ancient clan dares to offend my young master? Get lost." In an instant, a terrifying aura of the quasi-emperor surged forth. Ming Su Yuan felt as if struck by a heavy blow, uncontrollably flying backward. Miss Qian Papa appeared behind her, promptly unleashing the power of the sacred realm to shield her. Yet, in the face of this quasi-emperor's might, she too was greatly affected, retreating step by step while supporting Ming Su Yuan. Qian Papa was taken aback. Quasi-emperor, you are the leader of the Su family shadow guards, Guardian Qing He. Her pupils trembled violently. Encountering such a prominent figure as Qing Lao in this small Tianxian sect left her mind shaken. The Su family shadow guards, how could they possibly appear here? Qing Lao's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. "Does my clan's young master need to explain to you? Come forth and pay your respects." With a swift motion, he released a tremendous divine power towards Qian Papa. Before the quasi-emperor, even the sacred realm appeared insignificant, like ants. The imperial clan's young master? Could it be? Qian Papa quickly turned to the strikingly handsome young man in the hall. Her face pale as she hastily explained, "This old woman is from the reclusive ancient clan Ming, and this lady beside me is the daughter of the Ming clan's leader. We meant no offense. I implore young master Su to forgive us." Enough that at this moment, Su Chenxiao raised his hand to interrupt, looking at the two with a smile. "So, it is the ancient clan Ming. It was merely a misunderstanding." "Qing Lao, stand down." As Su Chenxiao spoke, the terrifying quasi-emperor's aura abruptly dissipated. Qian Papa gasped for breath, never having expected to encounter someone from the imperial clan in this small realm. Moreover, beside him stood a powerful quasi-emperor guardian from the Su clan. At such a young age, possessing such treatment, his identity was clearly evident. The head of the Su clan and the son of the Chun clan's imperial daughter. Su Chenxiao. This old woman, Qian Wu, greets young master Chenxiao. Su Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "You know me?" Qian Papa bowed deeply, speaking with utmost respect. "We, the reclusive ancient clans, naturally have heard of the young master's illustrious name." Su Chenxiao waved his hand, casually glancing at Yi Zhao, who was kneeling on the ground, and spoke. "So, did you come here because of this fellow? The divine thoughts of a saint are emanating from him. I presume they are left by you." Qian Papa felt an ominous premonition rising within her. Glancing at the kneeling disciples of Tianxian sect and Yi Zhao, her experienced mind quickly grasped the situation. "This troublemaker," she hurriedly clarified, in response to the young master. "My lady received kindness from this person when she was in the lower realms. However, this lad is reckless and stirs trouble wherever he goes. My lady has intervened on his behalf more than once. I never expected him to offend young Master Su." Chenxiao waved his hand again, smiling. No rush. Since you are already here, why not stay to watch a good show? Yi Xiao, do you see? Whenever you are in danger, there will be someone to assist you. If it weren't for their covert help, how many episodes do you think you could survive with your temperament? Even these are merely the standard configuration of a fated protagonist. Yi Xiao clenched his fists tightly while kneeling on the ground, feeling an intense humiliation. His pride prevented him from wanting Ming Su Yuan to see his current disgrace. Lowering his head, he coldly declared, I don't even know her. Everything I, Yi Xiao, have achieved today is solely due to my own efforts. I never needed her help. Ding! The fated protagonist Yi Xiao harbors a rift with the fated female protagonist Ming Su Yuan, losing 1,000 fated value. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 1,000 villain points. The title effect of the fated villain has been triggered, granting an additional reward of the supreme artifact. Meng Huang Ding. Chapter 25. Stripping the ancient divine body of its essence. Leaping through 9 realms. Triggered rewards. Supreme artifact. Meng Huang Ding. Capable of shattering thousands of pounds. Indestructible. It requires a high demand on the user's physical strength to wield. Su Chenxiao's eyes brightened. Meanwhile, Ming Su Yuan's delicate body trembled, appearing somewhat incredulous at Yi Xiao's words. With a pale complexion, she said, Brother Yi, what has happened to you? Why do you say you don't know me? Yi Xiao's words infuriated Qianpapa beside her. Yi Xiao, you ungrateful wretch. Do you think everything you've obtained today is solely because of your ancient divine body? You may possess a divine body, but there are countless prodigies with extraordinary physiques in this vast world. Do you know how they mostly end up? Qianpapa's aged eyes burned with rage, for only she knew how much her lady had sacrificed for this man, extracted of her essence, refined into pills, and there were even powerful clans with methods to strip and graft physique. If it weren't for her lady's covert assistance, he would have long since been drained of his saintly blood and reduced to a blood slave in the Tian Chi Dao sect. Even now, in the upper realm, her lady constantly worried about his situation, specifically instructing this Tian Xian sect's leader to look after him. Otherwise, with his troublemaking nature, he could die 100 times over. Yet now he dares to claim that everything is due to his own efforts, utterly denying her lady's contributions. Truly a heartless ingrate. What? Yi Zhao's pupils dilated, struggling to accept this reality as he raised his head. Incredulous, staring at Ming Su Yuan, I thought it strange that as soon as I entered Tian Xian sect, an elder took me as a personal disciple. Was this all you're doing? Ming Su Yuan's eyes reddened slightly. Disappointment etched on her face as she bit her lip, remaining silent. This cruel truth was too much for the proud Yi Xiao to bear. Could it be that everything he had experienced was under someone else's control? Yi Xiao let out a self-deprecating laugh, as if he had gone mad, continuously denying, This is impossible. This is impossible. Everything I have achieved is through my own hard work. I, Yi Xiao, have never sought your help. Why do you interfere with my life like this? Answer me. Ding. The fated protagonist Yi Zhao's relationship with the fated female protagonist Ming Su Yuan has shattered, losing 20,000 fated value. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 20,000 villain points. 20 consecutive draws. Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled. He never expected that the reclusive ancient clan Ming played such a significant role in Yi Zhao's fated value. Moreover, this fellow seemed quite dissatisfied with the hidden assistance from the fated female protagonist. Gaining benefits yet acting ungrateful, as Su Chenxiao chuckled, squatting down, mockingly gazing at him. Why, Yi Xiao, do you understand now? If it weren't for the reclusive ancient clan Ming, you, Yi Xiao, would be nothing. This world has never lacked geniuses. But geniuses without a background are merely geniuses. What gives you the right to believe that a mere ancient divine body can compare to the efforts of countless prodigies from our ancient clans over millennia? Your so-called pride is, in my eyes, cheaper than a stone by the roadside. You bastard, shut your mouth. Yi Zhao's eyes turned blood red, filled with hatred, glaring fiercely at the person before him. Yet he was terrified to find that he could not refute him at all. His once prized talent now appeared so pitiful in the eyes of another. Qianpapa coldly observed this scene, remarking icily, Yi Xiao, it was one thing for you to cause trouble while relying on my lady's protection before. But young Master Su is of the Imperial Su clan, a supreme existence that our reclusive ancient clan dares not provoke. Today, this calamity is your destined fate. No one can save you. She now feels grateful for her quick reaction, having timely distanced herself and the young lady from this young man. Otherwise, if she had acted recklessly and offended this son of an imperial clan, it is feared that even the reclusive ancient clan, the Ming family, would face catastrophic ruin. There are countless hidden ancient clans across the realms, yet there exists but one imperial clan, the Su family. Yi Zhao's pupils trembled violently as he knelt on the ground. Rendered speechless. Why? How could this be? Su Chenxiao smiled, gently placing his hand on Yi Zhao's shoulder, and said with a smile, Yi Zhao, you once questioned whether those of the imperial clan could act as they please. Allow me to inform you today that my Su family indeed can do as we wish, that ancient divine body you take pride in. It is now mine. As he spoke, an extraordinarily enchanting purple light radiated from his hand. Buzz, one of the 10 ancient divine abilities of the chaotic scriptures, one Yuan Ge. This supreme technique, crafted by an unknown master, is most compatible with the innate chaotic divine body. Among its powers is the ability to strip away any special physique's essence and assimilate it for oneself. A terrifying force suddenly surged forth, forcefully extracting the essence of Yi Zhao's ancient divine body as if it were a whale swallowing its prey. The blood coursing with ancient power within Yi Zhao was violently reversed, coalescing in his chest into a pulsating orb of yellow divine light. The excruciating agony of forcibly stripping away the essence of his physique felt as though he were being torn apart by 1,000 blades. Yi Zhao's eyes bulged, veins throbbing on his forehead, desperately attempting to resist. Boom! At that moment, the elder Qing, acting on his own accord, intervened. With a terrifying cultivation, he suppressed Yi Zhao, rendering him immobile. Granny Qin's expression was one of utter shock. Not only her, but everyone from the Tianqian sect stared incredulously at the scene. This is the method of physique deprivation. Such a supernatural ability could only have been heard of in the ancient era. And yet, how unexpected that the Su family possesses this skill. Brother Yi, Ming Sulan, her captivating features now pale, attempted to step forward to intervene, but was ruthlessly halted by Granny Qian's hand. Miss, we have already sheltered him for long enough. Now that Yi Zhao has offended the son of the imperial clan, he must face the consequences. Should you dare to act again, do not blame this old woman for being merciless. Ming Sulan turned to Granny Qian beside her, only to find the once doting elder now gazing at her with an icy, frightening unfamiliarity. Granny Qian's aged eyes glimmered ominously as she communicated telepathically. Miss, as a lady of noble birth, we have done more than enough for this mortal realm. However, you cannot be oblivious to the might of the Su family. Our Ming family cannot provoke them. Do not let this lead to the demise of innocent clansmen. The mention of clansmen made Ming Sulan shudder, as if she had come to a realization. Biting her lip, her beautiful eyes reflected her inner turmoil. Brother Yi, I am sorry I cannot endanger my parents and the other members of the Ming family. In the face of the towering mountain that is the Su family, she ultimately chose to stand idly by. Ding! The destined protagonist Yi Zhao lost his ancient divine body, suffering a loss of 30,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 30,000 villain points. Yi Zhao's anguished wails echoed for a long time. A radiant orb of the essence of his physique was slowly drawn out. His cultivation rapidly plummeted from the 9th level of the enlightenment stage to the 8th, then the 7th. In stark contrast, Su Chenxiao, upon fusing with this powerful essence of physique, erupted with an overwhelming ancient power in an instant. Boom! His body resembled that of a primordial beast, glistening like jade as the ancient and desolate power emanated from him. His cultivation soared from the 1st level of the ascendant realm to the 2nd, then the 3rd, eventually halting at the 9th level. A leap through 9 realms. Chapter 26. The future martial emperor's fall, unlocking the blessing function. As Su Chenxiao felt the transformation of his divine body. He slowly opened his brilliantly radiant eyes. A hint of delight crossing his noble features, he murmured softly, with blood like a dragon, and a physique capable of shaking the kings, The ancient divine body is truly remarkable. This young master graciously accepts it. Under the astonished, fearful, and adoring gazes of all present, Chenxiao released Yi Xiao, who lay on the ground, powerless like a dead Yi Xiao weakly howled from the ground. "Return my divine body to me. That is my ancient divine body." At that moment, he lacked even the strength to rise. Having lost the essence of his physique, he had nearly become a waste. Weaker than even the disciples within the sect, Chenxiao paid no heed to the fallen Yi Xiao. A faint smile gracing his lips, his mood inexplicably lifted. Who would have thought that the chaotic scripture's ancient divine ability could not only strip away the essence of physique, but also enable him to break through 9 minor realms in one fell swoop? Truly, it was an unparalleled marvel, this heavenly defying ability. Who knows what great power devised it? Eager to test the strength of his current physique, Chenxiao casually called out, "Yuan Zhongzhu, come forth." Yuan Fengxiao's heart sank. Trembling, he approached from a distance, speaking with utmost reverence. "Congratulations, young Master Su, on acquiring the ancient divine body and significantly increasing your strength." As Chenxiao glanced at him, whose face was filled with trepidation, and smiled lightly. "Given that this young master is in a good mood, Yuan Zhongzhu, withstand a blow from me with your physique at the divine essence realm, and I shall spare the lives of everyone in the Tianxian sect." Yuan Fengxiao was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes brightened with joy. Although he had just recently broken through to the divine essence realm, he was still a bona fide powerhouse, 2 major realms above the ascendant realm. If he could simply endure a blow from this young master, he could save the entire Tianxian sect. Such an opportunity was rare. Yuan Fengxiao, filled with excitement, quickly suppressed his cultivation, standing firm with only his physical strength. He respectfully proclaimed, "I am willing. Young Master Su possesses a magnanimous heart, and I, on behalf of everyone in the Tianxian sect, thank you for your mercy." Chenxiao chuckled, narrowing his eyes. No trouble at all. With that, he lowered his gaze to his right hand. An ancient and desolate aura, mingling with the essence of gods and demons, enveloped him. Using his fist as a sword, the Tai sword technique's imposing intent radiated around him. He unleashed a punch. This punch, infused with 2 terrifying auras, shattered the very fabric of the realm. Even before it approached, Yuan Fengxiao felt his blood surge violently, as if his body were on the verge of being torn asunder. His pupils constricted suddenly, a choking sensation enveloping him. "This power, are you telling me, this is from the ascendant realm?" A thick sense of death surged forth. Yuan Fengxiao gritted his teeth, not daring to unleash his full cultivation. Relying solely on his physical strength to withstand the blow, that punch landed squarely upon Yuan Fengxiao's body. Crack! In an instant, countless fissures erupted across his divine essence realm physique, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom! Countless structures crumbled, and dust billowed in the distance. Such an astonishing strike bore no resemblance to the power one could expect from an ascendant realm individual. Even Granny Qian, standing nearby, was left breathless, her expression one of shock as she gazed at this son of the imperial clan. How could this be possible? After all, he is also a powerhouse of the divine essence realm, even with the ancient divine body. He shouldn't be capable of such an earth-shattering display of strength. What she did not know was that Chenxiao already possessed a divine body of gods and demons. Now, with the addition of the top-ranked ancient divine body, he was even more formidable. Amidst the ruins, Yuan Fengxiao coughed blood, his physique shattered, his internal essence in disarray. An overwhelming, cutting sword intent surged forth, as if his very organs had been obliterated. Trembling, he sat on the ground, unable to rise for a long time, his face ashen and devoid of color. Yuan Fengxiao rasped, "I thank you for your teachings, young master." Chenxiao, however, looked somewhat disappointed as he gazed at his fist. Murmuring, "I clearly felt I could obliterate his body with that punch. Yet it still fell somewhat short." With the ancient divine body, Chenxiao sensed that if he were to face that tri-transformation 9 mysteries calamity once more, even the legendary Black Abyss Divine Thunder could be withstood by his corporeal form, without the need for the chaotic energy to envelop him. Yet despite possessing an unparalleled divine body, he lacked a powerful physique refining technique. He believed that with a bit of training, he could further enhance his strength several-fold. Chuckling, Chenxiao shook his head, not overly concerned. After all, cultivation must be approached gradually. He had just acquired the divine body, and there was no need to rush. With a flick of his hand, a Qingdi pill appeared and shot forth. All right, Yuan Zhongzhu, this young master never goes back on his word at AS for the matter of the Tianxian sect. It shall be bygones. Take this. Yuan Fengxiao felt as though he had received a divine blessing, overwhelmed with gratitude as he knelt and bowed deeply. Thank you, young master, for your grace. At that moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. That is my divine body, the power of Yi Xiao, lying on the ground. Yi Xiao's heart brimmed with hatred as he witnessed this scene. His ancient divine body had become exponentially more powerful in another's possession. Yi Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, contorted in rage as he suddenly turned to Ming Suwan, roaring like a vengeful spirit. Luaner, help me kill him. Kill him. I once saved your life. You must help me kill him. Ming Suwan's delicate features turned even paler at the words spoken, her eyes filled with confusion. Could this truly be Brother Yi? Granny Qian's expression shifted dramatically as she barked an order. Silence. My lady owes you nothing. With a swift movement, she struck toward Yi Xiao's head, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered his vitality with a singular blow. The impact rendered Yi Xiao lifeless in an instant. Fearing that Yi Xiao might continue speaking and bring disaster upon her Ming family, she acted decisively. Brother Yi. Ming Sujuan's vision darkened. She had not anticipated that Granny Qian would take such drastic measures, causing her to lose consciousness. Ding! The destined protagonist Yi Xiao has perished, and the destiny value has been depleted. Congratulations on hunting the rebellious martial emperor, the destined protagonist Yi Xiao. Congratulations, master, on acquiring all of the destined protagonist belongings. Heavenly Profound Sutra, Barbaric Blood Refinement Technique, Mount Tai Seal, and Celestial Locking Net. The script function has been unlocked. You can now gain a rough overview of the destined protagonist script. When the destined protagonist destiny value falls below 30, the remaining opportunities will be unlocked for viewing to prevent the master from missing significant fortunes. Current hunt of the destined protagonist. 1. Current villain value. 105000. As Chenxiao cast a surprised glance at Granny Qian. This old woman acted with remarkable decisiveness, directly eliminating the destined protagonist. However, it posed no issue. The newly added functionality of the system, the life script, was indeed intriguing that in Chenxiao's view, the panel displaying the number of hunted destined protagonists prominently featured Yi Xiao's gray avatar, the rebellious martial emperor. Destined protagonist Yi Xiao has fallen. Remaining opportunities: 4 Redfall Burial Ground, Supreme Deity Scripture, Ancient God Refinement Technique, Northern Domain Demon Realm, Azure Dragon Beast, Celestial Treasures, Ancient Heavenly Ground, Sacred Realm Inheritance, Sacred Grade Elixirs, Chapter 27, Fruit of the Great Path, Burial Ground Opportunities, Ancient God Refinement Technique. Chenxiao closely examined the descriptions of Yi Xiao's remaining opportunities. He had little interest in others such as the Inheritance of Saints. Yet, the Ancient God Refinement Technique was an unparalleled method most suitable for his divine demon body and ancient god body. It seemed this was Yi Xiao's second significant opportunity. Ancient God Refinement Technique. Redfall Burial Ground. Chenxiao murmured softly, unfamiliar with this place. Meanwhile, after personally striking down Yi Xiao to prevent any further implications for her Ming family, Granny Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Chenxiao, saying, "Young Master Su, this child spoke disrespectfully, repeatedly attempting to provoke you and our Ming family. I could not restrain myself and took the liberty to eliminate him. I hope for your understanding." Chenxiao withdrew his thoughts. Glancing at the unconscious Ming Sujuan, he noted that she had lost the title of destined female protagonist. He spoke softly, "Enough, since Yi Xiao is dead. I have no desire to pursue your relationship further." Granny Qian's expression brightened, and with respect, she replied, "Young Master Su, your magnanimity is commendable, as expected of the talented scion of the imperial Su family. I, on behalf of the family head, express my gratitude to you. Should the opportunity arise in the future, Our Ming family shall hold the Su family in the highest regard, willing to serve you wholeheartedly." "Oh, truly." Su Chenxiao smiled, gazing at Granny Qian as he spoke. "There's no need to wait for the future. How about right now?" Granny Qian was taken aback. Su Chenxiao continued, "Tell me, do you know about the Redfall burial ground?" Granny Qian furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before nodding. "Young master, the Redfall burial ground is an ancient secret realm. It opens to the outside world once every 30 years, and only outstanding juniors who qualify may enter to contend for treasures." Su Chenxiao replied with a mild smile, "I intend to visit this Redfall burial ground." Granny Qian, slightly perplexed, thought to herself how the Redfall burial ground, while a place of countless opportunities, seemed unnecessary for someone of the imperial Su family stature, who lacked for nothing in terms of resources. Nevertheless, she explained earnestly, "Returning to your inquiry, this session of the Redfall burial ground will commence in about half a month. If you truly wish to go, you can contact the hidden ancient clan, the Xian family, as this secret realm lies within their territory, managed by them." The hidden ancient clan, the Xian family? Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, saying, "Understood. Please inform the Xian family that I, young master, will be entering the Redfall burial ground in half a month." Granny Qian's heart raced, and she promptly responded, "I understand. I will relay your message faithfully." Satisfied, Su Chenxiao nodded, stifling a yawn as he said, "Well then, I am somewhat weary. You may take your leave." Granny Qian's eyes lit up. "Young Master Su, do come to the Ming family as a guest when you have the time." With that, she took the unconscious Ming Sujuan and transformed into a streak of light, departing this realm. After their departure, Yuan Fengxiao, the leader of the heavenly profound sect, who had consumed the Qing Emperor pill to recover, approached. He cast a cold glance at Yi Zhao's corpse on the ground and stated solemnly, "This child has offended the young master. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. If you plan to visit the Redfall burial ground, we are willing to serve you." In the following days, he suggested, "Why not stay in my heavenly profound sect, allowing us to host you properly and atone for our transgressions?" Su Chenxiao pondered for a moment before replying, "That sounds reasonable." Inside a grand palace prepared by Yuan Fengxiao, Su Chenxiao examined Yi Zhao's life script and remaining opportunities, lost in thought. According to the system, destined protagonists came in various tiers, from those who achieved the status of an emperor to those who could merely become powerful beings within a realm. Yi Zhao, possessing a peerless divine body, was destined for greatness, likely to become a martial emperor. Yet, it was intriguing that one with the ancient god body script nearly met his demise within the Redfall burial ground. Xian Outyin. Why does that name feel so familiar? Su Chenxiao mused lightly. "Qing Lao," he called, and Qing Lao respectfully responded, "I am here, young master," as Su Chenxiao instructed, "investigate the hidden ancient clan, focusing on an individual named Xian Outyin." Qing Lao nodded and solemnly replied, "Understood." With that, he vanished into the shadows. Once Qing Lao departed, Su Chenxiao summoned the soul-devouring beast, allowing it to feast upon the surrounding space. Since consuming the soul of the king-level powerhouse Wu Linmu, the soul-devouring beast had grown significantly, now the size of a ball, and its ethereal form had become somewhat more substantial. It lay upon Su Chenxiao's lap, voraciously devouring the spatial surroundings, gazing at the soul-devouring beast. Su Chenxiao gently stroked it. There was no tangible sensation, as if his hand were submerged in a cool mist. Soul-devouring beast, juvenile phase little one. The system says that once you grow, you will provide me with boundless benefits. It seems I need to find a place where you can indulge wholeheartedly. He wondered which realm might be fortunate enough to serve as nourishment for the soul-devouring beast. A slight smile crept on Su Chenxiao's lips as he recalled his recent acquisition of over 100,000 villain points. He opened the system marketplace, eager to indulge in a shopping spree. Coincidentally, the system marketplace had refreshed with a new batch of products. Upon seeing one item, Su Chenxiao paused, surprised. They even have such a thing. The fruit of the great path that it grants entry into the realm of the celestial and allows one to randomly comprehend a path. Requires villain points. 10,000. The fruit of the great path could lead to a complete understanding of a path, a rarity even in the myriad realms. Such an item could only be born under special circumstances. as he had already attained the 9th level of the ascending heaven realm. The next stage was the undying realm. The undying realm represented a significant threshold for cultivators across the realms. With varying time requirements, depending on comprehension, point 1 must condense their understanding of the Great Path into the primordial path fruit. The more paths one comprehends, the more powerful their divine abilities become. Ordinary individuals could only grasp the essence of the Great Path through various opportunities in contrast, those with a divine constitution, even the weakest of special physiques, inherently possessed a path. This meant that, given sufficient resources, individuals with special physiques had a minimum threshold of the undying realm. Chenxiao's eyes sparkled. With his chaos body, the more paths he possessed, the better. Observing the system marketplace, the fruit of the Great Path was available for only 10,000 villain points each. Without hesitation, Chenxiao purchased all 5. The item fruit of the Great Path turned gray. Ding! Successfully purchased fruit of the Great Path 5 consumed villain points. 50,000. Remaining villain points. 55,000. Chapter 28. Breaking into the undying realm. 8 paths. Buzz. The Tao fruits were summoned from the depths of the system's storage space. Before him materialized an array of extraordinary fruits, each exuding an ethereal aura. Some were adorned with vibrant red scales, their fiery hue seemingly scorching the very air around them. Others emanated a bizarre, uncanny essence, their surfaces adorned with countless faceless visages, as Chenxiao gazed at these Tao fruits. Absorbing the unique aura that only the Tao could possess. 3 lower-tier Tao fruits, 1 middle-tier, and 1 upper-tier Tao fruit were present. Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he seized one and commenced his cultivation. System, activate tenfold speed refinement. In the days that followed, Yuan Fengxiao had not witnessed Chenxiao's departure from the Grand Hall on one occasion. He attempted to pay a visit, only to be halted by Elder Qing. Upon sensing 5 or 6 unprecedented Tao auras, Yuan Fengxiao was taken aback, his expression notably vibrant. Where did such immense Tao power originate? Young Master Su, is he preparing to break through to the undying realm? 10 days later, 8 beams of diverse hues erupted from the ancient hall. Surging upwards, the overwhelming force of the Tao permeated the heavens and earth, shaking the entire Tianxian sect, prompting elders from all directions to gather before the Grand Hall. With a rumbling sound as the hall door slowly opened, all gazes were irresistibly drawn to the ethereal, otherworldly figure of the young man clad in white. The youth possessed a strikingly handsome visage, his divine aura subdued yet radiant, his flawless physique glimmering, surrounded by 8 strands of Tao, 3 of which were notably robust, exuding an ancient, desolate essence that left onlookers in awe upon sensing his cultivation level. The crowd collectively gasped. The undying realm? Yuan Fengxiao's heart raced, quickly stepping forward to offer his congratulations. Congratulations to young Master Su for his remarkable breakthrough into the undying realm. 8 unparalleled Daos, even among the imperial clans, are rarely possessed by anyone. How long has it been? Just a few dozen days ago, this young master had merely reached the 1st level of the ascending heaven realm, even with the enhancement of the ancient divine body. This rate of cultivation is truly terrifying. The other elders present quickly regained their composure and joined in the jubilant congratulations. Congratulations to young Master Su on breaking through to the undying realm. From this day forth, the young master shall undoubtedly overshadow all other prodigies across the heavens, destined to establish his name in the ancient battlefield. Chenxiao's expression remained tranquil as he replied nonchalantly. It is merely a breakthrough to the undying realm. There is no need for such an uproar. Everyone, please disperse. The reactions of the Tianxian sect members in their attempts to flatter themselves were indeed excessive. Yuan Fengxiao and the elders exchanged glances. Among them, even the sect leader Yuan Fengxiao, who possessed the most Daos, had only mastered 3 after spending several centuries in the undying realm, gradually comprehending them one after another. Yet this young master had just entered the undying realm and grasped 8 Daos. Such a spectacle was simply unheard of, and he seemed rather unenthused. Such a terrifying requirement. He truly is a scion of the imperial clan. The crowd, feeling somewhat awkward, gradually took their leave. Elder Qing approached at that moment and said, "Congratulations, young master. 8 Daos are sufficient to secure kingship. The clan leader has prepared a Dao fruit for you." And coupled with the Su family's dragon transformation pool baptism, should you return to the clan now, you could wield the power of 10 Daos in one fell swoop. Among all the clans, you would undoubtedly be a paragon. A paragon? Su Chenxiao smiled proudly. And why aspirations extend far beyond that. Consider my brother Su Jingheng, who lingered in the undying realm for a decade before attaining the 12th Dao breakthrough. With my innate chaos divine body, the more Daos I possess, the better. Su Chenxiao stated calmly. There is no rush to return to the clan. Elder Qing, have you thoroughly investigated the matter I asked about? Elder Qing nodded, his voice hoarse as he replied. Young master, I have gathered all pertinent information regarding the hidden ancient clan, the Xian family D.O. Share. The Xian family's territory lies within the Kanming Dao domain, comprising a total of 3,489 members, with 97 descendants bearing the Xian bloodline residing outside. Su Chenxiao was taken aback, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Get to the point. I instructed you to focus on Xian Outyin. Did you conduct a census? Nonetheless, this also indirectly highlights the terrifying capabilities of the Su family shadow guards, as they managed to gather such detailed information about a prominent hidden ancient clan in such a short time. Elder Qing paused briefly before swiftly shifting the topic, saying, Young master, Xian Outyin is the legitimate son of the current clan leader, possessing remarkable talent and ranked 24th among the celestial sword bodies. 15 years ago, his father Xianyu, concerned for his son's safety amidst the contest for clan leadership with his cousin, sent him to another Dao domain, intending to retrieve him after a few years. However, for reasons unknown, Xian Outyin severed ties with his father shortly after returning to the clan. Severed ties? Su Chenxiao pondered for a moment. This name, combined with the background of the hidden ancient clan and his life experiences, suggests he might be a fated protagonist who has repeatedly thwarted another fated protagonist, Yi Xiao. Where is he now? Elder Qing responded, Young master, Xian Outyin is currently within the Kanming Dao domain. It seems he is fighting in the gladiatorial arena to secure entry qualifications for the upcoming Red Meteor burial site. Su Chenxiao's gaze flickered. Calculating the time, less than a week remains until the Red Meteor burial site opens. I aim to obtain the ancient divine refinement scripture during this trip. If I can conveniently reap another fated protagonist beforehand, that would be even more splendid. With this thought, Su Chenxiao grinned. Since that is the case, I shall pay a visit to the Kanming Dao domain to meet this Xian Outyin and discern what manner of person he truly is. In the vast void of the heavens, upon learning of Su Chenxiao's impending departure for the Kanming Dao domain, Yuan Fengxiao, the sect leader of Tianxian, proactively arranged a supreme-level spirit vessel for escort. Su Chenxiao did not decline. However, he was taken aback by Yuan Fengxiao's decision to summon a renowned female cultivator of exceptional beauty and prowess, who is also of unblemished virtue, in an attempt to align himself with the prestigious Su family. What a fool! I'm solely focused on my career, not a hedonist. Su Chenxiao lay amidst the alluring curves of a young woman, feeling somewhat displeased. Young master here, enjoy the fruit nearby. Several young maidens of remarkable beauty were peeling spirit fruit grapes for him. Their enchanting eyes filled with admiration as they gazed at the extraordinarily handsome young nobleman. Alas, despite his languid and extravagant demeanor, he had yet to engage in any impropriety with any of them, leaving the stunning maidens, who were pursued by countless admirers within the Tianxian sect, with a tinge of regret. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was a splendid day. Yuan Fengxiao's complexion was rosy, and his spirits were high. Although young Master Su had nearly obliterated his physical form with a single punch earlier, the Qing Emperor's pill he received subsequently not only restored his body, but also allowed him to break through from a prolonged stagnation in the first level of the divine origin realm. Now, having the opportunity to curry favor with this imperial scion, he was understandably elated as the spirit vessel traversed through layers of array barriers. Yuan Fengxiao finally arrived before Su Chenxiao, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Young Master Su, we have arrived at the Kanming Dao domain. P.S. The updates have been rather poor. During the initial release of the new book, I kindly asked my readers to refrain from nurturing the book for the time being and to leave encouraging reviews. Thank you. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 29. The Hidden Ancient Clan Xian Family. The fated protagonist Xian Outyan's younger brother, in the Kanming Dao domain. Within the hidden ancient clan Xian family, a man of extraordinary composure and stature sat in the main seat. This man was the previous clan leader, Xian Yu, who had emerged victorious from the fierce competition for leadership. Xian Yu, with his eyes closed, it was difficult to discern his emotions. Where has Outyan gone? Below in the hall, a handsome youth named Xian Ning cupped his hands and replied, "Father, my brother has gone to the Tianqi gladiatorial arena." The gladiatorial arena? Xian Yu murmured softly that a flicker of displeasure passed through his profound gaze as he scolded. This reckless fool! How could a son of the esteemed Xian family, bearing my bloodline, demean himself by entering that lowly arena to engage in savage combat? Sensing his father's fury, Xian Ning's heart sank, and he spoke cautiously. "Father, the Tianqi gladiatorial arena offers a qualification for entry into the Red Meteor burial site. I believe my brother is pursuing this opportunity." Xian Yu's anger flared further at these words. The Red Meteor burial site is under the jurisdiction of my Xian family. If that rebellious son were willing to apologize, would I not allow him entry? Xian Ning fell silent at his father's words. A deep sense of jealousy welled within him. Why does my father always show greater favor towards my brother Xian Outyan, even though we are both his sons? After a moment of hesitation, Xian Ning raised his head to look at his father, his eyes filled with hope as he asked, "Father, I do not understand and why brother has severed ties with our ancient clan Xian family. He is no longer one of us. Why do you still care so much about his actions? Is it true that my ancient clan, the Xian family, cannot persevere without the singular presence of Xian Outyan? Father, I too am at the immortal realm, and my cultivation surpasses that of my elder brother. I am equally capable of representing the Xian family in the Crimson Meteor burial ground." As these words escaped my lips, a crisp sound of a slap echoed through the air. Smack. Unfilial child, regardless of his flaws, Outyan is still your elder brother. Are you truly defying me, your father? Kneel before me. Xian Yu appeared before Xian Ning with an expression of fury, akin to an enraged lion. However, upon witnessing Xian Ning kneeling on the ground, his eyes bloodshot and silent, Xian Yu's demeanor softened, as if recalling something. He crouched down, gently caressing Xian Ning's swollen and bruised face, and spoke in a soothing tone. "Ning, I harbor no ill intentions. You are also my son. Xian Yu, it was merely that your mother passed away too soon, and your brother Outyan was sent away at a young age, deprived of our care, which led to his extreme disposition. As a father, I ought to show him some leniency." Xian Ning trembled, suppressing his tears as he knelt on the ground, gazing at his father. Familiar yet estranged, he chose to retort for the first time. "But father, what about me? I have been a hostage in our clan for 3 years, a pawn used by my uncle to threaten you. My uncle once told me directly that you had contemplated forsaking me as your son. My brother, at least, is safe outside. Upon his return, you showered him with countless resources as compensation. Yet what has he done? He has grown arrogant, blaming you for our mother's death, harboring endless grievances against you. Father, your eyes have only ever held regard for him. No matter his transgressions, you effortlessly pardon him, with tears streaming down his face." Xian Ning shouted, "But have you ever considered that I am also your child, a piece of flesh torn from my mother? You have merely projected all your guilt for her demise on my elder brother." Such heart-wrenching words struck Xian Yu like a sharp sword, piercing deeply into his soul. Silence. Xian Yu's gentle countenance transformed into a visage of unbridled rage, and he instinctively raised his hand to strike. Xian Ning did not flinch or yield, as if bracing himself for the impending storm. Xian Yu's hand halted mid-air, lingering for an eternity. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and spoke in a low, restrained voice. "Leave. Father, I command you to leave as your son. Do you hear me?" Xian Ning's body trembled, and he suddenly seemed to comprehend something. That a self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he slowly rose, unsteadily making his way out. Once he departed, Xian Yu returned to his seat, Gazing at the ceiling in a daze for an extended period, he had sacrificed far too much for the position of clan leader. His eldest son was like this. And now, even his most obedient and understanding youngest son had turned out similarly. Could it be that I, as a father, truly fall short in my duties? Just as he was engulfed in self-doubt. An elder of the Xian family hurriedly approached. Clan leader, clan leader. The second elder. Xianyu rubbed his temples, striving to calm his emotions, and inquired of the newcomer. What is it? The second elder hastily replied. Clan leader, it has been reported by the Ming family of the ancient clan that a young master from the imperial family, the Su family, has arrived. At this moment, the grand elder is outside receiving this esteemed guest. Clan leader, are you what? Is it truly someone from the imperial Su family? Xian Yu's heart jolted, and he promptly stood up. Quickly, summon all the elders to accompany me in welcoming this esteemed young master. At this moment, outside the ancient clan's Xian family hall, Yuan Fengxiao walked anxiously beside Su Chenxiao. Although he was a clan leader, upon entering this hidden ancient clan, he realized that there were indeed greater powers beyond his own. The Xian family's grand palace was not only majestic and imposing, but even the guards shared the same cultivation realm as himself. The grand elder of the Xian family stood respectfully beside Su Chenxiao, addressing him. Young Master Su, please wait a moment. Our clan leader will arrive shortly. Please follow me. I shall take you to the Shuiyun pavilion for some rest. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and replied indifferently. All right. Suddenly, as if noticing something, Su Chenxiao saw a red-eyed youth hastily passing by. Name, Xianning title. Unfeeling evil emperor, Destiny's main character's younger brother identity. Son of the clan leader of the hidden ancient clan Xian family age. 20. Temperament, docile, jealous realm. Immortal realm, 9th layer physique. 2-element divine body technique. Xiantian record, Yinyang ancient art script. The youngest son of the hidden ancient clan Xian family, he was taken hostage as a threat against his father during his youth. And upon reaching adulthood, he is deeply envious of his father's favoritism towards his elder brother Xian Outyin. The younger brother of the destined main character, Su Chenxiao, was momentarily taken aback. This implies that Xian Outyin is undoubtedly the destined main character. However, the narrative of his brother is rather intriguing. Su Chenxiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he pointed at the passing Xianning and asked, Elder Xian, who is that? The grand elder glanced over and respectfully replied, Young Master Su. That child is our clan leader's youngest son, Xianning, who possesses considerable talent and is a contemporary prodigy of our Xian family. As Su Chenxiao nodded and smiled, I noticed that his complexion seems rather poor. Has something happened? The grand elder was taken aback. He had also noticed the redness around Xianning's eyes as a member of the ancient Xian family. He quickly deduced the situation, yet family matters should not be aired in public. So he could only chuckle ruefully and say, This old man is uncertain of the circumstances that moment. A hearty laugh echoed from a distance. Ha! Early this morning, I heard the joyous song of auspicious birds and thought something good must have occurred. I did not expect that young Master Su from the imperial family would deign to visit our Xian family. It truly brings great honor to our ancient clan. Chapter 30. The capricious Xianyu. The J token of qualification that I in the distance. Clan leader Xianyu led a group of clan elders to welcome them. Xianyu appeared quite grandiose, stepping forward to clasp his hands in greeting. Neither servile nor overbearing, and said, I am Xianyu, clan leader of the Xian family. And I have the honor of meeting young Master Su. I have heard of your esteemed reputation for many years. Seeing you today, it is indeed as the rumors suggest. Young Master Su, you truly possess the demeanor of a dragon among men. The elders beside him also approached respectfully, each eager to curry favor. Name, Xianyu title. Unfeeling evil emperor, Destiny's main character's biological father age. 2561. Temperament. Capricious, biased identity. Clan leader of the hidden ancient clan Xian family realm. Sacred realm, 7th layer. Su Chenxiao smiled warmly and replied, I am merely a newcomer here, having learned of the hidden ancient clan Xian family and decided to pay a visit. The grand hall of the Xian family is indeed magnificent, living up to its reputation as a hidden ancient clan. This young master Su has an extraordinary background. Despite being from the imperial family, he is so courteous, which greatly enhances my impression of him. Xianyu laughed heartily and said, "You flatter me. Please, young Master Su, follow me. I, Xianyu, would like to host a welcoming banquet for you at the Shuiyun Pavilion of the Xian family. The pavilion sits at the center of a pond, surrounded by fragrant herbs and treasures of nature. The area is rich in spiritual energy, with rippling waters and picturesque scenery." Xianyu poured a pot of fragrant tea and slowly pushed it forward, smiling as he spoke. Our Xian family resides in a remote region, merely a small domain, with little to offer. Young Master Su, please try this yuan tea. It can solidify your cultivation and grant a hint of the Tao's power. As he spoke, Xianyu glanced at Qinglao and Yuan Fengxiao beside Su Chenxiao, offering them each a cup. That I presume this esteemed elder is a shadow guard from the Su family. And this one, the leader of the Tianxin sect, it is a pleasure to meet you. Qinglao remained unmoved, standing beside Su Chenxiao like a statue, saying nothing. Yuan Fengxiao, however, was taken aback. He never expected that this prominent clan leader would recognize him, a mere small sect leader. Little did he know that with the capabilities of the ancient Xian family, they had already thoroughly investigated him before his arrival. Although he understood that this recognition was due to young Master Su's influence, Yuan Fengxiao still promptly bowed in gratitude. "I am undeserving. Thank you, Clan Leader Xian, for your tea." Xianyu smiled, then turned to Su Chenxiao and inquired, "The elder Qian from the Ming family recently informed us that young Master Su has come regarding the matter of the Crimson Meteor burial ground. Correct?" Su Chenxiao sipped his tea, his expression calm, and replied with a gentle smile. "The Crimson Meteor burial ground opens once every 30 years and is overseen by the ancient Xian family, since I am here. Naturally, I wish to take a look. However, I must trouble Clan Leader Xian for a quota." Upon hearing this, Xianyu hurriedly waved his hand. "Young master, you flatter me. If you wish to enter the Crimson Meteor burial ground, not to mention a mere quota, even if it were 10 or 100, our Xian family would gladly provide it." With this, Xianyu took out a jade token from his storage ring and handed it over. "What is this?" Su Chenxiao inquired of Xianyu. "Young Master Su, please take this item with care. This is the qualification token. The Crimson Meteor burial ground was discovered by my ancestors from the Xian family a millennium ago. It is rumored to be the battlefield where the Emperor of the Dark Era fought against the Dark Beings, and it is believed that great opportunities lie within, aware of its potential dangers. Our ancient clan, the Xian family, has chosen to grant 1,000 qualifications every 30 years to other ancient clans for entry. This token is your passport into the burial ground, and only by possessing it can one shatter it to leave when the burial ground closes. The Crimson Meteor burial ground has existed for tens of thousands of years, serving as a significant economic source for our reclusive clan. The revenue generated merely from the issuance of these qualification tokens is immense. Were it not for the fear of depleting resources within the burial ground by issuing too many tokens, even 100 tokens would not be a problem for someone of your esteemed imperial lineage." Su Chenxiao accepted the jade token, which bore the prominent character etched in its center, emanating an aura of profound and intricate patterns within, aside from its otherwise unremarkable appearance. "Thank you, Elder Xian," he replied graciously. Xianyu grinned broadly, his spirits lifted as he exclaimed, "Young Master Su, you flatter me. Although this qualification token is highly coveted by many cultivators in the outside world, it is of no scarcity to our Xian family. Establishing a favorable relationship with someone as illustrious as yourself, hailing from the imperial family, is undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor." As if struck by a sudden thought, Xianyu continued, "However, young Master Su, the Crimson Meteor burial ground is a realm unto itself, filled with countless ferocious beasts and lethal traps, and its location shifts every 30 years. Only those below the king realm may enter. I fear your accompanying protector may not be able to accompany you inside. If you wish to proceed, I suggest entering alongside my Xian family disciples, as we possess considerable knowledge of the burial ground, which would greatly aid you in seizing opportunities." His foremost concern was the potential harm that could befall this esteemed young master within the burial ground. Should any misfortune occur, it would indeed spell disaster for the Xian clan. As Chenxiao's eyes glimmered as he recalled the figure he had seen outside the hall. the fated protagonist's younger brother. Xian a subtle smile graced his lips as he casually remarked, "Might there be any candidates from the Xian clan?" Xian Yu's eyes lit up, compared to the scant opportunities within the burial ground. The prospect of befriending a young master of such noble standing was immensely appealing. His first instinct was to entrust this significant opportunity to his eldest son, Xian Aoyan. However, he was suddenly reminded of his youngest son's resentful expression. Sighing softly, Xian Yu lamented the impulsive nature of Aoyan, who was reluctant to acknowledge his father. Moreover, he had indeed been neglectful of Ninger. After much contemplation, he realized that among his offspring, only his youngest son possessed the strength befitting this task. He could not afford to show favoritism. Thus, Xian Yu smiled and said, "Young Master Su, my somewhat inadequate youngest son, Xian Ning, is well suited for this responsibility. He has just turned 20, possesses the two-element divine body. And not only is he sensible and obedient, but his cultivation also stands at the 9th level of the undying realm. Should he have the fortune to assist you, I believe your endeavors within the burial ground will yield fruitful results." "What do you think?" Xian Yu inquired tentatively. Su Chenxiao sipped his tea, pondering for a moment before nodding slightly. "Then it shall be as you say." That a wave of joy washed over Xian Yu, and he felt a surge of excitement. That it was fortunate that the other elders were not present, or the arrangement to accompany young Master Su might not have proceeded so smoothly. Seizing the moment, Xian Yu declared, "In that case, young Master Su, I shall summon my unremarkable youngest son at once." With that, he promptly sent a message through a divine messenger to call for Xian Ning. Before long, Xian Ning arrived, his demeanor appearing noticeably improved. Upon approaching, he respectfully bowed to both his father and Su Chenxiao. "Father, young Master Su." Xian Yu, seeking to make amends with his youngest son, nodded and spoke in a calm, yet serious tone. "Ninger, this is the esteemed young Master Su, a distinguished guest of the Imperial Su family. Young Master Su intends to venture into the Crimson Meteor burial ground. For this duration, you are to accompany him closely, obeying his every command. You understand?" Prior to their arrival, Xian Yu had already conveyed Su Chenxiao's identity and the matter of the burial ground to Xian Ning through divine thought. Xian Ning nodded, turning to face Su Chenxiao, seated opposite his father. Clad in white, he exuded an air of unblemished beauty, his face consistently adorned with a warm and refined smile. His every gesture radiated poise and grace, embodying the essence of a young nobleman. Even Xian Ning, who had encountered numerous exceptional peers, couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. This was indeed the aura of an imperial scion that he slowly approached. Clasping his hands and bowing his head in respect, "I am honored to meet you. Young master, please do not stand on ceremony. Take a seat." Su Chenxiao replied with a gentle smile, gesturing dismissively. For a moment, Xian Ning hesitated, glancing at his father. Seeing Xian Yu's calm demeanor as he sipped his tea, he finally sat down, albeit somewhat awkwardly. This was the first time he had shared the same level with his father. Usually, Xian Yu was stern and imposing, but here he appeared so amiable and respectful in front of young Master Su. Xian Ning cast a grateful glance at Su Chenxiao, who returned a soft smile, directing a friendly and warm gaze towards him. Considering the information regarding the fated protagonist's younger brother, it seemed likely that he could be of great assistance in helping Su Chenxiao reap the rewards of his destiny. Once Su Chenxiao assented to the arrangement, Xian Yu beamed, saying, "There are still 3 days until the Crimson Meteor burial ground opens. During this time, I kindly request that you stay at our humble Xian family residence. Although the Canming-Dao domain is not vast, it boasts many scenic spots, and I'll be glad to have Ninger show you around." Yes, he spoke. Xian Yu glanced at the somewhat anxious Xian Ning, offering him a knowing look before rising to say, "Young Master Su, I still need to make some preparations and discuss a few matters with Ning. Please bear with me for a moment." Su Chenxiao nodded lightly, replying, "Go ahead." Xian Yu clasped his hands together, turning to signal Xian Ning to follow him outside the courtyard. Outside the water cloud pavilion, Xian Yu regarded his silent son, who had his head bowed, and slowly said, "Ninger, lift your head." "Father." Xian Ning hesitated, reluctant to meet his father's gaze. He had just defied this imposing figure for the first time. Xianyu scrutinized his son's averted eyes for a moment, his expression softening as he reached out to gently touch Xianning's slightly flushed cheek. Ninger, I must have hurt you earlier. You spoke the truth. My attention has been fixated on your inept brother these past years. Neglecting your feelings, Xianning was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at his father. Father is the clan leader, burdened by numerous responsibilities. I am fine. Xianyu smiled tenderly. Appreciating that his youngest son had always been the most obedient and understanding, he then shifted to the crux of the matter. Speaking cheerfully, Ningna, that young Master Su is the most cherished son of the Su clan. A prominent family of the imperial lineage, his grandfather and great-grandfather are both among the most formidable emperors of this age. If our Xian family can form a bond with such a noble young man, we may very well rise to become the most formidable clan among the reclusive ancient families. This rare opportunity is entrusted to you. Do you comprehend my intent? Xianyu inquired with hopeful anticipation. Xianning nodded, fully aware of the immense power wielded by the Su family. However, he was taken aback by the notion that he would be granted the chance to engage with such an esteemed figure. Considering his father's character, which seemed unlikely, was it possible that his earlier defiance had made his father realize that he was indeed the most obedient and filial son? Yet, Xianyu's next words shattered his last flicker of hope. This task was initially intended for your brother, Xian Outyin, but his impulsive nature renders him an unsuitable candidate. Only you can set my father's mind at ease. Upon hearing these words, Xianning felt a wave of profound emotion wash over him, only to be abruptly replaced by a chilling realization. He gazed at his biological father, who wore a gentle expression and continually urged him, feeling an unsettling sense of estrangement. Indeed, even though his elder brother, Xian Outyin, had severed ties with the family, it was still him that their father thought of first when it came to good fortune. He realized he would forever be merely a backup option. As if awakening to the harsh reality, the flicker of warmth in Xianning's heart dissipated in an instant. I understand now, father. Yet, Xianyu, his biological father, remained oblivious to his son's turmoil, instead patting him on the shoulder with relief. If you can befriend that young Master Su, it would not only benefit you, but also be a tremendous boon for our Xian family. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. Go forth, and do not let me down. At Shuiyun Tingxian, Xianning arrived in a dazed Su Chenxiao, who was sipping tea with an air of leisure, noticed his arrival and narrowed his eyes slightly. After reviewing Xianning's recent experiences, he comprehended the underlying circumstances. The younger brother of the destined protagonist harbored quite a few burdens. With a faint smile, Su Chenxiao spoke. Xianning. Startled, Xianning quickly approached and inquired. Young master, what is your command? Su Chenxiao chuckled, sipping his tea. Yes, I have mentioned, there is no need for such formality. Please, sit and accompany me for tea. Xianning, somewhat dazed, complied as Su Chenxiao continued to sip his tea. He casually remarked, What troubles you? You seem preoccupied. Is it possible that your father has assigned you to follow me against your will? Upon hearing this, Xianning snapped back to reality, hastily kneeling on one knee. I dare not. It is an honor for Xianning to follow young Master Su. I simply feel a bit troubled due to family matters. That Su Chenxiao, intrigued, smiled and said, Oh, family matters? He snapped his fingers, and a glimmer of white light flashed from the gem-studded storage ring in his hand. That a fragrant and potent spirit wine was promptly placed on the table. Exchanging wine for tea. Oh, share your thoughts. For a moment, Xianning hesitated, but recalling his father's instructions, he managed a bittersweet smile. Since it is your request, I shall not refuse. Thus, he candidly expressed his grievances. As Su Chenxiao listened, the amusement in his eyes grew ever more pronounced. After roughly half an hour, with a rosy complexion from the spirits, Xianning felt much of his burden lift after sharing his woes. He had not anticipated that there would be someone in this world who could comprehend him. Though slightly intoxicated, he remained relatively lucid and beseeched, Young Master Su, please do not let my father know of this matter. Su Chenxiao nodded, smiling lightly. Of course, but from what you have shared, it seems your elder brother possesses quite the personality. Upon mentioning his brother, Jealousy flickered in Xian Ning's eyes. My brother has always believed that my presence in the family is a testament to my father's favoritism towards me, a slight against him. Little does he know that before our father became the clan leader, I, Xian Ning, was merely a pawn in the hands of others for 3 years. The hardships I endured were no less than his. If anything, they were even greater. Yet he, upon returning to the clan, constantly vies with me, relying on our father's indulgence, that he has repeatedly defied our father without consequence, and has even chosen to sever ties with our ancient clan. The Xian family. But how could he know that all the troubles he caused outside were cleaned up by me, his younger brother? Chenxiao sensed the deep resentment simmering within Xian Ning and nodded in agreement. In that case, have you ever considered making your brother realize that without your ancient clan, the Xian family, he would be nothing? Xian Ning sighed. It is futile. Given our father's favoritism, even if my brother were to sever ties, he would still have people watching over him. How could I possibly compete with Xian Outyin? Chenxiao grinned, saying, "What if I were willing to assist you?" "What?" Xian Ning's heart raced, and he looked up at the handsome, deep-eyed Chenxiao in disbelief. After a few drinks, he had already regarded this young master as a true confidant. When he heard that this influential figure was willing to help him, his intoxication faded considerably, and he asked incredulously, "Young Master Su, what do you mean by that?" The following day, in the Kanming domain at Nightwing City, due to the impending opening of the celestial ruins, various sects and prominent families had brought their disciples to attend. The streets of the domain were bustling with people, with cultivators coming and going in droves. Among the most renowned and prosperous cities in the Kanming domain was the Tianqi Arena. The entrance of the Tianqi Arena. Xian Ning, being from a hidden ancient clan, was well known throughout the Kanming domain. Initially, the arena's manager intended to arrange for him to be seated in the VIP box upon seeing him. However, upon learning that the person beside Xian Ning hailed from the legendary Imperial clan, he was immediately struck with fear, hastily notifying the arena's master to personally welcome them and invite the pair to the highest standard of the Supreme Box. The Supreme Box was reserved for clan leaders and powerful sages, situated at the highest point of the arena with the best view. The interior was luxuriously decorated, with rare spiritual fruits adorning the table, and exquisite paintings of beauties from the arena hung on the walls for selection. The space was vast, allowing for a comprehensive view of the entire Tianqi Arena from above, as Yu Chenxiao reclined in a chair, enjoying the massage from several beautiful young maidens nearby, while Xian Ning stood attentively by his side. At that moment, a voice both seductive and enchanting echoed through the AIR. It is indeed the first time the Tianqi Arena has hosted someone from the Imperial clan. Across from Chenxiao stood a stunningly beautiful woman with a curvaceous form. Her laughter ringing like a melody. I have long heard that the young master of the Imperial Su family is extraordinarily handsome. Your presence today truly leaves me flattered and my heart racing. The woman's features were exquisite, her oval face adorned with fiery red lips. Cascading lavender hair framed her tall, slender figure, accentuating her graceful neck, draped in a sheer silk gown that perfectly showcased her alluring curves. She was nothing short of mesmerizing. Name: Lu Zishan. Title: Heartless Evil Emperor, one of the destined heroines' identity. Master of the Tianqi Arena. Age: 1523. Personality: Cold-blooded realm. Supreme realm: 3rd level life story. The Zine Spirit Snake Clan of the Northern Domain. Having lost the position of clan leader due to an ambush, fled with the clan's treasures to the Kanming domain, establishing the Tianqi Arena. She became acquainted with Xian Outyin within the arena and decided to rely on him to return to the Demon Emperor's domain and reclaim her position as clan leader. Before even meeting the protagonist, she had already encountered the destined heroine. Lu Zishan slightly bowed. This humble woman, Lu Zishan, pays her respects to young Master Su. A captivating fragrance enveloped Lu Zishan, intoxicating those nearby. The alluring scent masked the demonic aura she emanated. Su Chenxiao, unfazed, remarked, "Why does a member of the Zine Spirit Snake Clan not remain in your realm, but venture into the human domain?" Lu Zishan paused, her beautiful eyes narrowing. She possessed a treasure that could conceal her aura, yet this individual saw through her disguise effortlessly. Truly, he was of the imperial lineage. With a nonchalant laugh, Lu Zishan replied, her voice soft and alluring. Young Master Su, you are indeed worthy of your lineage, able to discern my true identity at a glance. If not for pressing circumstances, who would willingly leave their homeland for such an unfamiliar place? Seeing that Chenxiao remained silent, reclining lazily in his chair, enjoying the maiden's ministrations, Lu Zishan slowly rose and gracefully approached, swaying her waist. Allow me. She gestured to one of the maidens attending to Chenxiao. The maiden, hesitant to refuse, stepped aside as Lu Zishan placed her delicate hand on Chenxiao's shoulder, gently massaging him. As a young prodigy of the imperial clan, it would be best for me to serve you. Ning furrowed his brows. Even as a member of a hidden ancient clan, he felt a shiver run down his spine at the sultry tone. However, Chenxiao showed no signs of refusal. Relishing the beauty's service as he spoke with his eyes closed, I have heard that your arena is hosting an event where those who achieve 100 victories will earn a qualification token for the celestial ruins. Lu Zishan gently massaged, her laughter light and melodic. Oh, young master, are you perhaps interested in that qualification token? If you desire it, why go through such trouble? I shall naturally present it to you with both hands. Chenxiao opened his eyes and raised his head to gaze upon Lu Zishan's enchanting and beguiling visage, smiling as he replied, there's no need for that. I merely wish to know if there is someone currently within your arena. Oh, Xian. Chapter 33. The Abandoned Child of the Xian Clan, the Arena of Death's 100 Battles. Lu Zishan paused momentarily at the mention of this name, clearly recalling it with significance, and spoke leisurely. The person you refer to, young Master Su, I naturally recognize that he has recently become quite the notable figure within my Heavenly Enlightenment arena. This. Lu Zishan cast a glance at the impassive Ning beside her and chuckled. It is rather peculiar, is it not? This individual, clearly of the ancient Xian clan, has come to this humble place to vie for a qualification token. He has achieved an impressive 95 victories consecutively. He only needs 5 more to complete his 100 victories. Upon hearing this, Ning's countenance darkened, and he coldly snorted, "Humph! How could a distinguished member of the reclusive ancient Xian clan stoop to enter such a chaotic realm for the amusement of others? He truly intends to tarnish the reputation of my Xian clan." Lu Zishan shrugged helplessly and replied, our arena never coerces anyone into participation. This little establishment cannot provoke the ancient Xian clan. The 100 victories in deadly combat are solely the choice of that young Master Xian and have no bearing on our arena. Having managed the arena for over a century, her goal was to discover exceptionally talented youths to invest in and aid her return to the Xian Spirit Serpent clan. Previously, she had finally found an individual in Xian whose talent and background were commendable. She had intended to place her bets on him, but after encountering this imperial scion today, she abruptly changed her mind. Ding! The destined female protagonist Lu Zishan has decided to abandon her investment in Xian, resulting in a loss of 1,000 fortune points for him. Congratulations to the master for gaining 1,000 villain points. Is she shifting her target so swiftly? What a cold yet pragmatic woman. This Chenxiao paid little heed to her decision. Instead, observing the arena below, the arena comprised 12 zones, with nearly 100 battles taking place daily, enticing spectators to wager for entertainment. The crowd below was a sea of humanity, every seat occupied. The cultivators in the spectator stands were each flushed with excitement. Some fervently cheered for the battles below, fists clenched in fervor, while others lamented their ill-fated bets, pounding their chests in frustration. Hit him. Strike him down. I wagered 10,000 spirit stones on you. Give him a thorough beating. Witnessing the electrifying and bustling atmosphere below, even Chenxiao could not help but exclaim, what a lively scene. When does Xian's deadly combat commence? Chenxiao inquired. Lu Zishan smiled gently. So it turns out, young Master Su has come for this. Xian's final 5 battles were originally scheduled to begin in the afternoon. However, if you wish to see it now, that can certainly be arranged. Chenxiao, with a hint of intrigue, glanced at Ning beside him before nodding. Then let him begin now, that I would like to meet this abandoned child of the Xian clan. Very well. young Master Su in the depths of the arena, on the third subterranean level, within a dim and damp dungeon, the terrifying roars of beasts and frenzied cries echoed endlessly. Roar! Let me out! Let me out! Those confined here were either prisoners sold for combat or beasts purchased from outside the arena. In a narrow, open chamber, a cold-faced young man clad in black sat cross-legged on a hard stone bed. Immersed in cultivation, the essence of the Tao flowed, and an incredibly dark pathway coiled around him. Seemingly unaffected by his surroundings, with long black hair cascading down, he exuded a handsome yet rugged demeanor. His face sharp and chiseled, bearing a resemblance to the Xian clan's patriarch, Xianyu. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. As the door swung open, a man with shifty eyes and a corpulent figure entered, bowing respectfully. Young Master Outyin, are you still cultivating? The man was an attendant of the arena. Although he was officially recognized as a fighter of the arena, it was well known that his true identity was that of a scion from the ancient Xian clan. However, having severed ties with the Xian clan, he had come to the Heavenly Enlightenment Arena to obtain a qualification token. The seated Xian Outyin slowly opened his eyes, brilliance emanating from them, as if he possessed the power to devour the heavens. Boom! The surrounding stone walls instantly cracked, and a powerful gust erupted from him, creating ripples in the air. The Undying Realm, second level. The plump attendant was taken aback by this sudden display, his entire body trembling with fear as he stammered. Why, young Master Outyin? Xian Outyin rained his formidable aura, casting a cold gaze upon the attendant. What is it? The attendant hastily explained. Young Master Outyin, you have 5 final battles remaining. The Lord has arranged for your fights to be advanced. They are set to commence shortly. Advanced? Xian Outyin's expression remained calm, betraying no hint of emotion. That is acceptable. I have made considerable progress in my cultivation through these recent deadly combats. Moreover, I have now ascended to the second level of the Undying Realm. The time has come. I must secure the qualification token and depart. With this thought, Xian Outyin spoke in a tone of utmost indifference. Understood, make the arrangements. Today I, Xian Outyin, shall achieve 100 victories in deadly combat. The plump attendant sighed in relief upon hearing this, nodding as he promptly left to make the necessary arrangements for the duel. Meanwhile, in that narrow, oppressive, and pitch-black room, Xian Outyin gazed into the darkness. Memories flooding his mind of the years gone by. Filial disgrace. If you utter another word, I, Xianyu, shall disown you as my son. You bore me, but never raised me. How have you fulfilled your duties as a father? Very well. If you believe I do not exist as your son, then from this day forth, I, Xian Outyin, shall sever all ties with the reclusive ancient Xian clan. To you, the patriarch of the Xian clan, consider me as having never existed. I have never had a father like you from childhood to adulthood. He had been cast away by his father to other realms, never even having the chance to see his mother one last time. He had once thought there were extenuating circumstances, only to discover that after his father brought him back to the clan, he inexplicably gained a younger brother, possessing the 2 instruments' divine body. This brother, merely 20 years old, already held the cultivation of the 9th level of the Undying Realm. Pulling his thoughts back, Xian Outyin's gaze turned particularly cold and resolute. Enough. I, Xian Outyin, have never needed anyone to rely on. He intended to make that biased father aware that even without the clan's support, he could still obtain the qualification token to enter the Crimson Fallen Burial Ground. Chapter 34. The Extermination of the Immortal Array. The 4 Imperial Swords slaying immortals at in the Heavenly Enlightenment Arena. Area 1. This area has always been the most unique, a place where countless popular figures of the arena have fought to the death. Only the most popular warriors are allowed to compete here. Following the promotion by the plump attendant in other areas, all eyes are now focused on the abandoned child of the Xian clan, who will engage in his last 5 deadly combats today, aiming to achieve an undefeated record of 100 victories. At this moment, the first arena was packed to the brim, filled not only with regular patrons and fervent gamblers, but also with prodigies from various realms and noble families eager to witness the spectacle. The scene was bustling with excitement. Have you heard? Soon, the abandoned child of the ancient Xian clan will have his consecutive 5 deadly combats. ISNT that the son of the current patriarch of the Xian clan. Chenxiao. This patriarch is ruthless. During his rise to power, he eliminated his own brothers. Why is his son here? Before the crowd could ponder further, the plump attendant in the first arena chuckled and announced loudly. Today, the reason for the opening of the first arena is that a significant figure is set to engage in deadly combat. I believe you all know who it is, so let us now welcome the one who has achieved 95 consecutive victories in the Heavenly Enlightenment arena. The abandoned child of the ancient Xian clan, Chenxiao. Boom! With this declaration, the enormous stone door on the eastern side of the arena creaked open. From within the boundless darkness, a strikingly handsome and cold young man, clad in black, slowly emerged. He exuded an aura of chilling sharpness, akin to an unsheathed sword. Once unleashed, he would be unstoppable and sever all that lay before him. The moment Chenxiao appeared, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. The locals of the Kaming realm were relatively composed, but those who had come from other realms, due to the Crimson Fallen Burial Ground, were utterly astonished. It truly is the scion of the ancient Xian clan. Young Master Outyin. How is this possible? Why would a member of the Xian clan participate in deadly combat? Even among the distinguished ancient prodigies seated in the prime location of the first arena, there was a flurry of discussion. Amidst the throng, a gaunt youth with a sullen countenance crossed his arms, casting a disdainful gaze upon the arena where Chenxiao stood, his face a mask of contemptuous mockery. How could one like Chenxiao, a member of an ancient clan, have fallen so low as to compete in this wretched and filthy coliseum for a mere qualification token to a burial ground? Such degradation brings shame upon our ancient lineage and tarnishes the dignity of our reclusive noble families. The speaker was none other than Chenxiao, the current prodigy of the Qi family from the ancient clan. He had previously clashed with Chenxiao in a secret realm, and their enmity had persisted ever since. Beside him, another young talent from the ancient clan chuckled and remarked, "Brother Qi speaks truly. We, who are backed by prestigious families, have never heard of any scion choosing to engage in mortal combat in such a place. This arena exploits our ancient clan's reputation to draw in spectators. We shall hold them accountable for it. Yet today is indeed lively. Even the supreme viewing chambers above have opened. Could it be that a significant figure has arrived?" As these words left his lips, the gathered prodigies lifted their gazes towards the sky above the arena. There a resplendent and opulent palace floated, casting its gaze down upon the spectacle below. Within the supreme chamber, a series of notifications chimed. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a white dragon tiger pill X1. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a white black silk X1. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a blue violet yuan pill X1. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a purple divine mechanisms 9 escapes technique. Current villain value, 46,000, another purple guarantee. Reclining on a chair, languidly enjoying the massage from Lu Zishan, Chenxiao idly engaged in 10 consecutive draws. Whenever this person found leisure, he could not restrain his hands. He had initially intended to save up for 100 consecutive draws. The Supreme Divine Mechanism's 9 escapes technique, purple, significantly enhances speed upon cultivation, rendering one's steps unfathomable. With 9 steps, one may traverse realms. And at the pinnacle of mastery, it could rival the techniques of emperors. Luckily, celestial escape techniques are exceedingly rare, and this purple guarantee yielded something commendable. This moment, Lu Zishan, who was gently massaging him, softly remarked, "Young master, as per your instructions, Chenxiao has arrived." Chenxiao narrowed his eyes, peering down at the cloaked youth in the arena. Name: Chenxiao. Title: Ruthless Evil Emperor, Destiny's protagonist. Identity: son of the patriarch of the reclusive ancient Xian family. Age: 26. Personality: cold, indifferent and unscrupulous. Realm: undying realm. 2nd level physique. Celestial sword body techniques: Ruthless Sword Sutra, Black Ancient Sutra, Sky-Slaying Sword Technique, Nameless Sword Technique, Fragment, Treasures, Extermination of Immortals Array Diagram, Red, Broken Immortal Slaying Sword. Wuong Star Map Destiny Value 300000. Upon seeing the treasures adorning Chenxiao, Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback. His languid eyes widened in sudden brightness. This individual possessed the legendary extermination of immortals array diagram. And an imperial weapon? The immortal slaying sword. This artifact, renowned among the four supreme swords, is known as extermination, slaying, trapping, and absolute. It is said that each imperial sword contains an endless killing formation, capable of cleaving the stars and sun. The immortal slaying sword is infamous for its lethality, with its internal formation able to incinerate one's essence and corrode one's spirit, a terrifying prospect. What a remarkable sight! A universe-level extermination of immortals arrayed diagram and a fragmented immortal slaying sword. Observing the demeanor of the protagonist, it seemed he aimed to gather all four imperial swords. Chenxiao's eyes sparkled, fixated on Xian below, as if he beheld a mountain of gold. It appeared fortune favored him. Xian was undoubtedly of the highest caliber among protagonists. No wonder he outshone even Yi Xiao in the script. Magnificent. Meanwhile, upon catching sight of his elder brother, Xian's expression darkened instantly. Within the arena, as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, the plump steward, sensing the excitement, shouted exuberantly, "Now that young Master Outyin has arrived, it is time to unleash this round's deadly beast. Esteemed guests, this beast hails from the frigid, fiery lands of the northern domain, a formidable creature residing within the molten volcanic ranges. Behold the flame prison ghost serpent. With a thunderous roar, the stone gate burst open, unleashing a terrifying howl that resonated through the air. The stout steward was startled, cursing, "What the hell? You released it before I even called for the start." He sprang up, hastening to a protected seat shielded by formations. From the open stone gate, a torrent of scorching air surged forth. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled, accompanied by a terrifying heat wave as flames erupted forth that a pair of primal, blood-red eyes shone through the inferno. It was a colossal serpent, 30 meters tall, with a massive, crimson body resembling both a dragon and a python, its scales hard and unyielding. Its eyes blazed with ferocity, its robust form and sharp claws capable of shredding any creature to pieces. Every inch of its skin radiated an extreme heat akin to molten lava, exuding an aura so chilling it was palpable. Undying Realm, 9th level. Upon witnessing this fearsome beast, many cultivators' expressions changed drastically, their souls quaking in terror. Were they mad? This creature was a 9th level Undying Realm beast. What manner of being is this? So terrifying, I feel it could slay me in an instant. The Flame Prison Ghost Serpent. That name was unfamiliar to me. I never imagined the Colosseum would host such a formidable creature. At this moment, as all eyes focused on the arena, Xian remained composed, his eyes closed, making no move. In the Supreme Chamber, Chenxiao observed this scene with keen interest, commenting, "The infernal fire prison, bloodline of the fiery heaven demon dragon. Intriguing to start with such a formidable opponent. It seems this arena is pulling out all the stops." Noticing that the Imperial Scion had discerned the beast's origins, Lu Zishan expressed her surprise. "Young Master Su, your knowledge is vast. You even recognize such a rare beast. That young Master Outyin is no ordinary talent. Just days ago, he was merely at the first level of the Undying Realm. Yet now he has advanced. For an ordinary beast, there would be little to behold. You should know, capturing this creature required considerable effort on my part," she added, as Chenxiao smiled faintly, replying, "Alas, it is ultimately not a fiery heaven demon dragon. Its bloodline is impure, lacking in essence. Have you perhaps encountered one? Ah, the flavor of the fiery heaven demon dragon is quite exquisite. Its sinews are remarkably resilient, making it prime material for crafting treasures." He reminisced, nodding slightly in agreement with Qing Lao, who fondly recalled that flavor. Once, when young Master Su and his brother Su Jingheng rampaged through the northern domain, they had slain and feasted upon a young fiery heaven demon dragon. And he had the fortune to taste it himself. Exquisite taste? Lu Zishan's smile faltered, her mind momentarily clouded as she gazed at the Imperial Scion, unable to find her voice for a time. With a wry smile, she finally said, "The fiery heaven demon dragon is a top-tier beast of the northern domain. I would not dare to capture a pure-blooded dragon clan. The flame prison ghost serpent is merely one of the myriad beasts possessing the bloodline of the fiery heaven demon dragon. It is indeed powerful, and I expect even young Master Outyin will face a fierce battle. As the master of the Chenxiao Coliseum, she was naturally concerned with the arena's profit. Xian Outyin's arrival had brought an influx of spectators, filling the arena's coffers daily. Therefore, these last 5 battles could not allow him to win so easily. Otherwise, how could she profit from the gamblers? Gently squeezing Su Chenxiao's shoulder, Lu Zishan smiled and asked, I wonder, young Master Su, do you think young Master Outyin can triumph in this battle? Su Chenxiao regarded the calm Xian Outyin below and replied nonchalantly, about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Oh, Lu Zishan's interest piqued. You are so confident, even against a 9th-level undying realm beast? Su Chenxiao chuckled lightly. With the extermination of a mortal's array diagram and the immortal slaying sword, if Xian Outyin cannot handle the flame prison ghost serpent, he would hardly deserve the title of Destiny's protagonist. Casting a glance at the composed Xian Ning beside him, he inquired, Xian Ning, are you not concerned for your brother's safety? Xian Ning replied coldly. In response to the young master, this is Xian Outyin's own choice. Should he fall, it is but the consequence of his own actions. The flame prison ghost serpent made its entrance. The atmosphere within the arena surged to a fever pitch. Go, slay this beast, Xian Outyin. I have wagered everything. My wife, my children, all my fortunes are on you. You cannot afford to lose. If you win this match, you shall be my father. The cacophony of voices echoed around him. Xian Outyin's expression remained indifferent as he gazed at the menacing flame prison ghost serpent, its terrifying aura palpable. In his hand appeared an ancient, rusted black sword, imbued with an aura of antiquity. His presence was as sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath, fierce and unyielding. Immortal slaying, he spoke with unfeeling conviction. Come forth, let me witness what sets apart a 9th-level undying realm beast. The battle was about to commence. Xian Outyin transformed into a streak of black light, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Roar! On the opposite side, the flame prison ghost flood dragon let out a thunderous roar, spewing forth torrents of blood-red flames that scorched the heavens. The eerie flames distorted the very fabric of space, bearing down with an overwhelming sense of oppression, even with the protective formations within the arena. Such astonishing heat seemed to seep through, scorching the audience. Those seated a bit closer felt an unbearable heat, drenched in sweat. What terrifying flames! Can Xian Outyin withstand this? Amidst the inferno, a beam of pitch-black sword light burst forth, unleashing countless sharp sword energies. Grasping the immortal slaying sword, Xian Outyin unleashed a magnificent strike, tearing a massive rift through the raging sea of flames. The sky slaying sword technique, human abyss. Though the immortal slaying sword was a shattered imperial weapon, its power reduced to a mere fraction. In Xian Outyin's hands, it was far from an ordinary sword. His movements were incredibly swift, directly ripping through the fiery domain to appear before the flame prison ghost flood dragon. Seeing this insignificant insect unscathed by the flames, the beast was seemingly enraged, unleashing even fiercer crimson flames. Humph! Xian Outyin's gaze turned icy, his movements akin to lightning as he swiftly dodged the onslaught. The immortal slaying sword flickered with brilliance. Suddenly, it tore a massive gash across the colossal body of the flame prison ghost flood dragon. A torrent of blood erupted. The creature roared in pain, becoming even more frenzied and violent. Its scales bristled, and its robust form swept through, causing the ground to crack and unleashing astonishing waves. With its terrifyingly powerful physique, should it land a blow, even Xian Outyin, at the peak of the undying realm, would be obliterated. The air trembled with a thunderous roar. The arena shook, sending tremors that even reached the spectators. Countless faces turned pale with fear, and those who had wagered heavily were left ghastly white. What? That discarded son of the Xian family can't possibly be dead, right? It's over. This is a beast at the 9th level of the undying realm. I've staked my wife and children on this. Just as everyone believed Xian Outyin would perish or be gravely wounded by this strike, a cold laugh suddenly resounded from above the flame prison ghost flood dragon. Beasts are ultimately beasts. Xian Outyin stood suspended in midair, clad in black, with an aura swirling around him, the immortal slaying sword exuding a chilling black glow before him. He formed a sword technique with his hand, his gaze particularly frigid as he hissed, "Sky slaying sword technique, heaven abyss." The immortal slaying sword trembled violently. In the next moment, it transformed into an incredibly sharp beam, seemingly capable of slicing through anything. Plummeting down, should it strike true, it would pierce through the body of the flame prison ghost flood dragon. Meanwhile, within the Supreme Room, Chenxiao witnessed this scene and grinned, saying, if it were to end so easily, it wouldn't be entertaining. Elder Qing, beside him, understood and unleashed an imperceptible breath from his fingertips. The aura instantaneously merged with the immortal slaying sword, causing a slight deviation in the trajectory of the sword light. Unnoticed even by Chenxiao, with a resounding crash, amidst the sea of flames, the anguished wails of the flame prison ghost flood dragon echoed. Everyone stared in shock, holding their breath, the arena falling into a hushed silence. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Countless voices raised in thunderous cheers. They had won. They had actually won. Chenxiao had defeated a beast at the 9th level of the Undying Realm. They would strike it rich. Chenxiao hovered in the air, his expression indifferent, neither sorrowful nor joyous. The 9th level of the Undying Realm? Merely that a sword mark appeared in his palm as he prepared to retract the immortal slaying sword. However, he suddenly realized that the sword seemed to be firmly locked in place by some unseen force. Remaining motionless for a moment, Chenxiao furrowed his brow, gazing down at the inferno in confusion. What is happening? Suddenly, an utterly ferocious, soul-chilling roar erupted from the flames. The surging sea of fire parted, and the ghastly head of the flame prison ghost flood dragon shot forth. Its beastly eyes brimmed with rage, its cavernous maw wide open, with the immortal slaying sword unmistakably lodged in its thick tongue. How can this be? Chenxiao's pupils constricted in disbelief as he beheld the scene. The flame prison ghost flood dragon was gathering an immensely terrifying red glow in its maw. Flames capable of incinerating everything bursting forth. Boom! An endless torrent of flames surged towards him, and this sudden turn of events left him no time to think. Chenxiao had no choice but to unleash a terrifying sword light to defend himself. Hastily evading the celestial sword body, each move infused with powerful sword intent. Amidst the raging sea of crimson flames, a fiery figure was hurled out. Rolling multiple times, it crashed heavily onto the distant arena floor. Ding! The destined protagonist Chenxiao sustained severe injuries, losing 2,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 2,000 villain points. Everyone watched in disbelief, exclaiming, "What is happening? That flame prison ghost flood dragon is still alive." Cough, cough, cough. Inside the arena, Chenxiao's divine body erupted with a radiant glow, dispersing the flames enveloping him, and he promptly retrieved a grade A healing pill. After all, it was a beast at the 9th level of the Undying Realm, and the flames were far from pleasant. Though he possessed the celestial sword body, as a sword cultivator, his offensive prowess was unparalleled, yet his physical resilience was not particularly formidable. Thus, during the battle, he had been avoiding the flames of the flame prison ghost flood dragon. However, what he had not anticipated was that the previous strike had failed to slay the beast. The previously indifferent and proud demeanor vanished, replaced by doubt and confusion in Chenxiao's eyes. Damn it! How can my sword possibly deviate? Roar! The flame prison ghost flood dragon offered no respite, surging forward with a torrent of flames, its furious roar crashing towards him. The flames danced, rising and falling like a tsunami. The dreadfully high temperature and astonishing killing intent jolting Chenxiao back to clarity. His expression turned furious, ice-cold rage spilling from his eyes as he bellowed. "Beast, do you think I, Chenxiao, would fear you just because I am without a sword?" The heartless sword technique surged forth, causing Chenxiao's aura to undergo a dramatic transformation in an instant. Boundless sword intent erupted forth unabashedly, shaking the earth as behind him thousands of sword energies, formed from true qi, hovered in the air. The heartless path manifested beside him, And in that moment, Xian resembled a sword immortal, coldly gazing at the ghost flood dragon before him. Deal with a beast like you. I need not employ this technique at all. You can consider your existence justified. Die. With that, thousands of sword energies surged forth like an overwhelming tide. This sword energy seemed capable of shredding all things in existence. Unstoppable and unbreakable, the torrent of sword light plunged into the raging sea of flames, and a flicker of fear crossed the eyes of the flame-prisoned ghost flood dragon as it tried to retract its scales in a futile attempt to defend. In an instant, thousands of sword energies shattered the impenetrable scales, piercing through its colossal form. Roar! The flame-prisoned ghost flood dragon emitted a deafening wail, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Its breath extinguished. Xian's chest heaved, clearly having expended considerable energy with that strike. He walked slowly towards the fallen beast, the flames around him unable to harm him in the slightest. Approaching the corpse of the flame-prisoned ghost flood dragon, Xian forcefully withdrew the immortal slaying sword from its maw. With a squelch, he then cast a cold glance at the astonished and still recovering fatty steward on the platform, saying coldly, "Prepare for the next match." Only then did the fatty steward come to his senses, hurriedly shouting, "Young Master Outyin has slain the flame ghost flood dragon, securing the 96th victory in the Supreme Room." Upon witnessing Outyin execute the technique to slay the ghost flood dragon, Ning's expression darkened significantly, his face filled with displeasure. The nameless sword technique? How infuriating! I never expected father would bestow such a thing upon him. Ding! The destined protagonist Outyin incurred his brother's disdain, losing 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 1,000 villain points. Chenxiao glanced over. The nameless sword technique? Lu Zishan also looked over with great curiosity. Young Master Outyin's earlier maneuver was truly extraordinary. I never imagined he could slay the flame-prisoned ghost flood dragon without a sword. Could this also be a technique of the Xian family? Jealousy and rage burned in Ning's eyes as he coldly stated, "The nameless sword technique is a divine skill passed down from my mother. Although it is merely a fragment, its might is boundless. Cultivating this technique allows one to wield sword energy even without a sword, its power rivaling that of magical artifacts. This nameless sword technique has been with my father since my mother's passing." He felt a deep sense of injustice. Despite being the son of both his father and mother, why did his father favor his elder brother so, bestowing this technique upon him and not upon himself? Clenching his fists tightly, Ning trembled with rage that Chenxiao's eyes flickered, and he spoke with a hint of regret. Alas, such is the case. It is indeed surprising that the patriarch of the Xian clan displays such favoritism. It appears that even though your elder brother has severed ties with the Xian family, your father remains deeply concerned, if struck by a realization. Chenxiao feigned enlightenment and remarked, "I observe that his treasured sword is quite extraordinary, seemingly imbued with imperial essence. Although it bears some damage, it must have once been an unparalleled imperial blade. Might that sword be a relic of your mother?" Ning closed his eyes and let out a self-deprecating smile. The entire Xian family has practiced the Xiantian record for generations. There are very few sword cultivators among them. Only his mother was once a sword cultivator. This sword, what else could it be but a keepsake from her? Upon opening his eyes, they were filled with desolation and anguish. With his cultivation at the undying realm, how could Outyin possess such an abundance of treasures, if not for our ancient clan? The Xian family? Chapter 37. I beseech you, allow me to fight to the death. The final battle. It is indeed laughable that my elder brother remains oblivious, forever lamenting our father, though he has now cut off ties with our clan. What artifacts and techniques does he wield that do not relate back to our father? Hearing the secret of the ancient Xian clan, Lu Zishan expressed her surprise. Is it truly so? Yet the rumors I have heard suggest that the patriarch dotes excessively on his youngest son, neglecting the proud Outyin, which led him to sever ties with his family and flee. If such is indeed the case, it is truly a case of the crying child receiving milk, Lu Zishan chuckled, shaking her head in lamentation, refraining from further inquiry. However, her seemingly innocuous remark shattered the last barrier in Ning's heart. Ding! the destined protagonist, Chenxiao, has reached maximum hatred value from his younger brother, resulting in a loss of 2,000 destiny value. Congratulations to the master for gaining 2,000 villain points. Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance of mild admiration at Lu Zishan. Xianning's teeth nearly ground to dust, his eyes reddening. All along, he had been the most obedient child in his father's eyes. Yet why, since his arrival, had everything changed? Their father had lavished all his affection upon him, forgiving every transgression committed by Chenxiao. But what of himself? After serving 3 years as a hostage, ensnared by the dread of death, he was met with his father's slap for merely contradicting him. Why was that fair? In that moment, any lingering familial affection for his elder brother vanished entirely. Xianning fixed his gaze upon the defiant Chenxiao in the arena below, a newfound icy resolve flickering in his eyes. Brother, you have lived your life under the protection of our father, without a hint of adversity. You are truly fortunate. Since you desire this qualification token so fervently, I shall deny you. Xianning approached respectfully and bowed to Chenxiao. Young master, Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, confused. What is amiss? Xianning, with his head bowed, solemnly stated, Young master, I implore you to allow me entry into the arena that I wish to engage in a duel to the death with Chenxiao. Please grant me your permission. Oh. Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the jealousy and fury blazing within Xianning's gaze. With a smile, he inquired, Why pursue such a course? Xianning replied, Although Chenxiao is no longer a member of our ancient clan, he still bears the aura of our lineage that as his younger brother. I must make him understand that as long as he possesses the blood of the Xian family, he shall forever be unable to confront true suffering. Chenxiao laughed, his smile radiant. Did you hear that, Lu Pavilion Master? I cannot disrupt the rules of your Chenxiao arena. Though Lu Zishan was somewhat taken aback upon seeing the imperial young master speak. She charmingly remarked, What does it matter, if it is your request? Even if it means altering the rules, I would comply without hesitation. If you desire this entire arena and me, I would yield without question. That sly fox, Chenxiao replied nonchalantly. Did you hear? If you wish to go, then go. Xianning's eyes brightened at these words. He knelt on one knee and clasped his fists. Xianning thanks the young master for his consent. Chenxiao waved his hand dismissively. No need. This is merely a matter within your family. However, at this juncture, Chenxiao produced a blood-red, glossy pill from his spatial ring and sent it forth with his true energy. Xianning looked perplexed as he beheld the crimson pill. Chenxiao replied with a gentle smile, Your father favors your brother so highly. He likely possesses numerous unexploited methods. This is a violent yuan pill, capable of enhancing your cultivation temporarily without any adverse effects, though will leave you weakened for a day. You are to accompany me to the Qian burial grounds in 3 days. Thus, I wish to see you remain unscathed until then. This pill was obtained during his recent 10 consecutive draws. He never anticipated it would prove useful now. Xianning paused, recognizing the validity of Chenxiao's words. After all, even the unparalleled sword technique had been bestowed upon Xianxiao while he received nothing. Receiving the violent yuan pill, Xianning felt genuine care for the first time, gazing at Chenxiao with immense gratitude. Xianning is profoundly grateful to the young master. Next, Lu Zishan communicated telepathically, instructing an attendant from the arena to escort Xianning away. Once he departed, she turned to Chenxiao with a bewitching smile. Young master, is everything arranged? Indeed, he replied. How do you intend to reward me? A reward? Would you like a slap? Would you care for that? In the pitch-black passageway, Xianxiao sat nearby, adjusting his true energy to restore his state, preparing for the next round of combat. Upon opening his eyes, he glanced at his scorched right hand, a cold light flashing within. Damn it, who would have thought the flames of the flame prison ghost flood dragon would be so troublesome? Even now, I cannot comprehend why my strike with the immortal slaying sword went awry. If sensing something, Xianxiao coldly inquired, Has the next match begun? At his side, the plump attendant had appeared, unbeknownst to him. Quietly awaiting his recovery, No. The plump attendant smiled ingratiatingly. There is no rush. However, young Master Outyin. We wish to discuss a matter regarding the arena. Outyin responded. What is it? The plump attendant rubbed his hands together, grinning. According to our previous agreement, you have 4 battles remaining to achieve 100 victories and obtain the qualification token for entry into the Qian burial grounds. You must have realized the strength of the flame prison ghost flood dragon by now. At this rate, it will be quite challenging for you to complete your duels within 3 days. Outyin furrowed his brow. The power of the flame prison ghost flood dragon was indeed formidable. If the remaining 4 matches featured such ferocious beasts, he would find it difficult to contend. What do you intend to propose? The plump attendant replied, young Master Outyin. Precisely for that reason, we have decided to exempt you from your remaining 4 death matches. Henceforth, you need only engage in one final duel and emerge victorious to obtain the token. Outyin narrowed his eyes, regarding the grinning attendant with skepticism. 1 match. I doubt it will be that simple. The plump attendant continued smiling. You may refuse, but allow me to hint that the next 4 duels will not involve beasts of the Undying Realm. Beasts of the King's Realm? This fat fool dares to threaten me. Outyin's expression darkened immediately. However, the Qian burial grounds would soon open, and he needed to make preparations without wasting time on them. After all, it was merely one last battle, even if they released a peak King's Realm beast. What of it? Outyin, accept your terms. Prepare now. Today, I shall obtain that qualification token. Seeing Outyin's agreement, the plump attendant's eyes brightened, and he clasped his hands. Very well. Chapter 38. The fated protagonist versus his biological brother. A life and death struggle. In Arena Number 1, the final battle is about to commence. Having nearly restored his strength, Outyin maintained a tranquil aura, patiently awaiting his final opponent. The surrounding audience, having witnessed Outyin's previous triumph over a formidable Undying Realm beast, was ignited with excitement. Even after half an hour had passed, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. Whispers filled the air. Who would have thought that Outyin could truly defeat the flame prison ghost flood dragon? I recall that just a year ago, he had only just reached the ascending realm. How could he have improved so rapidly? After all, he is the son of the patriarch of the Shen clan. It is likely that his father has allocated considerable resources to him. I have heard that the patriarch has another younger son, whose talent is extraordinary and who has been nurtured with abundant resources since childhood. If Outyin's strength is already so formidable, what terrifying power must his brother, Ning, possess? As these words were spoken, the speaker felt a piercing glare directed at him. Unbeknownst to him, Outyin had opened his eyes and was coldly staring in his direction. The speaker hastily fell silent. Outyin let out a cold snort. Reflecting on his past, he found nothing more irksome than others comparing him to his younger brother. How could a flower nurtured in a greenhouse ever stand against me? At that moment, a booming laughter echoed from the ancient clan in seclusion. Ha ha, Outyin, you truly possess an inflated sense of self-importance. Chao Ao, seated in the VIP area, spoke with palpable sarcasm. Everyone here has contributed spirit stones merely to witness the spectacle of you, the abandoned child of your clan. How is it that as a gladiator, you cannot even tolerate a few remarks from us, the paying audience? While others may fear Outyin, he himself was not intimidated. After all, he was merely the discarded offspring of the Shen family. Chao Ao continued his mockery. In my opinion, Outyin, in both demeanor and strength, will forever fall short of your brother, Ning. Your brother possesses the ancient duality divine body of the Shen clan, and by the mere age of 20, has attained the 9th level of the Undying Realm. Were it not for your blood relation, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Ning's shoes. Ning, characterized by his elegance and outstanding talent, consistently upheld the decorum expected of one from an ancient clan, thus earning significant prestige among the other young prodigies. Upon hearing these words, the young elites of the ancient clans around them erupted in laughter. Clearly in agreement, Outyin's expression turned icy, filled with murderous intent as he glared at Chao Ao on the stage, the sword of slaying immortals in his hand vibrating ominously. If you seek death, you are welcome to come down. Chao Ao, undeterred, responded with disdain. I am indifferent. However, Outyin, should you dare to act and disrupt the rules of the arena, your qualifications will surely be forfeited. For a dignified member of an ancient clan to be fighting to the death for a mere qualification to the Red Meteor Burial Ground is truly a shameful display. And I feel embarrassed to be associated with you. Xian Outyan's chest heaved as he struggled to suppress his fury and calm himself against the barking insults. Meanwhile, within the arena, the portly steward communicated with Lu Zishan through sound transmission. Upon receiving her approval, he nodded and proclaimed loudly, "It is well known that young Master Outyan is but 4 battles away from obtaining the qualification for entry into the Red Meteor Burial Ground. Yet if he continues to battle ferocious beasts, I imagine everyone will grow weary of it. Thus, we at the Tianqi Gladiatorial Arena have decided to consolidate these 4 battles into a singular, final showdown. And this time, young Master Outyan will not face a ferocious beast, but rather a cultivator of the 9th level of the Undying Realm." What? The announcement shocked not only the audience in the stands, but also caused Xian Outyan to furrow his brows as he glanced at the portly steward. A cultivator? It should be noted that he had already slain a fiery abyssal ghost dragon of the 9th level of the Undying Realm. The ferocity of beasts was traditionally stronger than that of human cultivators at the same level. Surely the arena did not believe that a mere cultivator of the 9th level of the Undying Realm could impede his quest for the qualification. Xian Outyan scoffed internally. Enough with the idle chatter. Bring the individual out and let us begin. Seeing Xian Outyan's eagerness, the steward smirked mysteriously and nodded. Since young Master Outyan is so impatient, let that esteemed individual make their entrance. With a thunderous rumble, the massive stone door swung open. From the darkened passage emerged a slow, deliberate footstep. All eyes in the arena turned toward the source. Is it truly a cultivator? Who could it be? Perhaps an ancient demon? The young elites of the hidden ancient clans watched with keen interest. Qiao Ao remarked, "The Tianqi Gladiatorial Arena has certainly piqued my interest by inviting a cultivator of the 9th level of the Undying Realm. I wonder who it is, but let us hope Xian Outyan, that waste, does not embarrass himself against them." Laughter filled the air, but as the figure slowly emerged from behind the stone door, their mirth evaporated, leaving the arena in stunned silence. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xian Outyan's pupils constricted in disbelief and horror. In an instant, he was engulfed in rage, bellowing at the figure before him, "What are you doing here?" "Xian Ning." Instantly, the arena erupted in chaos. No one had anticipated that the cultivator set to duel the abandoned son of the ancient clan, Xian Outyan, would be none other than Xian Ning, the son of the clan's patriarch and Xian Outyan's own brother. How could this be? Insanity. Am I dreaming? Xian Outyan is indeed the abandoned child of the ancient clan, but this person is the most outstanding prodigy of the Xian family and the next candidate for clan leader. Such a distinguished figure descending into the arena. Was it possible he sought the qualification as well? The spectators from the immortal Dao lineage and hidden ancient clans were rendered speechless. Qiao Ao's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he fixed his gaze on the figure across from him. Duan Ning, how could he possibly be here? The portly steward, evidently pleased with the reaction, laughed heartily and declared, "I trust everyone here is familiar with this cultivator." Indeed, the final showdown for young Master Outyan is against none other than the current patriarch son of the hidden ancient clan, his own brother, Xian Ning. This battle to the death is a fight for survival. The sole condition for victory is to kill the opponent. Madness. This was sheer madness. 2 esteemed young prodigies of the ancient clan, brothers by blood, were to engage in a battle to the death within the gladiatorial arena. Outrageous! An elder from the hidden ancient clan sensed the gravity of the situation and shouted, "Do you comprehend the identities of the 2 before you? Who gave you the audacity to sanction their death match? Are you seeking destruction for the Tianqi Gladiatorial Arena?" The speaker was an elder from the ancient clan. The portly steward turned to him with a chuckle. "I am afraid this matter was personally requested by young Master Xian Ning. Moreover, it has also received the consent of that esteemed individual. That esteemed individual alone surpasses all of you here with a mere finger." The steward had never been so assertive. Ignoring the elder's trembling rage, he cheerfully announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to place your bets. Today's battle to the death is a once-in-a-millennium event. Do not let the opportunity pass you by. Now let the duel commence." Meanwhile, within the Supreme Chamber, Su Chenxiao observed the unfolding scene below with great amusement. The conflict between brothers was indeed a most intriguing spectacle. Lu Zishan chuckled beside him. The duel between the two sons of the Xian family promises to be quite the event. Thanks to you, young master, I anticipate that the fame of the Tianqi gladiatorial arena will double after today. Even I am eager to see which of these brothers will emerge victorious. I shall accompany you in this private room to witness the outcome. Chapter 39. The Dark Flow Master, Slaying Brothers and Clans, Proving Oneself Through Blood. Xian Aoyan's eyelids twitched violently. His eyes ablaze with fury. He could hardly fathom that his own brother, Xian Ning, would appear in such a place. The animosity between them was palpable, one a rebellious outcast, the other the obedient and exemplary scion of the family. Xian Aoyan's gaze was sharp, piercing like a blade. In a hoarse voice, he questioned Xian Ning. Who sent you here? Was it that old wretch? Xian Ning, calm and composed, responded slowly. Brother, it has been a long time that I came here of my own accord. Since you have chosen to sever ties with the Xian family, you should not flaunt our family name while acting recklessly in the outside world. This includes utilizing the divine abilities bestowed upon you by our father. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Xian Aoyan's eyes as he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! Good. I, Xian Aoyan, have long severed all ties with your Xian family. The techniques I wield are certainly not your so-called Xian Tian record. With that, the sword of slaying immortals appeared in his grasp. Xian Aoyan gripped the sword tightly, the path of ruthless intent materializing beside him, his long black hair swirling chaotically as waves of terrifying and fierce sword intent surged forth. Xian Ning, if you too wish to obstruct my pursuit of the qualification, then let us see if you possess the capability today. Come to the death. With a swift slash of the sword of slaying immortals, a torrent of black sword light erupted, shredding everything in its path. The ground beneath them cracked with each step as the overwhelming and ferocious sword light surged forth, sharp as a blade, a harbinger of death. He had long harbored resentment toward this brother who had taken everything from him. Xian Ning, on the opposite side, was equally resolute. His expression remained tranquil as he murmured, Xian Aoyan, I too have awaited this moment. Only I am the most exceptional son of our father, with a hum. The duality of yin and yang suddenly manifested behind him. The Xian Tian record activated. Xian Ning's body radiated with a flawless jade-like brilliance, and he struck forth with a hand, unleashing a massive palm imbued with countless runes. Surging toward the oncoming sword light, the arena was engulfed in a tempest of energy as the two young prodigies of the ancient Xian family clashed violently, unleashing a cataclysmic display of power that consumed the entire gladiatorial arena. The overwhelming might, reminiscent of a cataclysmic landslide or a devastating tsunami, enveloped the spectators, immersing them in an experience both exhilarating and terrifying. What formidable power! Is this truly the prodigy cultivated to fruition by the ancient clan of the Xian family? Amidst the astonishing radiance, a thunderous roar reverberated. There stood Xian Aoyan, wielding the slaying immortal sword, as torrents of sword intent and murderous aura shattered the divine force in layers. He resembled a streak of pitch-black lightning, achieving the pinnacle of both speed and ferocity as he charged towards Xian Ning. Xian Ning. At this moment, Xian Ning's expression was as frigid as ice, with a single step into the void. The principles of yin and yang manifested beneath his feet. He spread his fingers wide, golden runes swirling at his fingertips, releasing an enigmatic and unfathomable power. Xian Aoyan, ever since your emergence, I have faded from my father's sight. If only you would never return to the Xian family. Based on the Xian Tian record, with the ancient arts of yin and yang as its core, a radiant glimmer erupted in Xian Ning's eyes as he bellowed, unleashing a black and white interwoven palm strike towards Xian Aoyan. Ancient art of yin and yang, subduing mountains, like stars collapsing. The mountains trembled. This immense and formidable palm, even before it descended, instilled an overwhelming terror in the approaching Xian Aoyan. Rumble, the colossal divine, might exponentially intensify the pressure on Xian Aoyan. He slowed his pace, gazing upwards at the thundering black and white giant palm. his eyes icy and dreadful. The slaying immortal's sword in his hand emitted a crisp ringing. Sharp and merciless sword intent spiraled around the blade, capable of annihilating all. Anger flared in Xian Aoyan's visage as he cleaved horizontally towards the descending palm. Xian Ning, today I shall inform you. Even with all the painstaking cultivation bestowed upon you by that old wretch, you are no match for me, Xian Aoyan. The sword art of slaying heaven. Tianming. Witnessing this scene, Xian Ning coldly remarked, ungrateful wretch, who truly benefits from my father's painstaking cultivation. Xian Aoyan, though you are my elder brother. The chasm of our cultivation is one you shall never cross. Subdue. As the words fell, the black and white giant palm surged in intensity, expanding several folds. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the sword light struck forth from Xian Aoyan, shattered into fragments. While the black and white giant palm remained unscathed, inexorably approaching, poised to descend, gripping the slaying immortal's sword tightly, emanating a murderous intent that shook the heavens, Xian Aoyan fixed his gaze on the giant palm and coldly declared, "Then behold with your dog eyes. I, Xian Aoyan, shall shatter your divine abilities." The nameless sword art activated, replicating the earlier scene of slaying the dragon. Xian Aoyan's refined sword intent transformed into a physical form, gathering into a merciless sword aura, several times greater in number than before. Die. Xian Aoyan unleashed a strike, and countless sword energies surged like a torrential downpour towards the black and white giant palm above. Sword strikes across the 8 desolations. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifyingly dense assault, propelled by the divine abilities, caused the black and white giant palm to manifest fine cracks, and in the next moment, it was utterly engulfed by the dazzling sword light. Rumble! Like the roar of thunder, the entire arena trembled. Xian Aoyan erupted from the sea of divinity like a god or a demon, facing the onslaught of his brother Xian Ning's immense abilities. He resembled an unparalleled sword capable of vanquishing all, advancing relentlessly. Countless spectators held their breath, not daring to exhale, transfixed by the horrifying clash between these two ancient clan prodigies. Is this truly a battle of the undying realm? To witness such a bloody confrontation between two ancient clan prodigies in this lifetime, this ticket was indeed worth the price. The arena of the apocalypse truly knows how to entertain. Even the prodigies from the hidden ancient clans were left utterly astonished. Xian Aoyan, capable of contending with his brother Xian Ning. How could this be possible? Chi-Ao could not help but swallow hard. Gazing at Xian Aoyan, who resembled a god of slaughter, he had never imagined this fellow possessed such terrifying strength. Within the supreme chamber, Lu Zhishan, her hands slightly sore from gripping, gazed at the scene below, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment as she exclaimed, to possess such cultivation at this young age, he truly embodies the essence of the hidden ancient clan. Sitting beside Su Chenxiao, she inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Master, you seem utterly unfazed." Su Chenxiao squinted his eyes and smiled. "Do not rush. Both of them are still holding back. The real spectacle is yet to commence. Unless I am mistaken, the younger brother is ultimately just the younger brother, in the presence of the destined protagonist, who traverses realms as easily as one takes a breath. Those mere 8 minor realms are insignificant. If memory serves, the destined protagonist Xian Aoyan indeed possesses a dark ancient scripture among his techniques, does he not? The forbidden techniques of the Dark Era, not belonging to the realm of the heavens. The history of the celestial realms has been marred by shadows, plagued by the invasion of extrinsic demon gods. To be honest, one has long grown accustomed to those bizarre and sinister arts, exhibiting a high tolerance. However, the techniques of the eerie beings from the Dark Era are different. They are unspeakable and nameless. Merely attempting to cultivate or even lightly touching them could cause a drastic change in one's temperament. Their mere existence radiates an aura that could engulf the entire domain, ultimately leading everyone to become aberrant beings condemned by all. There were rumors that the onset of the Dark Era was triggered by the sudden appearance of an ancient black-covered tome, transforming all living beings within a domain into eerie entities. Alas, Xian Aoyan, if this were to spread, it would surely attract the attention of emperors. The Dark Flow's protagonist, a heartless evil emperor. I suspect this wickedness pertains to that dark ancient scripture. Does it not? In comparison, I, as an antagonist, appear almost virtuous, painted in shades of red and purple. Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he glanced at Xian life script, then chuckled and shook his head. The heartless evil emperor's life script, slaying brothers, exterminating kin, proving the path through blood. Chapter 40. Dark ancient scripture, you have all forced my hand. Rumble. Within the arena, as a blazing black and white light erupted, Xian was violently hurled away. Covered in wounds, he struggled to rise from the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Even the slaying immortal's sword had been sent flying. Xian expression remained cold, treading upon the principles of yin and yang. His long black hair, cascading, drawing the collective gaze of all present as he approached with the poise of a youthful sovereign. Xian, do you see now? This is the chasm that lies between us. I, Xian, have diligently cultivated since childhood, never once relenting. You have always blamed our father, but have you ever considered that had it not been for the blood of the Xian family flowing through your veins, you would not even have the right to meet me? Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, retrieved a medicinal pill, and swallowed it, his eyes reddened and bloodshot. Upon hearing these words, he threw back his head and laughed, his gaze filled with hatred and disdain. What a prodigy of the Xian family! My dear brother, you must understand, you are the pride of the Xian family. As for me, Xian, I am but a discarded pawn of the clan. Boom! As his words fell, Xian's aura suddenly surged. A dazzling divine radiance erupted before him, accompanied by the crispest of sword cries. The slaying immortal's sword embedded in the ground began to tremble violently. Bang! A resounding boom echoed. The slaying immortal's sword transformed into a black streak, soaring into the heavens in Xian's hand. A diamond-shaped disc appeared. The disc, imbued with 4 holes, emanated a terrifying sword intent that flowed incessantly. The diagram of slaying immortals. Xian, do you truly believe this is all I am capable of? Ridiculous. Diagram of slaying immortals. Activate. Xian's eyes radiated with divine brilliance as he bellowed. The diamond-shaped slaying immortals diagram swiftly levitated. The slaying immortal's sword seemed to respond to some unseen summons, racing directly towards the slaying immortal's diagram. In an instant, a formation woven from sword intent enveloped Xian. Dragons and serpents intertwined, murderous intent surged. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were undoubtedly horrified. The piercingly sharp, dense sword intent seemed to assault their senses, causing their cheeks to sting. What is this? A sword formation. Within that artifact lies a sword formation. Among the crowd, discerning eyes began to connect the dots. An elder from the hidden ancient clan paled. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked towards Xian in the arena. Could this be the legendary diagram of slaying immortals? Does this mean that the weapon he wields is one of the legendary celestial swords? This is bad. It is said that the 4 celestial swords each harbor a sword formation, brimming with lethal potential. If that is the case, then Xian, even at the 9th level of the Undying Realm, would be utterly outmatched. Xian, have you lost your mind? He is your own flesh and blood. Xian has spared you countless times. Do you truly wish to kill him? An elder from the hidden ancient clan shouted furiously. Xian, with his disheveled black hair billowing wildly, remained utterly indifferent to his surroundings, his murderous intent unmistakable. He fixed his gaze on Xian, who was enveloped by the diagram of slaying immortals. I, Xian, recognize no such thing as a brother. With blood as counsel, and the slaying immortal's sword as the guide, I shall unleash the slaying immortal's sword formation. Xian let out a thunderous roar as the vast sword formation began to churn ominously, ready to engage in a deadly confrontation. At this moment, within the sword array, every inch of space released a sharp and piercing aura of the killing immortal sword chi, rendering defenses utterly futile. With a sudden poof, even Xian, caught off guard, found his cheek cut open by the relentless sword energy, leaving a gory wound. Frowning deeply, Xian enveloped himself in the formidable power of yin and yang, his gaze gradually turning grave. And I see why at this juncture, You remain obstinately unyielding. Thus, do not blame me for disregarding our blood ties. Chenxiao, cease to tarnish the name of my ancient clan, the Xian family. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Xian Ning consumed the violent Yuan pill gifted by Su Chenxiao. Boom! In but an instant, an inexhaustible surge of true energy erupted forth. Xian Ning radiated a tempestuous aura. As the yin and yang beneath his feet spun rapidly, black and white intertwining in a harmonious blend, his eyes transformed into a striking contrast of black and white, runes swirling around him. Unleashing the full potential of the yin-yang divine body, the sword formation trembled, unleashing countless deadly killing immortal sword chi that howled forth like a torrential downpour, overwhelmingly fierce and chaotic. Boom! Boom! The thunderous roars continued. Chenxiao, with hands forming intricate signs, recklessly urged the killing immortal sword array to its zenith. Between brothers, reason had been forsaken, both intent on determining life and death within this arena. Enough, let it end. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed within the sword array, akin to a volcanic eruption, magma surging forth as beams of black and white divine light erupted, piercing through the sword array before the astonished eyes of all. Chenxiao's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched across his visage. This is impossible. The killing immortal sword array could even slay powerful kings. Yet Xian Ning, merely at the 9th level of Undying Realm, how could he breach the sword formation? A cataclysmic roar reverberated through the air as the diagram of the immortal slayer array and the killing immortal sword seemingly lost their luster. Plummeting from the heavens, suddenly, Chenxiao's complexion shifted, spitting a mouthful of vital blood. In an instant, his aura waned, his face paling drastically. Faced with the overwhelming and terrifying aftermath, he instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Bang! Amidst the swirling mists. Xian Ning was covered in sword wounds, his garments tattered, resembling a figure drenched in blood. His pallid face obscured by crimson, he gasped for breath, utterly disoriented, had it not been for the violent Yuan pill bestowed by his lord. Elevating his cultivation to the realm of kings in an instant, he would have perished beneath the sword array mere moments ago. Now, with no room for retreat, both were left with only the final remnants of their strength. Summoning every last ounce of energy, Xian Ning thrust forth his right palm, as the yin and yang beneath his feet came to life, transforming into intertwining dragons of yin and yang, surging towards Chenxiao. Ancient yin-yang scriptures, celestial invincibility. The twin dragons roared forth, wielding an overwhelming divine might, as a profound sense of death enveloped his heart. Chenxiao sensed it. Should he fail to withstand this, he would surely perish at the hands of these yin-yang dragons. No, I cannot die. You have forced my hand. Chenxiao's visage contorted with madness as he summoned his final trump card. You have forced me, he bellowed. And in that moment, an extraordinarily sinister ancient scripture materialized before him. Capable of corroding the very heavens, this tattered ancient tome, weathered by time, was shrouded in tendrils of black energy, harboring an aura of extreme malevolence, foreign to this realm. Chapter 41. The Arrival of Qing Lao and the Mysterious Artifact. As the black ancient scripture emerged, its wicked power pierced through the barriers of the arena, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Boom! The overwhelming divine power of the yin-yang dragons surged forth. Yet, astonishingly, before they could reach their target, the dragons began to disintegrate and decay under the ominous aura. In the end, nothing transpired. Not even a ripple of residual energy was stirred. From a distance, Xian Ning's face turned ashen. His exhausted body kneeling upon the ground, shock etched into his features as he beheld this scene. What is this? Upon witnessing the black ancient scripture advance, gradually eroding the surrounding space and expanding outward, Xian Ning, typically calm and composed, was suddenly seized by a profound realization, his eyes igniting with murderous intent. Chenxiao, that sinister force, the dark epic ancient scripture. You beast, do you intend to annihilate all living beings in this domain? You scoundrel! Boom! As these words echoed, a tempest of chaos erupted within the arena. The dark epic was infamous, known to all in the realms. What? Countless spectators shuddered, their expressions shifting from shock to sheer terror. This sinister power that fellow possesses the dark epic's death scripture. Run, flee. I refuse to become one of those abominable beings. He seeks to eradicate us all. Escape now. It is said that the dark epic began with a black leather tome. Anything associated with the sinister would inevitably assimilate all living beings in the realm. Chaos reigned in the arena, panic gripping the hearts of countless onlookers. Even the hidden ancient clan prodigies wore expressions of dread. We must leave. We cannot remain here. Who would have thought Chenxiao harbored such a thing? Quickly, retreat. Within the arena, Chenxiao had become the very embodiment of a plague, triggering widespread horror. Ding! The destined protagonist Chenxiao revealed the sinister ancient scripture, leading to his disgrace. Destiny value loss. 30,000. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 30,000 villain points. Ding! The relationship between the destined protagonist Chenxiao and his brother Xianning has been irrevocably severed. Destiny value loss. 5,000. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 5,000 villain points. The system's notifications resounded incessantly. The ominous aura enveloped her. Lu Zishan was left pale with fright. She had never anticipated that Chenxiao would possess such a thing. How could this sinister individual exist? The Tianqi arena is doomed. Even Qing Lao's expression shifted slightly, immediately intent on intervening. As a quasi-emperor, he understood well the implications of the resurgence of such malevolence. At that moment, a soft chuckle rang out that Su Chenxiao, appearing somewhat languid, stretched his arms and said with a smile, "Ah, having observed for so long, it is time to take action. Such a terrifying entity should not exist among the myriad realms." In the arena, Xianning seethed with rage, fixing a furious glare upon Chenxiao as he roared, "Chenxiao, have you lost your mind? Do you wish to drag our entire ancient clan, the Xian family, into your grave?" Enveloped by the sinister aura of the black ancient scripture, Chenxiao appeared to be affected to some extent. His aura surged back with terrifying speed, his face contorted into a maniacal laugh. "Ha, and what of it? This is all you're doing. Since I, Chenxiao, have exposed this black ancient scripture, I have no intention of allowing any of you to leave alive." Xianning's pupils contracted. Heavenly veil. Chenxiao, in a fit of madness, roared, "Boom!" Under the wielder's command, the black ancient scripture erupted with an unfathomable force, enveloping the entire arena in a shroud of ominous energy. Those who sought to flee or activate their teleportation tali, as Su Chenxiao spoke. His gaze fell upon the Lixian sword and the Zhuxian array diagram on the ground. With a swift motion, he grasped both divine artifacts and could not help but exclaim in admiration. What a treasure the Zhuxian array is! Ding! The destined protagonist Chenxiao has lost the heavenly treasure, the Zhuxian array diagram, resulting in a loss of 50,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the master for obtaining 50,000 villain points. Ding! The destined protagonist Chenxiao has lost the heavenly treasure, the Lixian sword remnant, resulting in a loss of 30,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the master for obtaining 30,000 villain points. Scoundrel! Those are my Zhuxian array diagram and Lixian sword. Upon witnessing the theft of his treasures, Chenxiao gasped, his gaze fixated on the intruder before him. However, upon noticing the astonishing elder beside Su Chenxiao, the fierce glint in his eyes flickered momentarily. Without further thought, he unleashed a terrifying black divine ability from the Haigu scripture. Humph! The elder Qing let out a thunderous roar, effortlessly shattering the divine ability with a wave of his sleeve. Though it was an artifact from the Dark Era, did you truly believe that this alone could contend against a quasi-emperor? Chapter 42. The mysterious ancient scripture revealed, the protagonist's reputation in ruins. A quasi-emperor. That individual is undoubtedly from the imperial clan, the Su family. Seemingly recalling something, Qiaosong from the reclusive ancient clan breathed a sigh of relief, overwhelmed with joy. Chenxiao, do you have any idea who stands before you? You possess the ancient scripture from the Dark Era. Your crimes warrant death 1,000 times over. Yet, You still refuse to surrender? Do not bring ruin upon your family. The Xian clan? Silence. Chenxiao roared, taking a deep breath as he glared menacingly at both Chenxiao and the distant Ao, his voice frigid as if emanating from the depths of the abyss. You all shall pay dearly for this. With that, Chenxiao prepared to activate his divine ability to escape. However, at that moment, Elder Qing moved. Elder Qing chuckled coldly. Oh, you truly believe you have a chance to flee today? A tremendous pressure descended. Divine radiance burst forth, and the power of the quasi-emperor transformed into a golden seal that pressed down like a falling sun. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the entire arena shattered, leaving a monumental pit where Chenxiao had stood. Ah! The anguished screams echoed. Chenxiao lay in the pit, bloodied and utterly wretched. In the face of a quasi-emperor, he had not even been granted the opportunity to utilize the Haigu scripture. Had it not been for the presence of the young master, this would have been the result after Elder Qing had chosen to hold back. Elder Qing furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing the terror of the ancient scripture, as it had even eroded his own quasi-emperor divine ability moments ago. The ancient scripture from the Dark Era, if tainted even slightly, could drive one mad, transforming them into a monstrous entity. Thus, he dared not stray even a moment from the young master's side. Not dead, gazing at the almost vanishing Chenxiao, enveloped in ominous energy, Elder Qing unleashed another astonishing divine ability. Boom! At that moment, the eerie black scripture erupted with a dazzling black light. If all life withered. The heavens wept and the earth howled. From the ancient scripture emerged a shadow resembling a human form. The shadow grinned at Elder Qing above, revealing a set of ghastly white teeth, and then it directly enveloped the oblivious Chenxiao, vanishing from the arena, leaving behind only the malevolent aura that corroded everything. Until Chenxiao's figure disappeared from the arena, the very space he had occupied became tainted, seeing that Elder Qing still intended to act. Chenxiao waved his hand and spoke nonchalantly. Enough that Chenxiao smirked indifferently. That Haigu scripture even possesses intelligence. How intriguing. After all, it is an artifact from the Dark Era, something even the Emperor finds difficult to handle. My Su family will not wade into this murky water. The rest shall be left to the reclusive ancient clan, the Xian family, to deal with. Destroying such bizarre entities is not only labor-intensive but also thankless. With a slight misstep, one might bear the burden of transforming an entire realm's beings into monstrous creatures, facing the wrath of countless individuals. Elder Qing nodded slightly, retracting his overwhelming power and standing silently to the side. Chenxiao narrowed his eyes, toying with the trembling Lixian sword and Juxian arrayed diagram in his hands, while before him the system unfolded a massive map that on the map, a red that was moving rapidly. System marked, Chenxiao remarked with a faint smile. But Chenxiao, how much destiny value do you have left to squander within the ravaged arena? After witnessing the events involving Chenxiao, everyone present felt a sense of having survived a catastrophe. When they saw the elder beside the imperial clan's young master shatter the eroded space, many from the immortal doctrines and reclusive ancient clans dared to step forward, expressing their immense gratitude. We pay our respects to young Master Su. Chenxiao waved his hand, smiling lightly that it was a mere trifling matter. No need for formalities, that I merely wish to witness a good spectacle. Yet such events unfolded. Monstrous beings have a deep-seated enmity with all of us across the heavens. Thus they must be eradicated by all at this point. Chenxiao sighed, expressing a hint of regret. It is a pity, though, that the ancient scripture is so extraordinarily bizarre that even a quasi-emperor could not eliminate it. Upon hearing this, all present were filled with profound admiration, truly deserving of being the young master of the imperial clan. After all, it was the emperor of the Su family who had once led the cultivators of the heavens to tear apart that darkness during the Dark Era. Chenxiao from the reclusive ancient clan spoke reverently. Young master, your righteousness is commendable. Had it not been for your intervention, we might have perished at the hands of Chenxiao or become cursed ourselves. Who could have anticipated that Chenxiao possessed such a thing? With such events transpiring, the ancient clan, the Xian family, could not escape responsibility. Others around nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with indignation to use such an object in an attempt to annihilate everyone here. Xian Aoyan's heart is deserving of death. Once we return to our clan, I shall definitely report this matter to the clan elders. The Kanming Dao domain harbors such a ticking time bomb, posing a constant risk of chaos to the heavens. At that moment, Xian Ning approached from a distance, his face pale with shame. Had it not been for the primal Yuan pill, he would likely have already perished beneath Xian Aoyan's sword formation. Young master, I have failed to meet your expectations. Su Chenxiao smiled gently and patted his shoulder. As long as you are unharmed. That is enough. Take this. And a white light burst forth from the storage ring, revealing a vibrant Qingdi pill. Could it be the Qingdi pill? Upon sensing the overwhelming vitality, many prodigies present brightened, casting envious glances at Xian Ning. They now understood why Xian Ning was here. It turned out that the esteemed individual from the Supreme Pavilion above was the young master of the Imperial clan, and Xian Ning had accompanied this noble master. Xian Ning was greatly shaken, gazing at the gentle-faced Su Chenxiao before him, feeling an unprecedented warmth in his heart, his eyes reddening. Thank you, young master. Meanwhile, in a desolate mountain range within the Kanming Dao domain, ominous energy swirled, rapidly eroding the surrounding mountains and towering ancient trees into ashes. Xian Aoyan's disheveled figure appeared in this place. Cough, cough. He lay on the ground, coughing up copious amounts of blood. Xian Aoyan's eyes burned with a crimson intensity, filled with hatred and fury as he roared. Why? Why did you not help me kill him? From the floating Haigu scripture beside him came a sinister, raspy laugh. Do you not realize that the individual who appeared today is from the Imperial Su family? Had I not intervened to save you, you would have long since perished at the hands of that quasi-emperor. Xian Aoyan's body trembled. The Su family of the Imperial clan. How could he be unaware of that name? Each of the top 10 Imperial clans was a supreme, inviolable existence. In truth, the reclusive ancient clans were as insignificant as ants before any Imperial clan, let alone that this individual hailed from the Su family. Chapter 43. The ancient clan Xian family is finished, the final words yet, upon realizing he had not only exposed his greatest trump card, but would also be hunted by countless enemies. Alongside the loss of 2 heavenly treasures, Xian Aoyan pounded the ground in a fit of rage, bellowing, damn it all. The voice from within the Haigu scripture echoed, once more. Simply stay here and recover. Once the Crimson Meteor burial ground opens, acquire that item and leave this realm, seeking a desolate place to cultivate. Fear not. With my assistance, you will surely become a great emperor within 100 years. Crimson Meteor burial ground. Yet he lacked the qualification to enter. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a glimmer of cold, murderous intent flashed in Xian Aoyan's eyes as he coldly declared, now that it has come to this, what does it matter if I accumulate more sins? One day later, outside the grand hall of the reclusive ancient clan, the Xian family, a multitude of elders from the Xian family appeared ashen-faced, kneeling outside the hall with their heads bowed, trembling and not daring to utter a word. The entire Xian family was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. Bang! Within the grand hall, roars and the sounds of shattered porcelain resounded. That beast has truly gone mad. To dare keep something from the dark era on his person. Is he intent on bringing ruin to our ancient clan, the Xian family? Within the oppressive darkness of the main hall, Xian Yu was seething with rage, his countenance twisted in a near-manic frenzy as he smashed objects around him, a display of uncontrolled emotion not witnessed in centuries. Su Chenxiao observed this scene in silence, leisurely sipping his tea. The accusation of colluding with the bizarre beings of the Dark Era loomed ominously. Only the various imperial clans that had once led the realms out of darkness could hope to extricate themselves from such a charge. A mere Xian family could hardly bear such a burden, let alone those ancient holy clans that possessed great emperors. It is no wonder that Xian Yu, as the head of the clan, would lose his composure so completely. Time passed, and eventually, Xian Yu slumped into his seat as though utterly drained, his eyes vacant as he alternately laughed and wept. To think that I, Xian Yu, once so sagacious, would give rise to such a wayward son? He exclaimed, his voice a mixture of anguish and disbelief. Fratricide, harboring the ancient scriptures of the Dark Era, is this all retribution for my own acts of killing kin? Is it all retribution? At that moment, Xian Ning, kneeling outside the hall, could no longer contain himself and rushed in. Father! Yet upon entering, he was struck dumb by the chaos around him. He had never seen his father in such a state of despair and despondency. In this instant, the once mighty Xianyu, the leader of a hidden ancient clan, was devoid of spirit, consumed only by profound guilt and regret. Xian Ning's heart ached, and he stepped forward. Father! Xianyu glanced at him, his voice weak as he spoke that, Ninger, I have failed our ancestors. I have failed your mother's wishes. The Xian family is doomed, and it is I, Xianyu, who has brought about its ruin. Xian Ning trembled violently. Feeling as though the sky itself had collapsed, he could not fathom that his once magnificent father would utter such hopeless words. Xian Ning fell to his knees, crawling forward, grasping his father's hands tightly as he cried out, Father, please do not say such things. Our Xian family has stood for millennia among the realms. We will not perish. Xianyu raised his head, closing his eyes, lying back in his seat as if he had aged centuries, and spoke mournfully, An ancient clan? Yet my Xian family cannot bear the stigma of attempting to reignite the Dark Era. Last night, news arrived from the ancient Qi clan. Your brother, Xian Outyin, ambushed several prodigies of the ancient clans, killing Qi Ao and 6 others to seize their qualifications. Soon, the Qi clan will lead a host of others to seek justice. What? Upon hearing this, Xian Ning gasped, his teeth clenched in rage. Xian Outyin. It is him again. Father, he aims to destroy our Xian family. Xianyu slowly opened his eyes, his expression weary as he fixed his gaze on Xian Ning, gently placing his hand on his son's face and speaking with utmost tenderness. Ninger, I am the one who has wronged you all. After your mother's passing, I neglected to care for you both in my role as clan leader. All this time, you have blamed me for favoring your brother Outyin. But the reason I indulged him was because your mother entrusted me to look after him after she was gone. While you were a hostage for 3 years, your mother and I poured all our love into you when you were young. Outyin was suffering in another realm at that time. Tears streamed down Xian Ning's face as he choked on his words. Father, please, do not mention him. Xianyu smiled sadly and shook his head, revealing a side of him that had never been seen before. Ninger, you resemble your mother in both temperament and appearance. While Outyin takes after me, I know you have always thought of me as a poor father. But today, I must tell you, Ninger, you have always been the most obedient and understanding child in my heart, and you are my pride. As if delivering a final testament, Xianyu spoke fervently. But Xian Ning trembled uncontrollably, having never anticipated such affirmation from his father. Yet, it was not the moment he desired. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the hall. Clan leader, the hidden ancient clans of Qi, Zhao, and Ming, along with several other sects, have sent people. Upon hearing this, Xianyu nodded, his gaze flickering with unspoken thoughts. He gently caressed Xian Ning's cheek, lovingly wiping away the tears from his eyes, and said softly, Ninger, you have grown. After I am gone, if they are willing to spare our Xian family a sliver of hope, then you shall be the leader of our clan. Xian Ning clung tightly to his father's arm, kneeling in despair as he pleaded, Father, I beg you, please do not say such things. You will be fine. Seeing his son in this state, even the strong-willed Xianyu could not help but shed a tear. He realized how neglectful he had been towards his younger son since Outyin's return. But why had he come to this realization so late? Xianyu shook his head with a bittersweet smile, affectionately ruffling Xian Ning's hair before rising and walking towards Su Chenxiao, who sat quietly to the side. Young Master Su, within this is all that I, Xianyu, possess, along with half of the resources accumulated by the ancient Xian family over generations. Su Chenxiao looked up at Xianyu and inquired, Clan leader, what is the meaning of this? Who has the right to judge if I am worthy? Xianyu knelt, hands clasped in a gesture of final supplication, bowing his head as he spoke. The failure of a father to educate his son is my fault. Son Outyin's heinous actions are inextricably linked to my failures as a parent. But my good child Ning'er is innocent. I beseech you, young Master Su, to spare Ning'er's life for the sake of this humble offering. From now on, my son is willing to serve you, no matter the cost. Su Chenxiao fell silent for a moment. Truth be told, he was not a good person. Yet perhaps in Xianyu, he saw the final tenderness of a father, stirring memories of his own family. Accepting the storage ring, Su Chenxiao nodded calmly. Understood. You may go. Xianyu trembled as waves of gratitude washed over him. He understood that it was only this young master from the imperial Su family who could protect his youngest son's life amidst the turmoil of ancient clans and immortal sections. Father, Xianning felt utterly powerless, pleading from behind. Xianyu slowly rose, casting a final glance at Xianning before unleashing a wave of energy that knocked him unconscious. He bowed deeply to Su Chenxiao and said, Young Master Su, farewell. Su Chenxiao nodded silently, watching the towering figure of Xianyu depart, his gaze flickering as he toyed with the storage ring in his hand, murmuring to himself, Xian Outyin, you have a father willing to bear the burden of all your sins. But why can't you sense it? According to Xian Outyin's narrative, the Xian family had never wronged him. It was merely his unilateral belief that everything was owed to him. All that transpired today had been recorded through the lens stone. Su Chenxiao was eager to witness how the destined protagonist would react upon nearing death. Trapped in despair, when confronted with this scene, he rose slowly, making his way outside. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, heavy and foreboding, as if a storm was brewing. That moment, outside the Xian family hall, Xianyu and the elders gazed at the approaching figures of various clans in the sky. Xianyu, your son, Xian Outyin, has slain my youngest son, Qi Ao. My Ao has suffered this undeserved calamity. Qi Kong has but one son. If your Xian family does not provide me with an explanation today, the ancient Qi family will be your sworn enemy. Upon seeing Xianyu, an elderly man with a face etched in fury bellowed. This man was Qi Kong, the head of the Qi clan. Having had a son late in life, he had cherished Qi Ao dearly, and now, with a son deceased, his grief surpassed that of anyone present. Why grandson also fell at the hands of your son. Xian Outyin, are you Xian family colluding with the bizarre beings of the Dark Era, seeking to defy the heavens? Today we, the ancient clans, shall act on behalf of justice and purge you traitors from the hidden ancient clans, lest you tarnish our name. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Under the terrifying pressure of thousands of ancient clans and sects, it seemed as though the very heavens above the Xian family were about to collapse. The elders of the Xian family trembled in fear, their faces painted with despair. Clan leader, Xianyu took a deep breath, facing the hostile crowd, and proclaimed loudly, we of the Xian family accept our fate. The failure of a father to educate his son is my fault. My son Outyin's actions are a reflection of my own shortcomings as his father. Xianyu, am willing to sacrifice my life as atonement, offering all the resources of the Xian family as a gesture of contrition, pleading only that you spare my family a path to survival. Yet to accuse the Xian family of colluding with the enigmatic beings of the Dark Era is nothing short of preposterous. The figures above remain relentless. Death? Xianyu, do you truly believe that with your demise, the multitude gathered here will simply disperse? Such matters are not so easily resolved, unless your entire clan is obliterated today. Our grievances shall not be quelled. Your son, Xian Aotan, utilized the ancient scriptures of the Dark Era in the arena of revelation, witnessed by countless eyes. The evidence is irrefutable. What more can you possibly say? If you claim the Xian family has no ties to the bizarre entities of the Dark Era, who can vouch for that? Who would believe it? The light in Xianyu's eyes flickered. He understood. Beyond those few ancient clansmen slain by Xian Aotan, the rest merely sought to exploit this pretext to eradicate the Xian family and claim the spoils for themselves. Just then, a faint voice resonated from within the hall behind Xianyu. How about I provide evidence? Emerging slowly, Su Chenxiao strolled out from the hall, with Qing Lao closely following. Xianyu's eyes brightened, filled with immense gratitude as he clasped his hands in respect. Thank you, young Master Su. The patriarch of the Qi family, Qi Kong, frowned and coldly remarked, you provide evidence. a mere boy still wet behind the ears. "Who are you?" Yet upon uttering these words, the other ancient clansmen nearby suddenly changed their expressions as if a realization struck them that a few elders from the Qi family gasped in shock, their faces paling as they hurried to Qi Kong's side to whisper urgently, "Patriarch, do not say such things. That individual appears to be the son of the patriarch of the imperial Su family." "What did you say?" Qi Kong's eyes widened in disbelief, a wave of despair washing over him, wishing he could tear his own mouth apart. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Do you wish to bring about my demise?" He glared fiercely at the informant before hastily leading the Qi family elders to bow deeply before Su Chenxiao, trembling in deference that, "I am Qi Kong, patriarch of the ancient Qi family, and I pay my respects to young Master Su." One by one, the other ancient clansmen followed suit, not daring to linger above him, descending like dumplings in a pot, eager to show their respect. The Hu family pays respects to the young master. The Zhao family pays respects to the young master. The Ming family pays respects to the young master. My daughter often speaks of you upon her return. Here stood ancient leaders, some of whom had lived for centuries, now bowing before Su Chenxiao with a humility akin to that of servants. Su Chenxiao glanced at those before him, his gaze settling on Qi Kong as he spoke coolly. "I shall bear witness that the matters concerning the ancient scriptures of the Dark Era were solely the actions of Xian'ao. Is there any objection?" In an instant, Qi Kong's arrogance dissipated, replaced by a deep trepidation as he lowered his head, his will to survive surging that if young Master Su bears witness, there can be no doubt. This was entirely the doing of Xian'ao Tan. Su Chenxiao surveyed the others. "And what of you?" The atmosphere grew taut, the once belligerent leaders now nodding fervently before Su Chenxiao like chicks pecking at grain. They pondered in silence. Could it be that this imperial scion seeks to protect the Xian family? Qi Kong felt a profound discomfort. He had lost his only son, rightfully seeking vengeance. Yet with this imperial scion's emergence, not only was revenge thwarted, but his own survival now seemed precarious. How had the ancient Xian family ascended to such lofty heights? As the crowd wrestled with their confusion, Xian Yu spoke calmly. "Esteemed clan leaders, I comprehend your grievances regarding my son. However, grievances have their origins, and debts have their debtors. That I, Xian Yu, am willing to shoulder the blame alone, pleading that you spare my innocent family members." With that, the ancient clan leader Xian Yu knelt, bowing deeply to Qi Kong and the other ancient clan leaders. "This?" The assembly gasped in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. Xian Yu, disheveled and forlorn, raised his head to address all present. "My ignorant child is still young and has strayed from the righteous path. Upon my death, I am willing to offer my very essence, my blood and soul, as a catalyst to forge the fruits of sainthood. The Xian family treasury lies within the rear hall, containing the accumulated wealth of my lineage. I ask for nothing more than that these treasures may quell your ire, and that when you capture my son, you spare his life." In the face of incredulous gazes from the powerful, Xian Yu summoned an overwhelming force of saintly power, proclaiming his regret for his ancestors, and struck down. Bang! Patriarch! The members of the Xian family stared in wide-eyed horror. The leader of an ancient hidden clan met his demise. Ding! The father of the destined protagonist, Xian'ao Tian, has perished, losing the protection of the Xian family, suffering a significant loss of destiny value, 100,000. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring 100,000 villain points. Buzz. Following his death, a formidable, overwhelming power coalesced into a golden orb at his chest. To condense the fruits of sainthood necessitated the sacrifice of everything. Xian Yu's flesh, blood, and soul turned to ash, gradually dissipating into the cosmos. Moments later, the ground was left barren, as if this individual had never existed. From the earth emerged a radiant, translucent fruit of sainthood, pulsating with boundless divine energy. All present fell silent at this sight. Who among them did not know that this man was the most ruthless patriarch of the ancient Xian family? Not only was he a master of formidable prowess, but he had also elevated the Xian family to new heights within a mere few years. A true tyrant. And yet, For the sake of his son, he had knelt in apology, sacrificing his life as a final gesture. Many felt their anger dissipate significantly, exchanging glances with an air of shared sorrow. Even Qi Kong, who had lost his son, frowned repeatedly, sighing, "Alas, the hearts of parents are indeed pitiable. Patriarch Xian, your family has suffered misfortune. Why must you endure this?" As a fellow father, he could empathize with Xian Yu's plight. However, the pain of losing a child could not simply be assuaged. Only the blood of Xian Tian could serve to honor the spirit of his own departed child. Qi Kong gazed at the anguished and despairing elders of the Xian family, speaking softly. "Your clan leader has sacrificed himself to preserve the Xian family. If we were to pursue this matter further, it would seem ungracious. This matter is settled. The wayward Xian Tan shall be dealt with personally by us. Should he still maintain any ties with your Xian family, do not fault the Qi family for lacking compassion." From this day forth, it would signify the end of the hidden ancient clan known as the Xian family. The eldest elder stepped forward, his face etched with sorrow as he clasped his hands in respect. "The Xian family understands AS for the fruit of sainthood." The gathered individuals exchanged glances, a glimmer of greed flashing in their eyes. The fruit of sainthood contains the essence of the sacred path. With it, ascending to the realm of saints would be all but guaranteed. Given that Xian Yu was a patriarch of considerable strength, his sacred path must be at least of a higher tier. The emergence of another saintly being would signify a monumental advancement for their ancient clans. After a brief discussion, they ultimately decided, led by Qi Kong, to present the fruit of sainthood to the imperial scion. Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. "What do you present it to me for?" Qi Kong, cradling the fruit of sainthood with utmost care, approached Chenxiao with profound respect, stating, "Young Master Su, we were blind to your merits and have offended you greatly. We have unanimously decided to present this fruit of sainthood to you, hoping you will overlook our previous transgressions." In light of their greed, they were far more intimidated by the imperial scion before them. The vast heavens are endless, and the hidden ancient clans along with the immortal paths are innumerable. However, the supreme imperial clans number only 10. They would not dare offend even the beasts raised by the members of these clans, let alone this young man, the son of the patriarch of the imperial Su family. Furthermore, they implored, "We also humbly request you accept the Xian family's treasury." Chenxiao squinted, a grin spreading across his face. Without further ado, he accepted the fruit of sainthood, stating coolly, "As for the treasury, let it be divided amongst you. You come for vengeance. Do as you will. However, as long as Xian Tan possesses the ancient scriptures, he remains a threat to all realms. Should you find no one to pursue him, the imperial clan may also take action." But a tremor ran through the crowd at these words. If this matter were to reach the ears of the 10 great imperial clans, the repercussions would ensnare all members of the hidden ancient clans. Qi Kong hastily assured, "Rest assured, young Master Su, my Qi family possesses methods to trace bloodlines as long as Xian Tian remains within this domain of Kunming. He shall not escape our pursuit. I refuse to believe that after the news of his father's demise spreads, he will remain unperturbed." Chenxiao slightly nodded and waved his hand, saying, "This young master is somewhat fatigued. I shall leave this matter to you to handle." Upon his return to the main hall, he left a group of people exchanging glances in confusion. An hour later, representatives from various ancient clans departed one after another. All the elders of the clan donned mourning garments, preparing to handle the affairs of the clan leader. Above the Xian family, an indelible gloom seemed to linger in the sky this moment. Within the main hall, the recently awakened Xian Ning sat despondently on the ground, lost in thought. Chenxiao quietly sat beside him, sipping tea. The hall was eerily silent, with only 3 individuals present. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xian Ning trembled as he rose from the ground and approached Chenxiao. His once black hair had turned pale, and his blood-red eyes were stained with tears. Xian Ning's expression was eerily calm at that moment. "Please, young master, assist me." He knew that only one person could help him now. As Chenxiao glanced at him, his gaze devoid of emotion, reminiscent of a ruler unperturbed by feelings, and slowly spoke. "What do you wish for my assistance with?" An expression of unbridled madness flickered in Xian Ning's eyes. He swore to himself that he would personally slay the beast responsible for his father's demise, one that showed no remorse. He has ruined everything for me. I vow with my entire cultivation and soul to the heavenly path, so long as young master can help me kill Xian Outyin. From this day forth, my worthless life belongs to you. Young master Su. I shall honor you for all eternity. P.S. It's already over 100,000 words. Esteemed readers, please consider giving a nudge for updates and leave a favorable review. That I bow my head in gratitude. Bang Bang Bang. Chapter 46. Pursuing Bloodlines, Borrowing Blood for Use. Xian Ning's eyes were crimson, filled with the flames of hatred. After uttering this statement, slender white threads began to swirl around him. These threads intertwined and transformed into runes that contained the essence of the heavenly path. Xian Ning bit his index finger and inscribed with his blood that in an instant, those runes exploded into white starlight, dissipating into nothingness. Unbreakable, heavenly path contract. Chenxiao maintained his usual demeanor, staring intently into Xian Ning's eyes for a long while before calmly replying. Rise, he will not escape. When the site of the red meteor burial opens, let him be buried there alongside the dark era's ancient scriptures. Upon hearing this, Xian Ning was filled with overwhelming joy. He bowed deeply, exclaiming, Thank you, young master. The events unfolding within the Xian family stirred significant ripples among the hidden ancient clans, and one anticipated that such a ruthless and decisive clan leader would choose to take his own life for the sake of his son. Nevertheless, the pursuit of Xian Outyin did not cease. The various hidden ancient clans joined forces to seal off the domain. Simultaneously, they issued a substantial bounty. Anyone who could capture or provide information about Xian Outyin would receive a hefty reward. Under this lofty incentive, countless cultivators braved the risks of being corroded by the dark era's sinister entities, fervently searching for Xian Outyin's whereabouts. At this moment, within the misty forest mountains, an enormous roar erupted from this eerily silent ancient forest. Die, all of you! Xian Outyin, drenched in blood, his face twisted with madness, dispatched several cultivators who had appeared here. Clutching a struggling ancient clan cultivator, he forcefully probed his soul. Buzz, after forcibly extracting the other's memories. Xian Outyin began to tremble violently, his eyes filled with a chilling light. Ignoring the anguished screams of his victim, he tightened his grip, crushing the man's skull. Bang! A torrent of blood splattered across his face and eyes. The news of his father's death plunged Xian Outyin into despair, prompting him to throw his head back and howl in agony. The ancient scriptures floated beside him, emitting an eerily powerful force that obliterated the surrounding corpses. A shadow appeared beside Xian Outyin, observing him as he knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably and cackled maniacally. What is the matter? Did you not harbor great hatred for your father? Why do you appear to be in such pain upon hearing of his death? Boom! Xian Outyin furiously pounded the ground with his fists. Even as his hands were reduced to a bloody pulp, he did not relent, continuing until a deep pit was formed. Only then did he slowly lift his head. His eyes a terrifying shade of crimson, tears of blood streaming down his face. The shadow produced by the ancient scriptures praised, such a marvelous gaze. Within your eyes, I see hatred and fury. Xian Outyin coldly turned his head, delivering a punch toward the shadow. Roaring, silence. Yet his attack merely caused the shadow to dissipate momentarily before it reformed. That old coot, who clearly died for the Xian family, dares to claim it was for my sake. All of this he owes to me, Xian Outyin. Does he think that I could ever forgive him for this? Never. From this moment forth, he would no longer be bound by any familial ties. No one would have the power to restrain him. No matter who it was, if Xian Outyin wished to kill, he would do so. He would spare none who had offended him in the past. With these thoughts, Xian Outyin laughed maniacally toward the heavens. Ha! Even his eyes became tainted with dark energy, oblivious to the shadow beside him. Grinning with a mouth full of fangs a day later, atop the Xian family's Qinji Peak, a gigantic crimson vortex loomed at the summit. Barriers had been set up around it. Without the necessary qualifications, no one could enter. Tens of thousands gathered here, awaiting the opening of the red meteor burial that, as Chenxiao sat at the head, flanked by several ancient clan leaders who stood respectfully beside him. "Do you believe we can capture Chenxiao today?" Chenxiao inquired with interest, glancing at the Qian family leader, Qi Kong, with a respectful demeanor, clasped his hands and replied, in response to young master. "Chenxiao killed my youngest son and seized his qualification token to enter the Red Meteor Burial. We have already sealed off the entire Kaming domain that if this child wishes to escape. The only way is through the ancient teleportation array within the burial site." Xian Ning's icy gaze swept over the crowd below as he solemnly spoke. Perhaps he is hiding among them right now. Chenxiao smiled lightly, saying, "Do you require my assistance?" Qi Kong and the other clan leaders exchanged glances, each brimming with confidence, responding, "Young master, we are 4 Holy Realm experts present. If we cannot capture a mere discarded child of the immortal realm, it would indeed be laughable." Another clan leader added, "With 4 Holy Realm experts personally intervening, if we still cannot apprehend Chenxiao, we might as well find a piece of tofu to smash ourselves to death." This wretched sense of DJVU, Chenxiao's expression turned somewhat peculiar at these words, but he remained silent. Buzz. The system panel unfolded. On the system map, a bright, flickering red that was located right here. Chenxiao smiled as he gazed down at the crowd below. Among them, a rough-looking man cloaked in gray hurriedly averted his gaze. "Damn it, could this fellow have noticed me?" A strange laughter echoed in his mind. "What are you afraid of? You possess the ancient scriptures. Even if you are exposed, so what? Your previous attempt to seize the qualification token was too blatant that I can sense the aura of a killing formation here. These people have surely laid out a web to trap you today." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of icy murderous intent flashed in Chenxiao's eyes as he disdainfully laughed. "Do they really think they can capture me? Chenxiao, with such a pitiful group?" He had already made plans. Chenxiao withdrew his gaze, reclining in his chair, his left hand lazily propping up his head, his eyes lowered with a playful smile. "You've arrived quite early to go on, make a ruckus. It would be best to escalate this scene even further. After all, you carry so many crimes. What's one more?" With a gentle flip of his right hand, a white, fluffy soul beast appeared in his palm. Ever since it devoured a soul of a king, the soul beast had taken a long time to digest. Now, it had evolved from its juvenile stage to its youthful phase. Its aura significantly strengthened. It was time to unleash some of its potential. After about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the Xian family's grand elder gazed at the secret vortex atop the peak. Once the color of the vortex turned a vivid crimson, revealing itself completely, he approached Chenxiao and the ancient clan leaders, speaking with utmost respect. "The time has come. We may now enter the Red Meteor Burial." Qi Kong nodded, exchanging glances with the surrounding clan leaders, signaling that they could commence their actions. They had made meticulous preparations well in advance. Qi Kong chuckled coldly, declaring, "Then let us begin. Xian Ning, borrow blood for use." Chapter 47. Heavenly Net, Soul Beast, Dinner Time. Upon hearing this, Xian Ning decisively made a cut on his fingertip, drawing blood. Qi Kong grinned, his eyes shimmering with intelligence. "Chenxiao, though I do not know how you evade our mental probing. This ends now. Pursue bloodlines. Buzz." Blood was drawn from Xianing's hand, transforming into a luminous arc that swiftly passed through Qi Kong's eyes. With a gaze as sharp as lightning, Qi Kong quickly scanned the crowd below. Swiftly locking onto the figure of a burly man. "Found you." Qi Kong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he bellowed, "It's him, attack." Without further ado, the 3 patriarchs of the sacred realm beside him unleashed their powers. A tremendous aura surged into the sky as one of them shouted, "Chenxiao, today there is nowhere for you to escape." Another one initiated the formation. Even though they faced a junior from the Undying Realm, the ancient clan leaders showed no signs of holding back. The ancient era scriptures were exceedingly mysterious, and even in the hands of an Undying, they were not to be underestimated. Just as a lion would exert its full strength to catch a rabbit, excessive underestimation would lead to endless troubles. With a deafening roar, the great formation collapsed, shaking the very heavens and earth. This unexpected scene caught all present completely off guard. A formation? What is happening? Questioned the patriarchs of the Qi, Zhao, and Ming clans. What were they planning? Layer upon layer of formations rapidly arose that, in the blink of an eye, the entire Chenxiao peak transformed into an impenetrable wall, countless robust chains of spiritual energy intertwined, seemingly sealing off the entire world. The ancient era's deadly formation, the ancient era's locking dragon formation, the ancient era's sunflower water formation, 3 layers, utterly airtight. Perhaps it was due to Chenxiao's current low fate value that he lost his cognitive buff. Upon witnessing this scene, even Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback. He looked at the 4 ancient clan patriarchs who had charged into the crowd with unreserved ferocity and lamented, "Truly ruthless, and oh wonder they previously assured me with such confidence." With these 3 formations in play, not to mention the undying realm, even those at the peak of the sacred realm would surely meet their demise on the spot. It was not only Chenxiao who felt this way. Chenxiao, concealed among the crowd, turned pale upon seeing the 3 formations rise. Although he had long prepared for a showdown, he never expected his opponents to regard him with such seriousness. Chenxiao's expression was akin to one who had just consumed excrement. He roared, "Qi Ming, did you not say there was only one killing formation? What are the other 2? The spirit of the black ancient scriptures in his mind remained silent. After a prolonged pause, it murmured, "Use the ancient scriptures. As long as the ancient scriptures are present, no one dares to touch you." Faced with the 4 mighty beings of the sacred realm, Chenxiao dared not be careless. His face was filled with murderous intent as he shouted, "Bastards, do you truly think Chenxiao is made of clay?" The black ancient scriptures. A surge of ominous energy erupted, crashing violently against the ancient formations above. This eerie and ominous aura began to rapidly corrode the first deadly formation. Yet even so, beyond the deadly formation, the locking dragon formation and the sunflower water formation remained, making it impossible to break through all at once. Boom! The shadow of the black ancient scriptures emerged. The shadow unleashed hundreds of terrifying black divine rays towards Qi Kong and the others. Boom! Qi Kong and the other 3 sacred realm beings summoned their treasures that could isolate all. A shield pure as jade manifested before Qi Kong, and the streams of black light struck the shield, producing a thunderous explosion. Strange forces began to incessantly erode and spread upon the shield, threatening to penetrate it and reach his hand. This otherworldly power, which did not belong to the heavens, would cause one to lose their sanity and become a grotesque being if even a trace were to touch them. Even sacred realm powerhouses dared not let a single drop touch them. Seeing this, Qi Kong was frightened and quickly discarded the shield. Summoning another prepared shield, he laughed heartily. "Ha! You, a mere child of the Xian clan, do you think you can wield the power of the ancient era's eerie beings? And we would tremble in fear, unwilling to touch you. Truly laughable. We have come not to capture you, but to crush you, the traitor of the ancient clan. Here, everyone attack. Mount Tai Seal." With that, the 4 sacred realm powers activated their grand techniques to suppress Chenxiao. Although the ancient era scriptures were strange and terrifying, as long as they were careful not to make contact, they would be safe. Thus, they all resorted to long-range means to attempt to eliminate him directly. Chenxiao's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that these shameless old fools would prepare so thoroughly, treating their artifacts as if they were disposable. However, do you think this can truly harm me? Chenxiao? Qi Ming. The shadow directly attached itself to Chenxiao's back. Chenxiao suddenly felt invigorated, and a terrifying light erupted from within him, swiftly expanding outward. This ominous power was exceedingly dreadful, rapidly engulfing the divine techniques of the sacred realm. Qi Kong, witnessing this, sneered repeatedly, his defensive treasure shielding him from all harm, and spoke, "Desperate resistance. I shall see just how far the ancient era scriptures can assist you. The sacred mountain seal." Boom! Another sky-shaking divine technique struck. Just then, agonizing groans and cries of despair erupted within the venue. "Ah! Don't come over here! Patriarch, save me!" The eerie aura within the Tao peak spread like a tidal wave. Although the sacred realm beings remained untouched, the other juniors entering the Crimson Abyss were utterly unable to withstand this ominous force. Hundreds were now writhing in pain upon the ground. their faces and bodies contorted, skin and flesh rotting away in chunks. As they spat out large clots of black blood and flesh, some grew long fur, resembling monstrous beasts, while others had new arms sprouting from their bodies, emitting painful howls. Roar! It was akin to a hell on earth. As if witnessing the birth of the eerie beings of the ancient era, Qi Kong trembled all over, his pupils dilating in shock. Meanwhile, Xian Outyin walked madly at the center of the scene. The shadow floating behind him, arms outstretched as he laughed maniacally. With a slight exertion of his fingers, that ominous aura was extinguished in an instant. It was evident that he would not put himself in harm's way. Prior to his arrival, he had consulted the system, which had assured him that with the innate chaos body, he could transform all things and assimilate myriad laws, even if that malevolent energy were to invade his being. The ultimate outcome would be its absorption into the chaos body, treated equally as all else. Amidst the astonished gazes of many, Chenxiao strolled leisurely towards Xian Outyin. Around him were cultivators tainted by the ominous energy. Yet Chenxiao was enveloped in a misty white chaos light, rendering him impervious to any encroachment of that malevolence. The twisted forms of the cultivators lunged at him, radiating an intensely disastrous aura. Buzz, the white emperor sword was summoned. With a single stroke, a razor-sharp blade of light surged forth. The might of the imperial sword was like a bamboo split asunder, instantly reducing those warped cultivators to mere dust. Boom! Indeed, I have grown somewhat stronger since my previous life, Chenxiao mused with interest. Not far away, upon witnessing Chenxiao's emergence, Qi Kong and the others were taken aback, their faces ashen as they ceased their attacks, and approached him. Young Master Su, what brings you here? You must leave at once. This place has been tainted by that ominous energy. However, upon sensing the ancient and mysterious chaos aura surrounding Chenxiao, their expressions shifted to astonishment. What, young Master Su, are you not afraid of this malevolent energy? Chenxiao smiled faintly. Brandishing the white emperor sword, he gazed towards the distant Xian Outyin, who was proving to be a formidable challenge even for those of the saint level, and spoke. Xian Outyin, your final reliance rests upon the soul within that ancient scripture of the Dark Era, does it not? Is it you? Xian Outyin's countenance darkened with rage, his killing intent spilling forth as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "How dare you appear before me? You are the one who snatched my killing immortal sword and slaying immortal formation in the arena." Chenxiao chuckled softly, shaking his head in a somewhat lamenting manner. "I dare say your father would not wish to see you like this as he faced his end at, oh, by the way, I happen to possess your father's last words, containing what he wished to convey to you. Would you care to see them?" As he spoke, Chenxiao produced a recording stone and tossed it casually. "Father!" Xian Outyin's pupils constricted suddenly, his emotions surging once more. Yet, as if struck by a thought, his expression twisted into a mask of rage as he raised his hand and shattered the recording stone. Boom! Do you think I, Xian Outyin, care for such trifles? What nonsense is this about familial bonds? I have no need for such things. Seeing this, Chenxiao remained unfazed, laughing lightly as he retrieved another recording stone from his system storage. And no matter, I still have another. Xian Outyin's breath hitched. This juncture. He loathed nothing more than others mentioning his father. "You damned Xian Outyin, you infuriate me to no end." His eyes were filled with resentment and murderous intent as he bellowed, "Silence! I want you dead." "Qi Ming, grant me strength." The black shadow cackled ominously. "Understood. With me here, you shall not perish." It had awaited this moment. "Since you have willingly offered yourself, I, Qi Ming, shall claim your flesh." Boom! The shadow was nearly merging with him. The black ancient scripture erupted with a terrifying aura. Xian Outyin's body began to undergo a horrifying transformation, swelling inch by inch. His arms and torso sprouted pulsating flesh buds, and he seemed to metamorphose into a grotesque entity. This time, even the tri-layered formation could not withstand this overwhelming power. Beginning to crumble piece by piece, Qi Kong and the others were left aghast. They had never anticipated that this child still possessed such strength. Was the being from the black ancient scripture truly that terrifying? They had long realized that Xian Aoyan's audacity stemmed entirely from the power of that black shadow. Protect young Master Su. Be careful, young master, Su Chenxiao sneered unperturbed. Xian Aoyan's strength derives from the soul of that black ancient scripture. However, as long as it is a soul, it is food for the death soul beast, as Xian Aoyan's aura surged violently. A white figure darted past, the death soul beast, having devoured hundreds of souls, locked onto the shadow behind Xian Aoyan. The black shadow, gradually merging with Xian Aoyan's body, sensed something amiss as it glanced at the white furry ball on its shoulder. Instantly gripped by an overwhelming fear. This is death, the death soul beast? No. No. How could this thing still exist? Xian Aoyan, save me. The white furry ball paid no heed. It opened its mouth, filled with jagged teeth, unleashing a terrifying, sucking force. In the next moment, slurp. No. Chapter 49. The Heavenly Sword Body. The end approaches, accompanied by a wretched and unwilling roar. The death soul beast devoured the shadow hole. Xian Aoyan, who had previously felt his power surging within, trembled as the black ancient scripture fell to the ground, his entire being suddenly feeling as if it had been hollowed out, collapsing in weakness. Bang! What is happening to me? My power. Where's my power? Xian Aoyan realized something was amiss and frantically searched for the shadow, his face twisted in madness as he shouted, Qi Ming! Qi Ming! But no matter how loudly he called, he could no longer sense even a hint of the shadow's presence. The onlookers in the distance stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend what had transpired. All they saw was a furry entity appearing atop the shadow, followed by a slurp, and it had eaten it. What is going on? The ominous aura emanating from that fellow vanished. Burp. The death soul beast let out a satisfied belch, then lazily transformed into a streak of light and returned to Su Chenxiao's hand. Death soul beast. Mature. Su Chenxiao gently patted it twice, observing the once more slumbering death soul beast with a faint smile as he stored it back into the system space. Well done. Though I know not the cultivation level of that black ancient scripture's enslaved spirit and life, it is evident that Xian Aoyan relied on its power to contend with the saint-level experts present, suggesting it was not to be underestimated that a potent tonic that this moment, Xian Aoyan, sensing the shift in circumstances, was utterly panicked. Bastard, what have you done to me? Su Chenxiao replied with a hint of amusement. I merely fed your trump card to my pet. Qi Kong and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions peculiar. They could hardly fathom how easily this young master, Su, had neutralized the opponent's final gambit. It was time to wrap things up. The heavens and earth here had been tainted by the black ancient scripture. Su Chenxiao snapped his fingers. Snap. The mysterious white chaos light flared forth. The chaos body could assimilate and merge all auras. Under the incredulous gazes of the others, the already perfected innate chaos body began to voraciously absorb the vast and monstrous ominous energy surrounding them. With eyes closed, Su Chenxiao felt the unruly and seemingly sentient ominous power roiling within his qi si. Under the suppression and absorption of the chaos energy, that ominous force gradually calmed, assimilating and merging. Buzz, this immense and vast ominous power began to coalesce. Within the spiritual platform, at the center of 8 radiant orbs of divine light, a pitch-black Tao fruit emerged, as if it hailed from the abyss itself. This represented a power of the Tao never before seen across the realms. Though feeble, it harbored an extremely ominous and bizarre aura. Apart from the resplendent Tao fruit, which stood highest, enveloped in chaos energy, this black Tao fruit suppressed the remaining 7 Tao fruits beneath it, evoking fear. The 9th Tao, what is this? The surrounding ancient clan leaders were left speechless at this scene. Young Master Su could even absorb this ominous power. Could he truly absorb this bizarre energy? Was he the legendary innate chaos body? The Zhao clan leader furrowed his brows, muttering, the innate chaos body has not been seen for countless epochs across the realms. Even they did not expect it to be immune to the corruption of this ominous force. Su Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of divine light flashing within. He gazed at Xian Aoyan, who lay sprawled on the ground, utterly bereft of power, and murmured softly, "Thank you for your hospitality. With his right hand outstretched, a strand of terrifyingly evil, ominous energy pulsated, only to be snuffed out in his palm. Sensing the emergence of the mysterious ninth Tao within his consciousness, Chenxiao's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that, aside from chaos, divine demons, and primordial antiquity, the first Tao he would comprehend would be this unprecedented bizarre Tao. Chenxiao spoke with a calm demeanor. Very well. This peculiar force has now ceased to exist. Let us attend to the aftermath. Although the eerie power that once enveloped them has dissipated, those cultivators who have been corrupted and distorted can no longer revert to their former states. The clan leaders, including Qi Kong, nodded, recognizing that Xian Ao Tian was now devoid of strength, and they all took action to slay the grotesque creatures. As Chenxiao approached Xian Ao Tian, looking down upon him from a commanding height. With a surge of true energy, he lifted the ancient black scripture from the ground. Gazing at the tome in his hand, Chenxiao remarked with a smile, "Behold, your last trump card has also been stripped away." Ding! The fated protagonist Xian Ao Tian has lost the black scripture, losing 40,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 40,000 villain points. Give it back to me. That belongs to me. Xian Ao Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he roared in fury. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, Chenxiao frowned at the scene before him. Xian Ao Tian, in your current state, you hardly resemble a prodigy of the ancient clans, corrupted by this strange power, devoid of the protection of shadows and the black scripture. The countless flesh buds on Xian Ao Tian's body began to burst open. The skin on his cheeks peeled away, revealing a multitude of bizarre, swirling eyes beneath. "That I will kill you." Chenxiao crouched down, shaking his head with a hint of regret. "That it is over, Xian Ao Tian. Strive harder in your next life." And a terrifying radiance began to coalesce in his hands, ready to harvest the last remnants of value from Xian Ao Tian. Chaos scripture. All things return to one. Xian Ao Tian screamed in excruciating pain, curling his body on the ground, convulsing incessantly. The origin of the Tianxiong sword body was brutally stripped away, merging into the innate chaotic divine body. Meanwhile, a sharp sword intent radiated from Chenxiao, and his cultivation level began to shift. Immortal realm, first level, second level, third level, until it finally halted at the 7th level of the immortal realm. Ding! The fated protagonist Xian Ao Tian has lost the Tianxiong sword body, losing 40,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 40,000 villain points. A smile slowly crept onto Chenxiao's lips as he stood. Reveling in the immense enhancement brought by this origin, another exhilarating breakthrough, this moment, Xian Ning arrived from a distance, his face filled with hatred. "Young master, may I have the honor of dealing with him myself? I wish to kill him with my own hands." That Chenxiao cast a casual glance at him, then tossed over a recording stone, calmly stating, "From this day forth, your life belongs to me. You shall handle your family's affairs." Xian Ning lowered his head, staring at the recording stone in his hand, lost in thought for a long time. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions, then looked at Xian Ao Tian, who was writhing on the ground like a worm. With an icy expression, he slowly spoke, "Xian Ao Tian, look at yourself now. Given the circumstances, are you still so stubbornly deluded?" With great difficulty, Xian Ao Tian opened his eyes, his crimson pupils filled with hatred and resentment. "Xian Ning, you have no right to judge me, Xian Ao Tian." Xian Ning took a deep breath and shouted, "Xian Ao Tian, you have come to this point entirely by your own doing. Do you know what my father said to me before he died?" Xian Ao Tian roared in furious indignation. "What do you know of me, Xian Ao Tian? I have hidden and fled in that desolate place since childhood, believing that their choices were forced upon them. But upon returning to the clan, I discovered that the love I was meant to receive was all taken away by you. Xian Ning, you have won. Enjoy your victory and satisfaction by killing me. But I, Xian Ao Tian, will forever look down upon you." Xian Ning trembled all over, unable to suppress his laughter at these words. "Ha ha! What a bias, Xian Ao Tian. So this is how you have always thought. Now, open your eyes wide and behold." He crushed the recording stone. The final moments captured by Xian Yu were laid bare before Xian Ao Tian. In the recording stone, The heartfelt words from his father brought Xian Ning immense sorrow. He continued, "You have never considered why father sent you away. Stubbornly believing that I took everything from you. I, Xian Ning, was born as a hostage, and my father had thought of abandoning me several times, and why mother, in my memories, was always sorrowful, endlessly murmuring your name. Xian Tan, I believe they did not love me, so I trained with all my might, striving to be the best, only to gain their attention. But you, all my efforts turned to naught because of your return to the clan. Even if you blame father and sever ties with our family, you are unaware that it was father who secretly resolved the troubles you caused each time." With red-rimmed eyes, Xian Ning expressed the pent-up frustrations of 2 decades. "Do you know that even at father's last moments, his final word were a plea for the clan leaders to spare you? Xian Tian, you have ignored everything father did for you. You have destroyed our ancient clan, Xian family, and you are the one who caused his death." As Xian Tian gazed at the images within the recording stone, hearing Xian Ning's accusations, he fell silent. Having come to realize the truth, these were things he had never known. Memories of his father's excited and loving face upon his return flooded his mind. Lying on the ground, Xian Tian trembled, unsure whether the substance on his face was blood or tears. Even the pain in his body felt insignificant compared to the anguish he experienced now. "Kill me, Xian Ning." Xian Tan gasped for breath. As if expending all his strength, his eyes bloodshot and hoarse. Xian Ning stared at him for a long moment, his gaze gradually turning cold. "Very well. Given your nature, you would not admit your mistakes or feel regret even now." A terrifying force of yin and yang began to coalesce in his hands. "Farewell, Xian Tian." Xian Tian closed his eyes, a look of relief washing over him. Boom! Ding! The fated protagonist Xian Tian has perished. Congratulations on hunting the ruthless, evil emperor. Fated protagonist Xian Tian. Unlock the remaining fortunes of the fated protagonist Xian Tian. Congratulations to the master for acquiring all items of the fated protagonist. Ruthless sword scripture. Sky-slaying sword technique and the fragmentary nameless sword technique, as well as the Wuxiang star map. Current hunt of the fated protagonist. 2. Current villain points. 316,000. After personally resolving Xian Tian, Xian Ning looked at the corpse on the ground. His expression remarkably calm. Time passed, and he approached Chenxiao to pay his respects. "Young master, is it over?" "Indeed. People tend to regret their actions only when facing death, but what use is that?" Chenxiao chuckled lightly. "Over 300,000 villain points. Once this is concluded, I can indulge myself quite thoroughly. I must at least acquire a few universe-level treasures. As the dust settled, the Qinji peak lay in ruins. Littered with corpses, out of the thousands who once stood there, fewer than 1,000 had survived. Every soul present was left shaken, haunted by the experience. Is it over? Has Xian Tian died, after dispatching the cultivators transformed into monsters by the strange power? Qi Kong and the other 3 clan leaders approached cautiously from a distance. They cast fearful glances at the black scripture in Chenxiao's hands, hesitant to draw too near, for they possessed no chaotic divine body. Qi Kong, enveloped in layers of true energy for protection, steeled himself and cautiously stepped forward, cupping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for your assistance. However, what do you plan to do with the black scripture? You must know that these aberrations from the Dark Era are beyond even the reach of emperors. And no matter where it is placed, it instills fear in everyone." Chenxiao smiled lightly as he directly stored the scripture in the system's storage space. "This black scripture will be presented to my clan's emperor for handling upon my return. There is no need for you to worry." Upon hearing this, Qi Kong's eyes brightened, and he let out a long sigh of relief. In the following time, the group set about clearing Qinji Peak. The corpses were thoroughly obliterated by the supreme holy power of the clan leaders, leaving not a trace behind. Once the survivors had recuperated, the remaining ancient clan prodigies gradually regained their composure. Except for a few who had given up on entering due to the deaths of those around them, most were unwilling to forfeit this hard-won opportunity to enter the Crimson Meteor burial ground. At this moment, Chenxiao was examining the remaining fortunes of Xian Tian. Ruthless, evil emperor, fated protagonist Xian Tian has fallen. Remaining fortunes, 7 Crimson Meteor Burial Ground, Emperor's Legacy, red. Imperial Path, Crimson Meteor Burial Ground, Blood Pool of 10,000 Beasts. Once I acquire the Tsang Shun, refining ancient scripture, and the fortunes tied to Xian'ao Tian from the Crimson Meteor Burial Ground, I can finally return to my clan. Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with determination as he thought inwardly. Qing Lao, wait here for my return. I end the Red Fallen Tomb. Entry is permitted only beneath the realm of the sovereign. With those words, Su Chenxiao leaped into the Red Fallen Tomb and vanished from sight. I could see that moment. The ancient clan elders, who had just come to their senses, were momentarily taken aback. Young Master Su? That gentleman has entered. Clan leader. What shall we do now? Qi Kong pondered for a moment before responding. The Red Fallen Tomb remains accessible. Allow the disciples of the chief family to enter. Once inside the secret realm, they must locate young Master Su at the earliest opportunity and ensure his safety within. The other 3 ancient clan leaders nodded in agreement, expressing their consent. Chapter 51. The Ancient Overlord Beasts. The shattering sky, ancient ape, and the celestial divine rock. Buzz. Inside the Red Fallen Tomb, a hazy white light flickered. Su Chenxiao and Xianning found themselves within the desolate expanse of the tomb. Before them lay an uninhabited wasteland. In the distance, towering mountains loomed, shrouded beneath a pallid sky devoid of sunlight. Withered, decaying wood lay scattered, surrounded by nameless bones. The spiritual energy in this place was thin. The temperature sweltering, and not a blade of grass thrived. Su Chenxiao surveyed his surroundings. This secret realm appeared to be quite different from his expectations. As he gazed out, he saw nothing but lifelessness. Not a single living creature in sight. Beside him, Xianning surveyed the area and remarked, "Young master, the terrain of the Red Fallen Tomb is in constant flux. This seems to be the edge of the shattered stone abyss. It is relatively safe here, as no living beings reside in this vicinity. The powerful entities of the tomb are concentrated in the heart of the primordial mountains," although it was his first time entering. Xianning, being a member of the Xian family, evidently had a deeper understanding of this secret realm than others. Su Chenxiao opened the map, his gaze fixated on the markers of opportunities displayed on the system map. The ancient refining technique of Yi Xiao and the opportunity of Xian'ao Yin were roughly located within the same region. However, Su Chenxiao was perplexed to find that Yi Xiao's opportunity, the ancient refining technique, appeared to be moving rapidly. Could it be that someone has already gotten there first? With that thought in mind, Su Chenxiao soared southward. I could see that moment. Xianning had just retrieved a map from his storage ring and was muttering to himself. "Young master, please proceed with caution. With me, Xianning, by your side, you need not worry." "Young master, wait for me." Unlike before, it seemed that all the spiritual energy within the Red Fallen Tomb had converged in the southern central region. The further south they ventured, the more significant the changes became. The area was densely forested, with ancient towering trees reaching towards the heavens. The lush primordial mountains were vibrant with life, their spiritual energy palpable, akin to being immersed in a sea of spirit. Even the beasts here appeared significantly larger than those in the outside world. One could even observe numerous spirit creatures never seen before outside, as if they were in a primeval wilderness. Within the primordial mountains, gigantic savage beasts rampaged, and ancient beings roared fiercely. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, unleashing a terrifying aura that rippled through the air, that a streak of light descended from the heavens. Following the guidance of the system's markers, Su Chenxiao furrowed his brow at the distant scene. The position indicated for the ancient refining technique was right there. He glanced over and saw not far away a gigantic ancient ape towering over several dozen feet, locked in combat with a massive, snow-white rock that blotted out the sky. Boom! Boom! The 2 ancient beasts engaged in a bloody struggle, exhibiting extreme ferocity. Every blow sent tremors through the 8 directions. The terrifying roars and energies caused the entire primordial forest to quake, sending countless creatures fleeing in panic. Meanwhile, Xianning hastily approached. "Young master, hush, let us observe this spectacle first." Upon witnessing the scene from afar, Xianning gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, The ancient overlord, the shattering sky, ancient ape, and the celestial divine rock. How could they appear here? Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, you recognize them. Xian Ning nodded, his expression grave as he replied, Young master, these two are the overlord-level beasts of the Red Fallen Tomb, both possessing the strength of the ninth layer of Undying Realm. Their power is formidable, surpassing that of sovereigns, and they are not to be trifled with. These ancient overlord beasts are not only physically powerful, but they also possess innate ancient techniques, exhibiting a vicious and brutal nature. Unafraid of death, if we were to assess their strength, even an average sovereign would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. According to the records of the Xian family, every time the Red Fallen Tomb opened, numerous prodigies had perished at the hands of these overlord beasts. Roar! The battle between the two ancient overlord beasts clearly favored the shattering sky ancient ape. With a furious roar, the ape leapt high into the air. The celestial divine rock let out a sharp cry, bloodied and battered, as its enormous white wings flapped, its razor-sharp claws aimed at the ape. Boom! The shattering sky ancient ape raised its left arm to block. But the celestial divine rock's claws, keen as they were, embedded themselves deep into its flesh, blood gushing forth. The celestial divine rock attempted to lift the massive ancient ape, dragging it skyward. Roar! Just then, the shattering sky ancient ape let out a long howl, a faint golden glow appearing upon its body. What is this? A divine ability. Su Chenxiao's eyes brightened as he noticed something, surrounded by the golden divine radiance. The shattering sky ancient ape's colossal form surged with a terrifying power. Its blood boiling and roaring, it raised its right fist and, with the most savage and brutal strength, struck down on the battered celestial divine rock. The force was as heavy as Mount Tai. With a single blow, the mountains trembled and a terrifying shockwave erupted. Bang! A piercing, mournful cry resounded. Countless blood-soaked feathers cascaded from the sky. The celestial divine rock wailed. The astonishing sword light sought to cleave and shatter the very mountains. Accompanied by a menacing aura that surged forth, the colossal eyes of the tremor ancient ape narrowed, a profound sense of crisis causing its tawny fur to stand on end, its vitality surging like raging torrents. With immense might, it struck out with both fists, emitting a guttural roar that transcended mere beastly sounds. Despicable humans! Thunderous echoes resounded as, beneath the terrifying sword light, the tremor ancient ape's fists were rent apart, blood splattering into the heavens. With a pained howl, it found itself riddled with gashes inflicted by the sword energy, blood flowing ceaselessly. Its eyes flickered a deep-seated wariness and hatred as it bellowed. Humans! Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, you can speak? How interesting. He had somewhat underestimated the might of the imperial sword. The celestial body and the Taya sword technique represented unparalleled offensive power, although the ancient beast had cultivated supreme scriptures. Its physical form was terrifying. Enduring 2 strikes was indeed a remarkable feat. The tremor ancient ape sensed the formidable strength of the human before it. Its once proud physique now seemed utterly feeble in comparison. In desperation, it seized a mass of rubble and hurled it at Su Chenxiao, turning to flee without a backward glance. In the distance, Xian Ning observed the tremor ancient ape's attempt to escape. Channeling the powers of yin and yang, he formed a seal and cried out, Young master, it seeks to flee. Xiantian record, suppress the mountain. With a surge of energy, the powers beneath his feet coalesced into a colossal black and white mountain phantom. Pressing downwards, Xiantian record, no life celestial gang. Upon launching his attack, he unleashed his most potent technique. The mountain phantom and the dual dragons of yin and yang collided, runes swirling in the air, the black and white divine radiance blindingly brilliant. The enraged, tremor ancient ape, its visage grotesque, roared fiercely, surrounded by overwhelming malevolence. With a golden fist, it struck out. Boom! It shattered the mountain and the dual dragons. How is this possible? Xian Ning's pupils constricted in shock. He had not anticipated that his divine abilities could be so effortlessly dismantled. In that moment, he realized the vast gap between himself and the young master. Just then, a light-hearted chuckle echoed. Xianning. Did I not mention? This ancient ape is mine to handle. Su Chenxiao, seemingly out of nowhere, held the Slay Immortals array diagram in his hand. Upon the diamond-shaped formation, a miniature version of the Slay Immortals sword stood resolutely. Slay Immortal Array, go! With a gentle command, the diagram transformed into a streak of light, hovering above the tremor ancient ape's head. The sword intent morphed into a terrifying killing formation, cascading down like a waterfall, ensnaring the tremor ancient ape within the Slay Immortal's sword array. The ancient beast rampaged within the formation, each collision erupting with thunderous roars. Boom! The ground trembled, mountains crumbled, and stones fell. Yet, no matter how fiercely it charged, it could not breach the Slay Immortal's sword array. Xianning gazed on, muttering, young master. Su Chenxiao had indeed appeared within the sword array, his handsome visage adorned with playful intrigue, his eyes glinting, pristine in his white attire. It seems this ancient beast of the undying realm is still somewhat lacking. As the tremor ancient ape beheld Su Chenxiao advancing slowly, it recognized its lack of escape. Its pupils turned a deep crimson. With a furious roar, it pounded its chest, charging forth like a savage war chariot. Prepared to fight to the death, Su Chenxiao grinned, unleashing the White Emperor's sword, emanating overwhelming sword intent, striking downwards. Taya, sword technique. Slash the 8 desolations. The horrifying sword light flashed, the vast sword intent blossoming within the Slay Immortal's sword array. Roar. The mighty and sharp sword intent pierced through the tremor ancient ape's body. Behind it, the ground was cleaved open, leaving a fissure several hundred meters long. As the fearsome form of the tremor ancient ape stood 100 paces away from Su Chenxiao, it suddenly froze in place. A perfectly aligned line of blood appeared upon its body. The ancient beast's eyes reflected disbelief. In the next moment, torrents of blood gushed forth, and its massive form was cleaved cleanly in two. Boom! In the distance, Xianning entered the sword array, his face a portrait of shock as he beheld the ancient beast's bisected body. This was his first experience witnessing the Imperial Scion in action. 3 strikes, merely 3 strikes had slain the renowned tremor ancient ape within the Crimson Meteor burial ground. Xianning opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Buzzed at Su Chenxiao stored away the Slay Immortal's array diagram, smiling as he remarked, "What are you standing there for? After all, this is the corpse of an ancient beast. There are many treasures to be found." Xianning finally snapped back to reality, nodding in a daze before hastily attending to the tremor ancient ape's remains. Watching his retreating figure, Su Chenxiao's smile gradually waned. He turned his gaze to the distant mountains, where a young celestial divine eagle awaited. With a swift motion, he grasped the still blind chick in his hand. The chick was no larger than a palm, seemingly just born, its feathers yet to fully develop. For the offspring of an ancient beast, its size was rather diminutive than a premature birth. Su Chenxiao frowned as he examined the chick in his palm. He decided to check the system panel. Ding! Ancient beast, celestial divine, eagle chick. Possesses a trace of reverse feather divine, eagle bloodline. Juvenile stage, bloodline regression 1. Success rate 0.15. Yu Chenxiao's eyes brightened with surprise as he looked at the chick, which was clamoring for nourishment. Though the beast clan was inherently powerful, they placed significant emphasis on bloodline inheritance, with a strong bloodline determining their potential. As far as he knew, the celestial divine eagle lineage could only reach the saint realm at its peak. However, the reverse feather divine eagle was a different matter. It was said to be a supreme avian, naturally mastering the 9 heavens treasure art, renowned for its unmatched speed, preying upon the ancient azure dragon, and upon maturity, rivaling the great emperors. Though the chance of a regression in bloodline was merely a slim possibility, in the presence of the system, what difference did that make? Su Chenxiao smiled widely, gently stroking the celestial divine eagle in his embrace, and spoke, "Little one, you are fortunate to have met me. System, is there anything that could enhance its bloodline regression success rate?" Ding. The system is currently searching. Successful retrieval from the marketplace. 3 items meeting the owner's requirements detected. Divine Beast Reverse Feather Divine Eagle's Essence Blood. Requires reverse feather golden eagle bloodline. Significantly enhances regression success rate. Required villain points, 150. 000. Reverse fate regression pill. Activates the beast's most potent bloodline, increasing the chance of regression. Required villain points, 5,000. 10,000-year earth milk. Strengthens the foundation and accelerates the growth of the beast. Required villain points, 2,000. Not too expensive. After pondering over the items displayed by the system, Chenxiao deliberated for a moment. The essence blood of the celestial divine beast was incredibly violent, and given the current state of this little one, it would likely be incapable of absorbing or refining it. With this in mind, Chenxiao opted to purchase the reverse fate regression pill and the earth milk. Ding! Congratulations, owner, for purchasing 10 reverse fate regression pills. Ding! Congratulations, owner, for purchasing 30 drops of 10,000-year earth milk. Total villain points spent, 110,000. Current remaining villain points, 206,000. Having expended over 100,000 villain points in one go, even he felt a twinge of pain. Buzzed out, he summoned the 10,000-year earth milk from the system's storage space, revealing a white jade bottle filled with the precious liquid. Pop! As the bottle opened, an incredibly rich aura of spiritual energy wafted forth. Upon sensing this energy, the celestial divine eagle chick instinctively lifted its head, opening its beak to emit a faint CRY.S. Chenxiao gazed at the creamy 10,000-year earth milk within the bottle. Its overwhelming spiritual essence intoxicating, invigorating his senses with just a whiff. After a considerable silence, Chenxiao mused, "Can cultivators also use this? I'll give it a try first." Regardless of the ravenous fledgling of the celestial divine rock in his grasp, Chenxiao lifted the jade-white vial and took a small sip. With that single gulp, at least 5 or 6 drops of the precious liquid were consumed. The moment the 10,000-year essence entered his mouth, it transformed into a surge of abundant spiritual energy. Swiftly filling his dantian, he felt warm currents washing over his body, loosening the recently attained boundaries of his cultivation. Chenxiao's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he smacked his lips in mild astonishment, murmuring to himself, "The flavor is quite pleasant, sweet, indeed." The fledgling celestial divine rock cried out more urgently in his hands. Chenxiao smiled broadly, directing the vial's opening towards the little creature and gently allowing a single drop to fall. Buzzed at as the 10,000-year essence settled in its belly, the small body of the celestial divine rock radiated a brilliant white light. With just that one drop, the creature quieted significantly, its head drooping in Chenxiao's palm. Succumbing to a deep slumber, that moment, Xian Ning, who was handling the corpse of the earth-shaking ancient ape in the distance, suddenly called out as if he had discovered something significant. "Young master, what is this?" Upon hearing this, Chenxiao stored the fledgling celestial divine rock into his system space and approached. He saw that Xian Ning had unearthed an ancient tome emanating a faint golden glow from the corpse of the earth-shaking ancient ape. In his other hand, he held a white bone inscribed with numerous runes. Upon noticing Chenxiao's arrival, Xian Ning stood respectfully, presenting the collected items. "Young master, I found these 2 things. This is the rune bone of the earth-shaking ancient ape, which contains the ancient ape's treasure techniques. As for this scripture, it appears to be something extraordinary. Chenxiao accepted the ancient tome, sending a strand of divine consciousness into it. Within his mind, ancient and profound golden runes materialized, revealing the celestial ancient refinement technique. At last, he had found it. One of Yi Zhao's greatest opportunities, the celestial ancient refinement technique, most suitable for the ancient divine body. With this supreme body refining technique, even the most fragile physical shortcomings of sword cultivators could be disregarded. The earth-shaking ancient ape, merely at the 9th level of the undying realm, could barely withstand the might of the imperial sword after practicing the celestial ancient refinement technique. This demonstrated the extraordinary power of this supreme scripture. Chenxiao's expression brightened as he commended. "Well done. This ancient tome is precisely what I sought." Receiving praise from the young master, Xian Ning felt a bit bashful, scratching his head, and then handed over the rune bone, saying, "Young master, This is the rune bone of the earth-shaking ancient ape. It is said that practicing the ancient ape's treasure techniques can enhance one's physical strength, allowing one to clash against mountains with sheer force. This rune bone is intact, indicating a commendable bloodline. Having comprehended the complete ancient and ferocious ape treasure technique, Chenxiao waved his hand with a gentle smile, replying, "I have no need for this. You may keep it. After all, it belonged to the beast clan, and no matter how powerful the ancient apes' techniques were, they could not rival the celestial refinement technique." Xianning was momentarily taken aback, wanting to say more, but Chenxiao continued, "Body refining techniques are scarce across the realms. I observe that your current cultivation is rather ordinary. This ancient ape technique is somewhat acceptable, since you are now part of my Chenxiao's entourage. It would benefit you to enhance your strength for my sake." Xianning's expression softened, visibly moved by Chenxiao's words that he accepted the rune bone with gratitude, clasping his fists and bowing. "Thank you, young master." Chenxiao nodded slightly. "Where shall we go next?" Xianning inquired, as Chenxiao summoned the system panel, squinting in a particular direction with a mysterious smile. "Xianning, your family has overseen this crimson meteor burial ground for quite some time. Are you aware that there exists a great emperor's opportunity here?" "Great emperor's opportunity?" Xianning chuckled bitterly, responding, "Young master, I am somewhat aware. However, the crimson meteor burial ground has been around for thousands of years. Over such a long period, even if there were opportunities, they would have been taken away. Nowadays, the only remaining treasures are some exceedingly rare heavenly materials." Chenxiao smiled faintly and said nothing more. "Let us depart. After acquiring that inheritance, it is time to leave this place." The surging true energy erupted, and the two transformed into a flash of light, shooting towards the distance. An hour later, boom, accompanied by a colossal sword light. The immense mountain range before Chenxiao was cleaved in two by his sword. Yet amidst the split mountains, there lay a certain spot that remained unscathed. The mountainside, an exceedingly dark cave suddenly emerged, surrounded by a faint white array. Crack, crack. This array, which had endured the ravages of time, began to crack and splinter after withstanding the blow. Suddenly, boom, the power concealed within the array erupted forth, and a massive, blood-red beam shot skyward, piercing the heavens. This light harbored an overwhelming and terrifying force of vitality. Xianning's pupils constricted as he stared at the spectacle in astonishment. This is Chapter 54, breaking through the 9th level of the Undying Realm. The blood pool of 10,000 beasts. "Let us proceed," Chenxiao said, fixating on the cave hidden within the mountains as he stepped into the air. The two entered the cave together. This place was tranquil, existing for an unknown duration. After their entrance, faint candle flames rose along the dark passage. Drip, drip, in the distance. The sound of water droplets falling echoed. After an indeterminate period of advancement, their vision suddenly cleared. Before them lay a pool brimming with surging vitality and blood-red liquid. Nearby, a dusty desk and stone bed were scattered with various pills. It seemed to be the former dwelling of some practitioner. Chenxiao's gaze swept across the area. Resting upon the deep crimson pool, at its center stood a sharp stalactite, inverted and pointed. The tip of the stalactite continuously dripped crimson liquid into the pool, creating ripples. The sound of dripping water emanated from this source. Is this the blood pool of 10,000 beasts? Chenxiao pondered calmly. Beside him, Xianning stared in disbelief at the scene, murmuring, "Such rich vitality. How could such a place exist within the crimson meteor burial ground? Why does this blood pool seem so familiar?" He approached the edge of the pool, crouching down to wipe away the dust from the surface. Beneath the dust, he uncovered faint traces of runes. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Xianning's expression changed dramatically, revealing his incredulity. These are the ancient blood-nourishing array patterns, the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. It seizes the essence of heaven and earth, capable of cultivating the essence blood beneficial to practitioners through day and night nurturing. At this revelation, Xianning's face paled as he glanced up at the thick stone ceiling above. This blood pool must have sustained the vitality of at least 10,000 powerful beings. The stalactite at the center of the pool served as the focal point for absorbing and condensing the essence blood. The essence blood could not be generated out of thin air, implying that countless fierce beast corpses were likely buried above them. Young master. Xianning turned to Su Chen. That moment, Su Chenxiao had approached the dusty desk and was perusing one of the yellowed tomes. As he opened the ancient book, the consciousness of its former owner surged into his mind at a figure from tens of thousands of years ago. The Red Ming true person. It turned out that the shadow of the enslaved spirit was obtained from this very place. The Black Ancient Tome. Unfortunately, the Black Ancient Tome was exceedingly peculiar in power. He had not had the chance to digest the blood pool of 10,000 beasts and its opportunities before being transformed into the enslaved spirit of the Black Ancient Tome. Losing all awareness in the final moments before his demise, he left behind this fragment of consciousness. Once the consciousness faded, the tattered ancient tome disintegrated into dust. Chenxiao's eyes flickered as he surveyed the expansive surroundings. Slowly speaking, Xianning, guard for me. Xianning replied, young master, what are you planning? Su Chenxiao grinned, gazing at the blood pool of 10,000 beasts, murmuring, this blood pool, nurtured over millennia, I shall gladly accept. With that, Su Chenxiao leaped into the blood pool. Instantly, the blood pool of 10,000 beasts surged and roiled, boiling with intensity. The rich vitality soared, and crimson mist enveloped the area, manifesting into various fierce beasts that roared forth. Divine pythons, ancient apes, and ferocious tigers. All were the lords of the essence blood condensed by the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. Su Chenxiao's entire being radiated a faint golden divine light as he frantically absorbed this vitality. The phantom beasts formed from the blood mist were unwillingly drawn in, being consumed and refined. Buzz, the terrifying force of vitality, washed over him. Su Chenxiao could distinctly feel his body growing stronger and more resilient. The vitality within him surging tumultuously, even his cultivation level soared, breaking through at that moment. The Undying Realm, 7th level. The Undying Realm, 8th level. The Undying Realm, 9th level. Xianning's eyes widened in astonishment, standing at the water's edge. He seemed to perceive the powerful vibrations of heartbeat and the surging sound of blood and energy. At that moment, the figure seated within the pool appeared not as a mere human, but as an ancient, formidable beast of legend, the primal divine body, unparalleled in physical prowess. Now, after being purified by the blood of the ancient ferocious beasts within the myriad beast blood pool, he had become even more terrifying. Nearing perfection, on Su Chenxiao's cheeks and skin, ancient inscriptions of a crimson golden hue flickered to life. The manifestation of his divine body soared into the air, and a magnificent ancient bell arose, sending ripples of awe-inspiring energy throughout the vicinity. In an instant, the entire mountain range trembled violently. Boom! Just then, Su Chenxiao, submerged in the blood pool, abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning, as if infused with the essence of thunder. The dragon-like force of vitality surged skyward, causing the surrounding blood pool to churn violently, draining all divine essence in its wake. Witnessing this spectacle, Xianning's eyes filled with reverence, and a glimmer of fervor sparked within him as he knelt on one knee. Exclaiming, congratulations, young master, the blood-red waters of the pool became crystal clear. Standing at the center, Su Chenxiao appeared flawless, as if he were an ancient beast in human form. Even from a distance, one could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. The immense vitality was now contained within. Su Chenxiao exhaled a breath of turbid air, clenched his fist, feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. The primal divine body had reached perfection. With a casual punch, he struck, boom! In that single moment, the earth shook and countless stones tumbled down. The cave before him was forcefully breached, revealing a vast, dark opening. Su Chenxiao's eyes glimmered. With his current physique, he could face even the divine powers of the King's realm without fear. Xianning's gaze burned with excitement, his body trembling as he clasped his hands in salute, saying, congratulations, young master, on your tremendous increase in power. I dare say, within the realm of immortality, none can match you. Su Chenxiao nodded and leaped from the pool. his white attire untouched by a drop of water. "Rise," he said. Only then did Xianning stand. A faint smile graced Su Chenxiao's lips. He had initially thought that after years of trials in the lower realms, he would require considerable time to reach the 9th level of the immortal realm without relying on the Su family's dragon molting pool. Little did he expect that merely through the opportunities presented by the two fated protagonists, he could attain such a level in such a short time. And oh wonder these fated individuals progressed with such astonishing speed. Any single opportunity they encountered could rival hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation for ordinary practitioners. Turning to Xianning, he seemed to sense something and furrowed his brow slightly. "Xianning, come here." The kneeling Xianning was momentarily taken aback and approached with a hint of confusion. "Young master? What is it?" Su Chenxiao flashed a smile, fixing his gaze on Xianning's bewildered expression, and said lightly, "A remnant soul, shall you emerge willingly, or must I summon you forth?" Chapter 55. The Celestial Golden Swanee. The Emperor's divine soul, summoning a Mount Xianning, was taken aback, responding, "Young master, I do not comprehend your meaning." As he spoke, a shadowy remnant soul slowly floated from behind him. The soul pulsated and gradually coalesced into a tall, imposing man, bare-chested and draped in animal skin. The man exuded an aura of innate authority, and even as a mere remnant soul, the formidable presence he emanated was astonishing, suffused with an air of imperial majesty. Realizing he had been discovered, the bee-skinned man showed no concern, instead bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha! A member of the imperial Su family indeed possesses keen insight. I took the liberty of infiltrating while you refined the myriad beast's blood pool. Yet I did not expect to be uncovered. Tell me, imperial lad, how does the myriad beast's blood pool fare?" Upon seeing this remnant soul, Xianning's expression shifted. He had been entirely unaware of the soul's presence, and a tempest of shock surged within him. When? Ni, geo-identity, celestial divine beast, celestial golden swanee, remnant soul of an emperor realm. None, a beast clan emperor. Su Chenxiao's expression remained composed as he regarded the remnant soul coolly. A mere remnant soul of an emperor dares to meddle with my affairs. Do you presume that by concealing your aura, I would remain oblivious to your presence? The remnant soul of an emperor? Xianning's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at Nijiu. Nigio's eyes flashed with a hint of trepidation, yet he continued to laugh dismissively. "Ha ha ha, imperial lad, since you recognize me as an emperor, why do you not kneel before me?" Su Chenxiao scoffed at this, a dismissive smile crossing his lips. Without engaging in further banter, he produced the dead soul beast, stating plainly, "It's time to feast." A remnant soul of an emperor must surely be a great supplement. Upon seeing the dead soul beast in Su Chenxiao's grasp, Nigio's expression changed abruptly, and even his soul quivered slightly. While others might be unaware, as an emperor, he certainly recognized the nature of that creature. Dead soul beast? Where did you acquire this? Abandoning his previous arrogance, he hastily continued, Wait. Let us speak sensibly that I am an ancient demon emperor. And within this remnant soul lies the legacy of the celestial divine beasts, the Swanee treasure technique. If you allow the dead soul beast to act, you will gain nothing. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. Replying coolly, is an emperor's legacy truly so magnificent? Knowing I am of the imperial lineage, do you believe that a demon emperor's legacy would hold any significance for me? Dead soul beast, go. With that, Su Chenxiao patted the creature's belly. The dead soul beast immediately sprang forth, opening its gaping maw to devour Nigio's remnant soul. A terrifying suction force emanated from its mouth, and Nigio was thrown into a panic, his face contorting in horror as he exclaimed, I was once an emperor. If you spare this remnant soul, it would be tantamount to possessing all the powers of the Golden Sun realm. While he was unaware of the current circumstances outside, he assumed those of his bloodline must be formidable. Noticing that his opponent had yet to respond, Nigio grew increasingly anxious and shouted, Even if the imperial Su family lacks for imperial legacies, I am blessed by the heavens, immortal and indestructible. Just restore my corporeal form, and I will assuredly rise to the realm of emperor. Such a prospect would hold significant value even for your Su family. Upon hearing this, the dead soul beast abruptly returned to Su Chenxiao's hand. He stroked the creature thoughtfully, not bothering to look up as he remarked, "A remnant soul still has a chance of restoration." Nai Jiu nodded earnestly. "Others may not stand a chance, but as a celestial divine beast, I was born under heaven's protection, as long as certain conditions are met. Even this remnant soul can be fully restored and live again." Su Chenxiao replied coolly, "You mentioned the demon clan in the Golden Sun realm. What is that about?" He was well informed regarding the demon clans of the Northern Territories. The Golden Sun realm was a major domain for demons, home to the Jin and I clan and the Golden Lion, among others, all of whom were descendants of the imperial bloodline, holding significant power and influence. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Nai Geo finally relaxed. Though he was an emperor, he was currently but a remnant soul. Should he perish at the jaws of the dead soul beast, it would mean the extinction of the last celestial golden Swanee. With pride, Nai Geo proclaimed, "As a member of the imperial lineage, you should know that celestial divine beasts are favored by the heavens. It takes millions of years for one to emerge as the last celestial golden Swanee. My paramount duty is to proliferate and ensure the continuation of my noble bloodline. To be candid, the Jin and I clan and the Golden Lion in the Golden Sun realm are all my descendants." "Isn't that akin to being a stud?" Su Chenxiao's expression turned playful upon hearing this. "So, you are their ancestor?" Nai Jiu replied smugly, "While some may be descendants of the celestial golden Swanee, they still carry my bloodline. It is not incorrect to say I am their progenitor. From your appearance, it seems you are faring well as a descendant. Once I return to my clan, they will surely heed my command. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. The birth of each celestial divine beast is accompanied by immense fortune, and they are exceedingly rare that if one were to fall completely, it may never occur again. Otherwise, they would not have reached the brink of near extinction. The demon lineage highly reveres bloodlines, and Ni Gos assertions held merit. If the demons of the Golden Sun realm were to learn their ancestor was in his grasp, they would likely go to great lengths to redeem him. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chenxiao considered Ni Gio's proposal. Sensing the shifting tide, Ni Gio eagerly stated, "What say you? If you take me out, you will be my benefactor. I vow that should you ever require anything in the future, I will fulfill your every need." Su Chenxiao grinned, fixing his gaze on Ni Gio as he replied, "I seek not such things. What then do you desire?" To claim a mount that I t these words, the smile froze on Ni Gio's spectral face. His expression shifted to one of fury and disbelief. Even the imperial might radiating from a mere remnant soul was astoundingly fearsome. "Do you presume to make me your steed? Are you aware that I am the incomparable and exalted celestial beast, the Tianjin Swanee? Once in the imperial realm, this prince assisted you in restoring your divine soul and corporeal form. I am, indeed, a great emperor." Su Chenxiao frowned slightly, feeling disinclined to engage further in this dialogue. His initial remark had been made in jest, and he surmised that, given the pride of the celestial beast, it would rather shatter like jade than remain whole like mere pottery. Thus it would not easily yield. Nodding, Su Chenxiao spoke in a calm manner. "Very well, soul-eater beast, that I am willing. Master," the expression on Swanee's face shifted dramatically, and he hastily spoke that Su Chenxiao was taken aback, a touch of bewilderment crossing his features. The sudden change in attitude was quite overwhelming, leaving him momentarily speechless. Even Xian Ning, who stood nearby, was left in a state of astonishment. Mouth agape in disbelief. "Young master, this..." Su Chenxiao's expression turned peculiar as he chuckled softly. "I thought you would rather die than submit. What happened to your status as a great emperor?" Niju Jio retorted with indignation. "I am but a remnant soul now, but if I cannot escape soon, I fear I shall be utterly lost within a millennium, but a valiant warrior does not dwell on past glories. Those are merely bygone days. Furthermore, in my era, prior to the Dark Epoch, the various imperial clans were at their zenith, producing unparalleled prodigies. Even celestial beasts, favored by the heavens, were relegated to the role of steeds. But at least you are of imperial lineage and possess the innate chaotic divine body. A truly extraordinary constitution that, if anyone can restore me, it would be you. Though it is somewhat humiliating, it is still preferable to complete obliteration. Nijujio consoled himself inwardly. Chapter 56. The Beast-Taming Treasure of the Divine Beast Sect. The mother-child beast ring.I, Tianjin Swani, as a grand celestial beast, must not allow my purebred lineage to face extinction in this realm. This remnant of my soul has endured through the ages, and my resolve is unyielding. After a moment of silence, Chenxiao raised his gaze to Nijujio and spoke calmly. In that case, let us swear an oath of the divine soul. Nijujio, appearing somewhat dispirited, nodded as if resigned to his fate. Saying, I understand, he promptly established a heavenly oath, eliciting profound reverence from Xianning. Despite being but a remnant soul, before them stood a celestial beast, a once great emperor. It was astonishing that even such a being would submit to the young master. After the heavenly oath was sworn, Nijujio's earlier arrogance dissipated, and he weakly said, My remnant soul cannot endure much longer in this state. Master, may I enter your sea of consciousness to recuperate? I have sworn the heavenly oath and would never dare to harm you. The sea of consciousness is the most vulnerable domain of a cultivator. Given that Nijujio had once been an emperor, even with the heavenly oath binding him, Chenxiao hesitated to grant this request. System, is there any method to exert absolute control over this creature? Ding, mother-child beast ring. A treasured artifact of the ancient beast-taming divine sect, effective only against demonkind, capable of controlling their soul and body without resistance. Required villain points, 50,000. To completely control a demon emperor for such a price is not exorbitant. Chenxiao purchased it directly. Ding! Purchase successful. Current villain points, 156,000. Buzz. The yin-yang beast ring materialized in his hand. 2 pairs, 1 gold and 1 silver, resembling rings that Chenxiao adorned his index finger with a golden beast ring, while the silver one transformed into a collar as he tossed it out. Put this on. Nijujio's pupils constricted, clearly recognizing the item. This is the mother beast ring of the beast-taming divine sect? You possess this as well. With a gentle smile, Chenxiao replied, Is that so surprising? Nijujio inhaled deeply, a look of despair crossing his face as he accepted the beast ring and donned it. Not placing it around his neck was his final act of defiance as an emperor. Buzz, the golden and silver lights flickered in unison. The golden beast ring exuded a peculiar sensation, resonating with the silver one that Chenxiao sensed that he could control Nijujio's life and death through this ring, and even glean his current thoughts. With a serene smile, Chenxiao addressed Nijujio. Enter. Nijujio's expression turned grim as he transformed into a streak of golden light and entered Chenxiao's sea of consciousness. As soon as he did, an incredulous voice echoed within Chenxiao's mind. This is the enigmatic path? How did you comprehend such a thing? Chenxiao furrowed his brow, sensing Nijujio's soul causing a commotion within his sea of consciousness. He replied coolly, Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Remain obedient, and once the Su clan of the imperial lineage is dealt with, I shall restore your divine soul and corporeal form. Countless battles unfold across the realms daily, with numerous cultivators perishing and their souls fleeing. Thus, elixirs and rare treasures for restoring souls and reforming bodies are not uncommon. Upon returning to his clan, the Su clan possesses ample resources to facilitate his restoration, making it unnecessary to squander villain points. Chenxiao glanced around. The opportunities of the 2 destined protagonists had all been claimed by him. The remaining items would be left for Xianning to handle. With a glint in his eyes, Chenxiao grinned. It seems it is time to return to the Imperial Su clan, outside the forbidden grounds of the Red Meteor Graveyard. At Tianji Peak, Qi Kong and the clan leaders of the ancient tribes awaited news from their disciples within the secret realm. What? You say you searched the entire secret realm and could not find young Master Su? Useless fools! Go and search again. If you cannot find him, do not return. This should have been a 30-year event for the disciples to seek opportunities, but due to Chenxiao's appearance, it had devolved into a grand game of hide-and-seek. There was no other choice. This living ancestor's status was extraordinary, and should anything happen within the Red Meteor graveyard, none of the hidden ancient clans present could bear the consequences. Meanwhile, the elderly Qing, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly felt a shift as the crimson vortex of the secret realm erupted with spatial fluctuations, crushing the qualification token to leave the graveyard. Su Chenxiao and Xianning appeared. The crowd turned their gazes, their eyes brightening instantly. Young Master Su, clan leader, young Master Su has emerged. Everyone rushed forward. Gazing at the incoming figures, Su Chenxiao smiled lightly and inquired, "What brings you all here?" Qi Kong, fixated on Su Chenxiao, seemed to discover something, his eyes shining with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Your vitality surges like a dragon. Your body is flawless. What terrifying physical strength." "Young Master, in just this short day, your physique has multiplied in strength. Have you undergone a breakthrough?" inquired the other clan leaders, their faces filled with astonishment. Su Chenxiao chuckled softly and replied, "This Red Meteor graveyard is indeed remarkable. I was fortunate to encounter an opportunity." The assembly exchanged glances, contemplating. Given their understanding of the Red Meteor graveyard, while there were still some treasures worth the disciples' efforts, the greater opportunities had long been claimed by their ancestors. Observing the young master's demeanor, it was clear he had made significant advancements and acquired a substantial boon. Qi Kong hurriedly clasped his hands in congratulations. "Young master, your fortune is profound. I extend my congratulations." Yet he continued, "But, young master, must you depart so swiftly? Pray, do visit my Qi clan for a few days, so we may extend our hospitality." The cunning old fox, the leaders of the Zhao and Ming clans, shot him admonishing glares and chimed in, "Young master, my daughter previously had dealings with you. If I do not offer my apologies, I shall be troubled at heart. Please, do grace my Ming clan with your presence. My Zhao clan also welcomes you." "Young master," faced with the invitations of the ancient clan leaders, Su Chenxiao waved his hand dismissively. "The matter at hand is resolved, and I shall not linger here any longer." Declining the invitations, Xianning intended to stay temporarily to handle her father's affairs before heading to the sacred emperor's domain. Su Chenxiao decisively departed with Qing, leaving the canning Dao domain behind. In the void, a colossal spiritual vessel traversed the skies. Su Chenxiao reclined in a chair, his gaze distant. In his hand appeared the ancient black scripture acquired from Xian Aoyan. Buzz, Chapter 57. The Imperial Clan's Marriage Proposal. Tens of thousands of lineages gathered to attend. As the ancient black scripture emerged, an exceptionally eerie power began to corrupt the surrounding space. The tome seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. Quivering gently, as if yearning to escape Su Chenxiao's grasp, an artifact of the dark epic, Su Chenxiao murmured. He had yet to decipher how to utilize this black scripture, and even the system's interface displayed only scan information. "Hey, Nijijode," the voice resonated within his sea of consciousness. "What is it?" "This artifact of the dark epic. Since it was discovered within that cave, you should be somewhat familiar with it, correct?" Su Chenxiao inquired. Niujio remained silent for a moment before responding somewhat irritably. "It's not merely unfamiliar. The plight I find myself in today is entirely due to its influence." "Oh." Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Do share." Niujio spoke in a somber tone. "In those days, I was tasked with the arduous duty of propagating my race within a certain domain of the demon realm. However, one fateful day, that accursed black ancient scripture suddenly materialized. I could see that time. This black ancient scripture was far from the feeble entity it is now. Upon its emergence, its bizarre power swiftly corroded every living being within the domain that in merely half a day, all creatures transformed into peculiar entities. Even I, a divine beast of heaven and earth, fell victim to its insidious might. To ensure the safety of all beings across the myriad realms, I employed extraordinary techniques to seal this realm, and over time, this led to the formation of the Crimson Burial Ground. Why does this sound somewhat off?" Su Chenxiao pondered for a moment. He refrained from further questioning, instead casting his gaze upon the black ancient scripture in his hand, contemplating inwardly. This black ancient scripture was a hot potato, one that no one dared to approach. Not even the emperor. Yet, for one untouched by that strange aura, it served as a terrifying trump card. He returned the black ancient scripture to the system storage space. Reclining in his chair, Chenxiao surveyed the vast emptiness surrounding him. In this boundless void, various spiritual ships glided by, some with riders on mounts soaring through the air. What puzzled him was that he was en route to the Holy Emperor's domain to return to the Su family. Yet the direction of these individuals seemed to align with his OW and Su. Chenxiao felt a sense of bewilderment. Just then, a loud voice called from behind, "Are you from the heavenly profound sect? Heading to the Holy Emperor's domain as well? I am from the Taiyu immortal sect. May I request a ride with you?" Following the voice, Chenxiao turned to see a majestic azure spirit crane flying toward him. Upon its back, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage waved warmly. Flanking him were a young man and woman, both possessing exceptional looks and bearing an admirable aura, likely his disciples. This spiritual vessel was a gift from Yuan Fengxiao. It seemed the others had mistaken him for someone from the heavenly profound sect. Were they also headed to the Holy Emperor's domain? It was the perfect opportunity to inquire further. Su. Chenxiao smiled, and without hesitation, replied, "You are welcome to join me." The old man beamed at his words, leading his two disciples aboard the spiritual vessel. Upon seeing Chenxiao, Zhuosong was taken aback. Even he, with his extensive experience, couldn't help but marvel. The young man's ethereal demeanor was as refreshing as the wind, clad in white garments that exuded elegance. A rarity indeed, the young woman beside him, dressed in sect robes and possessing a graceful figure, also regarded him with bright eyes, unable to resist gazing a moment longer. Zhuosong approached, his first impression overwhelmingly positive. He clasped his hands and cheerfully said, "I have the honor of meeting you, young master. I hail from the Taiyu immortal sect in the Azure Sky domain, on my way to the Holy Emperor's domain. My azure spirit crane has grown weary, and I must impose upon your rest. I thank you for your kindness. These two are my disciples, Lu Ruanran and Zhang Changfeng." Chenxiao waved his hand amiably, glancing at the trio before him, and replied with a gentle smile, "No trouble at all. I, too, am heading to the Holy Emperor's domain. It is but a small favor." Zhuosong smiled and inquired, "May I ask your name?" "Young master?" Chenxiao chuckled. "There is no need for such formalities. Simply call me Chenxiao." Zhuosong pondered for a moment. This spiritual vessel was indeed from the heavenly profound sect. The Taiyu immortal sect had always maintained a cordial relationship with them. Yet he had never heard of anyone named Chenxiao within the heavenly profound sect. However, he chose not to press further. Sensing the young man's extraordinary aura, he merely nodded with a smile. Su. Chenxiao then asked, "What brings you to the Holy Emperor's domain, senior?" He was curious, as he had observed numerous spiritual vessels seemingly heading in the same direction since leaving the Kaming domain. Zhuosong appeared momentarily taken aback. As if surprised, "Young master, are you not aware of the matter concerning the young master of the Su family seeking a bride? Recently, the Su family issued a proclamation that their young master, having returned from his trials in the lower realms, is assessing talents to choose a fiancé in half a month. The event shall commence, as far as I know, esteemed families from across the heavens, the ancient clans, holy clans, and super sects, are all bringing their most exceptional daughters to participate, with at least 1,000 factions vying for the young master's favor. It is an unprecedented gathering of divine maidens, imperial daughters, and holy maidens, a rare event in millennia. I have come with my disciples to witness. Su. Chenxiao remained silent for a time, casting a sidelong glance at the elderly figure beside him. The old man appeared somewhat awkward and chose not to speak. Lu Ruanran, the young woman beside Zhuosong, spoke with a hint of longing. "I have heard that the young master of the imperial family is exceptionally handsome and possesses a primordial chaotic divine body. I cannot help but wonder what extraordinary beauty could possibly be worthy of such a figure. Alas, my cultivation is too shallow. I fear I may not even qualify to compete." As she spoke, Ruanran's head drooped with disappointment. Ate tea that moment. Her senior brother Zhang Changfeng chuckled and interjected, "Sister, were you saying? The matter of marriage is ultimately about mutual attraction. I believe you, with your pure and charming demeanor." will capture his attention even if you do not qualify. If you cannot become his fiancé, being a secondary consort would still be quite advantageous. At that point, our Taiyu immortal sect would be looking up to you. Ruanran's cheeks flushed at his words. She seemed to find his reasoning somewhat plausible, shyly lowering her head. Senior brother, please do not jest. Zhuisong, smiling broadly as he stroked his beard, added, Chongfeng is right. If you can win the favor of the imperial young master, it would be an immense opportunity for our Taiyu immortal sect. This time, not only the super sects, but even smaller factions were arriving with similar intentions. After all, who could predict the whims of attraction? Su Chenxiao, observing this exchange, wore an exceedingly strange expression. In no wonder so many female cultivators adorned the spiritual vessels he had seen earlier. Some pure, some alluring, and some strikingly beautiful. Was this the scheme at play? In his mind, Niuju lamented, why didn't I think of this back then? I once dominated the northern domain in pursuit of quality offspring, leveraging my status as an emperor to seize what I desired and sowing chaos everywhere. Ultimately offending almost all the demon clans of the northern domain, as Su Chenxiao sighed, murmuring, be quiet, you stallion emperor. Just as the group engaged in conversation, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Ding! Destiny protagonist detected. Ding! Destiny protagonist detected. Su Chenxiao felt a wave of darkness wash over him that a massive, opulent spiritual vessel glided overhead, resembling a colossal whale traversing the void, grand and imposing. Surrounding it were numerous majestic demonic beasts, upon which haughty disciples of various sects sat, their demeanor arrogant, scarcely glancing below. The scene was extravagant, a spectacle of remarkable grandeur, clearly indicative of a figure of immense power traversing the skies. How dare a mere Tai Ding ancient sect command my young master to lower his vessel? We are from the Tai Ding ancient sect of the western regions. A haughty young man, riding a magnificent demonic beast, shouted imperiously from above. All spiritual vessels, descend 100 feet and yield passage. Or do not blame the Tai Ding ancient sect for being unmerciful. His voice reverberated throughout the vast emptiness. Upon hearing this, other spiritual vessels in the vicinity hastily descended. Zhuisong, astonished, exclaimed, are those individuals from the Tai Ding ancient sect? How could they have arrived here? His expression reflected disbelief. The Tai Ding ancient sect was situated in the far-off western regions, rarely communicating with the outside world, and was considered one of the most remote and enigmatic ancient sects. Zhang Chongfeng, aware of their reputation, gazed at the grand vessel above and murmured, I never expected even the Tai Ding ancient sect would come to this the influence of the imperial family. Sister, it seems that this affair of the imperial family's matchmaking is not as simple as mere attraction. With the supreme imperial family of the Su clan seeking a bride, who could have anticipated that such a mysterious ancient sect would send representatives? It was likely that even more formidable powers would join, making their Taiyu immortal sect seem as insignificant as ants in comparison. At that moment, a displeased snort broke the tension. The elderly figure's expression darkened, a glint of irritation flashing in his eyes. How dare the insignificant Tai Ding ancient sect presume to command my young master to lower his vessel? They truly seek their own demise. It is important to understand that in this vast expanse of the heavens, the powerful can freely oppress and wreak havoc upon the weak. The act of a spiritual vessel passing overhead is akin to trampling upon dignity, a blatant provocation in the eyes of the Tai Ding ancient sect. The supreme spiritual vessel below is merely a minor force among countless others within the sacred emperor's domain, hardly worthy of their attention. Qing Lao turned to Su Chenxiao beside him and spoke. Young master, Su Chenxiao, maintaining a serene expression, replied without lifting his head, then let them come down. What? Zhuisong's countenance shifted dramatically as he turned to Su Chenxiao, exclaiming, young master, you mustn't. The Tai Ding ancient sect is one of the ancient orthodoxies, housing formidable beings on the verge of becoming emperors. It seems they have not noticed us. It would be wise to avoid them. Upon boarding the spiritual vessel, he had sensed the old man beside the young master, whose aura was profound and inscrutable, even beyond his comprehension. The respectful demeanor of this elder suggested that the young master was of noble lineage, with the elder serving as his protector. Chenxiao smiled and raised his hand, saying, "No worries, Qing Lao will handle it." As he spoke, a terrifying force erupted from his side, causing even the void to tremble, the overwhelming imperial might radiating like a sun in the sky. Zhuosong's pupils constricted suddenly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the stooped elder beside Chenxiao. The two disciples accompanying him were equally astonished, unable to resist the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Their hearts filled with shock. Zhuosong's lips trembled, his mind buzzing as he struggled to comprehend the situation, looking in horror at the smiling Chenxiao, a quasi-emperor. How is this possible? He had noted the elder beside the young master when he boarded the spiritual vessel, but he could never have imagined that this elder was, in fact, a quasi-emperor. In this vast universe, when emperors are absent, quasi-emperors reign supreme. Boom! Qing Lao's expression turned frigid as he raised his hand, unleashing a vast and terrifying divine power. Golden divine radiance erupted across the void like the heavens collapsing, hurtling directly toward the Tating ancient sect's spiritual vessel above. How dare the Tating ancient sect act so recklessly before my young master? Descend at once and pay your respects. The overwhelming force triggered the protective formation of the opulent spiritual vessel above. Buzz, an ancient formation capable of withstanding the peak of the Saint realm, suddenly activated. Yet within the span of a breath, it was utterly obliterated. In an instant, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. All aboard the spiritual vessel were struck with horror, standing unsteadily and exclaiming in shock. What is happening? What is going on? Only the few elders from the Tating ancient sect, who had sensed the danger, shouted in disbelief. A quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor has attacked us. Who is this esteemed elder? We, the Tating ancient sect of the Western region, mean no offense. The overwhelming divine power crashed against the spiritual vessel. In an instant, countless fragments exploded, splitting the sacred vessel in two, producing a deafening roar. Rumble. The violent shockwave spread, causing even distant smaller vessels in the void to sway under the impact. This terrifying blow from the quasi-emperor left countless forces in this region stunned, their gazes fixed upon the scene, when they witnessed the luxurious vessel of the Tating ancient sect being torn asunder. All breaths hitched, eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell is happening? The Tating ancient sect's vessel has been breached. A quasi-emperor has made a move. On the vessel, Chenxiao, with a smile, casually fed the young celestial divine pawn. Speaking without looking up, that was a bit excessive, Qing Lao. After all, it is a sacred-level vessel, quite valuable. Qing Lao gradually restrained his aura, the astonishing power of the quasi-emperor dissipating, his expression calm as he replied, "Young master, I have already shown restraint. Had it not been for the fact that these individuals have come to participate in the sacred emperor's domain, this strike would have likely annihilated all but the Saint Realm individuals aboard." Zhuosong and his two disciples were now utterly dumbfounded. Zhuosong trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. The only possibility for someone to be accompanied by a quasi-emperor was that the seemingly gentle and amiable young master was a scion of some imperial clan, holding a position of great significance. My goodness, is that not the vessel of the Tianxian sect? He could never have fathomed that such a minor supreme-level vessel would harbor such a formidable being. Meanwhile, aboard the shattered, Tating ancient sect vessel, the sudden attack caught all disciples off guard. The vessel began to tilt, losing the protection of its formation, and some disciples, unable to maintain their footing, were thrown into the void amidst the chaos. Among the panicking crowd, a stunningly beautiful woman with an air of cold aloofness struggled to maintain her balance. Jiang Ning's expression changed as he saw this. "Wanner, be careful." From his right sleeve, swarms of tiny insects surged forth. Enveloping the woman, Jiang Ning rushed forward, concern etched on his face as he looked at the exquisite and noble woman in his arms, gently asking, "Wanner, are you all right?" Chapter 59. The fated protagonist, the Spirit Emperor, and the seven-hearted heart. The beautiful woman in Jiang Ning's embrace, Dongfeng Wan, suddenly changed color. Reacting swiftly, she unleashed a chilling force that repelled the swarm of insects and Jiang Ning. With her brows furrowed, she coldly glared at him, stating, "Do you not know that I detest insects above all else?" Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, hastily recalling the swarm, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. "Wanner, you were in grave danger just now." Dongfang once shot him a frosty glance, saying, "Senior brother Jiang, controlling insects is ultimately a minor skill. Do not lose sight of what is truly important, of course." "Understand, junior sister," Jiang Ning sighed, shifting the topic as he surveyed their surroundings with a grave expression. "But what on earth has happened to provoke an attack on our Tating ancient sect's vessel?" At this moment, the elders of the Tating ancient sect traversed the void, gazing downward toward the assailant. "Which esteemed elder is this?" Upon seeing Qing Lao and Su Chenxiao aboard the vessel below, their expressions shifted dramatically. "That is the leader of the imperial clan's shadow guard from the Su family. Why is such a formidable being from the imperial Su family appearing in this remote area?" One elder, as if struck by a sudden realization, muttered with a peculiar expression, "Did that person just refer to him as young master?" "What did you say?" The grand elder of the Tating ancient sect, Ruan Kuei, abruptly turned his gaze towards Su Chen as if struck by a revelation. His expression became one of utter astonishment, his pupils trembling as he exclaimed, "This is bad. Old 8, summon all disciples of the Tating ancient sect to come and pay respects to that imperial young master." Not a fool, Ruan Kuei understood that the appearance of the quasi-emperor's shadow guard from the Su family signified that the young master of the Su family had returned from the lower realms. Ruan Kuei led a throng of Tating ancient sect disciples, numbering in the hundreds, from the now damaged spiritual vessel. Before the imposing figures of the Tating ancient sect, every one of them was a being of the saint realm. Zhuosong, merely at the supreme realm, felt his heart race, nearly unable to resist the urge to kneel. His two disciples, Lu Ranan and Zhang Chongfeng, had never encountered such a scene before either. The disciples of the Tating ancient sect were all of considerable cultivation, exuding an extraordinary aura. Any one of them would undoubtedly be a top-tier prodigy in their own Taoyu Xinzong. Feeling a sense of inadequacy, Lu Ranan tugged at her master's sleeve, glancing at Su Chenxiao beside her as she whispered, "Master, who exactly is this young Master Chenxiao?" "My dear, how would I know someone of such caliber?" Song replied with a peculiar expression, "Disciple, it seems we have encountered a person of great importance today. This young Master Chenxiao is likely the son of a prominent figure from an imperial clan." Lu Ranan trembled at the revelation, her beautiful face filled with disbelief as she looked at the smiling Su Chenxiao, her eyes wide with astonishment. An individual from an imperial clan? Sensing her gaze, Su Chenxiao offered a warm smile, causing her cheeks to flush a vibrant red as she hurriedly lowered her head. Qing Lao coldly interjected, "Tating ancient sect, you have grown accustomed to tyranny in the western region. How dare you pass over my young master's head? Do you not regard the Su family of the imperial clan with any respect?" The Su family of the imperial clan? The moment these words escaped, the atmosphere erupted in chaos. The disciples of the Tating ancient sect were thrown into disarray, their expressions a mixture of horror. Grand Elder Ruan Kuei's face turned ashen as he quickly led several elders to bow respectfully before Su Chenxiao, saying, "Tating ancient sect's Ruan Kuei pays his respects to young Master Su. Just now, I was indeed too blind to the grandeur of the esteemed Tai Ding ancient sect. Had I realized that the illustrious figure aboard the spirit vessel was you, I would not have dared to offend you. Even if I possessed 100-fold courage, I humbly beseech your forgiveness." At this moment his heart was in turmoil. How dare you, a revered being, deign to occupy a supreme-class spirit vessel? Su Chenxiao's countenance remained calm. He gazed at the elders of the Tai Ding ancient sect before him, and spoke with a gentle smile. "It turns out that you are esteemed guests from the Tai Ding ancient sect. This time, our Su family of the imperial clan has gathered many forces to the sacred emperor's domain. For us, every visitor is a guest, and thus, we ought to treat all forces, great and small, with equal respect. Should one wield power to intimidate others, the repercussions would undoubtedly tarnish the reputations of both our Su family and your Tai Ding ancient sect." Upon hearing this, Ruan Kuei nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking a grain. "Indeed, you're absolutely correct, esteemed young master. This time it was indeed our oversight. These disciples of our Tai Ding ancient sect have grown accustomed to arrogance. Upon our return, we shall ensure that the sect master administers punishment. Previously, we have been overly presumptuous, and I earnestly hope you will forgive us." After saying this, Ruan Kuei bellowed towards the group of stunned disciples behind him. "What are you all doing standing there? This is the son of the head of the imperial clan, the contemporary prodigy, Chenxiao, who possesses the innate chaos body. Hurry and come forward to pay your respects." "Is it really him?" the disciples exclaimed in shock. "We have met Su Gongzi." Among the crowd, the breathtaking Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes gleamed with astonishment. She fixed her gaze on the strikingly handsome and refined Su Chenxiao. Her heart stirred with ripples of emotion. Is it really him? Jiang Ning noticed Dongfang Wan's unusual demeanor and couldn't help but clench his fists in a moment of resentment. Their Tai Ding ancient sect had originally come for the purpose of a marriage proposal. And naturally, as the sect's holy maiden, Dongfang Wan was the perfect candidate. Su Chenxiao waved his hand, glancing at the damaged sacred artifact spear vessel above, and spoke with a smile, "And oh, harm done. Just exercise a little caution. After all, you are still guests in my sacred emperor's domain. Elder Qing's earlier actions were somewhat excessive, resulting in the destruction of your sacred spirit vessel. This matter, I must admit, was indeed a slight injustice on my part." No. Upon hearing this, Ruan Kuei's heart jolted, and he immediately explained, "Elder Qing is indeed correct. The loss of the sacred spirit vessel is minor. Our Tai Ding ancient sect disciples have always been proud. And after this incident, they shall undoubtedly learn that there are greater forces beyond themselves. They will surely temper their arrogance and enforce strict self-discipline. We must express our gratitude to you, esteemed young master, for your benevolence and teachings." The nearby Zhuisong was utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at the Holy Realm powerhouse from Tai Ding ancient sect. Is this the might of the imperial clan? The sacred artifact of a Western domain overlord was destroyed. And not only did they not dare to utter a word of protest, but they also had to express gratitude to this Su Gong. Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze swept across the disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect and lingered on a young man with an ordinary appearance and a hint of hostility in his eyes. Su Chenxiao's eyes brightened. "Found you name, Jiang Ning title, destiny of the spirit emperor, main character identity, chief disciple of Tai Ding ancient sect age, 24 personality, composed decisive realm, second layer of undying realm physique, 7 apertures Linglong heart techniques, heavenly awakening insect control technique, imperial puppet technique, primordial alchemy technique, mysterious transformation cloud stepping technique, treasures, creation cauldron, 9 flame heavenly fire, devouring gold insect, bloodhorn ant, supreme puppet, fire python puppet destiny value, 500,000 p.s. I humbly request my dear readers to urge for updates and leave good reviews. Thank you. Chapter 60. A fortuitous opportunity. You must seize it well. Oh, what a treasure. Over 500,000 destiny value. The system panel displayed an abundance of treasures that even Su Chenxiao found overwhelming. Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled, and he looked over with a grin. The 7 apertures Linglong heart ranks quite low among the celestial bodies and does not belong to those that can enhance oneself. Its only advantage lies in multitasking. Individuals with such a physique typically excel in formations and alchemy, possessing a natural advantage in these domains. The current protagonist, though not highly skilled, is particularly adept at utilizing external techniques. Controlling puppets and insects. The devouring gold insect and bloodhorn ant are both exceedingly rare ancient spiritual insects. Quite a few hidden cards up his sleeve. Su Chenxiao mused inwardly, seeing that this young master did not hold excessive grievances. Ruan Kuei's face beamed with delight, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. He had heard some rumors on the way here, claiming that this imperial clan young master was a tyrant in his youth, causing chaos among the northern region demon clans. The contrast between the rumors and the amiable young man before him was like night and day. Indeed, rumors are merely rumors and should not be trusted. Ruan Kuei repeated his respectful gestures, feeling a great weight lift from his chest. Su Gongzi, since it is thus, we shall not disturb your rest any longer. Su Chenxiao smiled and spoke in a calm tone. Earlier, Elder Qing's actions were somewhat excessive, resulting in the destruction of your spirit vessel. Without a spirit vessel for transportation, your speed would surely be greatly hindered. Since you are heading to the sacred Emperor's domain, why not accompany me? Ruan Kuei pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed. That may not be appropriate, esteemed young master. The spirit vessel is destroyed, but I still have a cough. Just then, the 8th elder of Tai Ding ancient sect coughed heavily, giving Ruan Kuei a knowing glance. Please hold on a moment, esteemed young master. The 8th elder approached with a hint of apology. Chenxiao smiled and nodded, nonchalantly replying, "No problem." The 8th elder pulled Ruan Kuei aside and spoke in a pained manner. "Great elder, you are foolish," Ruan Kuei frowned, perplexed. "Old 8? What do you mean?" The 8th elder stole a glance at Chenxiao and then turned to Ruan Kuei, saying, "Why have we, the Tai Ding ancient sect, come to the sacred Emperor's domain? Is it not to have Dongfang Wan compete for the marriage proposal qualification, and now that the young master of the imperial clan is right here, even inviting us to accompany him, is this not a fortuitous opportunity? It is a perfect chance for that girl to cultivate feelings with this young master in advance. If Wanner is fortunate enough to catch this young master's eye, we, the Tai Ding ancient sect, can seize the opportunity before the competition even begins. With such a chance lay before us, how can you think of leaving? Alas, brother, you are getting older and regressing." Upon hearing this, Ruan Kuei was stunned for a moment, his eyes suddenly brightening as he slapped his forehead, looking at old 8 with newfound appreciation. "Indeed, old 8, you have truly enlightened me." The 8th elder chuckled, assuming a wise demeanor. "Dongfang Wan is after all our Tai Ding ancient sect's holy maiden, both in cultivation and appearance a top contender. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. The young are passionate, and we old folks merely need to create a bit of private space for them. This good fortune shall fall into place." Ruan Kuei became increasingly convinced of this notion. They had traveled a great distance precisely to help the sect's holy maiden become the fiancée of the young master of the imperial clan. Ruan Kuei's eyes shone brighter, and his old face was filled with excitement. "Excellent, old 8. You are indeed a genius." With this thought in mind, Ruan Kuei hurriedly turned to Chenxiao. His attitude underwent a remarkable 180-degree transformation as he put on a broad grin and clasped his hands. "Esteemed young master, what you just said is absolutely correct. To be honest, we of the Tai Ding ancient sect brought only this one spirit vessel. The disciples under my care are not highly skilled, and without the protection of the spirit vessel's formation, we may encounter considerable dangers along the way." Speaking of which, Ruan Kuei's face turned somber. "Esteemed young master, your magnanimity and the grace of the imperial clan. Not only do you not hold our earlier transgressions against us, but you also allow us to ride on the spirit vessel. I am truly humbled and do not know how to express my gratitude." Chenxiao smiled and waved his hand. "It is but a trifling matter. While this spirit vessel may not be large, it can comfortably accommodate over 1,000 passengers." Chenxiao was unaware of their prior conversation. His desire to keep them close was primarily for easier access to this destined protagonist. Ruan Kuei nodded, eagerly expressing his thanks. After hearing old 8's analysis, he felt as though he was on cloud 9. Were it not for the presence of this imperial clan young master, he might have been unable to suppress his glee. Unexpectedly, the Tai Ding ancient sect had turned misfortune into fortune, gaining an opportunity to draw closer to this imperial clan young master with their holy maiden. "Thank you so much, esteemed young master." After some light conversation, Ruan Kuei led the group of disciples to the edge of the spirit vessel, his expression suddenly turning serious. "Did you all hear that? Esteemed young Master Su is magnanimous and does not hold past offenses against us. Since you are all aboard this spirit vessel, you must be mindful of your words and actions, should you provoke that imperial clan young master. Do not blame me for being merciless." The disciples present understood the gravity of the situation, quickly restraining themselves. After all, no matter how powerful the Tai Ding ancient sect might be, could it surpass the might of the top 10 imperial clans? It was likely that even if the other party were to slay them on the spot, the great elders would not dare utter a single word of complaint, let alone express any resentment. "Great elder, we understand." Amidst the crowd, Only Jiang Ning furrowed his brows and murmured, "It was clearly that fellow who ruined the spirit vessel of my Tai Ding ancient sect. Yet it seems as though we are the ones at fault. Wan'er, I sense that individual does not possess a benevolent nature." "Enough, Jiang Shixiang. Do not slander young Master Su." Dongfang Wan's delicate brows knitted in displeasure as she shot a glance at Jiang Ning. In the myriad realms, traversing above others with a spirit vessel is inherently an act of disrespect. The imperial family holds a prestigious status, especially that young master, the son of the imperial clan's leader. If a temperamental member of the imperial family were to encounter this, I fear all of us from Tai Ding ancient sect would not escape unscathed. Young master, Su has chosen to overlook past grievances. We should be grateful. Jiang Ning's expression stiffened, leaving him momentarily speechless. I could see that moment. Elder Bob beckoned to Dongfang Wan among the disciples with a smile. "Saintess, come here for a moment." Dongfang Wan nodded, casting a cold glance at Jiang Ning as a warning. "That young master is accompanied by a quasi-emperor powerhouse, Shixiang. You must think twice before speaking in the future. Do not bring calamity upon Tai Ding ancient sect." Chapter 61. The fated female protagonist Dongfang Wan. Triggering hidden rewards. Having said that, Dongfang Wan approached. "Elder, what is it?" Elder Ba directly transmitted his thoughts. "What are your impressions of that imperial young master?" Dongfang Wan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the extraordinarily handsome Su Chenxiao in the distance. With an ethereal aura, he resembled a noble scion, his eyes inadvertently revealing an exceptionally gentle smile. After merely a glance, Dongfang Wan hastily averted her gaze, biting her crimson lip, feeling somewhat bashful. "Elder, what do you mean by this?" Seeing her reaction, Elder Ba's smile grew more pronounced. Stroking his beard, he spoke with profound meaning. "We are still at least a day's journey away from the Holy Emperor's domain. This young master, Su, not only has an extraordinary background, but also possesses unparalleled talent. Such a fortuitous opportunity. Saintess, you must seize it well. I noticed that beside this young master, there's a young woman, though of a lesser lineage. Compared to you, Saintess, she is but a firefly vying for brilliance against the moon." A stark contrast. Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes shimmered, and she fell silent, but on another side, a notification chimed. The fated female protagonist Dongfang Wan has developed dissatisfaction towards the fated protagonist Jiang Ning, resulting in a significant decrease in goodwill. The fated protagonist Jiang Ning suffers a loss of 5,000 luck points. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 5,000 villain points. Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. What is this? Without even starting, such events are already unfolding. Quite intriguing. Zhuosong and his two disciples were visibly restless. Feeling extremely uneasy, Lu Ranran approached out of curiosity, peering at Su Chenxiao and inquiring, "Young master, are you truly of the imperial Su family?" Su Chenxiao, playfully toying with the celestial divine rock in his arms, looked up at the naive and romantic girl, smiling as he replied, "Do I not appear so?" Lu Ranran nodded, contemplating before saying, "I've heard that those from the imperial family are aloof and disdainful, never regarding those outside their circle. You don't seem to fit that mold. You always appear so friendly and smiling." Zhuosong's eyes widened, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. "Goodness, you should keep such thoughts to yourself, especially in front of an imperial young master." Shixiang Zhang Changfeng also gasped, rushing forward to intervene. "Junior sister, cease your foolishness. Come back." He cupped his hands apologetically towards Su Chenxiao, saying, "Young Master Su, my junior sister is still quite young and speaks without thinking. She means no offense to the imperial family. Please forgive her." Su Chenxiao chuckled, waving his hand, his tone gentle as he replied, "No harm done. Miss Ranran's innocence is rather amusing. Those of the imperial family are not beasts of prey. It is just that there are varied personalities among us, and occasionally, one or two may be rather unruly." Lu Ranran nodded, relieved that this young master did not pursue the matter. Zhuosong let out a long breath, quickly pulling her aside to prevent any further reckless remarks. The atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Zhuosong, who had previously been cheerful, now dared not utter a word. Noticing this, Su Chenxiao paid it little mind and turned his gaze towards the crowd of Tai Ding ancient sect. He then saw Ruan Kuei leading a woman of ethereal grace and exquisite beauty towards him. Clad in a light blue celestial dress, her figure was accentuated in all the right places. With a swan-like neck, skin as smooth as cream, a slender waist, and long, captivating legs, resembling a fairy untouched by the mundane world. Dongfang Wan appeared exceedingly confident, her steps poised and composed, though a hint of coolness lingered in her demeanor. Yet, rather than resembling an ice mountain, it was an air of aloof elegance cultivated over years of privilege. Xu Chenxiao appraised her briefly. Name. Dongfang Wan. Title. Divine Emperor's fated female protagonist status. Saintess of Tai Ding Ancient Sect Age. 22 Personality. Proud. Admires Strength Realm. Undying Stage. 6th Level Physique. Phantom Divine Body. Ruan Kuei brought Dongfang Wan before Su Chenxiao, grinning widely as he said, "Young Master Su, this is our Saintess Dongfang Wan. Waner, have you not yet greeted young Master Su?" Despite her pride akin to that of a peacock, upon arriving before Su Chenxiao, Dongfang Wan set aside her haughtiness, offering a graceful smile as she bowed slightly and said, "I have met young Master." Su Chenxiao blinked, feigning confusion as he queried, "Elder Ruan, what do you mean by this?" Ruan Kuei chuckled, explaining, "Our Saintess has long heard of your esteemed name and has admired you greatly. However, her modest nature makes it difficult for her to approach you directly. That I thought, since we are still some distance from the Holy Emperor's domain, it would be beneficial for the Saintess to converse with you. I hope I have not disturbed your rest." He held great confidence in Dongfang Wan's beauty, aware that suitors were numerous in the western regions, including outstanding figures from superlative lineages and ancient holy clans. Unfortunately, this girl had exceedingly high standards, finding even those from ancient holy clans lacking. Observing her demeanor today, it was clear she was quite taken with this young master of the imperial family. Ruan Kuei glanced at Dongfang Wan beside him, musing with a smile that, "I see." Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, just as he intended to speak when he suddenly sensed a gaze filled with resentment. He looked over with a hint of amusement, spotting Jiang Ning among the Tai Ding Ancient Sect disciples, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white, appearing utterly displeased. Upon noticing Su Chenxiao's gaze, Jiang Ning quickly lowered his head. It seems starting with this fated female protagonist was indeed a promising approach. Su Chenxiao grinned, formulating a general idea in his mind. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a tea table from within the spirit vessel's compartment and set it before him, gesturing with his hand. "Perfect timing. I have nothing to do. Please, both of you, take a seat." Ruan Kuei's eyes lit up, his heart racing with excitement. "This is promising," he chuckled, politely stating, "Young Master Su, I am quite old. I shall not intrude on the conversation between you and your peers. Saintess, take your time to converse with the young master." With that, he swiftly turned and departed, leaving Dongfang Wan blushing slightly, standing in place feeling somewhat shy. "That elder." Su Chenxiao raised his hand, elegantly pouring a pot of tea. Taking a sip, "Miss Dongfang, please Yes, she gazed upon the exceptionally handsome visage of the young man before her. Dongfang Wan felt her heart racing like never before. Nodding gently, she gracefully took a seat and softly said, "Thank you, young master." Su Chenxiao handed her the tea, his lips curving into a subtle smile as he spoke with calm composure. "Miss Dongfang, you have come here for the imperial family's proposal, have you not?" Dongfang Wan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such frankness from the young master. She nodded, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she replied, "Yes, that I originally intended to accompany the elders of my sect to observe. But I did not expect to meet you in advance. You truly live up to the rumors, possessing both grace and an extraordinary demeanor, befitting one of the imperial family." "You flatter me," Su Chenxiao responded with a calm demeanor, revealing no particular sentiment. Dongfang Wan's captivating eyes sparkled as she shifted the topic, inquiring, "May I ask how you view this matter?" Su Chenxiao chuckled lightly, a hint of helplessness in his tone as he replied, "I have only recently learned of this, since it is my mother's decision. As her son, I cannot refuse. I shall let it unfold naturally." Dongfang Wan's eyes brightened. It seemed this young master was not particularly fond of the marriage proposal. Following his lead, she continued, "What you say is indeed true. While marriage matters are often decided by parents, the fates of this world are unpredictable, but if one can find a mutual affinity, it would indeed bring joy to all." Su Chenxiao smiled at her, curiously toying with his teacup as he remarked, "For instance, today encountering Miss Dongfang is also a form of fate, is it not?" Dongfang Wan's fair face flushed a deep crimson. Feeling somewhat shy, she lowered her gaze, neither confirming nor denying. Ding. The fated female protagonist's heart trembles. The fated protagonist, Jiang Ning, suffered the loss of 10,000 fated points. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 10,000 villain points. Triggering hidden rewards. Chapter 62. Heart-shaped stone exchange for Phoenix Song Wonderstone. Dongfang Wan's heartfelt affection. Oh, Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was rare to trigger a hidden reward once more. Ding! Congratulations, master, on receiving a hidden reward, Celestial Spirit Stone. This unique heart-shaped stone is imbued with a rich essence of metal, particularly appealing to swarms of insects. Upon witnessing the system's announcement of the hidden reward, Su Chenxiao's expression darkened. A heart-shaped stone? Is this reward truly bestowed by someone? Nevertheless, its extraordinary allure to insects does hold some intrigue. Meanwhile, on the other side, to the eyes of the Tating ancient sect members, the two individuals in the distance appeared as a match made in heaven. A pair of golden boy and jade girl. Many female disciples of the Tating ancient sect gazed at Dongfang Wan, seated across from Su Chenxiao, with envy, wishing to take her place. It seems the holy maiden is quite engaged in conversation with that imperial clan young master. If he takes a liking to her, her future will undoubtedly be bright. Elder 8, with a contented smile, squinted his eyes and stroked his beard. Not bad, not bad. Yuan Kuei, casting him a peculiar glance, muttered, Old 8. What expression is that on your face? I sense something. What? The scent of love. In my youth I felt the same. Yuan Kuei, within the Tating ancient sect, only Jiang Ning clenched his teeth, his fists tightly balled. He observed Dongfang Wan, who typically radiated an air of aloofness, now smiling like a blooming flower. Her exquisite face, occasionally flushed with a captivating blush, was as if she were an entirely different person. Jiang Ning's heart bled, and his eyes reddened as he internally roared in anguish. Damn it! Why? Why is this happening? Ever since he joined the Tating ancient sect, he had been smitten by the holy maiden. Dongfang Wan, he had carefully nurtured this hard-won affection through the art of alchemy. Once, Wanner had promised him that if he could establish a name for himself on the King's battlefield, she would grant him a chance. Yet today, Su Chenxiao's arrival was like a ferocious beast, mercilessly shattering the last remnants of hope in his heart. Is it merely due to his favorable background and slightly handsome looks? What makes Jiang Ning inferior to him? Jiang Ning, feeling utterly frustrated, lowered his head in silent resentment. Even the gold-devouring insects and blood-horned ants hidden within his sleeves seemed to sense their master's turmoil. One by one, they crawled out from his cuffs, performing acrobatics in his palm. Observing this, Jiang Ning's gaze softened somewhat, and he took a deep breath, managing a forced smile as he murmured, Even the gold-devouring insects and blood-horned ants understand my affection for you. Wanner, why can't you? Thank you all. I'm fine. Please return. Upon hearing this, the insect scurried back into his sleeves, disappearing from sight. Jiang Ning inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the restlessness within, continually reassuring himself. It's all right. It's all right. Soon we will arrive at the Holy Emperor's domain. Once there, that fellow will leave, and we will have no further entanglements. Thus, Jiang Ning endured like a ninja turtle until they reached their destination. Holy Emperor's domain, outside Haoqian City, to Su Chenxiao and Dongfang Wan engaged in lively conversation. It was only upon arriving within the Holy Emperor's domain that Dongfang Wan reluctantly bid farewell. By the way, as if recalling something, Su Chenxiao smiled and presented the heart-shaped stone to Dongfang Wan. This item was a fortuitous find. It is for you. Miss Dongfang and I have felt an immediate connection. Should you have time in the future, do come visit me at the Su clan of the imperial family. Is this a gift meant for me? Dongfang Wan gazed at the exquisitely smooth heart-shaped stone, overwhelmed with joy as she cherished it in her palms. Her lovely face flushed with embarrassment. Thank you. Upon witnessing Wanner display such youthful infatuation, Jiang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, he gives you a worthless stone, and you react this way? What about the precious pills I painstakingly crafted and gifted you? Blushing deeply, Dongfang Wan softly replied, Mr. Su, actually, I have something for you too. Oh, Su Chenxiao was taken aback. Dongfang Wan lifted her delicate white hand and gently removed a slender bracelet adorned with a fiery red gemstone. About the size of a thumb, from her wrist. Mr. Su, please accept this. It contains Phoenix Song Jade, which can help stabilize one's heart and enhance comprehension. While it may not be a treasure in your eyes, it is a token of my sincere feelings. Dongfang Wan, feeling exceedingly bashful and anxious, worried that this esteemed gentleman may not appreciate her gesture. Phoenix Song Jade is a rare treasure of the world, said to be forged from the echoes of phoenix songs over countless millennia. Its significance is profound, and it is exceptionally valuable. She had stumbled upon it during an adventure in a secret realm, coincidentally accompanied by Jiang Ning at that time. From a distance, Jiang Ning's pupils constricted sharply. Phoenix Song Jade? This is a treasure of the world. Back in the secret realm, he had blocked countless talented individuals to create opportunities for Dongfang Wan. His intention was to make her aware of his affections. Yet today, this insufferable young master of the imperial clan merely used a worthless stone to exchange for this heavenly treasure. Jiang Ning's expression turned dark, his eyes blazing with fury, as Chenxiao also appeared somewhat surprised, glancing at the fate-bound protagonist in despair, shaking his head. Miss Dongfang, this item is far too precious. However, Dongfang Wan bit her lip and directly pressed the bracelet, embedded with Phoenix Song Jade, into Su Chenxiao's hands. She then turned and dashed back to the crowd of Tating ancient sect members, softly saying, Mr. Su, I will see you in 10 days. I will do my best. After their prior conversation on the spiritual vessel, she had already developed feelings for this gentle young master of the Su clan. Su Chenxiao looked at the Phoenix Song Jade in his hand, feeling little agitation in his heart, and nodded with a smile. Very well, if that is the case, let us part ways here. Leaving with Qing Lao, Zhuisong also took his 2 disciples and departed. Once the crowd dispersed, Dongfang Wan stood in place, lost in thought, gazing at the stone in her palm with a hint of wistfulness. Many female disciples from her sect gathered around, gazing at Dongfang Wan with envy. Holy maiden, what did that young master give you? Wow, a heart-shaped stone. How romantic. This must be a gift from that young master of the imperial clan. It seems he has a fondness for the holy maiden. Surely, the chosen one for the imperial Su family's proposal will be none other than our holy maiden. Only a group of male disciples from the Tating ancient sect expressed their sourness. That Su young master is rather stingy. It's just a worthless stone. After all, Jiang Ning, the sect's top disciple, also wore a grim expression as he approached Dongfang Wan, saying, Wanner, your actions seem a bit impulsive this time. This is merely an ordinary stone, while the Phoenix Song Jade is invaluable, capable of safeguarding one from inner demons and stabilizing the heart. The disparity between the two is astronomical. Wanner, Chapter 63. Insects swarm out of control. The fate-bound protagonist faces public humiliation. Jiang Ning had hoped Dongfang Wan would understand his painstaking efforts. To his surprise, her expression suddenly turned cold, and she gazed icily at Jiang Ning, stating, Enough, Jiang Xixiang, if affection could be measured by material possessions, that would be far too mundane. If you truly wish me well, you should bless me rather than belittle that young master of the imperial clan behind his back. The female disciples of the Tating ancient sect nodded in agreement. The holy maiden speaks wisely, Jiang Xixiang. If we follow your logic, should the Su young master present an imperial-grade treasure, must the holy maiden then offer something of equivalent value in return? I never imagined you to be such a materialistic person. As long as the holy maiden is fond of it, it is priceless. Furthermore, the Phoenix Song Jade belongs to the holy maiden. Even if she gives it away, what concern is it of yours? The chorus of condemnation from the female disciples was relentless. Jiang Ning trembled at their words, his face shifting between shades of blue and white, swelling to a deep purple, unable to muster a single retort. Just then, Elder Yuan Kuei chuckled and intervened. Ahem, that Su young master is the son of the imperial clan's patriarch. How could anything he casually bestows be an ordinary trinket? You should all take a moment to appreciate the essence of metal within this stone. If this old man is not mistaken, this is no ordinary stone. This is the Celestial Spirit Stone. The Celestial Spirit Stone harbors the essence of metal and is a superior material for crafting treasures. Even a small piece the size of a fingernail can render a magical artifact extraordinarily sharp and potent. Elder 8 laughed heartily. Celestial Spirit Stones are already exceedingly rare, and this heart-shaped Celestial Spirit Stone in the Holy Maiden's possession is a natural masterpiece. A true rarity, difficult to come by. That Su young master certainly possesses a thoughtful heart. Upon hearing this, even the male disciples who had initially sympathized with Jiang Ning were taken aback. The Celestial Spirit Stone? The remaining female disciples were even more envious, and had begun to indulge in their imaginations. As expected, I had long anticipated that the esteemed young Master Su would not present an ordinary stone. The Celestial Spirit Stone is indeed a rare gem, and one cannot fathom how long young Master Su must have searched to find one that naturally formed in such a shape. How utterly romantic! It is laughable that Brother Jiang, in his ignorance, failed to recognize such a precious treasure, allowing his petty jealousy to overshadow his judgment, mistaking this remarkable gem for a mere rock. At this moment, Dongfang Wan lowered her head, feeling the warmth of the heart-shaped stone in her palm, her heart racing uncontrollably. With flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, she resembled a young maiden deeply in love. Softly murmuring, "Is this also your token of affection for me?" The more the surrounding female disciples spoke, the more they highlighted Jiang Ning's ignorance. Jiang Ning felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could find a crack to hide in. Suddenly, the swarm of golden-eating insect concealed within his sleeves began to stir restlessly, as if they were yearning to escape. Golden-eating insects. Jiang Ning's face paled, as he hurriedly clamped down on his sleeve. As if recalling something, these insects are known for their affinity for gold and stone, requiring such materials for sustenance. Upon encountering anything infused with pure metal, they would swarm out uncontrollably. This is bad. Some disciples noticed Jiang Ning's abnormal behavior, questioning him with curiosity. "Brother Jiang, what is going on?" Crack, crack, accompanied by the sharp sound of gnawing. Jiang Ning's specially crafted robe, designed to conceal the insect swarm, was shredded apart. In an instant, his clothing was torn to shreds, revealing gaping holes all over. A vast multitude of insects poured forth, creating a scene of utter chaos. "What on earth?" exclaimed several disciples from the Tating ancient sect. Startled by this sudden turn of events, the swarm filled the air, surrounding Jiang Ning entirely. "What is happening, Brother Jiang? These are your insects, golden-eating insects, and bloodhorn ants." Even the nearby elders' expressions shifted slightly as they hastily reprimanded him. "Jiang Ning, what are you doing? Quickly, put your insects away." But at that moment, Jiang Ning was utterly incapable of controlling the swarm, as various insects burst forth from his garments. The golden-eating insects surged towards Dongfang Wan. The repulsive creatures landed on her hand, voraciously gnawing at the Celestial Spirit Stone she held. Dongfang Wan, who despised insects more than anything, turned pale, letting out a scream as she instinctively tossed the heart-shaped stone away. Boom! Countless insects swarmed towards it. In the blink of an eye, they devoured the heart-shaped stone entirely, leaving not a trace behind. "What?" gasped everyone, eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle. The elders were left dumbfounded, and as realization dawned upon them, they glared at Jiang Ning with fury. "Jiang Ning, look at what you've done. That was a precious gift from young Master Su." Upon seeing Jiang Ning's appearance, even the elders were taken aback, their eyes widening to this moment. Jiang Ning stood nearly naked, his clothes devoured, exposing his bare skin, with only a tattered piece of cloth remaining to cover himself. Far from the dignified image of the esteemed senior brother he once was. His face flushed with shame and rage, he clutched his modesty, hastily changing into a new outfit from his storage ring. "You all get back here. Come back." Even passers-by couldn't help but glance over, stifling their laughter as they commented, "Isn't that a disciple from the Tating ancient sect? I've heard tales of their boldness, but I never imagined it would reach such a level." In the bustling domain of the Holy Emperor, throngs of people from great clans and various superlative powers mingled, and though there were many eccentrics, none had ever appeared so disgracefully naked in public. The elders of the Tating ancient sect were so mortified they wished to burrow into the earth. Shouting, "Quickly, take down our sect's banner! Hide it!" After what felt like an eternity, the swarm finally returned, and as Jiangning gathered the insects, he could feel the peculiar gazes of his fellow disciples upon him. Trembling with shame, he understood that from this day forth, he would no longer be the revered senior brother within the sect. Everything that had transpired today would remain an indelible mark of humiliation for him. Jiangning, his heart roared in despair. Meanwhile, Dongfang Wan stood dazed, staring at her empty right hand, her delicate frame trembling slightly. The token from young Master Su. It's gone. A terrifying force brewed within her. Akin to the stillness before a tempest, suddenly a chilling, monstrous energy erupted forth. Jiangning, I hate you. Countless insects froze in place, and Jiangning's pupils contracted as he was sent flying through the air. Boom! At that moment, within the imperial family of the Su clan Ding, the destined protagonist Jiangning suffers a social death, losing 10,000 destiny points. Ding, the destined heroine Dongfang Wan harbors animosity towards the destined protagonist Jiangning, severing their relationship, resulting in Jiangning losing 50,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 60,000 villain points. Just as Su Chenxiao returned to the Su clan, he paused momentarily, a playful smile creeping onto his face as he mused. Oh, they've severed ties so quickly. Chapter 64. The King's Battlefield. The Imperial Clan's Dragon Transformation Pool. It seems the Celestial Spirit Stone, which attracted the insect swarm, played its role well, Su Chenxiao shrugged. Gazing at the ancestral grounds of the Su clan. The Imperial Su clan is situated in the most spiritually rich area of the Holy Emperor's domain. This place not only boasts an abundance of spiritual energy, but also harbors the legendary primordial purple chi within its vast aura. In the distance, a massive ancient tree towered towards the heavens, an exceedingly rare sight among the myriad realms. The primordial divine tree. Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled as he noted that Elder Qing had just returned to the clan. Soon after, the elders received news of his arrival. About a dozen people were present, their formidable auras akin to deep waters, exuding an overwhelming presence as they approached from afar. "Haha, my son, you have finally returned. I have been eagerly awaiting your return." A hearty and resounding laughter echoed as clan leader Su Wudao and Chen Wanyu led the group. Chen Wanyu hurried forward, meticulously examining Su Chenxiao for any injuries to shower. Upon seeing her son, Su Chenxiao smiled and called out, "Mother, I'm back." Looking at her son, who now possessed an extraordinary aura and had reached the peak of the immortal realm. Chen Wanyu's face radiated with pride as she gently held his hand, saying, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. The peak of the immortal realm. It seems my son has encountered some fortuitous opportunities recently." Su Wudao chuckled heartily from behind, equally pleased out of course. "Just look at who Sun Shower is." The elders of the Su clan cast curious glances at Su Chenxiao. So this is Su Chenxiao? Upon seeing the young man before them, who bore a striking resemblance to Jade and exuded an extraordinary presence, many elders' eyes brightened with surprise. After many years, this child seems to have grown quite a bit. The elders couldn't help but express their admiration. "Haha, it's wonderful that Chenxiao has returned, a congenital chaotic divine body, at the peak of the immortal realm. His cultivation, having returned from the lower realms, is in no way inferior to the prodigies of the upper realms, perhaps even surpassing them." Reflecting on the past, the elder recalled, when Jing Hung returned, he had only just stepped into the ascendant realm, right? "Ha ha, clan leader, it seems that this generation's divine son of our Su clan will undoubtedly be your little boy." At this moment, a stern-looking middle-aged man, resembling Su Wudao, strode forward. "Good lad, such astonishing cultivation, combined with such overwhelming vitality, I imagine your divine demonic body is fully cultivated. You little rascal, do you still remember your uncle?" Su Chenxiao stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "Uncle Wufa." This man was Su Wudao's younger brother, Su Wufa. He had spent many years handling external affairs for the Su clan, rarely returning home, and was responsible for the recent imperial family marriage proposal. Su Wufa laughed heartily. giving Chenxiao a hearty pat on the shoulder. "I've heard you encountered some troubles in the lower realms. But as long as you're safe, that's what matters. It seems I'm quite lucky, running into you just after your return." Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Wufa's eyes narrowed, and his expression darkened. He practiced the six-star imperial wheel technique, possessing a keen sense that surpassed others, and had reached the quasi-emperor level. What audacious thing dares to attach itself to someone from my esteemed Su clan? Humph. Elder Qing, have you truly grown senile? Have you not even noticed this remnant soul lurking within my nephew? With that, a formidable quasi-emperor's aura radiated from Su Wufa's palm, intending to eradicate the remnant soul of the ancient emperor. Su Chenxiao's expression shifted slightly. The remnant soul within his consciousness, and Gio, was equally startled. It hadn't expected to be discovered even while hiding deep within his spiritualist. He hurriedly emerged, exclaiming, "We are our own kind. We are our own kind." Su Wudao and his mother Chen Wangyue also displayed a hint of displeasure on their faces as they spoke. The remnant soul of an emperor? Why does it exist within Xiao's being? Observing the situation, Su Chenxiao offered a wry smile and explained, "This creature is the remnant soul of the celestial beast Tianjin Swan and I, which I have successfully subdued, that I plan to return to the clan and have my grandfather assist in reconstructing its physical form to serve as my mount." As he spoke, Su Chenxiao waved the beast-controlling ring on his right hand. Several elders and his parents turned their attention towards him. Su Wudao's eyes brightened with surprise as he remarked, "The beast-controlling ring? Isn't that a treasure of the beast-controlling myriad gods sect?" He recognized the ring's significance and noticed that another beast-controlling ring was present on the emperor's remnant soul. His expression gradually softened as he gestured to Su Wufang, saying, "All right, Wufang, cease your actions. With this artifact in hand, a mere remnant soul of an emperor poses no threat to Xiao." Su Wufang, clearly aware of the situation, cast a surprised glance at Su Chenxia and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "What a clever lad! I didn't expect you to acquire such a treasure. Your fortune is substantial." Su Wufang marveled, seemingly seeing his good nephew in a new light. Will have the remnant soul of an emperor-level celestial beast as a mount. "I haven't boasted such prestige myself." In the following moments, Su Chenxia and the elders of the Su family reminisced fondly. The remnant soul of the Swan and I was entrusted to his uncle Su Wufang to be taken back to the ancestral ground for the restoration of its physical form. After all, the Swan and I was merely a wisp of an emperor's remnant soul at present. Though celestial beasts are favored by the heavens and possess infinite possibilities, the task of reconstructing its divine soul and body must be entrusted to the clan's emperors to have any chance of success. Meanwhile, he and his parents made their way to the Su family's dragon transformation pool. Su Wudao walked at the forefront. Su Chenxia turned to his mother and inquired, "Mother, where are my elder brother and sister?" Chen Wangyue smiled gently and replied, "Jingheng and Huang are both in the supreme realm now. They have gone to the ancient battlefield for training." Su Chenxia nodded slightly. The ancient battlefield, a relic of ancient sages, serves to train the prodigies from various realms, providing opportunities to break through their bottlenecks. The IT is filled with numerous legacies from emperors and saints, encompassing trials from the highest cultivation down to the trials of the Tao heart. Divided into two major areas, the King's Sealing battlefield and the ancient land of saints. With his current cultivation at the 9th level of the immortal realm, it would not be long before he also ventured into the King's Sealing battlefield. Ahead, Su Wudao jested, "Your brother and sister will likely return in a few days. After all, they are quite concerned about your fiancé's selection." He continued, "This will be a perfect opportunity for our imperial clan, the Su family, to announce the current divine son to the outside world." They engaged in conversation for quite a while until they arrived at the entrance of the dragon transformation pool of the Su imperial clan. Su Wudao and Chen Wangyue finally took their leave. "Xiao, this dragon pool is specifically prepared for the descendants returning from the lower realms to bridge the cultivation gap. Though it may not be of great use to you now, it can still solidify your foundational cultivation, and the essence of the dragon Tao within will lay a solid foundation for your future breakthroughs in the King's Sealing realm." Chapter 65. The Emergence of Tianjin Swan and I. The Golden Sun realm shakes. You should take this time to contemplate here while your mother and I take our leave, Su Wudao said with a smile. All right, Su, Chenxiao nodded, after his parents departed. He gazed at the surging dragon pool nearby, brimming with immense spiritual power. Ethereal mist clung to the surface of the pool, resembling a true dragon coiling above, exuding an extraordinary aura. Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled as he thought to himself. Perfect, I shall practice the ancient divine refinement technique here. The ancient divine refinement technique is reputed to be the most powerful body-refining imperial art among the myriad realms. Now that his archaic divine body has reached perfection after being tempered in the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. Mastering this technique could render him even more formidable. With that in mind, Su Chenxiao leaped into the dragon pool point 3 days later, within the ancestral grounds of the Su imperial clan. A terrifying and blazing golden divine light burst forth into the sky. Above the ancestral land of the Su family, it seemed as if 10,000 beasts were roaring that a colossal golden swan and a phantom manifested, fierce and majestic, emanating an astonishing aura, as it raised its head and unleashed a deafening roar that shook the heavens. Roar! Ha! I, the swan and I, have returned. While cultivating within the dragon pool, Su Chenxiao, whose divine body gleamed like jade, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He looked up in the direction of the sound. The Tianjin swan and I? Could it be that the swan and I has restored itself? Su Chenxiao's eyes glimmered with uncontainable excitement. After all, this was a celestial beast of the Emperor realm. An extremely astonishing aura surged forth, sending tumultuous waves crashing against the shores of the dragon pool, as Su Chenxiao transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the ancestral land. Simultaneously, on the other side of the heavens, within the Golden Sun realm of the northern region, the aura of the ancestors, the call of bloodlines, the Tianjin swan and I has emerged. The demon emperor lineage residing here, the Jinli clan, the Golden Lion, and the Sun-Eating Cloud Lion clan all stirred into a frenzy. Waves of terrifying and powerful divine rainbows surged towards the Jinli clan. A deep and resonant voice echoed. Is it the newly born Tianjin swan and I? A new master has descended. The voice thundered, followed by another resounding boom. It is not a newborn Tianjin swan and I, but rather the aura of the swan and I ancestor. What? Apart from the true dragon and divine phoenix, celestial beasts have not appeared for over 100,000 years. The aura that has manifested now belongs to the long-lost Tianjin swan and I of the Golden Sun realm. Over the course of this 100,000 years, all descendants of the swan and I have employed countless methods to search for it. Yet the swan and I was merely a wisp of a remnant soul residing in the burial grounds. Even using bloodline tracking methods, it was nearly impossible to locate that faint trace of aura, now that the ancestor's aura has reappeared in the realms. All descendants within the Golden Sun realm have gone mad. The ancestor has long been absent from the heavens and must have been confined somewhere. Now that it has reappeared, our Jinli clan must use bloodline tracking methods to go forth and welcome the return of our ancestral king. Our Golden Lion lineage shall also join, one after another, massive, imposing, and awe-inspiring divine beasts transformed into human forms. The Jinli clan and the Golden Lion lineage dispatched all their living forces to search for the Tianjin swan and I ancestor. The aura was located at the center of the heavens, where the most powerful clans converge. No matter the cost, we must bring our ancestor back before the top 10 imperial clans discover it. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Within the ancestral grounds of the Su imperial clan, the mountains stretched endlessly, and lush trees flourished, emanating an ancient and profound aura, as if one had stepped into a primordial age. An elderly man, with a weathered visage, sat by the lake, contentedly fishing while stroking his beard. Beside him, a golden-haired Tianjin swan and I, with crimson golden eyes and an imposing presence, lay prostrate, resembling the lord of all beasts. The Tianjin swan and I bore 2 horns on its head, its majestic form radiating an incredibly fierce and violent power. Merely a wisp of its ancient aura was enough to cause countless extraordinary beings within the Su ancestral grounds to prostrate in submission. Trembling uncontrollably, Su Chenxiao appeared at this location. Upon seeing the elderly man by the lakeside, Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback. The man's face resembled an ancient pine, covered in wrinkles, yet he exuded vitality. His movements were fluid, and his aura was restrained, showing no signs of fluctuation. Were it not for knowing his identity, he would appear no different from an ordinary person, an emperor, a living celestial emperor. Chenxiao hurriedly approached, calling out, "Grandfather!" The old man chuckled, turning with a warm smile to, "Ah, my dear grandson, you have come." As if sensing something, Su Qingyuan's deep, ancient gaze revealed a hint of surprise, and then he smiled kindly. "Very well. It seems this era belongs once more to our Su imperial clan." One must understand that the figure before him was a living emperor, and among the entire imperial clan, very few could earn his praise. "Please sit down, my grandson," Su Qinxia nodded, sitting down somewhat awkwardly. Casting a glance at the languid swan in eye beside him, Su Qinxia's eyes brightened slightly. "Has this fellow restored its physical form?" Su Qingyan chuckled. "I have already reconstructed its body." "My dear grandson, you are indeed fortunate. This Tianjin swan in eye has not appeared in the heavens for over 100,000 years. This creature is the remnant soul of an emperor-level swan in eye, likely from before the Dark Era. Considering its age, it may very well be older than this old man." The Tianjin swan and I, lying on the ground, weakly said, "What good is that? I am still just a remnant soul." It had only just restored itself and was already contemplating escape, only to be captured back by this old man with a single hand. Who would have thought this creature had an emperor-level grandfather? Su Qingyan chuckled, "Be content. The Dark Era was filled with strange occurrences. Had it not been for your status as a celestial beast, blessed by great fortune, this wisp of a remnant soul would not have remained intact. Now, since you have promised my grandson to become its mount, you must serve him well. My grandson possesses the innate chaotic divine body of our ancestors, destined for boundless achievements in the future. However, it seems you, of the heavenly golden Swanee lineage, have overstepped your bounds." Suddenly, Su Qingyan waved his hand. "Grandson, come here." Su Chenxiao obediently approached. Su Qingyan slowly spoke. "My dear grandson, you embody several divine bodies and possess a pure Tao heart. Yet in this world, no one is perfect. Rapid elevation in realms inevitably leads to oversights. Other divine bodies may be inconsequential, but your innate chaotic divine body does not necessitate haste for perfection." Yes, he spoke. Su Qingyan, with a warm smile, extended his frail, aged right hand and lightly tapped Su Chenxiao's forehead. Buzzed a ripple emanated from his fingertip. And in the next moment, Su Chenxiao felt a torrent of chaotic energy surging uncontrollably within him. Even the cultivation he had just entered in the dragon molting pool, on the verge of breaking through to kingship, seemed to be on the brink of decline. Sensing the chaotic energy within him spiraling out of control, Su Chenxiao hastily closed his eyes to stabilize his breath. Chapter 66. The Su family emperor, the heir of destiny, severely wounded yet soon. He realized something was amiss. Su Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes, astonished as he assessed his condition. His foundational cultivation was shockingly stable. Although he remained at the 9th level of the Undying Realm, the chaotic energy within his qi had unexpectedly become remarkably pure. He felt significantly lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted. Su Qingyuan chuckled. While the chaotic body can assimilate myriad energies for its own use, it inevitably leaves behind some residual dross. Now that I have assisted you in purifying the chaotic energy, it will undoubtedly benefit you greatly in the future. Su Chenxiao's eyes brightened, overwhelmed with joy and eager to express his gratitude. However, Su Qingyan waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, "Enough, since the matter is settled. You may take this heavenly golden swanee with you." Su Chenxiao nodded, bidding farewell. "I shall visit you again when the opportunity arises." He then leaped onto the broad back of the heavenly golden swanee. The creature let out a mighty roar, its towering limbs propelling it into the sky as it transformed into a golden streak of divine light that shot towards the heavens. Su Qingyan shook his head with a chuckle, murmuring, "It seems my dear grandson harbors many secrets." Just moments ago, while purifying the chaotic energy for him, he had sensed a faint, elusive aura amidst the chaotic residues. My dear grandson, those who practice cultivation must adhere to the principle of tranquility. Even with remarkable talent, one should not be hasty. More than his grandson's secrets, he was concerned with the matter at hand. Su Qingwen abruptly lifted his fishing rod. Splash! The empty hook floated in midair, the bait consumed entirely. Damn it! Another empty catch. Su Qingwen's expression darkened. Suddenly, a terrifying imperial pressure descended, causing the serene lakeside to erupt. Boom! It was as if a nuclear explosion had struck a mosquito. Countless splashes of water and fish shot into the air. Even the fish hidden below flipped onto their backs, surfacing. Only then did Su Qingwen nod in satisfaction. Taking a deep breath out, that feels good. Achieving clarity of thought is indeed a crucial aspect. Within the Holy Emperor's domain, it must be said, although the Swanee Jiao had only recently restored its physical form and was currently at the Supreme Realm, it was still a celestial beast of the world. Its speed was beyond compare, surpassing the supreme-level spiritual vessels he had previously ridden by several dozen times. After soaring through the Holy Emperor's domain for quite some time on the back of the heavenly Golden Swanee, Su Chenxiao finally came to a halt. How dare you treat this emperor as a mere donkey? The Swanee Jiao growled in dissatisfaction that if its descendants were to witness this scene, it would surely be embarrassed. Su Chenxiao grinned, patting its large head. Behave well as my steed, and you shall reap benefits in the future. Perhaps due to the Su family's hosting a marriage selection event attracting celestial beauties from all realms. Since his departure, he had continuously heard the system detect the presence of destined female leads. Just along this journey, he had detected 5 or 6. Unfortunately, it seemed none of these destined heroines were accompanied by their destined protagonists. Su Chenxiao shook his head in regret, observing that these protagonists were either still maturing or on their way to tea that moment. A notification chimed. The destined protagonist Jiang Ning is severely wounded and on the brink of death. Losing 10,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 10,000 villain points. What is happening? Su Chenxiao frowned, feeling displeased he hadn't even begun to reap yet, who was foolish enough to nearly kill Jiang Ning. He immediately pulled up the system map, where a marked location indicated Jiang Ning was currently in the Hao Emperor City. Within the Hao Emperor City, at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, crowds gathered, bustling with activity. Those present were undoubtedly individuals of considerable background from various celestial sects and noble families. Scanning the area, one could see many distinguished individuals engaging in lively conversation. Jiang Ning sat at a private table, anxiously glancing at the cold-faced Dongfang Wan across from him. Today, it was just the two of them. Since that day when the spirit stone had been devoured by his golden devouring worm, Wanner's attitude towards him had plummeted. For 3 full days, she had barely exchanged more than 10 words with him. The costs within Hao Emperor City were already steep, and due to the imperial marriage event, prices at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had surged several times. A single dish now cost thousands of supreme spirit stones. Jiang Ning's heart bled at the thought, considering his entire fortune was barely around 80,000 supreme spirit stones. However, if it could earn him Wanner's forgiveness, it would be worth it. Jiang Ning looked at Dongfang Wan, who remained silent. After a moment of awkwardness, he forced a smile and spoke. Wanner, I apologize for what happened earlier. I truly did not anticipate the swarm's sudden agitation. Dongfang Wan's beauty radiated an icy demeanor. Her disdain evident. Do not address me in such a manner. It makes me feel nauseated. What? Jiang Ning's smile froze on his face. Nauseated? Wanner actually called him nauseating. He roared internally, his right hand beginning to tremble. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to calm his rising irritation and said, Dongfang Jr. Sister, I apologize. I have some recently refined pills here. You have lingered at the 6th level of the Undying Realm for quite some time. These pills can aid you in breaking through, and some can suppress the Yin energy within you. With that, Jiang Ning produced several vials of pills from his storage ring and offered them to her. It is worth noting that his ambitions were grand in pursuit of holistic development. He was simultaneously cultivating insect control, puppetry, and alchemy, resulting in his own cultivation level being relatively low. He could only rely on the pills he refined to barely keep pace with his peers. The pills contained within the white jade vials were crafted at great cost, intended for his own use. Jiang Ning continued, Junior sister, While the spirit stone is precious, I believe these may also be of equivalent value. Bang! Dongfang Wan suddenly stood up, shattering the vials on the ground. Her expression was chillingly fierce as she coldly declared, Jiang Ning, do you naively believe that item can be measured by its worth? I tell you, no matter how many items you offer, even if they are imperial weapons in my eyes, they cannot compare to the spirit stone gifted by that gentleman. With that, Dongfang Wan turned and left without looking back, leaving Jiang Ning trembling in place, dazed and disheartened. The commotion naturally drew the attention of other guests within the drunken immortal pavilion. Numerous pairs of curious eyes turned towards him, and whispers filled the air. What is going on? That person, Isnt the one from the Tating ancient sect who was previously embarrassed outside the city. Realization dawned upon many. So that SM. How could such a disciple emerge from the Tating ancient sect? One of the major sects of the Western domain? Who knows? In such a vast world, all kinds of people exist. The Tating ancient sect's reputation may have been tarnished by this individual. Hearing the murmurs around him, Jiang Ning's face flushed with anger. Ever since the incident with the swarm, he had become the laughingstock of everyone. Trembling with rage, he slammed his fist down, shattering the table into splinters. Rising, he glared intensely at the person who had spoken earlier. His voice hoarse as he said, You dare say that again? P.S. For those who keep urging shorter updates, here's an extra chapter. Please leave some encouraging reviews. Thank you. Chapter 67. Disturbance at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The ancient sacred clan Yuan II, those capable of being present here, were fundamentally individuals of notable backgrounds. The one who had previously mocked Jiang Ning was none other than a prodigy from a certain ancient sacred clan, completely unconcerned with the Tating ancient sect of the Western domain. Yuan II casually took a sip of wine, a playful expression on his face as he said, What? Are you planning to threaten me? Yuan II, from what I see, that girl clearly has no interest in you. Why persist in your futile pursuit? This is the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in How Emperor City. Before you act, consider whether you can afford the consequences. The illustrious talents from other sects surrounding them were reveling in the spectacle. Mocking, brother, if I am not mistaken, you from the Tating ancient sect have come to participate in the imperial family's matchmaking event for their young master. Have you not? Countless celestial beauties await selection by that imperial scion, and here you are, unable to secure even one woman. Tizke, it's him again. Since arriving here, he had heard the name Su Chenxiao countless times. Yuan II smirked slightly, speaking with a hint of mockery. Never mind, considering you're also a pitiable soul. I shall let you off this time, as I am in a good mood today. Jiang Ning's expression was icy as he scanned the crowd. Silence from within his sleeves, an endless swarm of golden-eating insects and bloodhorn ants surged forth. Buzzing filled the AT that moment. Dongfang Wan, who had just left the drunken immortal tower, suddenly heard a tremendous noise behind her. Boom! She paused briefly, furrowing her delicate brows as she turned to look. There, from within the drunken immortal tower, a figure was violently hurled out, crashing onto the wide street below. Upon recognizing the bloodied figure on the ground, Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes widened. Jiang Ning? What is going on? She rushed over swiftly. Outside the drunken immortal tower, the commotion caught the attention of several passers-by. The tavern had been blasted open, and Jiang Ning lay bloodied on a stall, looking utterly disheveled. With a faint breath remaining, Yuan II remained seated, motionless, surrounded by the corpses of golden-eating insects that he leisurely sipped his fine wine. Slowly rising with a smile, the art of insect control is indeed rare, but is that all the Tating ancient sect's talents can muster? Some celestial beings laughed. Why must Brother Yuan stoop to quibble with an ant at the second level of the undying realm? This fellow is truly unfortunate. First, he made a fool of himself outside the city, and now he has been bested by Brother Yuan in a single blow. What a disgrace for the Tating ancient sect. Haha, he must be used to running rampant in the western regions. Now that he is in the domain of the Holy Emperor, where numerous super sects and sacred clans abound, he ought to be more cautious lest he provoke someone he cannot afford to offend. Yuan II laughed heartily, approaching Jiang Ning, stepping on a bloodhorn ant, looking down at him from a superior position. His handsome face was filled with regret as he shook his head and calmly remarked, The Tating ancient sect from the western regions? Is it truly formidable? In front of my Yuan sacred clan, the Tating ancient sect is no different from these insects. Jiangning lay on the ground, his eyes reddening as he glared intensely at Yuan Tuesday. He never imagined that this person before him would be from the eternal sacred clan. Yuan Tu's expression remained calm as he took another sip of his exquisite liquor. Squinting his eyes and speaking domineeringly, I, Yuan Tu, am not one to be easily provoked. Given that this is the domain of the imperial Su family and we are amidst a joyous occasion, I shall spare you today. However, I will cripple your limbs and cultivation, so you may learn to conduct yourself more appropriately in the future. As he spoke, Yuan Tu raised his right hand slightly, unleashing an extremely sharp royal dragon aura. Stop! A chilling, foreboding light manifested before Jiangning. Upon hearing that voice, Jiangning's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Wanner. Yuan Tu raised an eyebrow, lifting his finger slightly, causing the golden true energy to shoot back like a sword towards the distance. Bang! Dongfang Wan conjured a barrier of true energy to defend against it. The royal dragon aura of the eternal sacred clan. Her expression soured as she glanced at the bloodied Jiangning on the ground before turning to Yuan Tu. Cupping her hands, she said, My lord, please quell your anger. I am Dongfang Wan, the current saintess of the Tating ancient sect. May I inquire how my senior brother has offended you to warrant such punishment? No matter the circumstances, Jiangning was one of her own, and she could not stand idly by. Why Yuan Tu scrutinized the woman before him. Her beauty was stunning, and his eyes gleamed with interest as he swirled his wine glass. Chuckling, the current saintess of the Tating ancient sect? You possess quite the enchanting visage. Your brother attacked me. Thus it seems reasonable for me to cripple his cultivation, would it not? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Wan's body trembled. She glanced at the bloodied Jiangning on the ground, her lovely face darkening in an instant. Her junior brother Jiangning was hesitant to meet her gaze. Dongfang Wan stepped forward, raising her fair hand. Slap. With a resounding crack, she struck his cheek, leaving a mark. Jiangning, I warned you when we came here. I told you that there are countless celestial beings, and even a random passerby could be someone our Tating ancient sect cannot afford to offend. How dare you cause trouble here? Apologize. Jiangning's eyes widened as he touched his cheek, unable to believe that Dongfang Wan would strike him. Turning away, Dongfang Wan took a deep breath and said apologetically, My lord Yuan, this matter arises from my Tating ancient sect's failure to discipline properly, and I represent the sect to apologize to you. Apologize? Yuan Tu grinned, surveying Dongfang Wan with unabashed scrutiny, and said playfully, Then you must show some sincerity. Dongfang Wan furrowed her brow, displeased by his audacious gaze, and replied, My lord Yuan, I possess some techniques and elixirs, as well as sacred artifacts from the Holy Realm. Might they suffice? No need, Yuan Tu interrupted impatiently, disdainfully replying, Do you think the eternal sacred clan would be interested in such trivialities? Today I, Yuan Tu, will ensure this fellow's cultivation is utterly ruined. I presume you two are here for the imperial family's matchmaking event. Out of respect for the Su family, I shall refrain from striking you, but do not overstep your bounds. Leave. Dongfang Wan's beautiful eyes narrowed. This person from the eternal sacred clan was indeed exceedingly arrogant. Boom! A tremendous royal dragon aura surged forth. The dense golden dragon aura behind you, when two seemed to coalesce into a true dragon manifesting. The 9th level of the Undying Realm. The overwhelming force startled Dongfang Wan, compelling her to brace herself with both hands. This was bad. With her 6th level of the Undying Realm, she was no match for this prodigy from the eternal sacred clan. Boom! Dongfang Wan was uncontrollably hurled away. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Roar. Chapter 68. Exiled to the spirit mine for 3,000 years. Related figures of the ancient dragon son. The terrifying pressure of the supreme realm descended like a thunderclap. The elder beside Yuan Tu abruptly opened his eyes, gazing toward the heavens. Yes, he perceived a divine beast, radiant like the sun. Plummeting down, he gasped, Is that the ancient golden lion from the beast emperor lineage? Is it him? Below, Jiangning's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Wanner in the embrace of Su Chenxiao, already grievously injured. His anger surged, causing blood to flow from his mouth. Boom! The golden lion descended. Su Chenxiao, with his left arm around Dongfang Wan's slender waist, calmly addressed her. are you all right? That voice, Dongfeng Wan slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing the handsome youth before her, her eyes sparkled with disbelief. Young Master Su, how could it be? Su Chenxiao smiled, steadying her form and gently releasing his hold, saying, I just returned from the imperial family and was thinking of finding you. It seems you encountered some trouble here in the Howdy City. He cast a glance at Yuan Tu name. Yuan Tu title, related figures of the ancient dragon son identity. Son of the Yuan clan leader of the eternal sacred clan age. 25 personality. Proud. Arrogant realm. 9th level of the undying realm. This fellow was still a character related to the destined protagonist. Hearing this, Dongfeng Wan's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke. My senior brother has caused some trouble here. The onlookers, including Yuan Tu and the celestial beings within the drunken immortal tower, turned their attention to that the ancient fierce beast, the golden lion, isn't it from the beast emperor lineage? Who dares to tame it as a steed? It seems yet another prodigy from some sect. But does this fellow not know that within the 4 imperial cities governed by the Su family, riding mounts is strictly prohibited when the external members of the Su family arrive? The spectacle is sure to unfold. Yuan Tu also gazed at Su Chenxiao above the golden lion, narrowing his eyes with a hearty laugh. Haha, what a heroic act of saving a beauty. You have arrived quite timely. However, it seems you are not well acquainted with the rules within the Su family's imperial city. As he spoke, terrifying beams of light surged into the Howdy City, exuding an overwhelming aura. Who dares to cause a ruckus in the domain of the Su family? Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. The powerful divine beams descended, revealing 6 individuals, all clad in silver armor and wielding long spears, emanating a formidable presence. They were all of the supreme realm, and the leader was a holy realm guardian of the Su family. That was fast, and there's even a holy realm expert among them. The onlookers from various sects were startled, hurriedly making way. The group approached with firm strides. Su Jing glared coldly at Yuan Tu and said in a low voice, You from the Yuan clan? You, the ancient holy clan, dare to disregard my imperial clan, the Su family, and stir up trouble in the city of the emperor? Yuan Tu, with a helpless shrug, pointed at Su Chenxiao atop the golden lion and spoke. Yuan Tu, lack such audacity that it is not I who caused this ruckus, but that fellow Su Jing and others cast their eyes towards the golden lion, their expressions growing increasingly grim. However, upon seeing Su Chenxiao upon the lion, Su Jing's pupils suddenly constricted as if struck by lightning, rendering him immobile. This? Young master, have the audacity to come down, a nearby guard shouted coldly. Bang! Go to hell, shut your filthy mouth. Su Jing kicked him away. He hurriedly approached the golden lion, kneeling on one knee, trembling slightly as he clasped his fists. I am Su Jing, the captain of the city guards of the emperor, and I have met young master Yin Xiao. Years ago, he had the fortune of encountering this young master. He thought he was merely an outsider granted the Su surname, hardly different from a watchdog of the imperial clan. What? Su Jing's words left everyone present in stunned silence, stirring up a commotion among the crowd. He is the son of the clan leader of the imperial clan, Su Chenxiao. How could this young master appear in this place? Cough, cough, cough. Yuan Tu, leisurely sipping wine, suddenly spewed it out. He gasped, nearly choking on his own tears. What the hell? Yuan Tu's expression widened in horror as he stared at Su Chenxiao atop the golden lion. Not you, my friend. Are you joking? Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and leaped down from the golden lion's body. He calmly surveyed the guards kneeling on the ground before smilingly saying, I believe I just heard someone mention that flying mounts are prohibited within the city of the emperor. Su Jing paused, lowering his head to clasp his fists, hastily explaining, Young master, as a member of the imperial clan, you may act as you please. Your words are the law. You expect me to adhere to regulations in the domain of the Su family regarding this young master of the imperial clan? What a joke. This young master could not only ride his mount freely, but could even turn the sacred emperor's domain upside down without any repercussions. Yuan Tu's face turned pale, bereft of the previous poise and arrogance, as he glanced at the elder beside him and whispered urgently, Elder one, quickly, call my sister and tell her I am in trouble in the city of the emperor. Who would have thought that he merely sought to teach a lesson to the arrogant disciples of the Tai Ding ancient sect and inadvertently attracted this young master of the imperial clan. The effects of the wine had faded significantly. Yuan Tu steeled himself and approached, forcing a smile. This is all a misunderstanding. I am Yuan Tu of the ancient holy clan that I have met young Master Su. Chenxiao regarded him with a discerning eye, gesturing towards the Rekzai, Xianlu, and the surrounding chaotic stalls, speaking with indifference. Now, explain what transpired. After Yuan Tu's explanation, Chenxiao grasped the situation. His gaze fell upon Jiangning, lying heavily injured on the ground, and his brows furrowed slightly. How dare a second-level immortal challenge the prodigies of the ancient holy clan? What madness has this fated protagonist succumbed to? Dongfang Wan sighed beside him, her tone laced with apology. Young Master Su, is not entirely his fault. This incident was initiated by my senior brother Jiangning, and our Tai Ding ancient sect bears undeniable responsibility. We are willing to take full accountability for the damages incurred. She was not one to disregard right from wrong. Although Yuan Tu was somewhat domineering, the matter ultimately stemmed from her senior brother Jiangning's actions. Yuan Tu's eyes brightened in gratitude as he looked at her. What you say is true, Miss Dongfang. Young Master Su, I was merely drinking with friends here, and for some unknown reason, this fellow attacked us. Leading to the current situation. Chenxiao nodded, speaking in a calm tone. I understand. Su Jing hurriedly stepped forward. Young Master, how should we handle the troublemakers in the city of the Emperor? Su Jing hesitated, uncertain of the young master's intentions. After much contemplation, he dared not deceive and spoke honestly. Young Master, as there were no casualties, according to the regulations, a tenfold compensation is required. If the spirit stones are insufficient, those at the immortal level shall be sentenced to work in the spirit mines for 3,000 years. Chapter 69. 2 million top-tier spirit stones. This has always been the price. 3,000 years. Upon hearing this punishment, Jiangning gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. The arduous conditions of spirit mining, coupled with the noxious air and impurities, made it nearly impossible to cultivate. Over time, it would cause irreparable damage to one's foundation and vitality. Anyone who entered, even a powerful being of the sacred realm, would suffer a significant drop in their cultivation upon exiting. Many had perished before completing their sentence. No, I refuse to mine the spirit stones. Just the thought of spending 3,000 years in that pitch-black mine filled Jiangning with despair. Compensation. I am willing to compensate. Yuan Tu, listening nearby, felt his heart race. Why such calculations? It would be better to be crippled and start anew. Chenxiao shot him a glance, raising his hand. In that case, let us assess the losses. The manager of Zhuai, Xianlu, rushed over. After a brief discussion with Su Jing nodded and said, the estimated loss for Zhuai Xianlu is around 2.5 million top-tier spirit stones, which, according to regulations, means a compensation of 25 million top-tier spirit stones. The manager of Zhuai Xianlu rubbed his hands together, grinning as he looked at Su Jing. Guard, it would be best to pay with top-tier spirit stones. If you use sufficiently high-quality spirit stones, our establishment is not greedy. 2 million top-tier spirit stones would suffice for compensation. Although 60% of that would need to be handed over to the imperial clan, they were not afraid of trouble, only of it not being grand enough. Boom! How much? Upon hearing this figure, Jiangning felt as if struck by lightning. In an instant, his mind buzzed, questioning whether he was dreaming. 0.2 million top-tier spirit stones. Are you insane? The onlookers were equally aghast, unable to believe their ears. 2 million top-tier spirit stones. What a staggering amount. It was known that divine weapons were exceedingly rare among the myriad of realms. Even many quasi-emperor-level experts only possessed sacred-level treasures. The cheapest supreme treasure barely exceeded several 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, a price sufficient to purchase an excellent sacred artifact. Yuan Tu, as if having foreseen this, laughed gleefully. Who does not know that the Su family's regulations in the city of the Emperor are the most stringent? This 2 million top-tier spirit stones. Forget 3,000 years. Even if you were to dig for several thousand years, you still could not repay it. It was once said that a powerful being of the sacred realm caused a ruckus in the city of the Emperor. And in the end, not only was he left with nothing but his undergarments, he was forced to mine for 2,000 years to barely settle his debts. Jiang Ning's eyes reddened as he glared fiercely at the manager of Zue Xianlu, shouting, 2 million top-tier spirit stones. That would be more than enough to buy your Zue Xianlu. Why don't you go rob someone instead, you tyrant? The manager's face instantly fell. He immediately shed a few tears and knelt beside Su Chenxiao, pleading, young master, my Zue Xianlu is innocent. We have diligently operated in the city of the emperor for 1,000 years, and this has always been the price. The tables and chairs are made of purple cloud thunderwood, and the jade plates we serve are genuine water moon heavenly stones. How could we deceive anyone? Even Su Chenxiao was taken aback, glancing at the manager with a peculiar expression. Having harvested the essence of 2 fated protagonists and portions of the hidden ancient clan's resources, the number of top-tier spirit stones in his storage ring barely exceeded 500 million. That the price for this tenfold compensation was staggering. Su Chenxiao spoke calmly, since it is the rules set by my Su family, we shall adhere to the tenfold compensation. Su Jing nodded and approached Jiang Ning, speaking coldly. If you cannot produce it, then you shall wear a slave collar and mine. No, I refuse to mine. The mere thought of those sunless days sent a shiver down Jiang Ning's spine. Draining the color from his face, he continuously pulled out his treasures from his storage ring. Clatter! A pile of spirit stones scattered across the ground, varying in quality. Various puppets, elixirs, and even the soul-sacred artifact alchemy furnace he had fought tooth and nail for from the secret realm were laid bare. How much do these amount to? The manager of Zhe Xianlu was a shrewd individual. He seemed taken aback by the wealth of a mere immortal cultivator. Counting with his fingers, he shook his head, murmuring, this sacred-level alchemy furnace is quite decent, worth around 800,000 top-tier spirit stones. Adding in the other miscellaneous items, it barely surpasses 120,000. You still owe 80,000 top-tier spirit stones. If this is all you possess, I estimate you will need to mine for 3,000 years. Not enough? Jiang Ning's expression contorted with rage, wishing fervently to devour the man before him whole. He delved into his storage ring, desperately rummaging through its contents. Aside from several crucial trump cards, including a supreme puppet and his 2 ancient insect control techniques, as well as alchemy skills, these constituted nearly all of his possessions. Not enough, still not enough. Jiang Ning's visage grew increasingly frantic. That moment, regret surged within him like a torrent, wishing he could strike himself repeatedly. Finally, a few low-grade spirit stones were cast aside. Jiang Ning trembled uncontrollably, glancing at Dongfang Wan beside him with a look of desperation, crawling over to plead, Junior sister, please help me. I do not wish to mine. It was merely a moment of impulse. Dongfang Wan's delicate face bore an icy indifference. She had initially intended to assist Jiang Ning, but never anticipated the compensation would be so exorbitant. Impulse. Had she known it would come to this? Why act recklessly in the first place? Jiang Ning, do you realize that 80,000 supreme spirit stones is an amount that not even the elders could readily produce? No. Jiang Ning's expression shifted drastically. Tugging at her garments, he lamented, Junior sister, I, Jiang Ning, have aided you so much. I beseech you, just this once that I assure you, I will repay the 80,000 spirit stones. Seeing Jiang Ning's expression of regret and supplication, Dongfang Wan felt a surge of disdain within her and directly unleashed a wave of true energy to cast him aside. Ding! Destiny's protagonist Jiang Ning lost the creation cauldron, incurring a loss of 50,000 destiny points. Ding! Destiny's protagonist Jiang Ning lost the fire python puppet, incurring a loss of 30,000 destiny points. The sound of acquiring villain points echoed incessantly in his ears. Such delightful news. Su Chenxiao, standing nearby, remarked with a faint smile, for the sake of Miss Dongfang, let us consider the last 80,000 supreme spirit stones settled. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with hope, and he clambered up from the ground. Gazing at Su Chenxiao with immense gratitude, in that instant, even the resentment deep within him dissipated significantly. His expression was akin to that of a man who had encountered a savior as he excitedly exclaimed, Thank you, young Master Su. I, Jiang Ning, am willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. Dongfang Wan's heart fluttered, her beautiful eyes momentarily entranced. However, she quickly regained her composure to no. Chapter 70. the destiny protagonist of mining. What a grand farce! Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, what do you mean by that? Dong Fangwan cast a cold glance at the prostrate Jiang Ning, then shook her head, her face filled with regret as she spoke. To be frank, young master, this man has caused trouble everywhere since arriving in the sacred emperor's domain, bringing disgrace upon our Tai Ding ancient sect. While I appreciate your leniency, if you were to break the imperial family's rules because of me, I would truly not know how to repay you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression twisted into one of intense resentment. At that moment, the last shred of affection he harbored for Dongfang Wan vanished completely. Despicable woman! Despite his kindness towards her, now that he found himself in dire straits, she not only refused to help, but sought to kick him while he was down. Ding! Destiny's protagonist, Jiang Ning, harbors animosity towards the Destiny heroine, Dongfang Wan. Loss of 20,000 Destiny points. Congratulations, Master. You have gained 20,000 villain points. Su Chenxiao glanced at the prostrate Jiang Ning before turning his gaze to the infatuated and somewhat bashful Dongfang Wan, that I did not expect even the Destiny heroine would abandon you. Very well. Let your insects accompany you in your new life. As Yu Chenxiao chuckled lightly and nodded. In that case, let it be so. Su Jing, cast this person into the ancient mine and let him toil for 3,000 years to repay his debts. Su Jing cupped his hands and replied, as you command. With that, Su Jing raised his hand and fastened several shackles around Jiang Ning's neck and wrists. He then instructed a few guards nearby and, using true energy, imprisoned Jiang Ning and dragged him away from the scene. Jiang Ning looked at the shackles on his hands and the last glimmer of hope extinguished by Dongfang Wan's hands. His expression turned grotesque, and he roared like a madman, "No, I do not wish to mine. No. Dongfang Wan, you wretched woman." Dongfang Wan's face was set in frost as she coldly replied, "Senior brother Jiang, all of this is your own doing. I doubt even the elders within the sect would speak on your behalf." Though Jiang Ning held the title of chief disciple of the Tai Ding ancient sect, his talent was hardly remarkable. No one would be willing to spend 80,000 supreme spirit stones to rescue a disciple of average aptitude, even if he were the chief. Meanwhile, Yuan Tu awkwardly interjected, since this matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. Young Master Su, Miss Dongfang, I will depart first. As he spoke, Yuan Tu turned to escape the scene. Wait! Su Chenxiao called out to him, while Yuan Tu froze, awkwardly turning his head to ask, Young Master Su, is there something else? Su Chenxiao smiled amiably at him. What do you think? Yuan Tu's face turned pale in an instant. In the city of the Celestial Emperor, within a serene and picturesque paradise of mountains and rivers, the patriarch of the Yuan clan, Yuan Kong, sat leisurely savoring tea. Beside him stood a tall and striking blonde woman, her presence commanding attention. The woman possessed exquisite features, skin whiter than snow, and an aura of innate nobility, tinged with a hint of arrogance. Her long hair, cascaded like a waterfall, and even clad in subtle golden battle armor, her alluring and curvaceous figure could not be concealed. Her legs were enviably long and straight, pure as jade. Standing at around 1.78 meters, her demeanor was not that of soft charm or icy aloofness, but rather a wild and free-spirited essence. Yuan Kong cast a glance at his daughter beside him and could not help but chuckle wryly. "Mou. Soon the imperial family's martial arts competition for marriage will commence. That I have heard that not only our Yuan clan is sending representatives, but many other super sect from various domains are also participating. The celestial maiden Chu Xiuyu of the Nine Xian sect, the holy clan Shangwan Xinhua, and even those from the southern domain's Chu family are coming to join the fray. If you attend dressed like this, you may not be well received." Although it was a competition for marriage, everyone understood that the final selection of a fiancé would ultimately be made by the imperial prince himself, making first impressions exceedingly important. Yuan Mou smiled slightly, exuding confidence as she replied, "Father, this matter is all about fate, cannot be rushed. Moreover, do you doubt your daughter's charm? I, Yuan Mou, am not one to be overshadowed by others, as a divine maiden of an ancient family, possessing the rare Brahma body and a king-level cultivation at such a young age. She had dominated numerous ancient clan prodigies in the primordial battlefield. How could she be compared to mere superficial beauties? But father, when will the engagement with that useless man be lifted? When this topic arose, a glint of cold, murderous intent flashed in Yuan Mo's beautiful eyes. Yuan Kong sighed helplessly. Chen Xian is, after all, a member of the Chen family, and your engagement was arranged by your grandfather's generation. Yes, he came as a son-in-law. It would be inappropriate for me to offend him. However, my daughter, rest assured, if you can win the favor of the imperial prince, I doubt the first sacred clan would dare to refuse any requests. He knew how much his precious daughter despised that Chen family's son-in-law. It was precisely for this reason that Yuan Mo sought to leverage the imperial family's marriage competition to rid herself of this unwanted engagement. That why Yuan Mo nodded slightly. Her stunning face cold as ice. That despicable Chen family waste. Does he truly believe he can force Yuan Mo to yield merely with a piece of paper? Humph. Her gaze had always been lofty. Only those with extraordinary talent and astonishing backgrounds were worthy of her attention. Not a waste who possessed nothing but a family name. Suddenly, a thought struck her mind. Why Yuan too? This scoundrel is causing trouble again? Yuan Mo's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and her expression turned grim as she addressed her father. Father, I must step out for a moment. Yuan Kong nodded, not overly concerned, and waved his hand. Very well. Bring that useless brother of yours back as well. I have matters to discuss with him. Just then, a weak voice interrupted. No need to trouble yourselves, Dad. Big sister. I'm here. Both of them were taken aback and turned to the source of the voice. Buzzed out a flash of white light flickered within the paradise, and Chenxiao along with Yuan Tu materialized before them. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yuan Kong was momentarily stunned, while Yuan Mo turned her gaze towards them. Yuan Kong inquired with confusion, Who is this? Yuan Mo exclaimed, Yuan Tu, what trouble have you caused this time? At this moment, Yuan Tu's expression was filled with unease. He seemed to harbor a profound fear of his sister, not daring to lift his gaze to meet Yuan Mo's eyes, and he spoke softly, Father, sister, this is the esteemed young master Chenxiao of the imperial clan. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong's pupils widened in disbelief, and he immediately stood up, exclaiming, What did you say? Just moments ago, he had been discussing this young master with his daughter, only to find that the very person had appeared before him. Yuan Mo's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Looking at the strikingly handsome and charismatic youth before her, she inwardly marveled, Is this the young master of the Su family? Their gazes locked, and Chenxiao returned her stare. Good heavens, he thought. Most women in the realms were either delicately charming or as cold as ice. Distant from others, it was rare to encounter a woman with such an aura, due to her possessing a unique divine physique. Yuan Mo had a head of dazzling golden hair. Her figure was exceptionally alluring, complemented by her height of 178 centimeters and her long, slender legs that resembled jade. At first glance, she appeared almost on par with the 17-year-old Chenxiao. Name, Yuan Mo title, the prophesied maiden of the ancient dragon son-in-law identity, daughter of Yu, when clan's patriarch. A divine maiden of the eternal holy clan age, 25 personality, proud, ruthless, unconventional realm. King S level 6 physique. Brahma divine body, chapter 71. Slander, pure slander. Undoubtedly, she is the prophesied maiden. Su Chenxiao could not help but admire her in silence. Realizing the situation, Yuan Kong hastily rose to pay his respects, saying, Patriarch of the Yuan clan and I, Yuan Kong, have the honor of meeting young Master Su. Noticing that his precious daughter remained silent, Yuan Kong transmitted his voice, You heir, this is young Master Su Chenxiao. Why are you still in a daze? Yuan Mo, still entranced by Su Chenxiao's visage, remained lost in thought for some time. She never expected that this young master of the imperial clan would be so youthful and handsome. After hearing her father's reminder, she finally spoke, I am honored to meet you, young master. Su Chenxiao smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, Patriarch Yuan, there is no need for such formalities. Why Yuan Kong, with a hint of trepidation, replied, I was unaware of your arrival, and we were not properly prepared. He glanced at the anxious Yuan too, feeling a foreboding sense of dread, and tentatively inquired, Young Master Su, what seems to be the matter between you and my son? Su Chenxiao chuckled lightly and casually took a seat, stating, It is merely that your son caused a bit of trouble in the Howdy city. What? Yuan Kong's heart jolted. In an instant, his expression darkened, and he glared at Yuan Tu with intense fury. Wretched child. What have you done this time? Come here at once. He had previously warned his unruly son that during the imperial family's arranged marriage event, various talented individuals would gather. While in the territory of the Su family, he must not provoke anyone, lest it bring calamity upon the Yuan clan. Yuan Mo's brows furrowed in concern. Her beautiful eyes turning I see why Yuan Tu, startled, stepped forward tremblingly and innocently explained, Father, sister, I did nothing wrong. I was merely drinking with some friends at the Xian Lu when a madman from the Tai Ding ancient sect suddenly attacked me. I was just defending myself. The Tai Ding ancient sect from the western region. Yuan Kong's brow furrowed deeply. As a father, he quickly deduced the situation. His son, known for his sharp tongue, would not provoke someone without reason. The Tai Ding ancient sect was not a power that the eternal holy clan could easily entangle with. If you have grievances, resolve them outside the imperial city. How dare you stir trouble here? Does this foolish child seek his own demise? Yuan Kong shot him a fierce glare, then turned to Su Chenxiao with a respectful demeanor. Young master, my son is still young and reckless. What damages have been incurred within the imperial city? The Yuan clan is willing to compensate fully. Su Chenxiao smiled nonchalantly and replied, compensation is unnecessary. The fault has already been addressed. I merely came to see for myself, as I heard that your clan would be participating in the event. Hearing this, Yuan Kong's eyes brightened with surprise as he glanced at his daughter. He took pride in Yuan Mou, though he lamented that she was not a son. However, he was relieved that she had a strong backup. He knew of her reputation in the ancient battlefield. Perhaps her fame had even reached the ears of the imperial Su family. Did the young master come to assess my daughter on behalf of your parents? He pondered, feeling a flush of warmth in his cheeks. Ah, I see. Young Master Su, this is my youngest daughter. Yuan Mo Yu. Be honest, she has long admired you, and upon hearing of the imperial family's arranged marriage, she was eager to attend. He continued, having now met you, it is truly a stroke of luck for our Yuan clan. Mou, hurry and serve young Master Su some tea. Yuan Mou, slightly taken aback, could not help but feel a thrill of joy within her. Countless talented women were vying for attention in the Holy Emperor's domain, and to be noticed by an imperial family member was a testament to her own excellence. She stepped forward, revealing a charming smile, and gracefully poured a cup of tea. Young master, pleased that Su Chenxiao nodded in appreciation. Yuan Kong exhaled a sigh of relief, pleased with his daughter's actions. Her typical pride was set aside, and her willingness to serve tea indicated a favorable impression of the imperial young master. For a moment, Yuan Kong regarded his son Yuan Tu with a more lenient gaze. Good lad, though somewhat brash, you have nonetheless brought our clan into this young master's sight. As Chenxiao took out a young celestial divine Peng and began to feed it. After several days of nurturing with the ancient earth milk, the celestial divine Peng had grown to the size of a chick, its snowy feathers emerging, chirping eagerly for food. Yuan Kong paused, seemingly struck by a thought, and exclaimed in astonishment, is this the reverse feather divine Peng? I never imagined this young master would possess such an ancient fierce beast while feeding the celestial divine Peng. Su Chenxiao nodded, affirming, Patriarch Yuan, you possess keen insight. Yuan Kong chuckled, The reverse feather divine Peng is indeed an ancient fierce beast. I have read about it in ancient texts. Such a creature requires vast resources to nurture. Only individuals of your caliber could possibly raise one. After a bout of flattery, Yuan Kong shifted the conversation, saying, Young Master Su, to be candid, my daughter is 25, possesses the Brahma divine body, and has made a name for herself in the ancient battlefield. Earning her title, I believe you have encountered many talented women. Might my daughter catch your esteemed father's eye? Su Chenxiao raised an eyebrow and looked at Yuan Mou, smiling as he remarked, Miss Mou possesses exceptional grace and remarkable talent. I trust your father would be thoroughly impressed. However, as he spoke, Su Chenxiao gently swirled the tea in his cup, observing the crimson liquid as he leisurely continued. I have heard that Miss Mou may have an engagement. Yuan Mou, who was pouring tea, trembled slightly, while Yuan Kong's heart sank He shot a fierce glance at Yuan Tu, transmitting a warning, "You wretched child. How could you reveal such things?" Yuan Tu's eyes widened, and he fervently shook his head in protest. "No, father, how could I say something like that? I'm not a fool." Yuan Kong furrowed his brow, looking at the smiling Chenxiao, and laughed heartily to mask his embarrassment. "Ha ha, young master, my daughter is pure and virtuous, still a maiden. The matter of engagement is likely a rumor spread by other factions to tarnish our Yuan clan's reputation." Chapter 72. The Mightiest Dragon's Son-in-Law. The bloodline of Tian Chun Chenxiao nodded slightly, gently stroking the celestial divine Peng nestled in his arms, and smiled. "That seems plausible. After all, this arranged marriage is entirely voluntary. I have no intention of forcing anyone, lest I tarnish my own reputation." Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Yuan Kong nodded in agreement. "You speak wisely, young master. You young people should converse. I suddenly recall some matters and shall not intrude further." This thought reminded him that Chen Xian, the son of the Chen family, was also in another celestial abode. It was crucial to foster a connection between his precious daughter and this imperial young master. If the other party arrived at this moment, it would spell disaster. At that moment, Chenxiao suddenly heard the voice of an Geo outside the celestial abode. "Someone is coming." Ding! Detected the arrival of the destined protagonist. Ding! Detected the arrival of the destined protagonist. They're quite prompt. Chenxiao mused for a moment before using his divine sense to transmit. "Let him in," as he observed Yuan Kong preparing to depart. Chenxiao squinted, took a sip of tea, and with a smile raised his hand, saying, "No rush, Yuan clan leader. Please sit down and converse a while longer." Why Yuan Kong's body stiffened, and the moment he attempted to rise, he found himself seated once more, feeling a touch uneasy. This young master had spoken, and he dared not defy him. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. The Yuanmo broke the silence, maintaining an elegant smile as she spoke. "Young master, Su has now reached the 9th level of the Undying Realm. If you wish to gain deeper insights into the Great Tao, might you consider venturing into the ancient battlefield to establish your name?" Chenxiao's eyes flickered. Possessing the unblemished Tao heart and abundant resources at his disposal, he could break through to the title of king at any time. Yet, with his innate chaotic divine body that embraces all, the more he masters the great Tao, the more solid his foundation becomes. Indeed, the ancient battlefield offers profound insights into the paths of many sages. Once this marriage proposal is concluded, I shall make a visit. The true prodigies of the 5 realms gather within the ancient battlefield. If one seeks the destined protagonist, it is indeed a splendid choice. Yuanmo smiled faintly, her tone softening as she remarked, "I observe that young master Su possesses a stable foundation and a physique that surpasses that of other talents. Given your strength, it would be remiss not to enter the ancient battlefield to establish your name as a king." Mou, though lacking in talent, also attained the title of king after comprehending the great Tao in the ancient battlefield. Thus she possesses some knowledge of its many trials, if young master does not mind. "I would be willing to accompany you to the ancient battlefield after this marriage proposal." Chenxiao smiled and nodded noncommittally. "Very well. This woman is quite perceptive, not simply a pretty face devoid of intellect. She understands the fierce competition surrounding this imperial marriage proposal. It is uncertain whether she can stand out, by forging such a connection. Even after the event concludes, I will have a somewhat ambiguous relationship with her when Holy Clan." Beside them, Yuan Kong's expression brightened as he chuckled. "Young master Su may not know, but my daughter fortuitously ranked on the 5 trials of the ancient battlefield, thus establishing her name as a king. Her understanding of the trials there far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. With my daughter assisting you, it will surely be a case of achieving twice the result with half the effort." Just as the group exchanged pleasantries, a sudden spatial fluctuation disrupted the tranquility of the cave abode. A soft hum accompanied by a flickering white light heralded the arrival of a dashing young man clad in elegant attire, holding a folding fan, appearing amidst the bamboo grove. The youth, adorned with a crown-like headpiece, had striking sword-like eyes and starry brows, exuding an aura akin to a gentle breeze through willows, his attire evidently meticulously chosen. Unfortunately, he stood at a mere height of 156 centimeters, not even matching the newly sprouted bamboo in stature, rendering him somewhat diminutive. As Chenxiao arrived, he quickly spotted you when Mou seated in the elegant pavilion across. Mou, how fortuitous that I found you here. His eyes brightened, but upon noticing the charming young master beside her, whose demeanor radiated grace and whose eyes sparkled with mirth, an inexplicable fury surged within him. Another person, Chenxiao bellowed, striding forward. Mou, uncle, what are you doing here? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yuan Kong's pupils dilated slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. That why Yuan too hastily stepped forward to intervene, exclaiming, Chenxiao, what are you doing here? Hurry back. Chenxiao turned to look. After searching through the dense bamboo grove for a moment, he finally spotted a head peeking out, seemingly lost in thought. Name, Chenxiao. Title, the protagonist of the ancient dragon-in-law. Identity, Grand Elder of the Eternal Holy Clan, son of the Demon Emperor. Age, 25. Personality, loyal, patient, sensitive. Realm, 9th level of the Ascendant Realm. Physique, bloodline of the ancient fierce Heavenly Chuan. Techniques, Dao Sovereign Emperor S Art, Heavenly Chuan Treasure Technique. Treasures, Chaotic Mysterious Pearl, Transforming Mask, Sun and Moon Spirit Cocoon. Eternal Holy Clan Token, 10,000 Demon Token. Fate Value, 700,000. This destined protagonist, truly a case of a small horse pulling a large cart. Perhaps due to his demon bloodline, he seems rather short. Chenxiao's expression grew peculiar. The celestial god Peng cub in his arms suddenly became restless, baring its teeth and chirping excitedly in Chenxiao's direction. The little creature, possessing the bloodline of the reverse feather god Peng, favored the ancient fierce Heavenly Chuan above all else aside from dragon serpents. The celestial god Peng let out a loud cry, causing Chenxiao, hurrying from afar, to change his expression abruptly. An ancient fear washing over him, he involuntarily shivered. What is happening? Why do I instinctively feel fear towards this foul bird? Chenxiao gently patted the agitated little creature and, smiling, turned to Yuan Kong, saying, Yuan clan leader, may I inquire who this is? Yuan Kong's face turned awkward, unsure of how to respond to that moment. Yuan Mou, her expression calm, spoke, young master. This person is Chenxiao of the Eternal Holy Clan. Please wait here. I will handle this. With that, Yuan Mou rose and approached. She stood nearly 180 centimeters tall, creating a striking contrast with the diminutive Chenxiao. Were she to walk normally, she might not even catch a glimpse of him. Observing the short figure before her, a flicker of disdain crossed Yuan Mou's beautiful eyes. To be wed to such a dwarf is akin to a death sentence. What a perfect opportunity to sever ties with him. With an impassive expression, she inquired, What brings you here? Chenxiao's face darkened, feeling as if he were staring at an endless expanse of grassland. Raising his head to gaze at his stunning fiancée, he spoke, If I hadn't come, you might have been taken away without even realizing it. I wondered why I couldn't find you. Turns out you were here, meeting someone privately. Chapter 73. Marriage Wedge. Let me swallow it. Why Yuan Mou's expression turned icy in an instant. That if I were to meet someone privately. Do you think you would have found me? Chenxiao, you should leave now. Why should I? Chenxiao retorted angrily. Tell me, who is he? Yuan Mou replied coldly. Do you not know that the young man before you is of the imperial Su family? Su Chenxiao, if you continue to cling here shamelessly, do not blame me for being ruthless. The mention of the imperial family caused Chenxiao's expression to shift dramatically. Disbelief etched across his features as he turned to Su Chenxiao in the pavilion. Damn it, he soon grasped the situation, feeling an intense resentment brewing within. Oh, that's why you had to come to this sacred emperor's domain. You must have already been colluding with this imperial young master. Chenxiao's countenance darkened severely. The other party surpassed him in background, looks, and height. Born with demon blood, his naturally short stature had always made him envious of taller, more handsome youth. Yu Chenxiao's sudden appearance pierced his already fragile self-esteem. Clenching his fists tightly, as if to ensure everyone could hear his declaration, he proclaimed, Yuan Mou, you must know that we have a marriage contract. You are mine. And you, he added, glaring at Su Chenxiao. Even if you are of the imperial family, you should not use your status to steal away someone else's beloved. At these words, Yuan Kong felt as though he had been plunged into an icy abyss. His face turning ashen. Chun Xian, be silent. The terrifying pressure of the holy realm erupted, pinning Chun Xian to the ground in an instant. What nonsense are you spouting? Kneel. This suffocating pressure rendered him breathless. Gritting his teeth, Chun Xian retrieved the golden marriage wedge from his storage ring, stating each word with conviction. The marriage wedge is in my possession, and the contract has been personally confirmed by your Yu, when Holy Clan's quasi-emperor ancestor. I, Chun Xian, am even willing to marry into your clan. Does your Yu and Holy Clan intend to go back on your word? Oh, Chenxiao turned his head with a smile that was not quite a smile. Glancing at Yuan Kong, a marriage contract? He casually raised his hand, drawing the golden marriage wedge towards him with a surge of true energy as Chenxiao lowered his gaze upon a marriage wedge. Speaking with a hint of amusement, did not clan leader Yuan say earlier that these were mere rumors? Yuan Kong's face paled instantly, hastily explaining, Young master, this is all nonsense. Truly, this is a pack of lies. At this juncture, he still attempted to defend himself. However, Yuan Mo furrowed her brows and sternly interjected, Enough, Chun Xian, all of this is merely your one-sided, wishful thinking. Has this marriage ever been sanctioned by me? My life cannot be dictated by a mere piece of paper. In that moment, Yuan Kong felt darkness envelop him, contemplating the very notion of wishing for death. Chun Xian trembled, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the extraordinary woman before him. Why you wish to break off the engagement? Since she had decided to sever ties, the imperial young master was conveniently present. Why Yuan Mo, indifferent to any need for debate, coldly declared, And what of it? Chun Xian trembled all over, his face contorted with rage as he shouted, I do not agree. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed through the air. How amusing, truly amusing. All eyes turned in unison. Young Master Su? Yuan Kong was momentarily taken aback. Chenxiao seemed unfazed by the matter of deception and instead spoke with a curious tone. What was initially thought to be a match made in heaven now appeared to leave Miss Moyu rather dissatisfied. Yuan Moyu turned around, her expression softening slightly, as she spoke softly with an air of apology. Young Master Su, it is not our Yuan's sacred clan's intention to conceal anything from you. It is merely that this person clings to this matter like a stubborn adhesive plaster. Chenxiao narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing deeply at her before responding with a smile. No matter. Since Miss Moyu is unwilling, it is but a marriage wedge of little consequence. Upon finishing his words, Chenxiao glanced at the marriage wedge in his hand. A surge of formidable true energy erupting forth. Crack. The marriage wedge, forged from mysterious gold, was forcibly twisted into a crumpled mass. Now, does this marriage wedge still hold any value? Witnessing this scene, Chun Xian's pupils contracted sharply. Even Yuan Moyu's beautiful eyes widened in shock, filled with immense gratitude as she looked at Chenxiao. Young Master Su Ding, the fated protagonist Chun Xian's marriage wedge was destroyed, resulting in a loss of 50,000 fate value. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 50,000 villain points. I declare to be false. Is there an issue with that? Chenxiao's expression remained calm as he slowly approached Chun Xian, casually tossing the crumpled marriage wedge aside as if discarding trash. Consume it. Such a domineering display caused Yuan Moyu's delicate form to tremble, and an unprecedented ripple surged within her heart. It felt as if a great mountain that had long oppressed her had been rendered insignificant before young Master Su. She had indeed not misjudged him. Chun Xian's breath quickened, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the crumpled marriage wedge beside him. His gaze turned fiercely menacing as he bellowed in rage. Bastard! How dare you destroy my marriage wedge? The heavenly Chuan treasure technique surged within him, unleashing a terrifying force that erupted from Chun Xian's body. He did not know where this power came from, but he suddenly sprang up, his right hand coalescing a cyan seal as he struck towards Chenxiao let out a cold laugh, too indifferent to evade a mere ant at the ascending heaven realm. If he could injure himself under the watchful eyes of a sage, then Yuan Kong had indeed wasted his life. Yuan Kong's expression changed drastically as he appeared beside Chenxiao in an instant. Slapping downwards. Boom. The ground erupted, creating a deep P, a T that moment. Chenxiao felt as if his bones had been shattered. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Cough, cough. Yuan Moyu, seemingly having anticipated this, revealed a glint of mockery in her icy, beautiful eyes. The developments had far exceeded her expectations. Yet she knew that after this incident, this dwarf would no longer be able to cling to her. Yuan Kong's entire being was icy cold as he pressed down on Chenxiao, whose face was grim, and exclaimed sternly, "Chenxiao, to dare lay a hand on young Master Su, do you wish to endanger both us and the ancient sacred clan behind you? Young Master Su, are you unharmed?" Su Chenxiao waved his hand dismissively. If he was not mistaken, the opponent had utilized the heavenly Chuan treasure technique unique to the ancient great fiends. The Chuan required 9 molts. Each time, one's cultivation would plummet. Yet after the 9th transformation, one would emerge as the great fiend, the heavenly Chuan. The reason the fated protagonist before him possessed such low cultivation was likely due to harboring the heavenly Chuan bloodline and practicing the great fiend's treasure technique. Su Chenxiao's expression was exceedingly indifferent as he calmly stated, "I shall not repeat myself." Yuan Kong's heart trembled, instantly comprehending the young master's intent. He glanced at Chenxiao, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. Inhaling deeply before speaking, "Chenxiao, I know you are still conscious. This young Master Su is of imperial lineage, and this place is the sacred royal domain of the Su family. If you do not wish to endanger the ancient sacred clan behind you, then consume this marriage contract now." Chapter 74. Shall I accompany you in this performance? The Yuan sacred clan had been on amicable terms with the Chun family, also a sacred clan for generations. As the head of the Yuan clan, he did not wish for this incident to bring ruin to the Chun family's ancient sacred lineage. Chenxiao roared, "This marriage contract was established between your Yuan ancestors and my grandfather. You Yuan sacred clan do not wish to break it, do you?" Seeing Chenxiao still struggling on the ground, Yuan Kong's expression darkened as he directly seized the marriage wedge and forcefully shoved it into Chenxiao's mouth. An astonishing force struck down. Puff! The marriage contract was forcibly driven in. Chenxiao's blood-red eyes widened in shock, his throat bulging as he was compelled to swallow it down. Bastard! His face twisted grotesquely as he struggled madly on the ground. Only after seeing him consume the marriage wedge did Yuan Kong finally exhale a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a strange radiance flashed through Chenxiao's eyes. At this perilous moment, his ancient great fiend heavenly Chuan bloodline was activated, erupting in a terrifying and immense demonic aura. Yuan Kong's brows furrowed tightly as he sensed the intensely rich demonic energy, his eyes filled with profound shock and disbelief. Demonic bloodline? Not only him, but even Yuan Moyu and Yuan Tu beside him seemed to see Chenxiao anew, their hearts filled with astonishment. Why did he exude the aura of a demon beast? Buzz buzz. Chenxiao's entire body sprouted azure fluff from every pore. The ancient heavenly Chuan undergoes 9 molts. When faced with danger, it would automatically undergo metamorphosis, transforming into an enormous, indestructible azure cocoon. Yuan Tu exclaimed, "Father, what is happening? This fellow is not from the ancient sacred clan, is he?" Witnessing this scene, it was as if they had uncovered a colossal secret. Yuan Kong's complexion paled drastically. In an instant, his gaze turned dark and somber as he spoke in a low voice. I understand. No wonder they were willing to let this child marry in. It turns out he harbors the filthy bloodline of the demon race, daring to seek union with my daughter. Curse be it, the ancient sacred clan, Chun, truly looks down upon my Yuan sacred clan. Thinking of his precious daughter, who possessed the Brahma divine body and bore the bloodline of the Yuan sacred clan. If she were to unite with this half-demon, it would surely tarnish the purity of his Yuan lineage. At this moment, Chenxiao was already entwined in countless delicate, transparent threads. Yuan Kong's expression darkened to the extreme as he struck Chenxiao unconscious with a single palm. Bang! He then rose to face Su Chenxiao, saying, "Young Master Su, I apologize for the inconvenience." Ding! The fated protagonist Chenxiao's demonic bloodline was exposed, losing the backing of the Yuan sacred clan, resulting in a loss of 50. 000 Fate Value. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 50,000 villain points. Su Chenxiao fixed his gaze on the ground, where Chen Xian was about to transform into a cocoon, observing the expression of Yuan Kong. It seemed he was unaware of Chen Xian's demonic bloodline. Su Chenxiao feigned astonishment, squinting his eyes and inquiring, why does he possess the blood of a half-demon? Is he not from the ancient sacred clan? Yuan Kong took a deep breath, the bond between the ancient Chen family and his own clan now obliterated, and solemnly stated, I am not quite sure, but it is indeed true that Chen Xian is of the Chen family. However, I do not know what treasure he possesses that has allowed him to conceal his demonic bloodline so well. Had it not been for your actions today, my Yuan sacred clan would likely have remained in the dark. Initially, he found it curious that Chen Xian, a half-emperor's grandson of the sacred Chen family, had such a significant status and could not easily marry in. Now it seemed that the half-emperor had likely known about his demonic bloodline long ago, and thus sent him to marry into the Yuan sacred clan. These damned bastards actually wished for such a hybrid to become the future husband of their daughter, clearly disregarding the Yuan sacred clan. Yuan Moyu's delicate face was also etched with frost. No wonder this person is so short. Father, I have heard that an ancestor of the Chen family once had a daughter who went missing. It seems her biological father was a demon. Even if I, Yuan Moyu, were to die, I would never marry such a half-human, half-demon. Yuan too chimed in, standing up for his sister. Father, our Yuan clan has been on amicable terms with the Chen family for generations. How can they treat us this way? This matter must not be easily dismissed. Yuan Kong nodded, casting a deep glance at the azure cocoon on the ground, his expression grim as he declared, Rest assured, I shall demand an explanation from the sacred Chen family for this matter. I shall see how long they intend to keep us in the dark. He respectfully took his leave from Su Chenxiao. This matter was of utmost importance and required him to return and report to the clan's elders for justice. Su Chenxiao, witnessing this scene, did not intervene, but instead smiled as he looked at the azure cocoon on the ground. Heavenly Chuan Cocoon, Transformation Count. 8. After the 9 transformation, it will emerge as a butterfly, resulting in a comprehensive surge in both cultivation and physical form. From cocoon to butterfly, a transformation unfolds, ultimately as the destined protagonist. One can only anticipate that after these 9 metamorphoses, a cataclysmic change shall ensue. However, it remains uncertain whether infusing some peculiar energy will give rise to a new being. Su Chenxiao, with keen interest, approached and placed his hand upon the azure cocoon, injecting it with the enigmatic energy born from chaos, although the effects were not as pronounced as those of the black ancient scripture. They were nonetheless convergent in purpose that a wisp of eerie black mist, akin to a spirit snake, instantly vanished into the azure cocoon, unnoticed by any onlookers. Yuan Kong departed with the azure cocoon and his son Yuan too, leaving only Su Chenxiao and Yuan Moyu behind. After their departure, Su Chenxiao sat upon a stool, sipping tea in silence. Meanwhile, Yuan Moyu, having successfully annulled the engagement, felt a surge of joy within her, to her surprise. Chen Xian possessed the bloodline of the demon clan. Even with the engagement still in effect, her father and the Yuan clan would never consent. After a moment of hesitation, Yuan Moyu smiled and spoke. Thank you, young Master Su. Had it not been for you today, my Yuan clan might still be in the dark. And oh need for thanks, Su Chenxiao replied, lifting his gaze to her with a smile. Beckoning, come here. Although puzzled, Yuan Moyu nodded respectfully and approached Su Chenxiao, sipping his tea, said with a cheerful demeanor, Miss Moyu, how do you find my little play? Yuan Moyu's smile faltered, a sudden feeling of unease washing over her. She feigned ignorance, young Master Su. What do you mean? With a teasing smile, Su Chenxiao suddenly exclaimed, Bang, and seized her by the throat with a grip as formidable as a giant's claw, causing even her royal body to feel excruciating pain, rendering her unable to escape. Cough? This unexpected turn left Yuan Moyu pale, her expression filled with confusion as she looked at Su Chenxiao. Why, young Master Su? Su Chenxiao's smile gradually faded, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion as he gazed at her. Lend me the might of the imperial Su family to resolve that fellow's issue without offending the Saint Clan Chen family. Did you think I was unaware of your little schemes? Upon hearing this, Yuan Moyu felt a chill envelop her, as if plunged into an icy abyss. She had not anticipated that this imperial scion could discern her thoughts so thoroughly. Su Chenxiao maintained a tranquil demeanor, his expression inscrutable. To deceive and exploit me, merely this alone warrants 100 deaths for your Yuan Saint clan. Yuan Moyu's pupils constricted, her brows knitted in distress, her exquisite features contorted with agony. Struggling to speak, she implored, "Young Master Su, I had no choice. Had you not been here, that fellow would never have annulled the engagement. I, Yuan Moyu, am willing to submit to you. I shall do whatever you ask." With his grip still unyielding, Yuan Moyu's face grew increasingly flushed with pain. After what felt like an eternity, Su Chenxiao finally grinned, raising an eyebrow. "I must admit, you are quite the astute woman who knows how to leverage her circumstances." He slowly released her. Yuan Moyu greedily inhaled the fresh air, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, her pallid complexion lifting slightly as she gazed up and said, "Young Master Su, that wretched fellow truly is detestable. I had no alternative but to resort to such measures. I would never dare to do so again." As Su Chenxiao cast her a sidelong glance, his eyes shimmering as he spoke indifferently. "That Chun Xian is indeed intriguing. I need you to do something for me." Yuan Moyu blinked in surprise, asking, "What is it?" Su Chenxiao replied casually, "Your fiancé possesses innate chaotic energy. He must have come into contact with a divine artifact related to chaos. Before the martial arts election begins, do whatever it takes to acquire that artifact for me. Otherwise, your Yuan Saint clan shall find no reason to exist." It was revealed that this destined protagonist harbored the Chaos Xian Pearl, a rare and potent treasure of innate chaos, its dense energy beneficial to any being across the realms. For Su Chenxiao, obtaining and refining it could lead to a tremendous surge in strength. Regrettably, he had already scanned through Chan Xian's storage ring and found no trace of the Chaos Xian Pearl. Yuan Mayu's expression tightened, her heart shaken. Anything even remotely associated with chaos was extraordinary. How could Chun Xian possess such an item? Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she lowered her head to the ground, speaking with utmost respect. "I understand, young Master Su." Without uttering another word, Su Chenxiao waved his hand. With a hum, the Death Soul beast manifested, transforming into a white, ethereal shadow that silently entered Yuan Moyu's consciousness. Seeing this, Su Chenxiao smiled, rising to pat Yuan Moyu on the shoulder. "Stand up, I trust you. If you succeed, I shall let this matter pass. Otherwise, you should be aware of the consequences." With that, Su Chenxiao vanished from the blessed land. Yuan Moyu bowed her head, trembling as she spoke. "Understood, young master." Only after sensing the departure of the figure before her did she exhale heavily, her delicate form quivering. She reached up to touch her sore, crimson neck, feeling as though she had awakened some latent attribute. Her enchanting eyes glazed over, her cheeks slightly flushed as she murmured, "How strange. Why do I feel no desire to resist in front of young Master Su?" Outside the Howdy City, Su Chenxiao rode the celestial golden lion, preparing to return to the imperial Su family. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he furrowed his brow. What is happening? The Death Soul Beast was a mysterious entity of the Dark Era, capable of silently controlling a person from within their consciousness or gradually devouring their soul. While residing within, it could overhear any inner thoughts of the host. Thus, upon sensing Yuan Moyu's thoughts after his departure, Su Chenxiao's expression turned peculiar. Did I leave her feeling quite satisfied, ignoring Yuan Moyu's inner musings? Su Chenxiao summoned the system panel. Ding, Master. Su Chenxiao title. The fated great villain identity, son of the imperial Su family patriarch realm. Undying realm 9th level physique. Innate chaos divine body. Ancient god body technique. Chaos scripture. Tai sword technique. Ancient divine refining technique storage space. White emperor sword. Sangtian divine. Peng hatchling. Extermination array map. Slaughtering immortal sword fragment. 10,000 year ground milk villain points. 346,000 with over 300,000 villain points. It was high time for Su Chenxiao to indulge himself. His eyes glimmered with anticipation as he addressed the celestial prize pool. Let us start simple. 100 consecutive draws. Ding. Consumed 100,000 villain points. Commencing 100 consecutive draws. Instantly, the prize pool erupted in a blaze of light. 100 luminous orbs floating upwards. Chenxiao fixated on the scene, watching as the orbs burst open. White, white, still white. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Purple cloud treading boots. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Purple spring rain thunder technique. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Dao fruit X1. In the first 30 draws, apart from the guaranteed 3 purple items, Chenxiao saw little variation in colors. It wasn't until the 90th draw that 2 radiant golden lights simultaneously erupted. Double gold on 100 draws. Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Today's luck seemed promising. Just then, one of the golden orbs transformed into a brilliant crimson hue, flooding his vision with a searing glow. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the reward. Gold killing god obsidian. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have received the highest reward. Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon. Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon. Chenxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Fixated on the unfolding spectacle, that it was known that Imperial weapons were exceedingly rare across the realms, and Extreme Dao Imperial weapons were possessions even many emperors lacked. Could it be that he was finally experiencing a stroke of fortune? As the rewards materialized, he heard, Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a reward. Red Qing Wang, Divine Spear. Current villain points, 246,000. Chenxiao's smile froze. What the hell? I got something, but it's not quite right. With a hum, he summoned the Extreme Dao Imperial weapon that a spear of formidable presence, resembling a soaring dragon, appeared in his grasp. The spear's body was elongated, inscribed with golden runes, and a crack of azure resembling a dragon ascended along its length. Its tip shimmered brilliantly, emanating an ancient azure aura, akin to a transcendent divine weapon, captivating all who beheld it. Crack, crack. The moment the imperial spear manifested, even the space within the Saint Emperor's domain trembled with a resounding hum. The overwhelming aura of the imperial weapon swiftly enveloping the surroundings, the it appeared light as a feather, yet bore the weight of a mountain. Even Chenxiao, who possessed the primordial divine body and cultivated the ancient divine refinement technique, felt a twinge of trepidation. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he could not help but exclaim in admiration, "What a precious treasure!" Chapter 76. The God-slaying stone. Breaking off the engagement? I do not consent. Chenxiao's gaze brightened as he weighed the blue primal divine spear in his hand. After all, it was an imperial weapon of the highest order, seemingly harboring the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Merely laying eyes upon it inspired both reverence and longing. Imperial weapons of the highest order are the most revered in all realms. Even a casual strike with such a weapon could potentially reverse the sun, moon, and mountains, terrifying to the extreme. However, with his current cultivation, he feared that even with all his might, he would struggle to wield this imperial weapon more than a few times. Meanwhile, the creature Niu seemed to have sensed something. Upon feeling the overwhelming aura, it gasped in disbelief. This aura belongs to an imperial weapon? Your emperor has bestowed this upon you. Its massive form trembled slightly. Imperial weapons were exceedingly rare, even in its era. Niu's mind buzzed, feeling utterly stunned. Has the current world become this terrifying? The son of an imperial clan, possessing an imperial sword was one thing, but to carry an imperial weapon with him was simply outrageous. It suddenly felt that it, a relic of the old era, could no longer adapt to the present world. With a hint of envy, Niu remarked, Master, do you understand what this imperial weapon signifies? Had I, Niu, possessed an imperial weapon back in my day, I would not have fallen in that era. Chenxiao coolly responded, I know. It means I'm destined for misfortune. What? The more he cherished this imperial weapon, the more his heart felt troubled. After a moment's contemplation, he stored the blue primal divine spear in his system's storage space. He then took out another golden artifact. Buzz, the god-slaying stone, appeared in his hand. It was a palm-sized, blood-red, peculiar stone. Golden god-slaying stone. A celestial wonder forged from the endless malice of the blood sea, indestructible and reeking of dreadful energy. Once the god-slaying stone manifested, an overwhelming wave of blood malice surged forth. The stone in his hand seemed to possess a spirit of its own, vibrating and emitting a crimson mist that transformed into blood wolves, rushing forth. Oh! Chenxiao raised an eyebrow. His interest peaked as he observed the god-slaying stone attempting to flee as a streak of crimson light. I never expected this stone to possess sentience. That is quite intriguing. With a swift motion, he conjured a colossal chaotic hand above the god-slaying stone. Bang! The blood wolf, formed from the gathered blood malice, howled in despair as the chaotic hand grasped it tightly. Be still, as he secured it. Chenxiao gazed at the quivering, god-slaying stone in his hand, murmuring, such a divine artifact, if entrusted to the heavenly sword divine sect for refinement, would undoubtedly elevate my white emperor's sword to new heights. It matters not if I draw misfortune. The trash artifacts extracted by the system are plentiful. If that is the case, I shall smelt them all into materials to maximize their value. If I lack an imperial weapon, then I shall forge one with my own hands. With this thought, Chenxiao could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Below, the heavenly golden lion trembled at the sound of his laughter, feeling that this world was far too surreal. After all, it was a great emperor, well versed in the world, its knowledge. The rings and necklace that Chenxiao wore were all defensive treasures of the sacred realm. In this era, those of the imperial clan, whether in the Undying Realm or not, possessed exceptional treasures alongside imperial weapons. Not to mention the same realm. Even crossing 3 major realms, a supreme being would find it difficult to contend with this individual. This is beyond absurd. Niu silently rejoiced in his heart. This young man's background and identity were terrifying. Merely because he submitted to him, the emperor of the Su clan had produced dozens of celestial artifacts that even he had never seen to reconstruct his very soul and body. Such regard. If he followed in Chenxiao's wake, he would surely reap numerous benefits. Niu's thoughts flowed freely, even tightening the beast-controlling ring on his right leg. 5 days later, within the ancestral grounds of the eternal sacred clan. The Chen family, what did you say? My grandson is willing to marry into your Yuan sacred clan. That is one thing. But you, a mere woman, dare to unilaterally annul my Chun Mufeng's engagement. This is utterly outrageous. How dare you defy the heavens? An aura of terror surged forth like a tidal wave. An elderly man, his aura decayed and lifeless, stared wide-eyed at the two before him. I, Chen Mufeng, am still alive. This marriage was personally sanctioned by your ancestor. Yuan Kong maintained a calm demeanor, clasping his hands together as he replied, Elder Chun, please calm your anger. My Yuan sacred clan never intended to refuse this marriage. However, Elder Chun, do you not think it too dismissive of my Yuan sacred clan to hide the truth with a treasured artifact? At this point, even though the individual before him was of semi-emperor caliber, he sought to reclaim justice for the Yuan sacred clan. Hearing this, Chen Mufeng's expression turned icy, filled with indignation as he spoke. Yuan brat, what do you mean by that? Yuan Kong snorted lightly, showing no desire to evade the elderly man's piercing gaze. Elder Chun, at the time the marriage was arranged, you never mentioned that your esteemed grandson bore the blood of the demon race. My Yuan sacred clan's decision to annul the engagement. Is there any fault in that? Chen Mufeng's face paled, his pupils dilating in shock. They actually knew of this matter? How could this be possible? Chen Mufeng's eyes flickered. He remained speechless for a long while, but he was well aware of the heavenly Chuan bloodline within Chenxiao. He was the child of his daughter. His daughter, rebellious in her youth, severed ties with him and left the sacred Chen family, becoming untraceable. Leaving him heartbroken. 20 years ago, she returned with her child, but not long after. She passed away. With his lifespan dwindling, he had planned a path for his grandson early on due to the demon blood coursing through him. He had thought that once everything unfolded, even if this secret were to be exposed, the Yuan sacred clan would avoid making it public for the sake of their reputation. Who would have thought they would uncover this secret ahead of time? You know? Chen Mufeng's expression darkened. Yuan Kong chuckled coldly, his dissatisfaction deepening. Elder Chun, how amusing. My Yuan sacred clan has maintained friendly relations with your Chun family for generations, yet you wish to tarnish our bloodline with this half-demon child. What is your intent? Is this marriage meant to force me to expose the truth and become a laughingstock. For a moment, Chen Mufeng had no retort, falling into a long silence before letting out a soft sigh. The oppressive aura dissipated, and the lifelessness surrounding him thickened. Then what does your Yuan sacred clan desire? At that moment, Yuan Moyu stepped forward, offering a courteous bow before speaking. Elder Chun, we have come with but one purpose, to dissolve the engagement with Chun Xian, as my father instructed. Chun Xian is already here, just outside the Chun family. Before she could finish her sentence, a male voice suddenly interjected, I do not consent. Chapter 77. The Transcendence of Chun Xian. Successor of the Reincarnation Hall, Nan Shilian. The others paused momentarily, turning to look. Chen Mufeng's eyes lit up with surprise as he murmured, Xiener. Not far away, Chun Xian had appeared, striding forward with confidence. What was astonishing was that at this moment, Chun Xian exuded vitality, his posture tall and straight. After undergoing his 8th transformation, his cultivation had not only advanced from the ascending realm to the first level of the undying realm, but he had also grown from a mere 1.56 meters to a solid 1.65 meters, such a significant enhancement. The change in height granted Chun Xian immense confidence. He held his head high, his eyes gleaming with unwavering certainty as he approached. Grandfather, Uncle Miyu, I do not consent to the annulment of the engagement. Upon seeing him, Yuan Moyu was momentarily taken aback, pondering to herself, is it just my imagination, or does he seem taller? Chun Xian's expression was one of pride. He now felt transformed. In the past, he needed to tiptoe just to barely meet Yuan Moyu's gaze, but now he could simply hold his head high, with a confident smile that resembled a peacock displaying its feathers. He eagerly declared, Moyu, I, Chun Xian, stand before you. How much do I resemble my former self? Now, do you still wish to break off the engagement? He believed he was no less than any of the Imperial clan's young masters. Once he underwent his final transformation, he would truly emerge from his cocoon, no longer needing to look up to anyone. Yuan Moyu. She remained silent for quite some time. Yuan Kong was also stunned. This foolishness, just seeing him, irked her to no end. Yet at this moment, Yuan Moyu suddenly recalled what Su Chenxiao had previously instructed, with only 2 days remaining until the martial competition for marriage. She was pressed for time and needed to acquire that chaotic divine artifact from this individual as soon as possible. Suppressing the disdain within her, Yuan Moyu gazed at him with astonishment and disbelief. Exclaiming this, You are Chun Xian? Upon witnessing her reaction, Chun Xian felt an undeniable sense of pride swell within him. He raised an eyebrow and displayed what he considered to be an enchanting smile as he turned to his grandfather, Chen Mufeng, and said, Grandfather, allow me to handle this, that I shall have a conversation with MOU. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding between you to him. The former Yuan MOU was an embodiment of purity, an unattainable sun in the literal sense. Yet now, he found himself able to reach out and touch that radiance. And after 9 cycles of metamorphosis, he even harbored the confidence of growing to a height of 1.70 meters. As night fell within the Imperial Su family, Chun Wanyu was deeply engrossed in examining a list. Her mood was evidently buoyant, as she occasionally caught sight of information regarding remarkable young women, which elicited a bright smile from her exquisite eyes. Su Wu Dao, standing nearby, chuckled, The grand competition begins the day after tomorrow in Wandi City. My lady, everything has been arranged perfectly. Do you have any favored candidates? Chun Wanyu, smiling sweetly, placed the roster down and replied, Indeed, there are numerous outstanding women, making it quite a challenge to choose. That it will ultimately depend on Xiao Er's decision. As a mother, I cannot excessively interfere. Su Wu Dao laughed heartily, remarking, What if Xiao Er is fond of them all? Chun Wanyu shot him a sidelong glance and casually responded, Then we shall accept them all. Su Wu Dao was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded in agreement. Indeed, my lady is wise. I have heard that Yao Huang brought back a girl from the ancient battlefield yesterday. It is said she is a descendant of the ancient divine sex Eternal Reincarnation Hall. Seemingly arriving for this very matter. Eternal Reincarnation Hall. Chun Wanyu paused slightly at this, raising her gaze with a furrowed brow. Wasn't the Eternal Reincarnation Hall obliterated long ago during the Dark Era? Su Wu Dao chuckled and waved his hand. The Eternal Reincarnation Hall was once a transcendent force with a foundation as formidable as any imperial clan. Even if it has perished, it likely left behind some legacy. It is said that those from the Eternal Reincarnation Hall are immortal, with all existing members being reincarnated powerful beings. In the realms, any formidable being nearing the end of their lifespan would seek to join. If successful, they could have the chance to reincarnate and cultivate anew. Alas, such an immensely mysterious and powerful force unexpectedly perished during the Dark Era, which is indeed lamentable. Yet now, with a descendant of the Eternal Reincarnation Hall appearing, even we are taken aback. Where is this person? Chun Wanyu inquired as Wu Dao laughed lightly. She should be within the Imperial clan, likely accompanied by Yao Huang. Meanwhile, within the Su family, a strikingly beautiful young woman with an air of icy elegance was walking gracefully. She appeared to be around 20 years old, possessing an exquisite and flawless visage. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her brows arched like phoenix wings, and her nose elegantly sculpted, resembling a masterpiece of art. Under the luminous moonlight, her flowing black gown accentuated her fair skin, making it even more radiant. Her proud figure elevated the gown, and as she walked, the hem swayed, occasionally revealing her breathtaking, flawless legs. Such a perfect being seemed as if meticulously crafted by the heavens themselves. Nanshi Lian paused in her tracks, gazing at the barrier before her, her lovely eyes shimmering as she softly murmured, "This is it, my long-lost celestial gown." She felt a twinge of confusion. Why could she suddenly sense the presence of her missing Wan Yu celestial gown within the Imperial Su family? Casting a glance at the barrier, she stepped forward gently. A wave of divine and transformative energy enveloped her, and she entered without any hindrance. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have received a purple reward. Dao Fruit 1. Current villain value, 146000. A Dao Fruit, brimming with the essence of profound truths, materialized before her. Su Chenxiao, with his upper body bare, was immersed in the spirit-rich ancient spiritual pool, observing the myriad treasures, elixirs, artifacts, and techniques scattered around him. He fell momentarily silent. 4 Dao Fruits, 1 sacred artifact, and 3 supreme artifacts, yet no gold among them. It seemed his luck had been entirely exhausted with the previous extreme imperial weapon. Oh well, he thought, there are still 2 destined protagonists around. I can reap their fortunes at any time. Comforted by this notion, Su Chenxiao reflected that he had already acquired 12 paths of Dao. With the addition of the 4 before him, he would possess a total of 16 paths. If all went according to plan, he could achieve kinghood without even venturing to the ancient battlefield for trials and rewards. As he pondered, Su Chenxiao took out a reversion pill and tossed it directly into the mouth of the Tsangtian Divine, Peng floating on the water surface. Eat up. The Tsangtian Divine, Peng opened its beak wide and swallowed the pill, emitting a burst of white light. After being nurtured for some time, the Tsangtian Divine Peng's wings had begun to grow, shedding downy feathers and growing rapidly. Now, it was about the size of 2 palms, appearing adorably round, dash-headed, as Yu Chenxiao laughed heartily as he seized a Dao fruit, rising from the spring water with a splash. His eyes sparkled, and an aura surged forth, emanating from his flawless divine body. Today, I shall break through to the king realm. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. His pupils contracted sharply. Across the spirit-mist-laden pool, a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a black gown, resembling a goddess, had appeared without his notice. The 2 locked eyes, both momentarily entranced by one another. Chapter 78. The Celestial Emperor reincarnates and breaks through to the king realm. Surprisingly, the atmosphere was extraordinarily calm and harmonious. The pair remained surprisingly composed, silently scrutinizing each other without uttering a word. Name. Nanshi Lian title. Master of the Eternal Reincarnation Hall. Great antagonist identity. Reincarnated Celestial Emperor. Memories not awakened. Descendant of the Eternal Reincarnation Hall. Age. 19. Personality. Serene. Tranquil Realm. First level of King Realm physique. Divine body of transformation technique. Hongmeng transformation scripture. 6 paths of wilderness art treasure. A reincarnated emperor, and a villainous character at that. No wonder the system did not issue a warning. Su Chenxiao thought. frowning in confusion at the presence of such an individual within the imperial clan. Standing there in the center of the spiritual pool, it was not he who would suffer any loss. However, Su Chenxiao's expression soon turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice. "Who are you? Do you know that this place is the ancient spirit pool of the Su family?" With that, a garment materialized upon his form. Nanshi Lian's clear and tranquil gaze remained fixed on the celestial gown by the water's edge. "It is indeed here," she murmured, pointing at the gown as she spoke. "I know. However, that item belongs to me." Following her gaze, Su Chenxiao was slightly taken aback upon seeing the supreme celestial gown. "Isn't it the very gown I won in the lottery just recently?" "System, what is going on?" "Ding," replying to the master, "the reward from the myriad realms cannot be generated out of thin air. All obtained items belong to the myriad realms. There is a minuscule chance of drawing items from others." Su Chenxiao's lips twitched. "Why didn't you say this earlier? Wait, does that extreme imperial weapon also originate from some emperor's possession?" Replying to the master, "The system's marketplace, as well as items of golden quality or above, all stem from various hidden ancient burial grounds within the myriad realms. Please rest assured when utilizing them." "Thank goodness," Su Chenxiao sighed in relief, his eyes glimmering, and oh wonder the reward pool only required 1,000 villain points to gamble for great returns. Most of it was likely stuff the dog system acquired from who knows where. Su Chenxiao picked up the celestial gown from the ground and leapt across to the opposite bank. Gazing at the stunning woman before him, clad in black, her skin radiant under the moonlight, and her beauty unparalleled, even his eyes couldn't help but light up in awe. Indeed, she was a reincarnated emperor, possessing an innate, unassailable aura that set her apart from ordinary individuals. Here, Su Chenxiao extended the Luan Yu celestial gown toward her, his expression solemn. "I found it. Do you believe me?" Nanshi Lian remained silent for a moment before accepting the gown, nodding slightly as she pondered. "I see. After disappearing from the hall that day, I searched for a long time, not expecting you to find it. Thank you." After a brief moment of contemplation, Nanshi Lian felt it inappropriate to simply take it back. She retrieved a small azure vial from her storage ring and handed it to him. "I see you are on the verge of breaking through to the king realm. A token of gratitude. This should assist you. Do not drink it. Pour it into the ancient spirit pool. Instead, this gesture." Su Chenxiao's expression turned oddly peculiar. "You actually believe that? How polite of you." He took the azure vial. Shaking it slightly, it seemed to contain some liquid. Adhering to the principle of reciprocity, Su Chenxiao suggested, "The ancient spirit pool can aid in cultivation. Would you like to join me?" Ultimately, it is the imperial clan's spirit pool, into which an immeasurable number of celestial treasures have been infused. The dense and overwhelming spiritual energy therein is not in the slightest inferior to that of the reincarnation hall's soul pool, and may even surpass it. Upon hearing this, Nanshi Lian's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of intrigue, clearly stirred by the revelation. However, as if recalling something, she expressed a hint of regret and said, "Next time, perhaps that I must take my leave now, for someone is searching for me." Originally, she intended to reside at Su Yao Huang's dwelling, yet upon sensing the aura of the Luan feather immortal skirt en route, she had diverted her course that if she delayed, it was likely that Yao Huang would grow concerned. With this thought, Nanshi Lian decisively turned and vanished from the location, outside the ancient spirit pool. As if holding her breath, Nanshi Lian recalled the previous scene, her heart racing fiercely, her exquisitely beautiful cheeks and ears flushed a deep crimson, losing the calm demeanor she had previously displayed. Her delicate form trembling lightly. Glancing at the immortal skirt in her hand, she activated her cultivation technique to forcibly calm herself before departing. Meanwhile, Su Chenxiao had returned to the ancient spirit pool. He murmured to himself, somewhat perplexed, "The divine body of creation, the reincarnation hall, the reincarnation of an emperor. Who exactly is that individual?" With numerous questions swirling in his mind, Su Chenxiao furrowed his brow, but chose not to dwell on them. Instead, he directly opened the azure vial. With a pop, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted forth. Inside was a crystal-clear liquid, radiating a blue glow, infused with a mysterious and profound aura akin to that of celestial creation. This was the soul spring refining elixir, derived from countless celestial treasures, capable of strengthening the soul and expanding the consciousness. Only the reincarnation hall could concoct it, and it had become extinct after the Dark Era. Recalling Nan Shilian's earlier words, Chenxiao poured the refining elixir directly into the ancient spirit pool. With a plop, the sparkling green elixir splashed onto the water's surface, immediately igniting a flicker of azure light. Threads of white spiritual essence surged into the water. In that moment, not only was there physical comfort, but the fatigue of the spirit was also greatly alleviated. Even the sea of consciousness was expanding in concentric circles. What a remarkable treasure! Su Chenxiao's gaze sharpened, as if piercing through layers of clouds, enabling him to see clearly the scenes within the Su family. Seizing this opportunity, he began to absorb and refine the immense spiritual energy within the ancient spirit pool. The pool began to bubble, and within him, 16 dazzling pathways erupted, swirling around his form. The howling spiritual energy merged into his being, transforming into innate chaotic energy. Time passed unmeasured, a resounding cry echoed through the night. The celestial divine rock within the ancient divine pool was the first to awaken. The celestial divine rock, resembling a majestic eagle, possessed sharp, pale, golden vertical pupils, and its snow-white plumage gleamed brilliantly, accompanied by a long cry. It soared from the pool, spiraling into the sky. Simultaneously, Su Chenxiao, who was cultivating within the ancient spirit pool, abruptly opened his eyes. With a thunderous roar, his blood surged, and his cultivation at the 9th level of the undying realm broke through after refining countless waves of spiritual energy and the refining elixir. He stepped into the 1st level of the king realm. With a splash, Su Chenxiao rose from the water, his body erupting with the sound of cracking bones. A sharp cry rang out. The celestial divine rock, sensing something, dove down, its resplendent feathers fluttering like a flash of white lightning, appearing before Su Chenxiao in the blink of an eye. The celestial divine rock perched firmly upon Su Chenxiao's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling its fluffy head against his cheek. "Can you fly now?" Su Chenxiao's eyes sparkled with brilliance, a flicker of divine light shining as he raised his hand to stroke the celestial divine rock's head. Murmuring, "Indeed, it seems you have also undergone a breakthrough that it was worth the resources I invested in your upbringing." Chapter 79. The Chaos Mystic Pearl of Heaven and Earth. That I have been patient with you for long enough. This young celestial divine rock, under my continuous nurturing with the ancestral return pill and the millennia earth milk, has attained the comprehension of the Tao even before reaching maturity. The only unexpected aspect is that, perhaps due to the ancestral bloodline, its size has not changed much. However, this is for the best. If it were to suddenly grow as large as a heavenly golden beast, it would not be convenient to keep it outside. Su Chenxiao, feeling a surge of excitement, murmured, "Once the marriage proposal concludes, I shall venture to the ancient battlefield to test my current strength, with 3 perfected divine bodies and 16 pathways in the king realm. I can hardly wait to seek out those unparalleled prodigies for a duel. As a member of the imperial clan, I must establish my name within the ancient battlefield." Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! The destined protagonist Chun Xian and the destined heroine Yu, when you have erupted in conflict, resulting in a loss of 50,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring 50,000 destiny points. Has the Chaos Mystic Pearl not yet been obtained? It has already been the 5th day. The destined heroine is taking her time. Fortunately, I had a backup plan, utilizing the perspective of the Death Soul beast hidden within you when used Sea of Consciousness to share her view." Su Chenxiao furrowed his brow, murmuring, "It seems this woman is encountering difficulties in the face of the numerous hidden cards possessed by the destined protagonist. UNMOU is still somewhat lacking." Patting the celestial divine rock's head beside him, Su Chenxiao grinned and said, "Let us go. It's time for a meal in a dilapidated domain of the Tao." UNMOU slightly frowned as she surveyed the empty cave around her. The surroundings were filled with green threads, resembling a cavern inhabited by some insect. Glancing at the diminutive figure of Chun Xian walking ahead, she could not help but inquire, "Chun Xian, is the item you mentioned truly located here?" Chun Xian paused, grinning widely as he replied, "Of course, I possess the bloodline of the ancient fierce heavenly Chuan. This treasure, my grandfather said, was left by my father and can expedite my 9 transformations. Once I undergo these transformations, I will truly possess the heavenly Chuan divine ability, and at that time, even my current height will reach that of an average person." Now that the half-demon blood within him was known to the other party, there was no need for him to conceal it further. That the flicker of disdain crossed you when Mo's beautiful eyes. No wonder this fellow was so short. A mere bug despite having the bloodline of the heavenly Chuan, which, although an ancient fierce creature, was ultimately just a pest. Oblivious to you when Mo's disdainful expression, Chenxiao continued to boast, "We are almost there, Mo, if you are willing to put aside past grievances and agree to this marriage, I would not hesitate to give you this treasure." Upon reaching the end of the cave, they found themselves surrounded by entwined threads, with numerous already hatched green cocoons scattered around, clearly remnants of Chun Xian's transformations. On the ground lay pools of unknown green liquid, emitting a foul stench. Yu and Mo raised her hand, conjuring a faint barrier of true energy to shield herself from the noxious fumes. Chun Xian proudly declared, "Mo, this is my transformation ground. These heavenly Chuan cocoons are incredibly sturdy and serve as excellent materials for crafting artifacts. Those liquids are what I left behind during my metamorphosis. I call it heavenly Chuan essence. Its effects are akin to spiritual liquids, also possessing beautifying properties." Uncertain if it was due to his heavenly Chuan bloodline, Chun Xian felt inexplicably at ease in this dark and concealed cave. As if he had returned home, illuminating the space with a flicker of light, he produced 2 jade cups. Enveloping them in true energy, he dipped them into the pool of green liquid. Chun Xian savored the experience, drinking as if indulging in exquisite nectar, then offered the other cup filled with heavenly Chuan essence to you when Mo with eager anticipation, saying, "Try it." Yu and Mo trembled slightly. Her eyes fixated on the putrid liquid in the cup, nearly ready to retch that moment. She wished to slap this bug to death. Taking a deep breath, her mouth twisted in distaste, she suppressed her murderous intent and waved her hand, saying, "I shall pass. Where is the treasure?" Seeing her response, Chun Xian felt somewhat disappointed but brushed it off, revealing a mysterious smile. "In that case, allow me to show you the treasure I have long kept hidden." With a grand gesture, a flickering phantom appeared in the empty cave before them. In array, Yu and Mo's beautiful eyes narrowed. Chun Xian smiled proudly, his gaze shining brightly as he directly dismantled the hidden array. Boom! A vast surge of chaotic energy erupted forth. This terrifyingly rich power caused you, when Mo's golden hair, to billow wildly. Bathed in this intense chaotic force, even her Brahma body trembled slightly, a subtle yearning stirring deep within her heart. Chaos divine artifacts. Yu and Mo stared wide-eyed, her enchanting gaze filled with disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. In the vast expanse of chaotic energy, a brilliant white light erupted. It was, astonishingly, a gray-white Xian pearl, shimmering with divine radiance. Could this truly be the celestial treasure of the universe, the Chaos Xian Pearl? Chun Xian laughed heartily, seizing the Chaos Xian Pearl in his grasp, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. You see it, Mo. This object is known as the Chaos Xian Pearl. It can only be formed when the Tao domain first emerges in a time of hazy obscurity. It harbors the purest essence of chaotic energy, allowing beings of any race to cultivate using the abundant chaotic energy within, even comprehending the path of chaos to great benefit. It is precisely because of this treasure that I am able to undergo rapid transformation. As if recalling something, Chun Xian sneered derisively. "I remember that the young master of the Su family seems to possess a congenital chaos divine body, doesn't he? The effects of the Chaos Xian Pearl on him would far surpass that of anyone else. Yet, alas, he lacks the fate to wield it. I, Chun Xian, am the one truly destined for greatness." Before he could finish his words, an overwhelming force surged from behind. Boom! "Have you said enough, you repugnant insect?" Yu and Mayu interjected furiously. "This ends here. The sudden assault caught Chenxiao off guard. His expression shifted dramatically as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body propelled away with tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! The cavern was blasted open, creating a massive crater, with countless fragments raining down, as if it would collapse at any moment. Pooh! Chenxiao was embedded in the mountainside. Bloodied and grievously injured, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face contorted in disbelief, as he shouted at Yuan Moyu below. Moyu, what are you doing? What am I doing? Yuan Moyu clutched the chaos Xian pearl tightly in her hand. Her exquisite visage was lowered. Her eyes filled with a chilling frost as she spoke slowly. You disgusting, wretched mongrel. At last, you have revealed this treasure. I have endured you for far too long. She was not one to have a fiery temper. However, Chenxiao's outrageous actions had pushed her beyond her limits, prompting an expletive to escape her lips. Not yet satisfied, Yuan Moyu raised her hand, unleashing several terrifying divine techniques in rapid succession. Boom! Boom! Until the entire mountain range was shattered. Her fury finally subdued as she watched Chenxiao's figure engulfed by the falling rubble below. It's over. For the next few months, you shall remain here obediently. She was aware of Chenxiao's Tianshan bloodline, which would force him into a cocoon state in times of danger. Without the protection of the Chaos Xian Pearl, the crucial ninth transformation would be a distant prospect. Yuan Moyu's expression was frigid as she coldly snorted, preparing to leave this realm with the Chaos Xian Pearl in hand. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed ominously. Yuan Moyu, have I not treated you sincerely? Is this how you repay my kindness? Upon hearing that voice, reminiscent of the depths of the abyss, Yuan Moyu hesitated briefly, disbelief flickering in her eyes as she turned to look. Boom! Upon seeing the figure behind her, her mind went blank. There, towering behind her, was an enormous white cocoon, pulsating with the sound of a deep, powerful heartbeat. Thump! Thump! It seemed to harbor some terrifying being. Suddenly, a clawed, scaled hand emerged from the white cocoon. Chenxiao tore the cocoon apart, revealing two pairs of azure antennae sprouting from his head, while black lines resembling tear stains emerged beneath his eyes. 4 pairs of transparent, delicate wings sprouted from his back. Akin to those of an insect, his once handsome visage was marred, half of it resembling shattered glass, unveiling the hideous truth concealed beneath the mask of the artifact. Great calamity! Tianshan, Chenxiao's face twisted in madness. His pupils vanishing, leaving behind soulless white orbs as he trembled, rasping, Yuan Moyu, why? Why must you force me? The sun and moon spirit cocoon was the last trump card bestowed upon him by his father. It could enable the Tianshan clan to break their bloodline and complete the legendary 10 transformations after undergoing the 9th transformation. Yet today, he was compelled to use it in desperation. At this moment, Chenxiao's aura surged terrifyingly, his cultivation leaping to the 9th level of the undying realm. It was as if the true essence of the ancient calamity, Tianshan, had manifested, his body coursing with the blood of monstrous beasts, brimming with ferocity and murderous intent. Even Yuan Moyu could not help but flinch at his fearsome appearance. However, she quickly regained her composure, 5 paths swirling around her, and a long halberd appearing in her hand as she coldly declared, Chenxiao, do you truly believe that with your current strength, you are worthy to be my opponent? Yuan Moyu, you should be grateful I am sparing you. How laughable! Opposite her, Chenxiao brimmed with murderous intent, roaring as he transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards her. Tianshan divine technique. Insect return, bang! In an instant, his speed surged several times over, turning him into a series of flickering images that left all in awe. Yuan Moyu's expression turned icy as she became serious. The Vantian divine body erupted with a radiant golden light. Her flowing hair danced in the air as she wielded her halberd, unleashing terrifying ripples of energy. At that moment, a piercing and resonant cry echoed from afar. The sound seemed to pierce through the ages, striking fear into the very soul. Chenxiao's expression changed drastically. A primal terror of being hunted washed over him. Oh no! He faltered slightly, his face hardening as he raised his clawed hand to shatter the halberd's glow. Boom! Meanwhile, in the distance, a terrifying streak of sword light erupted, piercing the vast heavens. The mountains below crumbled inch by inch, as this overwhelming and fierce sword radiance obliterated everything in its path. Is there still someone? Chenxiao glared furiously, realizing he could not evade it, and braced himself with both claws to withstand this dreadful and sharp force. Get away from me! Countless razor-sharp sword energies erupted, striking his body and leaving behind numerous scars. Chenxiao forcefully resisted this sword light, continuously retreating in midair, his once impenetrable, scaled claws now cracking, green blood gushing forth. Ah! Chenxiao unleashed all his strength, letting out a roar as he was instantly engulfed by this sword radiance. His insect wings were severed, and he was bathed in blood, crashing down like a cannonball onto the mountains below. Rumble. Chapter 81. One sword annihilates the demon soul. The final card. The 10,000 Demon Order, what is this? You paused slightly, incredulity washing over her as she turned to look. Not far away, a majestic golden swan Inai had appeared in the sky, standing upon divine flames, radiant and unmatched. The magnificent celestial divine eagle stood upon its shoulder. Chenxiao's expression was calm as he glanced at the land and mountains below, now split in two, and murmured in disappointment. Wasn't it said that the fearsome Tianchun had impenetrable defenses? How could it not withstand even a single sword strike? Below, Zhou's expression was exceedingly strange. Not to mention that the 16 paths had already surpassed all other prodigies by breaking through to the king level. The sword technique used by this individual was nothing short of imperial, even possessing half of the Tianchun bloodline. If that person were a pure-blooded Tianchun, this strike would likely leave him either dead or grievously injured. Su Gongzi? Seeing the arrival of Yu when Mou. A look of delight filled her face, disbelief evident in her eyes. Su Chenxiao turned his head, smiling as he spoke to Yu when Mou below. What's the matter? I sent you to retrieve the Chaos Profound Pearl, and it seems you've encountered a bit of trouble. She transformed into a streak of light, hurriedly arriving before Su Chenxiao, producing the Chaos Profound Pearl with immense J-O-Y. Su Gongzi. How did you come here? That treasure is already in hand, and I was just about to bring it back to present to you. The rich aura of chaos surged forth, and the pure power within brought a wave of elation to his divine body. Upon receiving the Chaos Profound Pearl, Su Chenxiao's eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance. Ding! The destined protagonist Chenxiao lost the Chaos Profound Pearl, suffering a loss of 100,000 destiny points. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining 100,000 villain points, a full 100,000 villain points. It nearly drained Chenxiao of more than half. The chaos energy within this Chaos Profound Pearl was extraordinarily pure. If refined, his cultivation would likely soar to a terrifying level. Its efficacy was not inferior to any innate constitution, perhaps even surpassing it. Suppressing his joy, Su Chenxiao nodded slightly, expressing immense satisfaction. Well done. With a flick of his finger, a pill brimming with vibrant life force and astonishing aura floated before him. Upon sensing the extraordinary vitality within, Mou was taken aback. This item is called the Qingdi pill. It can aid you in recovering from injuries and replenishing your true energy. As for Chenxiao, leave him to me. With that, Su Chenxiao gazed down at Chenxiao, who lay bloodied amid the rubble, resembling a vengeful spirit. Transforming into a streak of light, he swiftly appeared at the scene. Amidst the rubble, Chenxiao lay on the ground, eyes closed in agony. A gaping, bloody sword wound was glaringly evident on his chest. The injury was so deep that bone was visible, even exposing his internal organs. The piercing sword intent lingered, rendering his 9 transformations Tianchun body unable to heal. Cough, cough, cough. Chenxiao felt as if all his bones were shattering, gasping for breath. Damn it, where did that sword light come from? Could it be that a supreme being has appeared? Is it still alive? A familiar voice resounded. Chenxiao, lying amidst the rubble, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Upon seeing the person before him, he trembled and then roared in fury. His face contorted with rage. So, it was why Chenxiao is the one whom their Chunju clan has placed all their hopes upon. believed to have the potential to complete the 10 transformations against fate and ascend to become the Demon Emperor. Yet now he has met a tragic end outside. If that esteemed individual were to learn of this, it would spell disaster for us. Our clan's second ancient celestial Chenxiao. No. Ding! The destined protagonist Chenxiao has fallen, and the fate value has been reset to 0. Congratulations, Master, on receiving the kill reward. Villain value 100,000. Congratulations, Master, on unlocking all remaining fortunes of the destined protagonist Chenxiao 3 and acquiring the items. Dao Gang Diju. Chenxiao Treasure Technique in the 1000 Transformation Mask. Current Hunted Destined Protagonist. 3 Current Villain Value. 396,000. Su Chenxiao gaze calmly at the distant headless corpse. Even with the completed 9 transformations, the celestial Chenxiao's physical form could hardly withstand a single strike from him. It appears there remains a slight gap in strength. The pure white celestial divine eagle perched upon his shoulder let out a cry of yearning, to which Su Chenxiao nonchalantly replied, "Go ahead. Although it is but a half-demon body, it is nonetheless a 9-transformation celestial Chenxiao, which should serve as a substantial boon for you." As he finished speaking, the celestial divine eagle transformed into a straight arrow, excitedly commencing to feast upon the headless body of Chenxiao. Casting a casual glance at the remaining resources of Chenxiao, Su Chenxiao's gaze lingered upon the 1000 transformation mask. 1000 transformation mask. Damaged, it can obscure and alter one's appearance and aura. Below the quasi-emperor level, even those of the sacred realm cannot perceive its presence for a short time. This is a sacred realm treasure, indeed a valuable item, and it may prove useful in the future. System, retrieve all the other useless items. Ding. Retrieval in progress. Successful. Congratulations, Master, on acquiring villain value. 150,000. Current villain value. 546,000. 500,000 villain value. This is ample to precisely select and purchase what I require from the system shop. A faint smile crept across Su Chenxiao's lips, satisfaction evident in his expression. I could see that moment. Yuan Mayu and the heavenly golden lion descended from above. Yuan Mayu approached, her eyes narrowing as she beheld the headless corpse of Chenxiao being devoured in the distance. That strike just now even made my heart palpitate. I filled her gaze as she regarded Su Chenxiao. Master Su, Chenxiao has perished just like that. Surely his family will. Su Chenxiao looked at the celestial divine eagle, which was thoroughly enjoying its meal, and said with a smile, "So be it. A mere sacred clan without an emperor, they dare not retaliate even if half of their kin were to be slain." Yuan Moyu's complexion paled slightly. This gentleman is naturally unafraid. His father is the clan leader of an imperial lineage, and his mother is the daughter of a great emperor from the Qin clan, with an overwhelming background. Yet her only concern is that the sacred clan Chen might unleash their wrath upon her Yuan sacred clan. Seemingly sensing her worries, Su Chenxiao smiled and said, "In 2 days, our imperial clan, Su, will be hosting a marriage proposal. After this event, your Yuan sacred clan will become the foremost sacred clan." Yuan Moyu paused, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightening with incredulity as she turned to Su Chenxiao. "Master Su, do you mean?" She was well aware of the implications. The Su clan was indeed proposing to this gentleman, and with his assurance, it naturally indicated that the Yuan sacred clan would be able to align themselves with the imperial lineage. Could it be? Yuan Moyu's exquisite visage flushed a deep crimson, her lips gently biting as her eyes momentarily glazed over with excitement. Su Chenxiao's expression turned peculiar. Is she overthinking this? He couldn't be bothered to dispel her fantasies. For him, a fiancé, he was merely a title. If she truly possessed talent, it wouldn't be unacceptable. It was not until the celestial divine eagle had devoured the remnants of the corpse that Su Chenxiao cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, "What are you still doing here?" Yuan Moyu, realizing the situation, nodded with excitement and promptly took her leave. As she turned, a grayish light silently extracted itself from her body. The soul beast had grown considerably stronger. Su Chenxiao grinned, storing the soul beast within his storage space, and then departed from the location. "Let us go. The power within the chaos mysterious pearl is sufficient for me to transcend to the king realm." 2 days later, Within the Wan Emperor's city, the atmosphere was festooned with lights and filled with guests. All manner of sacred clans, ancient families, and doctrinal sects that had recently traveled to the sacred Emperor's Dao domain gathered here. The scene was grand, and as far as the eye could see, there was a sea of people, with every seat occupied. The elders from the imperial Su clan wore cheerful expressions, mingling throughout the venue to host various esteemed families and sect representatives. Among them were Su Yun, the witch from the Wujimin, and Dongfang Wan from the Tating ancient sect of the western regions. Isn't that the sacred clan's goddess, Shangwan Qinghua? Hiss, and the mysterious Tian Nu from the Jiushuan Dao sect. Chu Shiyu has also arrived. Outside the venue, countless wandering cultivators from various regions gazed in rapt admiration. As within the hall, an abundance of youthful talents gathered, predominantly females of striking beauty, resembling celestial beings. Some exuded an icy demeanor, while others possessed captivating charm that ensnared hearts. These heavenly beauties, rarely seen in one place, unexpectedly gathered harmoniously. Many were left wide-eyed, feasting their eyes upon such a spectacle, unable to take it all in. A group of young prodigies had now congregated, indulging in spiritual delicacies while commenting on the passing maidens as, "Oh, delightful. Those veiled ladies, could they be from the southern domains Wanhuagong? Isn't their sect against marriage? To have a chance to ascend to the imperial lineage, such rules are meaningless. Did you not see that the typically aloof Jiushuan Dao Tian Nu has come as well? My goodness, we saw quite a few yesterday in the Howdy City. I thought there would be only 50 or 60 here, but looking around, there must be at least 100 or 200. Those seated in the inner hall were undoubtedly the elite from various sacred clans and superlative doctrinal lineages. Not far from the venue, within a high-class pavilion, were all the clan leaders and elders from various factions. Chapter 83. The Mysterious Realm of Creation. The Battle of the Talented Maidens inside the pavilion. Su Yaohuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with urgency as she awaited outside the hall. What has taken my little brother so long? The marriage proposal event is about to commence. Su Jingheng, seated comfortably, fondled the Qinghuang divine spear with affection and replied nonchalantly, "What's the rush? Little brother is still in seclusion. Let them wait." As Su Yaohuang turned her head, shooting him a glare, and glanced at the Qinghuang divine spear in his hands, feeling a pang of envy. "You just hold on to your extreme Dao Emperor weapon. I wonder where little brother got such a heavenly treasure. We Imperial clan hardly possess a feud at a faint smile tug at the corners of Su Jingheng's mouth. Clearly in good spirits. Well, one should consider whose brother he is. Little brother previously gifted you the Lihua Divine Pearl. I presume it has greatly aided your breakthrough to the second level of the Supreme Realm." Su Yaohuang pondered for a moment, a cunning glint appearing in her eyes as she approached him with a pitiful expression. "Good brother, could you lend it to me for a few days? There's an irritating fellow pestering me daily. If I borrow your spear, I shall slay him." Su Jingheng did not even raise his eyelids as he directly refused. "Don't annoy me. That trick won't work." Su Yaohuang's eyes widened in indignation, and she huffed, falling silent. As Su Jingheng's gaze flickered, landing on a peerless woman dressed in black, her aura cold and seemingly out of place in the vibrant atmosphere. "By the way, little sister, how did you come to know the inheritor of the Reincarnation Hall? Why is she attending this competition?" Su Yaohuang looked over, then smiled brightly. "Are you referring to Miss Nan? I met her in the ancient battlefield. She asked me to help her refine a magical artifact using exotic fire. I promised her that if she became my little brother's fiancée, I would help her refine it for free. And to my surprise, she actually came." "Oh." Su Jingheng raised an eyebrow, staring at Nan Shilian for a while before speaking. "Though she is the inheritor of the Reincarnation Hall, her cultivation is merely at the King realm. I fail to see anything extraordinary." Su Yaohuang beamed with pride, stating somewhat arrogantly, "What if I told you she possesses the creation divine body, which ranks within the top 10 across the heavens? Not inferior to little brother's chaos divine body. If I remember correctly, only those with the creation divine body can unlock the long-dormant creation mysterious realm in the ancient battlefield. Right?" As if struck by a thought, Su Jingheng's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with astonishment. "What did you say? The creation divine body?" He abruptly regarded Nan Shilian with a different gaze, whispering, "Why did you not inform father-mother about this? Little sister, do you realize how many eyes are fixated on that creation mysterious realm? The ancient battlefield possesses so many imperial inheritances precisely because its rules stipulate that only those below the sacred realm may enter. Otherwise, countless supreme opportunities would have long been seized by the heavenly emperors, and the creation mysterious realm was left behind by an ancient emperor, whose power once overshadowed all of heaven. The great emperor perished due to the exhaustion of his lifespan. Before his demise, he deposited his imperial essence and countless treasures into the ancient celestial realm, sealing them with unparalleled divine powers. Only those possessing a similar divine physique can gain entry. The name of this ancient emperor resounded throughout the universe. And even the emperors would covet the divine artifacts within. If this is indeed the case, it could lead to complications, as Hu Yao Wang, munching on a fruit, casually remarked, "Elder brother, I've already informed mother." This naive girl remains blissfully unaware of her own significance. Having drawn the attention of several imperial clans during the ancient battlefield without any attempt to conceal herself, why purpose in bringing her here is to ensure her protection. Yu Jingheng nodded slightly, casting a glance at their parents, who were engaged in cheerful conversation with the elders not far away, and chose not to elaborate further. Just as the two were conversing, a resounding and majestic beast roar echoed from afar. Even before its arrival, the terrifying aura of the golden celestial lion permeated the air. Countless prodigies in the inner hall, along with powerful figures from various factions, turned their gazes towards the distance. Upon seeing the youth of unparalleled charm and grace atop the celestial lion, many were taken aback. Is this the esteemed Chenxiao Gongzi? Truly remarkable. Su Yaohuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. The golden celestial lion? My little brother has arrived. The radiant golden light was blinding as the extraordinary celestial lion descended through the air like a resplendent sun. Today, Su Chenxiao donned a luxurious black robe, adorned with golden edges that exuded nobility. His demeanor regal and his features refined, embodying the elegance of a distinguished young master. Indeed, as a scion of the imperial clan, even his mount is exceptionally magnificent, if I am not mistaken. That must be a demon clan's golden sun lion, remarked a certain patriarch of a holy clan in admiration. Only a select few wore solemn expressions, silently contemplating the golden celestial lion below. Gazing at the sea of people below, even Su Chenxiao felt a twinge of astonishment. So many people. Dinging! The system's voice echoed in his ears, detecting the destined female lead. Su Chenxiao leaped down from the celestial lion, making his way directly to the pavilion. "Father, mother, I apologize for my tardiness." Chen Wenwu greeted him with a warm smile, saying softly, "You're not late, not at all. It's good that you're here. Please take a seat." Xiao. Su Yaohuang waved her hand. "Little brother, come over here." Su Chenxiao nodded slightly and found a place to sit. He picked up a cup of tea and casually glanced over the numerous women below. Name: Su Yun. Identity: sorceress of the infinite demon sect. Name: Chu Xiaoyu. Identity: celestial maiden of the nine mysterious path. This competition for marriage has certainly stirred the harem of the destined protagonist. Among these 100 women, there are no less than 4 destined female leads. How astonishing! Suddenly, as if noticing something, Su Chenxiao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Nan Shilian below. "Is it you? Isn't this the woman who spied on me while I bathed? She's here to compete as well?" At this moment, Nan Shilian was also gazing at him, her expression calm. How intriguing that a playful smile broke across Su Chenxiao's face as he averted his gaze. Taking out the celestial divine pung, he gently caressed its feathers, murmuring with a hint of nostalgia, "The antagonists and the destined female leads have all gathered. I wonder if the destined protagonist will make an appearance." Just then, not far away, Su Wudao stood up and announced loudly, "Since my son has arrived, let the competition commence. The rules for our imperial clan's marriage selection are exceedingly simple. Through a series of duels, the top 10 contestants will be chosen by my son as his prospective brides." His voice resonated throughout the entire venue as soon as these words were spoken. All the prodigies in the inner hall turned their eager gazes toward him. their expressions filled with excitement and anticipation. It is a rare occasion indeed to witness a gathering of stunningly beautiful and unattainable celestial maidens engaging in combat. Chapter 84. The protagonist Shenliun, devouring the divine body. They all brimmed with anticipation, with some already beginning to drink and place bets on who among the 100 would emerge victorious. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. The Nine Mysterious Path has long been an immortal sect, and their celestial maiden, Xiu, is currently quite formidable, boasting a royal-level cultivation that I have high hopes for her. The winner will undoubtedly be my sister. You and Mayudadai, you and too, shall wager this supreme-grade artifact. Just as the crowd engaged in discussion, a hurried voice suddenly rang out from outside the venue. Wait. I'm sorry, I'm late. A beautiful and graceful young woman, dressed in a pale yellow celestial gown, rushed in, disregarding the obstacles posed by the crowd behind her. Though she was not the most striking among the hundreds of women present, her long lashes, bright eyes, and clear gaze, akin to crystal, exuded a charm that evoked a sense of affection. Shenliun jogged towards Chenxiao, her gaze lingering on him for a moment. Upon seeing Chenxiao's face, her eyes sparkled with surprise as she secretly thought, what a handsome native,